Wall Street has imprinted his image on the reverse side of the dollar bills to ward off evil, while European leaders hang his portrait to suppress the fate of nations. That fateful night, when his gaze turned towards the land of the rising sun, the entire archipelago resonated with the sound of a shattered destiny. Only Su Hao felt a profound sense of injustice. He swore he was merely an innocent gamer who had stumbled into the stock market, possessing a kind heart. Yet, the intuitive decisions he made often led to inexplicable misunderstandings. His desire to invest in a tech company's stock inadvertently triggered a butterfly effect that caused a collapse of financial order, resulting in a cascading series of stock market crashes and the bankruptcy of countless enterprises. He considered oil futures too expensive and aimed to short them slightly to stabilize prices, only to ignite a dramatic upheaval in the Middle East, reshaping the global energy landscape. In the most absurd instance, a seemingly ordinary operation he conducted regarding Japan resulted in the total collapse of a nation's economy, with conglomerates lining up on rooftops in despair. Ultimately, Japan fell into a state of legal and economic colonialism under the auspices of Xia. Standing atop a mountain of trillions of dollars, Su Hao raised his hands in innocence, exclaiming, "I truly only wish to engage in charity and dabble in investments. Why do you all label me the world-destroying puppet master?" Global leaders wept in despair, pleading, "Please, Su, show us mercy. At this rate, the Earth will cease to exist." Chapter 1. The game president is actually a financial tycoon? What in the world? Is this worthless scrap of paper? The HR manager, Wang Wenbin, grimaced as he held a resume, nearly exploding with disbelief. Outside, the steel forest of the financial district loomed, skyscrapers densely packed, flaunting the aura of wealth and power. Inside, the gilded letters spelling Fenghuan Investment silently proclaimed the formidable reputation of this top-tier private equity fund. With an asset management scale of hundreds of billions, it stood as a bastion that countless elite financial graduates from prestigious universities aspired to enter. Yet, the resume in his hands bore the name, Su Hao, age 25. Alma mater, an ordinary second-tier university in the city. Major, business administration. Certificates, none. Work experience, none. Wang Wenbin found himself questioning whether the printer had jammed and mistakenly delivered a test page. Not a single one of the essential financial certifications, CFA, CPA, FRM, was present. The work experience section was utterly blank. Frankly, such a lackluster resume had never graced the history of Fenghuan Investment. Should he simply toss it into the shredder? He felt that would be an insult to that expensive German-imported machine. Yet, here it lay, blatantly on the desk of the HR manager. Manager Wang. The secretary's voice quivered with caution. This resume was sent directly from the chairman's office. What? Wang Wenbin sprang from his chair, disbelief etched across his face. The very chairman who had elevated Fenghuan Investment from obscurity to the pinnacle of the industry, renowned for his keen eye and meritocratic principles, and who despised nepotism. Wang Wenbin vividly recalled a year prior when a distinguished veteran of the company attempted to place his nephew, freshly returned from abroad, into a core department, only to be ruthlessly rebuffed by the chairman in front of all executives, shattering the veteran's pride. Since that moment, no one dared to tread upon that red line. Yet now, the chairman had personally sent over such an unremarkable resume. This was no mere hint. It was a directive. Could it be a relative of the chairman? It seemed unlikely, given the differing surnames. But who could say for certain? Did it specify which department to arrange him in? No, it just came tossed over to Ha. Wang Wenbin smiled wryly. The absence of direction was, in itself, the most challenging directive that IT implied that the HR department was left to manage the situation independently. Where could they place such a mediocre connection to satisfy the higher-ups? Placing him in a core department would surely cause chaos with such a resume. Yet, relegating him to a peripheral department might offend this noble guest. Then, Wang Wenbin pondered for a full half-minute, his mind racing through myriad possibilities. Let's arrange him in the trading department, starting as a trading assistant. The trading department. The secretary's expression faltered. There might be some objections. Wang Wenbin waved dismissively. Objections must be stifled. This is a person whom the chairman has personally taken note of. Who dares to voice dissent? They can come directly to me. The trading department, while a core area, had the position of trading assistant, which in essence was a menial task, the most marginal role in the department. The job merely entailed clicking on a simulated trading platform, fetching tea, printing documents, and running errands. It would simply be a matter of accommodating a layabout. Thus, He could maintain the chairman's dignity while ensuring this noble guest wouldn't create any significant problems. A perfect plan. Wong Wenbin sighed inwardly. It seemed that after the company had sailed smoothly for so long, it inevitably attracted a few barnacles and seaweed. The complexities of human relationships could not be escaped. He picked up the resume, his gaze falling once more on the name. Su Hao. What monumental background lay behind this name? What could justify the chairman's extraordinary exception? This name was akin to a small stone, plop, tossed into the seemingly tranquil, yet surging depths of Fenghuan investment, quietly sending ripples across the surface. The source of these ripples, the young man named Su Hao, had just hours prior been in a nondescript corner of the city, weathering a storm that would irrevocably alter the course of his life. Bang! The door was flung open with a resounding thud. Su Hao jolted, spinning around from his computer in the dimly lit room. The only illumination emanated from the screen, casting a pale glow on his somewhat pallid and alarmed face. Mom, Dad, when did you come back? What's this? So engrossed in your game that you didn't even notice us come in? His mother's voice was sharp and weary, tinged with a long-suppressed fury. His father stood behind her, a silent volcano, his expression stormy, eyes piercing. Your father and I toil endlessly to earn a living. And you? You spend your days playing games at home. Young Lou next door, the same age as you, just got promoted last month and is preparing to buy a house and get married. Your sister, 3 years younger than you. She's now stable in her job and sends money home every month. And you? Do you plan to drift through life in this aimless haze forever? The pent-up grievances of his parents burst forth like a dam breaking, inundating Su Hao in an overwhelming flood of words. Each utterance felt like a dagger, piercing his heart. He knew every word was true, every point valid, leaving him no room for rebuttal, only to silently endure. Once, he too had been a passionate young graduate from a second-tier university, brimming with ambition. But after repeatedly facing job rejections, he retreated into the virtual haven of gaming for years, leeching off his parents, evading reality, self-numbing. Ah how, suddenly, his mother's tone softened. I want you to enjoy life to the fullest, but reality doesn't allow for it. Your father and I will eventually grow old. What will you do then? You must think about your future. I understand. Su Hao muttered, his gaze lowered, voice thick with emotion. This is the last time? His father's voice rang with finality. We will trust you one last time. This time, you must take tangible action that shows us you are changing. Do not let us down again. The door slammed shut, leaving behind a suffocating silence. Su Hao sat rigidly in his chair, the weapon that had just emerged on the game screen, shimmering with an epic glow, now seemed to mock him cruelly. He let out a dry, self-deprecating laugh, his chest tight with anxiety. Just moments ago, he had been boasting and bantering with his comrades in the gaming guild over the voice channel. Wow, Su Hao has drawn an epic weapon. Su Hao is magnificent. How did you even get this? Truly the luckiest of us. The luck you possess is simply astounding. A chosen one indeed. The channel erupted with awe, cheers, and adulation, and he basked in the glory of being revered as the luckiest player. All of this stemmed from a mysterious ability he had discovered recently, a subtle intuition. About a month ago, he realized that while engaging in luck-based activities such as drawing cards or opening chess in the game, he could often capture an indescribable sense of timing in a fleeting moment. At times, that feeling surged like a faint electric current, shooting from his fingertips to his brain with a tingling intensity. If he clicked the mouse at that precise moment, miracles often occurred, just like that epic weapon, which had been the result of seizing that ephemeral feeling and clicking without hesitation. This inexplicable luck was his final pride, a solace in his escape from reality. Yet now, this meager pride and solace felt utterly powerless in the face of his parents' heavy disappointment. He sighed deeply. Indeed, he could not continue in this manner. He opened the guild chat box, his fingers hovering over the keyboard for quite some time before finally typing a message. Brothers, I'm sorry, but I may have to quit gaming. As soon as the message was sent, the guild channel erupted in chaos. What? Su Hao, you're quitting? Why the sudden change? Did someone upset you? Tell us, and we'll take care of it. Don't leave. We're already a bunch of middle-aged guys. Without you, we'll have no energy left. Watching the torrent of pleas on the screen, Su Hao felt a bittersweet mix of emotion. He briefly explained his family situation. The channel fell silent for a good 10 seconds. Ah, so that's what happened. Sigh. I understand. Your parents are right. It's time to find a proper job. What pity, Su Hao. With your luck, how will we manage without you to draw gear? Amidst the lamentations and words of comfort, a private chat window suddenly pinged into existence. It was the guild leader. Su Hao, guild leader? Hold on before you quit. I remember you graduated from Shanghai Industrial University, right? Business administration? Yes, guild leader. What's up? How's your math? Have you studied accounting? Not bad. I've learned a bit. Great. Send me your resume. Huh? Guild leader. What do you need my resume for? Stop wasting time searching for random jobs. Just come work with us. We can't have our guild turn into a retirement home. Su Hao was left utterly stunned. The guild leader, the one who casually bantered with everyone in-game, always insisting on picking up the tab during offline gatherings, driving a luxurious car like the big brother next door. He had always assumed the guild leader was a rich second generation with a penchant for gaming. He actually owned a company and wanted to offer him a job. This was bordering on surreal. Guild leader. Are you joking? Do I look like I'm joking? I know what kind of person you are in a guild. Reliable, loyal, and clever. You've taken on quite a bit of the guild's burdens. Consider this a favor. Send your resume to this email, and I'll have HR arrange it. Upon hearing the guild leader's words, Su Hao felt his eyes well up with tears. Though they had only met in the game, he was taken aback by the guild leader's loyalty and integrity. However, uncertainty gnawed at him. What if the guild leader's company was some sort of illegitimate operation? No. Su Hao shook his head vigorously, forcefully dismissing that thought. What time was it? Why was he being so picky? Having a job was already a blessing. Regardless of the company size or salary, securing employment was the priority. At the very least, he could provide some reassurance to his parents. Let me see. The email address the guild leader provided is. His fingers trembled as he entered the name of the company associated with the email. Suddenly, the screen flashed. Fanhuan Investment. Top-tier private equity investment fund in the country. Asset management scale exceeding 1 trillion. Su Hao's pupils constricted, his mind going blank, as if struck by a thunderbolt, leaving him frozen in place. His mouth opened unconsciously, and in a tone laced with shock, disbelief, and absurdity, he managed to utter 2 words. What the hell? Chapter 2. The feeling has arrived. Why? Is this really the place? Su Hao gazed up at the towering, resplendent skyscraper, swallowing hard. Fanhuan Investment. As one of the nation's premier private equity funds, this was a realm where countless elite graduates from prestigious universities aspired to penetrate. For someone like him, whose qualifications were automatically filtered as trash in resume screening systems, this place felt like a gilded palace, a realm so magnificent that merely casting a glance felt like audacity. Yet at this moment, Su Hao, an ordinary mortal, was poised to step through this gateway to the celestial domain. He had not yet dared to inform his parents. It felt surreal. What merit did he possess to work at such a legendary company? What if he turned out to be a fool, a mere burden, and was dismissed within days? To prevent his parents from worrying that he had been lured into some fraudulent scheme, he had merely mentioned a job interview before slipping out discreetly. He tugged at his slightly tight, inexpensive suit. It was a bit too snug. During his time living at home, to avoid his mother's piercing gaze and incessant nagging, he had refrained from late-night snacks, managing to fit into this attire. However, it appeared that he needed to expedite his fitness regimen. Merely climbing the few flights of stairs from the subway station left him panting like a husky after a marathon. Utterly embarrassing. But then again, was it truly acceptable to arrive at work this early? The mandate was to be on site before 7 a.m. Upon receiving this onboarding message, Su Hao was astounded. To avoid tardiness, he had summoned the fervor of a gamer vying for a limited release and dashed to catch the first subway. Along the way, he mused, surely, I am not the only one foolish enough to arrive this early. What if the company gate is still locked? However, upon arriving at the financial district, the scene before him left him utterly dumbfounded. Goodness, the spectacle. Everywhere he looked, the street was teeming with a throng of sharply dressed professionals, bustling with urgency, exuding an ominous aura of competitiveness. Was the finance sector truly this intense? Yet, upon reflection, it made sense for a private equity firm to start work at 7 a.m. as the stock market opened at 9:30 a.m. To be fully prepared before the market opened, one must arrive early. Earlier still, those who dealt with money were undoubtedly masters of time management. Just then, buzz. His phone vibrated in his pocket like a startled toy. Who would call at this hour? Su Hao pulled it out, and his pupils dilated. Unsurprisingly, it was the guild leader who had forcibly thrust him into this financial empire. Oh, should I address him as brother or chairman? A hearty yet mischievous laugh echoed from the other end. Haha, let's keep it informal. Just call me brother. So, have you arrived at the company? Yes, I'm downstairs. But brother, I know nothing. Will I be a hindrance to you all? Haha, fret not. I've inquired. You'll be working as a trading assistant, which means you'll be doing some minor tasks. I believe you can manage. By the way, remember to make time to take the fun qualification exam. Thank you, brother. I will strive to do my best. Oh, and if anyone asks how you got in, keep your mouth shut. Just say you don't know. Especially about the gaming part. Don't mention it at all. Understood? Alright, I'm hanging up now. Don't forget to log on tonight for the dungeon raid. Good. Okay, brother. I understand. After the call ended, Suhao remained bewildered, feeling as though he were in a dream. The guild leader, with whom he had battled in games and shared jokes, had transformed into a financial mogul? And because of their shared gaming experience, he had been directly parachuted into the company? This plot was more far-fetched than a K-drama. Who would believe it if he told them? In the manager's office of the trading division, Zhou scrutinized the new arrival, Suhao, who had been personally delivered by the HR manager. Zhou was originally engrossed in analyzing freshly released overseas macroeconomic data, evaluating the turbulent international market in preparation for the impending morning trading session. However, this unexpected connection had disrupted his routine, compelling him to extricate himself from his intense preparation to handle this hot potato. The frustration of being interrupted mid-flow ignited an inexplicable irritation within him. Have you worked in finance or any other industry before? No, this is my first job. Have you participated in simulated trading? Or do you have any investment experience? No, but I am eager to learn. Zhou felt an avalanche of disbelief wash over him. Good heavens, a complete novice, a financial greenhorn. This was akin to parachuting in a blank slate. A rookie who needed to be taught everything from scratch. Nevertheless, upon regaining composure, Zhou reflected on the rationale behind HR's decision. The trading division's work, while intense and high pressure, was primarily suited for seasoned traders who faced significant performance demands. For trading assistants, there was not much substantive work at the outset. Their main tasks included running errands, serving tea, organizing materials, and performing basic supportive roles. At most, they might conduct simple trading exercises using a simulated account, shadowing experienced employees to glean some rudimentary knowledge. They were never privy to core operations. Simply put, it was a position meant for passing time. It seemed the higher-ups recognized this and had placed this young heir here to gain some experience. This method of accumulating experience at the grassroots level before ascending to management was the standard path for those with connections. In essence, this individual was destined to be a fleeting presence in the trading department, not lingering for long. Realizing this eased Zhou earlier irritation. A transient figure should be treated as such. Li Huilin. Zhou called. Yes, manager. A crisp, efficient female voice responded as she approached. This is our new recruit, Suhao. From today onward, he will be our trading assistant. Huilin, please mentor him and help him acclimate to his duties. Understood. Li Huilin nodded. She had guided newcomers before. Over the years, the trading division had become a revolving door, welcoming many bright-eyed young individuals. However, the majority could not withstand the pressure and fled within 3 months. This was hardly surprising. The intensity of the trading department's work was not something most could endure. For instance, newcomers were required to arrive by 7 a.m. daily to prepare morning briefings, set up meeting rooms, and tackle various tasks, often running around ceaselessly. Even more daunting was that as they became more familiar with the business, the workload would exponentially increase. The trading market was ever-changing, and decisions made by seasoned traders were measured in seconds. They might require a plethora of intricate data, charts, and research reports at any moment. As a newcomer, one had to operate like a battlefield messenger, delivering precisely what the traders needed with utmost speed and accuracy. A moment's hesitation could result in a scathing reprimand. After all, this is a financial battlefield where trillions of dollars flow daily. Speed is currency, and efficiency is life. Furthermore, even if one fortuitously survives the probationary period, the subsequent monthly performance evaluations are even more ruthless. Failure to generate profits or meet targets will lead to being shown the door. Without a steely resolve, one simply cannot endure. For newcomers, the very first lesson is to brew coffee. The trading department's big shots are all caffeine addicts. Prior to the morning meeting, we must prepare the coffee in advance. By the way, Manager Zhou is a fitness fanatic and abstains from coffee, so his portion can be skipped. Li Huilin skillfully operated the coffee machine while speaking. All right, Sister Huilin. Suhao nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains, even pulling out a small notebook to jot down everything Li Huilin said. This left Li Huilin with a relatively positive first impression of the newcomer. Additionally, one must also organize various documents. Although initially not allowed to directly engage in analysis or decision-making, this presents an excellent opportunity for learning. It is essential to diligently read the daily research reports and ask questions if anything is unclear. Understood. Got it. The prompt and decisive response, coupled with a positive attitude, further pleased Li Huilin. Just as she was elaborating on the various points of attention, she suddenly seemed to recall something and curiously inquired, "By the way, Su Hao, which university did you graduate from?" "Ah, university? Yes, seeing how capable you are, you must have graduated from a prestigious institution, right? Tsinghua or Peking University, perhaps? You might even be my junior. I graduated from Hu City Industrial College." Hu City Industrial College. Upon hearing this, Li Huilin's smile instantly stiffened. She vaguely remembered it being a relatively low-ranked, ordinary second-tier university. How did a graduate from such an institution end up in Fenghuan Investment, a top-tier private equity firm? Could it be? Haha, let's not discuss that anymore. The morning meeting is about to begin. Let's head to the conference room. Alright, okay. This time, the U.S. non-farm payroll data significantly exceeded expectations, and coupled with the CPI data, market volatility is bound to intensify. Regarding the A-shares, in the medium to long term, artificial intelligence and robotics remain our key focus areas, but short-term attention should be on annual report performances. Moreover, the gold sector, which brought us decent returns last week, is showing obvious signs of overheating and has entered an overbought zone, so we must be wary of the risk of a correction. We can consider using margin trading or over-the-counter options to establish some short positions and also watch for arbitrage opportunities between New York and London gold prices. Understood. Su Hao listened, utterly bewildered, his expression one of confusion. What the? Although it's familiar Chinese, when pieced together, it feels like an incomprehensible script. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of composure, pretending to listen attentively while swiftly jotting down the incomprehensible technical terms in his notebook, preparing to inquire with Li Huilin after the meeting. During the meeting, Department Manager Zhou Yi sat upright, attentively listening to the trading staff's reports on the latest market dynamics and data analysis, while methodically issuing various trading directives and orchestrating the overall trading strategy for the day. Observing this scene, Su Hao experienced a peculiar sense of déjà vu. It was reminiscent of a leader briefing their team on tactics and task assignments before embarking on a large raid in a video game. This unexpected association jolted Su Hao's previously muddled mind into a state of inexplicable excitement. Alright, this will be our strategy for the morning session. Zhou Yi concluded the information-laden meeting with a resounding statement. Everyone promptly stood up and swiftly left the conference room, hurrying back to their respective stations. Huilin, please teach Su Hao the basic operation process for simulated trading, starting from the fundamentals, Zhou Yi directed, pointing at Su Hao. Yes, manager. Li Huilin nodded in agreement, then led the bewildered Su Hao back to their workstation, opening the computer and displaying a colorful trading interface. The reason we must first engage in simulated trading is quite simple, Li Huilin explained while demonstrating. The company certainly cannot hand you real money to practice with from the outset, right? Therefore, before becoming a formal trader, newcomers must accumulate experience through simulated trading to familiarize themselves with the market. Moreover, the results of simulated trading are also an important evaluation criterion for newcomers. This explanation provided Su Hao with a clearer understanding of simulated trading. It turned out that simulated trading was not merely practice, it was also a crucial assessment tool. So, if I perform well in simulated trading, can I become a formal trader? Of course. In the securities industry, especially in our trading department, performance is everything. Academic credentials, experience, and connections are all irrelevant. What matters is how much money you can make, how much value you can create for the company. Performance supremacy. These four words encapsulate both the allure and the ruthless nature of this industry. Just then, a piercing ringtone abruptly shattered the last remnants of tranquility in the office. Oh, the market has opened, Li Huilin exclaimed softly, and the previously calm office instantly erupted into chaos, the atmosphere transforming into a frenzy of excitement and agitation. Everyone seemed to be suddenly invigorated, furiously tapping on keyboards and rapidly switching screens. The cacophony of ringing phones, keyboard clatter, and mouse clicks intertwined into a chaotic and frenzied symphony. During this time, it is the most leisurely period for us trading assistants. The big shots are all preoccupied with trading and have no time to pay us any mind. So, this is the perfect opportunity to engage in simulated trading and accumulate practical experience. Come, let me first teach you how to place an order. However, at that moment, Su Hao's attention was entirely diverted from Li Huilin's explanation. His gaze was fixated on the screen displaying incomprehensible line graphs, dazzling stock codes, and the constantly flickering red and green numbers. He felt as if he had been electrified, completely frozen in place. An indescribable tingling sensation began to spread from his fingertips, coursing through his entire body like an electric current, causing him to shiver and his scalp to tingle. What is happening? This feeling pointed towards the ST Zhongruan stock on the screen, which at that moment appeared to be a vibrant green. If he viewed the ST Zhongruan before him as a treasure chest waiting to be opened in a game, he had an intense premonition that this chest concealed something extraordinary. The tremors originating from the depths of his soul, the overwhelming anticipation surging through his brain, sent his adrenaline skyrocketing. At that moment, reason was completely cast aside. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, he suddenly seized the mouse. Click! The crisp sound of a mouse click echoed. With all his might, he slammed the red buy button. Chapter 3. The price surge. Oh no! Li Huilin was taken aback by his sudden action, exclaiming, Su Hao, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly click buy? I haven't finished explaining yet. Oh no! On the first day of work, before even starting, he's already in trouble. Su Hao's heart sank as he realized the gravity of the situation. This is an ST stock. And just look at the market. There are only sell orders. Are there any buy orders? None. Yes. This signifies that the stock is firmly locked at its daily limit down. Do you understand? What should be done then? Fortunately, this is merely a simulated account, not real money. If you dare to act so recklessly with actual funds, the manager could very well toss you out of the window. Upon hearing this, Su Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing her scream in terror moments ago, he feared that the company had incurred real losses. However, the issue remains, as I mentioned earlier, our simulated trading is indeed included in the assessment. Li Huilin murmured, her voice laced with genuine concern, as if she were more anxious about the potential mistake than about herself. Only with commendable simulated trading results can one hope to pass the evaluation. But now, you've squandered all the simulated funds on this ST stock. My apologies. Oh, why apologize? Li Huilin chuckled lightly. Everyone has been a novice at some point. Making minor mistakes is perfectly normal. I recall my early days in the industry, when I made far more outrageous blunders than this. Of course, this incident might affect the assessment somewhat, but no worries. I'll have a word with the manager. It will be all right. Su Hao stared blankly at her sincere smile. What a truly kind-hearted person. He felt an overwhelming wave of gratitude and silently awarded Li Huilin a grand good person card. Yet, to commit such a rudimentary error on the very first day of work was utterly mortifying. Nevertheless, the intense sensation that had made him tremble earlier was unmistakably vivid and powerful. It was precisely that almost fateful intuition that had compelled him to press the buy button at that moment. However, in the game, the feedback on whether it's a prized asset or worthless junk is immediate after pressing the button. Yet, the stock market resembles a fathomless quagmire, utterly inscrutable. On the screen, that ST stock remains stubbornly locked at the limit down, its green hue inducing palpable anxiety. Could it be that he had truly misjudged the situation? Perhaps that so-called gaming ability bore no relevance to real-world stock investments? Or maybe he possessed no special abilities at all. Everything prior was merely a stroke of luck. Never mind. Focus on the work at hand. Stop overthinking. The official trading hours commence at 9:30 in the morning. However, due to the existence of stock index futures and collective bidding, the silent battle had quietly begun at 9:15. It would rage on until 3:15 in the afternoon before the final bell would toll. This is a war devoid of gunpowder and artillery, yet fought with real capital. Capable of making hearts race and blood pressure soar. The trading department undoubtedly represents the fastest-paced and most high-pressure environment within the entire company. Here, what do the individuals believe in? Quick in and quick out. Short-term supremacy. One must pounce like the hungriest of wolf cubs at the moment prices fluctuate, seizing the opportunity, extracting profit from the ever-changing lines. Indeed, this is a ruthless battlefield of decisive action. In this arena, the holding period for stocks is exceedingly brief, rarely exceeding a week. Typically, before the market closes, either a short-selling hedge is executed or off-market options are locked in. Profit must be secured without fail. In some sense, this could be considered a T0 strategy. The mantra cash is king, secure your gains is etched into the very DNA of the department. Those who adhere to a long-term holding philosophy are destined to feel out of place amidst the department's atmosphere. They are better suited for asset management or research departments, where the pursuit of value investing reigns supreme. Manager Zhou Yi, head of the trading department, holds a deep-seated disdain for slow-paced transactions. What he cherishes is this environment that sends adrenaline surging and dopamine spiraling into ecstasy. Here, every day, every minute, every second. The red and green lines representing gains and losses engage in fierce combat. Like soldiers clashing on the battlefield, they fight with blood and flesh, life and death at stake. Traders, engaged in high-stakes psychological warfare, toss smoke bombs, fire surprise shots, dig pits, plant mines, and then wield their sickles to reap their opponent's chips. Consequently, the dopamine-infused short videos that captivate today as youth seem utterly mundane to him. The thrills they offer pale in comparison to the real-time, high-stakes battles fought with actual capital in the trading arena, resembling mere child-esque play. This is the true paradise capable of sending an adult's dopamine system into a euphoric explosion. This is the core reason Zhou Yi chose to remain at this company. Of course, he is often asked, why not venture out on your own, trading with your own funds? Wouldn't that be more liberating and exhilarating? Absolutely not. Trading with company funds allows for a subconscious retention of an observer-esque clarity, leading to more rational judgments. However, the moment one considers that it is their own hard-earned money at stake, the innate greed and fear encoded in human genetics can instantaneously obliterate all reason and judgment, reducing one to a drifting leaf amidst the turbulent waves of emotions. Countless brilliant traders who once thrived within the company have quickly plummeted from grace and shattered upon taking flight with their own funds. The reason is clear. As the closing bell echoed, the air seemed to linger with the scent of battle. Xiao Wu, please organize today's position report and trading records for me. Oh, and have you marked the special circumstances? Ah, yes. The report is ready and will be sent to you along with the data shortly. Excellent. It needs to be done promptly. I must formulate tomorrow's market strategy based on this. After assigning tasks to the traders, Zhou Yi, having sat all day, seized the opportunity to stretch his body. He retrieved dumbbells from beneath his desk, rolled up his sleeves, and began his workout. Each day post-market close, he engages in several sets of strength training with dumbbells, striving to delay muscle loss, followed by a shake of protein powder. This has become his unwavering ritual. As for dinner, it remains as bland and unvaried as ever, typically consisting of chicken breast. At that moment, he noticed a figure standing nearby, appearing hesitant, as if contemplating whether to interrupt. Huilin, is there something you need? Zhou Yi inquired while lifting the dumbbells. Ah, yes, manager. I apologize for interrupting your workout, Li Huilin replied with a slight bow. No problem, just keeping active. Speak up, what is on your mind? She succinctly reported the incident involving the new employee. So, you're saying that the newcomer, who just joined today, mistakenly invested the entire simulated account into an ST stock at the limit down price. Zhou Yi's brow furrowed slightly, pausing his exercise. Yes. He might have accidentally clicked the wrong option while I was explaining the operation. Moreover, that stock has been locked at the limit down all day. I'm concerned this could affect his evaluation as a newcomer. I understand your concern, Zhou Yi interjected. You need not worry about the assessment. Please continue to guide the newcomer. Ah, all right. Thank you, manager. As Zhou Yi watched Li Huilin depart, he felt a wave of reflection wash over him. Li Huilin, indeed, embodies her name. Her demeanor resonates with her essence. Naturally beautiful and kind-hearted, yet in this harsh world, where values are quantified solely by cold numbers and the strong prey upon the weak, she appears like a delicate white lotus misplaced in a jungle of steel. Standing out starkly, Zhou Yi intended to dismiss thoughts of Su Hao. But the new employee's connection and his clumsy operation persisted in his mind like a stubborn pop-up ad, flashing incessantly at the edges of his consciousness. Full investment. Limit down, purchasing an ST stock? If any of these three operations had been executed in the real market, that fellow would have been packing his bags to leave today. However, there were no losses in the simulated account. Even so, an indescribable sense of dissonance lingered. Even if there was a misstep, it should have been due to his own hand clicking the buy button and confirming the action. Could the mouse have developed a mind of its own to place orders? Perhaps this particular stock held some significance. The stock that Su Hao had fully invested in was a gold concept stock, ST Zhongruan. ST stocks, due to their delisting risks and poor liquidity, carry significantly higher risks than ordinary stocks, and trading them is explicitly prohibited within the company. Moreover, today, due to technical adjustments in the gold market, the entire gold sector was a sea of red, glaringly green. Could it truly be a mere slip of the hand? Never mind. He admonished himself. It was just a connection, likely there to experience a taste of life, gold-plated, and then gone. As for the newcomer assessment, passing it was out of the question. How could a novice who could not even comprehend a line chart be promoted to a formal trader, entrusted with real capital? Zhou Yi was not so naive, and the higher-ups in the company surely were not so foolish. So let him be, let him flounder, and see what he could come up with. Time truly flies. Before he knew it, the clock had struck 7 in the evening. Su Hao had entered the company at 7 in the morning and had been confined within this small space for a full 12 hours. Yet curiously, the day seemed to have passed in the blink of an eye. Time truly accelerates when one is here. Li Huilin, while tidying up her belongings, laughed and remarked that it was likely because everything here emphasized that speed is life, and everyone was racing against time. During the initial phase of the market opening, the two of them, being idle, had little to do. However, once trading entered a heated phase, tasks and commands flooded in from all directions. Quick, print this report. Deliver that data to the foreign exchange trading group. Coffee. We need a caffeine boost. Su Hao was completely bewildered, trailing behind Li Huilin like a junior, learning as he went. But really, Su Hao, Li Huilin encouraged with a smile, you've performed quite well for your first day on the job. See you tomorrow. Oh, thank you, Huilin. All right, see you tomorrow. Su Hao stood there, somewhat dazed, watching Li Huilin's figure gradually fade into the distance. To be honest, the intensity of today's work far exceeded his expectations. Yet, it was only natural. This was a top-tier private equity firm that countless financial talents aspired to join. Complaining just on the first day seemed rather absurd. He thought of his parents, still toiling away to support him, the once dependent son, and realized their struggles far surpassed his own, sitting in an air-conditioned office. Moreover, with Li Huilin guiding him, he had already had a remarkably good start. What right did he have to complain? He needed to keep pushing forward. Looking at the time, oh no, it's time for the game. The president and the others are still waiting for me. Su Hao immediately quickened his pace, almost sprinting towards the subway station. In the early hours of 6 or 7, the city had yet to fully awaken, and the weary commuters, yawning and sighing, began their daily commute. This epitomized the rapid pace of modern corporate life. Yet, there was always a peculiar group who not only expressed no complaints, but instead appeared in the office with an almost reverent devotion, arriving early. They were the traders. This group of individuals would become restless and agitated during the weekends when the stock market was closed, their fingers involuntarily twitching as if experiencing withdrawal. The anxiety and restlessness they felt were akin to gamblers rushing into a casino, yearning for the roulette to spin. Of course, not all traders were like this. However, at least in Zhou Yi's career thus far, more than half of the traders he had encountered exhibited this dopamine addiction trait. Zhou Yi was once again the earliest person to arrive in the office. He meticulously reviewed a deluge of documents and reports, needing to understand what significant events were stirring the global capital markets on the other side of the globe. He swiftly filtered through information while sipping his protein shake. Coffee. That was merely for the ordinary. Good morning, manager. Gradually, his team members appeared in the office like well-oiled gears, arriving punctually. Everyone prepare. We have a morning meeting in 15 minutes. Yes. The brief morning meeting primarily focused on reviewing the previous day's market, analyzing the current situation, and adjusting and confirming the trading strategies initially devised based on the latest information. After issuing a series of directives, Zhou Yi returned to his desk, equipped with multiple screens. Only a minute remained until the market opened. Despite having navigated this industry for many years, this moment still tightened his heart with anxiety and indescribable excitement. His fingers itched to strike the keyboard, a signal of the impending battle. Ding ding ding. The market opening bell rang like a starting gun, instantly shattering the stillness. Zhou Yi's fingers transformed into fluttering butterflies, darting across the keyboard and mouse with urgency. His gaze flitted between the large displays before him, capturing the rapidly changing market data. His brain operating like an overclocked CPU, feverishly calculating and assessing. When the market movements validated his strategy, an indescribable sense of accomplishment and a tide of dopamine swept over him. Within those fleeting hours, he could experience countless emotional roller coasters, descending from heaven to hell and back again. Immersed in such extreme emotional fluctuations, time often lost its meaning. Before he knew it, 6 hours had whizzed by, and suddenly, it was time to close the market. At this moment, Zhou Yi always felt an inexplicable emptiness, like a child who had played wildly at an amusement park. Faced with the closing of the park and the end of the fun, his heart brimmed with endless loss and melancholy, reluctant to leave. Manager, today's reports and data are ready. I'll send them to you shortly. The voice of a subordinate pulled him back from his momentary distraction. Reality did not allow him to linger in such emotions for too long. Today's battle had concluded, but tomorrow's skirmish was on the horizon. He had to immediately review and prepare new ammunition. All right, send it over. Any special circumstances? Today, several stocks experienced exceptionally significant gains. The relevant information has been compiled into a document and sent to you. Understood. Zhou Yi opened the document and began to examine today's market anomaly report, focusing on stocks that had surged dramatically or unexpectedly plummeted. Identifying the reasons behind these fluctuations was one of their core tasks during daily reviews. He scrolled through the stock movement list, scanning the winners and losers of the market, the intertwining red and green numbers composing a tragicomic narrative of capital. At that moment, one particular stock on the list caught his eye like a pop-up window. The name was strikingly familiar. Wait, this is an absurd thought that flashed through his mind. He quickly pulled up the trading record of the newcomer's simulated account from yesterday. The data that popped up on the screen confirmed his suspicion, yet left him incredulous. St. Jean 5. St. Jean had been suspended in the morning due to news and opened with a limit up in the afternoon. Joey could not help but emit a brief, peculiar chuckle, interlaced with disbelief and a hint of absurdity. The reason behind the sudden surge in St. Jean stock price was soon uncovered. The Zhaojin Group announced its acquisition of a 20% stake in St. Jean, leading to a change in the company's actual controller to the local government. As a prominent titan in the domestic gold industry, Zhaojin Group's entry ignited fervent expectations in the market for asset infusion and resource integration. Drawing from Zhou Yi's extensive experience, he surmised that this stock, poised for a meteoric rise, would afford no further opportunities for latecomers. It was bound to experience consecutive limit-up trading sessions. Yet, this very stock was firmly in the hands of an insider who held a full position, despite being merely a simulated trading environment. The missed opportunity for tangible profits was disheartening, but a more potent thought began to swirl in his mind. How did this individual come to possess insider information beforehand? Reflecting on the morning meeting yesterday, the team had indeed deliberated over factors such as the U.S. non-farm payroll and CPI data, the strengthening dollar, and the technical pressures on gold. At that moment, nearly all traders in the company, including himself, had anticipated that gold stocks would continue to face downward adjustments. The market's initial reaction corroborated this expectation. However, that newcomer seemed to possess an uncanny insight, unearthing a singular hidden gem from a heap of refuse. Yet Li Huilin had clearly stated that he had made an inadvertent purchase. The more Zhou pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. This was simply illogical. Against the backdrop of widespread bearish sentiment toward gold stocks, how could anyone precisely select St. Jean from among thousands of stocks and wager their entire position at the limit down price? Such a maneuver, upon scrutiny, appeared far too calculated to be mere chance. It felt more like a disguise, or even a provocation. Subsequently, Zhou entertained a rather ludicrous possibility. Could this individual be a person of considerable background and connections, perhaps wielding substantial influence? Perhaps feeling that the role of trading assistant belittled his stature, he deliberately chose a sector perceived as bleak and pinpointed the most formidable stock within it, then retaliated against his dissatisfaction by fully committing at the limit down price in such an extreme manner? The mere thought sent a shiver down Zhou Yi's spine. Chapter 4. Caught by my parents. As if struck by an invisible force, Su Hao jolted awake, his eyes snapping open. What time was it? His consciousness still hazy. He fumbled for his phone to illuminate the screen. A suppressed sigh escaped him, laden with endless regret. There were still a full 10 minutes before his alarm was set to ring. 10 whole minutes. He could have indulged in an additional 10 minutes of slumber. This sensation felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the dark days of his senior year in high school, where every minute of sleep felt like stolen nectar. Should he sleep a little longer? Just 10 minutes? The thought crossed his mind, but was swiftly extinguished. Ugh, what nonsense. A bitter smile crept across his face as he recognized his own nature. If he were to close his eyes now, the alarm would undoubtedly go unheard, and he would surely drift into a deep slumber until lunchtime. By then, not only would he miss work, but he might also struggle to recall his own surname. With a determined effort, he engaged in a strenuous battle against the confines of his bed, gritting his teeth and summoning every ounce of strength to sit up. His bones ached with fatigue. Ugh, he shouldn't have stayed up late playing games yesterday. He recalled the older members in his guild, weary from their day jobs, still finding the energy to log on and engage in battle. Their tenacity was truly commendable. Oh no, time had slipped away again. That momentary distraction had cost him another 10 minutes. His heart raced, and without further delay, he dashed into the bathroom. Morning rituals? Non-existent. The quickest method: turn on the shower and let the icy water cascade over him. The bone-chilling cold jolted him awake, clearing his mind significantly. With his left hand, he grabbed the shampoo and hastily applied it to his hair, massaging it briefly before rinsing it out. Done. This method was invigorating. He flicked his damp hair, droplets splattering around him, infused with the faint scent of shampoo. How nostalgic. Had it been in the days of relying on his parents, he would undoubtedly still be engaged in an exhilarating game at this hour. Then, exhausted yet satisfied, he would collapse into bed, drifting into a deep, dreamless sleep. Alas, those good days were gone forever. He hastily gathered himself, exiting the bathroom and making his way to the living room. Suddenly, he paused. At the dining table, his parents, who should have still been lost in slumber, were seated upright, their gazes piercing. Why were they up so early? A sense of dread washed over him. Was the noise he made too loud? Su Hao, come sit down, his father commanded, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. What's going on? You've been leaving the house before dawn lately. What are you up to? Are you really going for interviews at this hour? His mother's tone was filled with concern and scrutiny, her eyes scanning him from head to toe. The inevitable had finally arrived. Su Hao took a deep breath, as if making a momentous decision. Actually, I found a job. What? His mother's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Weren't you going for an interview? I'm heading to work now. He had already been employed at Fanghuan Investment for 3 days. During the first 2 days, he had felt a mix of anxiety and uncertainty, unsure how long this unexpected job would last. Hence he had refrained from mentioning it to his family. But today, he felt it was time to share. He retrieved an item from his pocket and placed it on the table, producing a soft thud. What? Fanghuan Investment? His father's tone shifted dramatically as he sprang to his feet. Wait, are you talking about that Fanghuan Investment? His mother was equally taken aback, leaning closer to the table. Their eyes were fixated on the name badge and business card Su Hao had produced, as if they would burn holes through them with their intensity. Is this a real business card? His father picked up the card, his fingers trembling with excitement as he examined the gilded lettering. Oh my God, it really is Fanghuan Investment's name badge. What on earth is going on? His mother's face was a canvas of disbelief, her gaze darting between the badge and her son. After the initial shock, his mother suddenly seized Su Hao's hand with such force that it caused him mild pain, her fingertips cool and trembling against his skin. How? Did your parents pressure you too much, so you made a fake business card to deceive us? Mom knows what kind of place Fanghuan Investment is. How could you possibly get in there? Her voice carried a hint of panic, as if she had already concluded that her son was spinning an outrageous lie. TSK, Su Hao clicked his tongue. There was no way to refute that statement. In the past, Fanghuan Investment was indeed a place he would not have dared to dream of. Its barriers were insurmountably high. Yet, he was not lying. He was genuinely working there now. Admittedly, the process was rather bizarre. It's a long story, but I really am working there, and I need to leave now. The market opens at 9:30, and I have a lot to prepare. As a trading assistant, one must possess the awareness of a trading assistant. Running errands and taking care of trivial matters is the very least that can be expected. It is my duty to ensure the senior traders can also reap substantial rewards today. Thus, he could not afford to be late. How? Tell your mother the truth. His mother insisted relentlessly. Come on, you know our son well enough, his father interjected, setting down the business card and looking at his son with a complex gaze. His performance in school was mediocre. He tends to be lazy, yet he plays games with fervor. This boy has many flaws, but lying is not one of them. Especially not about something this significant. Dad, are you praising me or criticizing me? Su Hao asked, slightly pouting, yet feeling warmth in his heart. So, son, this matter is true, right? Yes. Su Hao nodded vigorously, his gaze resolute. All right, I trust you. His father picked up the business card from Fanghuan Investment as if it were a rare treasure, meticulously examining each word with his fingers. Your acceptance signifies your capabilities. They have recognized your worth. A long-awaited, genuine smile of pride spread across his father's face. I knew my son would succeed. Thank you, Dad. I'll be off now. Hurry along. You mustn't be late for work. His father waved his hand. Su Hao swiftly gathered his things and dashed towards the door. Just as he opened it, his mother rushed up, stuffing 2 boiled eggs, a bun, and an apple into his hands. Eat on the way. Don't let yourself go hungry. The familiar taste carried his mother's unique warmth, a sensation he seemed to have not felt in a long time. By the way, you need to buy a few more suits. You can't wear the same one every day. I'll go shopping with you this weekend, his mother said, opening her arms for a tight embrace, which also felt like a long-lost comfort. With the faint fragrance of his mother and the solid feeling of home enveloping him, his father joined in, clumsily giving him a pat on the back. Work hard, son. If you're too tired, just let us know. Don't push yourself, all right? Su Hao felt a sudden pang in his nose. Was this the feeling of being acknowledged? His heart felt as if it were gently stirred, warm and buoyant, dispelling the last remnants of the morning chill. Oh dear, I'm running late. I must go? All right. I'll make your favorite for dinner. Call me when you finish work. Got it, he replied, turning on his heels and stepping out with a lightness in his stride that felt unprecedented. Upon entering the trading department, he was greeted by Li Huilan's teasing voice. You barely made it, Su Hao. You were just a minute away from being late. Phew, that was close. Su Hao sighed, wiping the sweat from his forehead. I'm sorry, Sister Huilan. I should have arrived earlier. No worries, she chuckled, waving her hand. I've got your back. Even if you're late, I'll cover for you. The refreshing morning commenced with sorting through mountains of reports. Yesterday was a whirlwind. Wasn't he it? Li Huilin commented as she skillfully organized the files. Indeed, Su Hao replied, still feeling the remnants of anxiety. I thought my first day would be hectic enough, but yesterday was something else entirely. That was an exceptional situation, Li Huilin explained. The market experienced an unprecedented volatility. Such occurrences are rare, so don't worry. She discreetly assessed this newcomer, realizing that, despite being only 3 days in, he displayed remarkable acumen. In contrast to other rookies who took months to find their footing, this Su Hao was impressively quick and perceptive, as if he instinctively knew when and where to act. Thanks to him, the preparations before the market opened were remarkably efficient. She even found a moment to enjoy a cup of steaming coffee while gazing out the floor-to-ceiling windows, a luxury in her typically busy mornings. Oh, by the way, Li Huilin suddenly recalled, I forgot to check the simulated trading yesterday. Did you take a look? No, I was too preoccupied running around with you, he replied, recalling how he had pushed a cart brimming with various items, darting between trading teams. He had initially thought that trading assistants only needed to stay within their designated group. But that was far from the truth. During times of manpower shortages, especially amidst turbulent market fluctuations, they had to support other teams. Yesterday, he had practically been the department's delivery boy, running himself ragged. I was just thinking, Li Huilin said, lifting her coffee cup and taking a sip. Instead of letting that simulated investment continue to lose, it would be wiser to close it early. Once the adjustments are over, we can have more firepower to re-enter. Really? Yes, I'll guide you through the process to recoup the losses. Let me think. Last time we bought St. Zhongruan, right? Let us check yesterday's closing price. To leisurely sip morning coffee in the office was a rare delight, as Li Huilin indulged in this moment of pleasure. She clicked her mouse to open the stock price page for St. Zhongruan. In the next instant, a sudden spray of coffee erupted from her mouth, tracing a dramatic arc through the air. Su Hao, seated across from her, was startled by this unexpected projectile, instinctively leaning back while hurriedly handing her a tissue. Sister Huilin, are you all right? Ah, Su Hao, look at this. Li Huilin, disregarding the coffee stains at her mouth, pointed at the screen with trembling fingers, her eyes wide like saucers. On the screen, glaringly red numbers flashed. St. Zhongruan had hit its upper limit. It was the very stock he had purchased amidst a market plunge, when all gold stocks were spiraling downwards. Chapter 5. This kid undoubtedly has something special, Li Huilin observed Su Hao's expression as he gazed at the screen. It was somewhat enigmatic. Though it could be described as surprise, it didn't entirely fit. A flicker of understanding seemed to pass through his pupils, suggesting he possessed an insight that even he had not anticipated. I just saw it too. How did it manage to rise? His tone carried an odd unease, as if he were trying to conceal something. Was it merely her imagination? Li Huilin's mind buzzed with questions. How could he have selected this particular stock among so many gold shares? Such a coincidence seemed almost too precise, as if he had plucked the only shining star from the darkness. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she pressed, You really didn't know? Huh. Leaning in closer, Li Huilin lowered her voice. Did you already know it was going to rise today? In no way. Su Hao's gaze flickered, instinctively diverting away. That made sense. Li Huilin steadied herself, realizing the absurdity of her thoughts. At that time, the entire market believed that gold had surged too high, and with the reduction of long positions in U.S. gold futures, even seasoned traders anticipated a correction for gold stocks. How could a newcomer who had just joined 2 days ago and barely recognized the charts possibly have insider knowledge? Surely, it was just pure luck on his part. At that moment, Su Hao, a deep, penetrating voice resonated through the office. It was Manager Zhou Yi. Yes, Manager. Su Hao immediately stood at attention. Zhou Yi's gaze swept over Su Hao, Li Huilin, and the chaotic desk, revealing no discernible expression. He merely nodded slightly. Come with me. I need to discuss something privately. Yes. Su Hao did not dare to delay, and quickly followed. Watching Su Hao's somewhat slender figure trail behind Manager Zhou Yi's robust frame into the manager's office, Li Huilin cautiously wiped the coffee stains from the documents, her mind racing with speculation. What could this sudden summons mean? Surely it wasn't he to reprimand him? He had performed admirably yesterday, hadn't he? Did the manager notice the simulated trading? Entering Zhou Yi's independent office, Su Hao felt somewhat bewildered. When he purchased that stock, it had been firmly locked at its daily limit down, leading him to believe his abilities had completely failed him, leaving him rather disheartened. Coupled with the hectic chaos of yesterday, spinning like a top, he hardly had time to attend to its fate. To his surprise, it had risen. It had even hit the daily limit up. Su Hao, Zhou Yi, seated in the chair opposite him, interlaced his fingers on the table, his bulging biceps nearly straining against the fabric of his shirt. You've been here for 3 days. How are you finding it? Are you settling in? Quite well, manager. My colleagues have been very considerate, and I am still learning to adapt to the work. That is good to hear. I had initially intended for you to take your time and not rush into the specifics. However, as you saw yesterday, the market was extremely volatile, and the entire department was in a frenzy. I had no choice. That is all right. No problem at all. Please assign me any tasks you need. I am eager to learn and work hard. Joey paused, his sharp gaze appraising him, scrutinizing him for several seconds, which made Su Hao feel a bit uneasy. Finally, Joey spoke slowly, his voice low yet clear. In our trading department, currently, only I am aware of this matter. Su Hao was taken aback. What matter? You were appointed directly by the chairman to join us. Su Hao instantly comprehended. The manager had known all along about his connections. Of course, such matters likely wouldn't remain hidden for long. Within days, word would spread, and the entire department would probably be aware. As Joey spoke, he picked up a large shaker emblazoned with the gym's logo from the table, unscrewed the lid, and took a sip. The cup contained a murky, viscous liquid that emitted a peculiar sweet odor. Su Hao recalled Li Huijin gossiping that this was the high-protein muscle gain powder the manager consumed daily. No wonder the manager had such a muscular physique. Normally, I do not pry into others' private matters, but given the circumstances, I must ask, are you related to the chairman? Not at all. Su Hao immediately shook his head in denial. Not. Then why would the chairman personally intervene to place someone with no experience or background like you into our department? You must understand that under normal circumstances, you would never gain entry into Fenghuan investment. The question was remarkably direct, even ruthlessly so. Su Hao's mind raced with the chairman's repeated admonitions, no matter what. He must never mention that they met in an online game. Absolutely not. As for the reasoning behind this secrecy, Su Hao now vaguely understood. If people within the company discovered that the chairman of the prestigious Fenghuan investment had forcibly placed a nobody, whom he met in a game, into the core trading department, it would undoubtedly create a scandal. It might swiftly turn him into a laughingstock within the company and the entire financial sector. Taking a deep breath, Su Hao raised his head, meeting Zhou Yi's gaze, striving to sound sincere and resolute. I'm sorry, manager, but I cannot disclose that. Very well. Zhou Yi regarded him intently, seemingly unfazed, but his expression grew even more profound. Since you cannot say, I will not press further. However, there is another matter. What about the ST Zhongruan you purchased in your simulated account? Indeed, Su Hao's heart sank. The manager had sought him out specifically regarding this issue. He could only brace himself and continue with his previous explanation. That was merely good luck, purely coincidental. Luck? Zhou Yi inquired. Do you know what our trader's daily target yield is? Typically, it ranges from 1 to 1. During tumultuous market conditions like yesterday, top traders might seize opportunities for gains of 3 to 5. However, they also risk bearing equally substantial, if not greater, losses. Hence, we set our daily targets conservatively. What is our greatest fear? It is the prospect of someone recklessly pursuing high returns and incurring even greater losses. Li Huijin had mentioned this to him previously. The team's monthly target hovered between 3 to 10, already a benchmark of excellence in the industry. However, you achieved in one day what most traders accomplish in a month. Not to mention that this stock could very well continue to hit multiple daily limits up. Zhou Yi leaned forward slightly, his gaze piercing. To be honest, this level of accuracy surpasses what our conventional analysis can achieve. Frankly, are you privy to information that we at this level have yet to access? Or is it merely luck? Su Hao fell silent once more. He had no way to respond. He did not grasp the fundamentals, news, or technical knowledge. During departmental meetings, he was utterly lost amidst the barrage of jargon and industry vernacular. Although he had been diligently studying and had purchased several qualification exam textbooks, attempting to catch up whenever possible, he remained like an infant just learning to walk in the tumultuous, deceitful world of finance. He could not possibly confess to the manager. Actually, manager, the reason I chose that stock is that I seem to possess a superpower from the gaming world that allows me to foresee low-probability events. That would be tantamount to courting disaster. He would likely be labeled insane and sent to a hospital. It seems that you find it inconvenient to answer. Zhou Yi acknowledged, nodding as if he had anticipated this outcome. Su Hao hesitated, at a loss for words. All right, I won't press further. Zhou Yi waved his hand, his tone exuding the wisdom of an experienced veteran. In this ruthless market, every individual possesses their unique skills to survive. Revealing one's true abilities is the folly of a fool, especially in our industry where performance is paramount and real talent must be concealed. Traders, in particular, should adhere to this principle. He even chuckled self-deprecatingly. Perhaps I overstepped by probing you. My apologies. No, you are too kind. Well then, continue to work diligently today. Once the news of your connections spreads within the department, some may inevitably view you through a colored lens or gossip behind your back. But that is all right. He tapped the table with his fingers. As long as you can demonstrate your true abilities and prove your worth through solid performance and hard work, everyone's perceptions will naturally change. Yes, I will work hard. Go ahead. When you leave, please ask Li Huijin to come in. Yes. Although the entire conversation had been devoid of reprimands, and the manager had even offered some encouraging words, Su Hao felt his heart racing as he exited the office. Beads of cold sweat forming on his back. Zhou Yi emanated an aura that commanded respect and pressure, not through intent, but by sheer presence. Perhaps it was the power exuded by his nearly explosive muscles. Yet, as he approached his workstation, an idea flickered in his mind. What if this ability could indeed be utilized? A unique power, unknown to others, exclusively his. Perhaps luck had favored him yesterday, allowing him to stumble upon a 1 in a billion chance. But what if? What if this gaming-derived ability proved equally effective in the cold, harsh reality? After all, the so-called stock market is replete with a multitude of data, analyses, and models. But ultimately, isn't the path one decides to take equally infused with a multitude of randomness, unforeseen events, and unpredictable human factors? In a sense, does it not resemble an even grander lottery game, characterized by more intricate rules and astonishing stakes? Even if someone meticulously analyzes all available data and masters various technical indicators, a sudden black swan event or a collective frenzy of irrational investors could render all analyses and predictions mere scraps of paper. In the end, who can guarantee a result with absolute certainty? Hoping for a relatively tranquil day, Su Hao sat back in his seat and silently wished. This way, he could properly test whether his abilities, derived from the world of gaming, were mere illusions or potent enough to alter his fate. Indeed, this young man harbors secrets. Zhou Yi, seated in a spacious office chair, absent-mindedly tapped his fingers against the smooth mahogany desk, his thoughts already drifting far away. He had always been perplexed by Su Hao, this well-connected individual. Huang Fengwan, the founder and chairman of Fengwan Investment, was renowned in the industry for his meritocratic approach. His rise from humble beginnings to establishing a small, obscure private equity firm into an industry leader within a few short years was attributed to much more than mere fortune. It was widely acknowledged that Huang Fengwan's most formidable weapon was his astute ability to recognize and nurture talent. He consistently unearthed hidden geniuses, granting them ample trust and resources to create remarkable value for the company. Thus, Zhou Yi found it hard to comprehend how such a staunch advocate of meritocracy, who scorned nepotism in all its forms, would suddenly deviate from his principles by personally placing a relatively inexperienced young man into the core trading department he valued most. Initially, he felt a deep disappointment that the chairman he respected had begun to engage in such nepotistic antics. However, upon inquiry, he discovered that the two were not even related. Moreover, Su Hao refused to disclose the reason for his exceptional hiring, citing confidentiality as an excuse. Intriguing. This young man possesses considerable audacity and has remained tight-lipped. Furthermore, through their seemingly mundane yet subtly revealing conversation, Zhou Yi was nearly certain that Su Hao had prior knowledge of St. Zhongruan's imminent surge. Although the young man claimed it was merely luck, his carefully crafted expressions and subtle shifts in tone, along with a fleeting glimmer in his eyes, could not escape the scrutiny of Zhou Yi's seasoned gaze, honed through years of navigating the treacherous waters of the financial sector. This led him to ponder whether the simulated trade from the previous day was indeed a result of Su Hao's own capabilities. To dare to invest heavily in a single ST stock when the consensus was overwhelmingly bearish demonstrated a near madness and an unorthodox decisiveness. Moreover, while the entire market anticipated a significant correction in gold stocks, he had managed to pierce through the fog, seizing the sole exception with astonishing insight. Could it be that this young man? A glimmer of realization flickered in Zhou Yi's eyes. "Manager, you called for me?" Li Huilan's voice at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Oh, Huilan," Zhou Yi replied. "Have you prepared the materials for this morning's meeting?" "Yes, everything is ready." "Good." Zhou Yi pondered for a moment, as if making a decision, then decisively tapped the desk. "Please inform our department and the other relevant departments that today, you and Su Hao need not go anywhere. Just remain at your posts." Li Huilan was taken aback. "What? You've been so busy lately. And you haven't had much time to practice with the simulated trades, right?" It's perfect for him to focus on honing his skills today. "Yes, I understand." Although a bit surprised, Li Huilin agreed promptly. Zhou Yi still couldn't grasp why Chairman Huang Fengwen insisted on placing Su Hao in his team. Perhaps it was a clandestine arrangement from higher-ups. However, Su Hao undeniably possessed something remarkable, whether it was an extraordinary network of information or an almost supernatural insight. Even if it were merely a reckless gambler cloaked in audacity, utterly addicted to risk and dopamine, whatever it may be. From now on, he would observe diligently and discern carefully. The truth would eventually surface. Of course, there was also the final possibility that the young man was simply extraordinarily lucky, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Yet, what was that immutable saying in the stock market? 3 parts depend on hard work, 7 parts depend on fate. Truly fortunate individuals could indeed do as they pleased. Chapter 6. Fear of what? By it heaving and puffing, Su Hao awkwardly stretched his somewhat stiff limbs, the abrupt motion drawing the attention of Li Huilin beside him. What are you doing, Su Hao? Oh, Huilin, it's nothing, just loosening up a bit. For the past 3 days, once the market opened, he and the other entry-level newcomers had been pushing squeaky metal carts throughout the various trading departments, darting about like fish in a stream, delivering instructions and documents. Didn't you say, Huilin, that the stock market is ever-changing? The most crucial aspects are 2. One is mindset, steadfast as a mountain. The other is speed, swift as lightning. Mindset? That was a concern for the seasoned veterans in the trading department, whose hair was rapidly thinning. For a novice like him, who had just entered the field, his only value lay in the ability to run with the speed of a whirlwind. The high-intensity hustle of the previous day left Su Hao with lingering soreness in his calves, heavy as though filled with lead. This tangible fatigue made him acutely aware of his under-exercised body, which desperately needed a good workout. However, the question remained, when would he find time to exercise? Going to the gym after work? Although he heard that many office workers now popularized post-work gym sessions, he had long been a gaming enthusiast, with an irregular schedule, and had never developed the habit of consistent exercise. How could this body, eroded by the digital world, possibly endure additional physical exertion after work? It was simply a fanciful notion. As Su Hao pondered this, Li Huilin suddenly leaned closer, lowering her voice slightly with a hint of excitement. Su Hao, good news. Today, we probably won't have to contend with that pesky cart. Huh. Su Hao was somewhat bewildered. They were the lowest-ranking newcomers. If they weren't pushing the cart, then who would? It's the manager, Li Huilin explained. He seems to have already spoken to the other teams. So today, it's likely that the newcomers from other teams will be running errands for us. So sudden? Why didn't they arrange this yesterday? I nearly ran my legs off. Of course, such complaints were not to be voiced. However, Zhou Yi's sudden adjustment felt rather unusual. Surely it wasn't he merely because of his connections? Therefore, our task today, Li Huilin said with a hint of enthusiasm, is to conduct simulated trading for the entire duration before the market closes. The manager just issued the order. I suspect it's largely due to yesterday's ST stock situation. The manager wants to give you a chance. Ah, Su Hao reflected, I see. Thanks to you. I'm also catching a break. Don't mention it, Huilin. I just happened to get lucky. Is it really just luck? Li Huilin tilted her head and playfully winked. Well, I suppose this could be considered your unique secret technique. It wouldn't be polite for me to keep asking, would it? Secret technique? Su Hao could only manage a bitter smile internally. He had no secret technique at all. He had only just grasped the meaning behind the red and green lines in the charts yesterday. So, does that mean he would only need to engage in simulated trading for the entire day? A peculiar feeling quietly surfaced in Su Hao's heart. This seemed to be a pivotal opportunity to test his mysterious abilities. As the morning meeting was about to commence, Li Huilin glanced at her watch and reminded him, "You must pay close attention. In our trading department, grasping the mainstream hotspots before the market opens each day is of utmost importance." Mainstream hotspots? Indeed. For instance, the recent popular stocks, thematic stocks, focal stocks, and leading stocks, they often do not appear in isolation. Rather, they tend to cluster and surge within specific sectors. We refer to this phenomenon as mainstream hotspots. It felt quite similar to a game. Su Hao recalled that in games, the most powerful characters or talent combinations in the current version are also labeled as mainstream strategies. It seemed the securities market operated similarly, identifying the sectors most likely to stir up waves and become the focus of the market, termed as mainstream hotspots, and then concentrating efforts on research and operations. The morning meeting would determine which stocks would lead the charge and which sectors would follow suit, presenting trading opportunities. Our trading department is the most sensitive to these matters. While the meeting materials were ostensibly prepared by the newcomers, in reality, they were mostly sourced from the company's internal research department. The individuals in the research department were all elite graduates from prestigious universities, basking in their accolades. They scour vast amounts of information from both domestic and international sources daily, conducting in-depth analyses to predict the impacts of this information on the stock market. Subsequently, they produce a distilled report that has undergone rigorous filtering. The newcomer's responsibility is to print and bind these reports, distribute them to department members, and prepare the meeting materials. To be honest, Sister Huilin, Suhao said with a wry smile, those reports seem like a foreign language to me. Global macroeconomics, industry dynamics, company analyses, market trends. How do these people manage to compress a living, ever-changing world into such cold, rigid numbers and graphs? He felt utterly lost, unable to comprehend any of it. Come on, don't be so modest, Li Huilin chuckled, playfully patting his arm. Haven't you studied these things in school? Besides, didn't you almost vomit from reading them when you were preparing for your professional qualification exam? Suhao chose silence. He couldn't very well admit that his university major had nothing to do with finance, nor that he hadn't even taken the exam yet. Oh, it's nearly time. Everyone should be arriving soon. Let's head in. Okay, grasping the mainstream hotspots is crucial. As Suhao followed Li Huilin into the conference room, he silently repeated this phrase in his mind while reminding himself to stay alert. Soon, he would have the opportunity to hear firsthand the real-time judgments regarding today's market hotspots from those elite graduates based on in-depth research reports. This information was the kind of top-tier content that could not be purchased outside. The conference room buzzed with activity, and an invisible pressure filled the air. Have you all reviewed the reports? Zhou Yi's sharp gaze scanned the crowd, his voice steady and powerful. At present, the market's focus is on the new energy sector, particularly as risks across the entire industry chain are rapidly expanding. Let's share our thoughts, one comment from each person. Suhao felt a bit dazed, struggling to comprehend from the very start. Following a series of incidents involving electric vehicle fires, major global automakers began re-evaluating safety standards. Additionally, one of the core materials for batteries, nickel, had plummeted 45% compared to 6 months ago, increasing the risk of inventory depreciation for companies. A seasoned trader spoke first. Overcapacity is also a serious issue, another chimed in, with this year's global lithium battery production expected to reach 3,000 GWh, far exceeding market demand. This imbalance could lead the industry into a surplus cycle, triggering a price war. But still, the long-term outlook for new energy vehicles remains optimistic, right? Many countries have plans to ban the sale of new fuel vehicles post-2035. A different opinion was raised. Suhao silently closed his mouth, striving to keep pace with the discussion, his eyes rapidly scanning the report in his hands while his ears caught every keyword. The policy directions in Europe and America were clear, but for short-term traders like them, such distant promises held no significance. Zhou Yi interrupted the discussion. Who knows if those promises will change overnight? This uncertainty itself is a substantial risk. In the trading department, they engaged exclusively in short-term trading. For them, any long-term commitment felt like an illusion. For the retail investors in the stock market, it was the same. Regarding the new energy industry chain, they could consider short selling in the morning, but risk must be tightly controlled. Zhou Yi made the decision to hedge using ETFs with high battery stock weights. Yes, manager. What about leverage? Not to exceed 15 times. Let's play it safe for now. Short sell in the morning. If the market digests the information and rebounds, we can look for opportunities to go long in the afternoon. Each of you must manage your own entry and exit timing. However, Zhou Yi's voice suddenly turned stern. Don't be too greedy. I know everyone is anxious since last month's performance fell short, but during times like this, you mustn't get carried away. Otherwise, you'll just incur greater losses. Do you understand? Understood, manager. As the meeting concluded, everyone poured out like warriors rushing to their respective battlegrounds. Zhou Yi issued a series of commands, but Suhao felt as if he were listening to a foreign language, unable to grasp a single word. Li Huilin took a deep breath, feeling her fingertips tremble slightly. This sensation was long overdue. She must not err. Zhou Yi had made it very clear. This simulated trading session was a test. If she failed, she might remain a mere trading assistant for a long time, endlessly repeating the tasks of serving tea and running errands. It's all right. I can do this. Li Huilin clenched her fists tightly, motivating herself. This was the opportunity she had longed for, and she had prepared extensively to seize it. Now, she awaited the sound of the opening bell, ready to fight earnestly. But what about Suhao? She couldn't help but tiptoe, stealing a glance at him in the adjacent cubicle. While Li Huilin busied herself organizing the research department's reports and materials on new energy stocks, along with the core content from the meeting, she attempted to formulate a clearer trading plan before the market opened. But Suhao? He remained utterly motionless, like an ice sculpture, staring blankly at the computer screen. No matter how one looked at him, He seemed completely bewildered, utterly at a loss as to where to begin. It seemed that his previous success with that ST stock had indeed been mere luck. Once I'm not so busy, I should go help him, Li Huilin thought. After all, this newcomer was under her wing. In the final minutes before the market opened, the atmosphere in the trading department grew tense to the utmost degree. The air seemed to solidify, filled only with the sound of suppressed breaths and the occasional soft clicks of keyboards and mice. Everyone resembled sprinters poised at the starting line. Muscles tensed, eyes focused, entirely absorbed in awaiting the sound of the starting gun that would signify the beginning. Finally, accompanied by a resounding alarm-like bell that echoed throughout the entire floor, the market opened. In unison, everyone tensed, their gazes piercing, fixated on the screen before them, poised to charge towards their respective objectives. Yet, Su Hao remained motionless. He was not feigning calmness or waiting for the opportune moment. He was genuinely at a loss, completely unaware of what action to take. Where should he even begin? In the realm of gaming, he could stare intently at a treasure chest, waiting for the right moment to click. Similarly, when gambling on equipment, the approach remained the same. However, the stock market was an entirely different beast, replete with multifaceted and intricate variables. Would the stock he was considering purchase rise immediately, or perhaps tomorrow? Who could say? In gaming, the outcomes of opening chests or gambling were instant and evident. Stocks, however, were not so straightforward. What if, guided solely by instinct, he purchased a stock that took a year to appreciate? The sheer volume of stocks in the market left him bewildered, uncertain of where to begin in order to discern that elusive feeling. It felt akin to searching for a specific grain of sand on an endless beach. Stay calm. Stay calm, he reminded himself whenever his mind became a chaotic jumble. Although this mantra had previously served him well in gaming, he knew he could not afford to be impatient now. He had to collect himself and proceed methodically. The meeting had indicated that today's focal point was the new energy sector, correct? Thus, he decided to start there. After all, he needed to appear as though he was making an effort for the manager's sake. Taking a deep breath, he feigned composure and opened the report provided by the research department. As he scrutinized the text and graphs on the screen, it felt as if he were reading an alien language rather than Chinese. At the report's conclusion, a lengthy list of stocks related to today's trending sector was presented. As anticipated by Zhou Yi, nearly all the stocks on the list were marked in a distressing shade of green, indicating a decline. If he recalled correctly, the manager had advised shorting in the morning and going long in the afternoon, also mentioning hedging risks. How was he supposed to navigate short and long positions? How could he manage risk? If only he had taken the initiative to ask Li Huilin for practical advice to gain some experience. However, given that all these stocks were in decline, it was clear he should not buy now, right? The number of stocks related to new energy was indeed substantial. Yet, the sight of the pervasive green was unnerving, evoking a sense of impending loss should he invest. With this thought, Su Hao prepared to close the anxiety-inducing list of stocks. However, just as his finger hovered over the mouse's close button, an almost imperceptible yet distinctly clear sensation of tingling surged from his fingertips, radiating throughout his body. This feeling was eerily familiar. Suddenly, Su Hao halted his action, reopening the window he had intended to close. He held his breath, meticulously scanning each stock on the list. In the midst of the overwhelming green, the cursor finally settled on a nondescript name, Greenmay. This was a company specializing in the recycling of new energy batteries. An involuntary swallow occurred as that strange, intense sensation surged from his fingertips, palms, and arms, flooding him with clarity and strength, nearly causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Yes, this was the feeling. He could not be mistaken. Each time he had unboxed a rare item in games, he had experienced this unique intensity. But this stock, Su Hao's eyes fixated on the glaringly green numbers, indicating a significant drop, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Was the decline truly this severe? The green was nearly purple. It seemed destined for a complete collapse. Moreover, hadn't the meeting just concluded with a cautionary note regarding the enormous risks in the battery sector, advising a short position? At least in the short term, there was no chance of any improvement. Yet, the intense feeling radiating from his fingertips, one that seemed to send shivers through his very soul, relentlessly screamed a singular message to his mind. This is it. Yes, choose it. Buy it. Why fear anything? A thought struck him like lightning. After all, this was merely a simulated trading experience, wasn't it? With this realization, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Damn it, he would trust that damned yet undeniably genuine intuition once more. With a decisive click, the sound of the mouse echoed in the quiet corner. Amidst the sea of green indicating decline, Su Hao no longer hesitated. His right index finger pressed down firmly on the buy button. Chapter 7. Why the all-in strategy again? Zhou Yi was never one to indulge in gaming. It wasn't out of disdain, but rather a simple lack of interest. What enchantment could those bizarre virtual realms possess that could mesmerize individuals, causing them to lose track of time? He could not fathom it, and had no desire to delve deeper. That sensation was akin to peering through an impenetrable fog. However, ever since he stepped onto the silent battlefield of the stock market, he had curiously begun to comprehend the mindset of gamers. From the moment the market bell rang, his focus became ensnared by the rise and fall of the charts, as if his very essence were drawn into the abyss formed by the pulsating numbers and lines. Continuing until the closing bell, today was no different. In the blink of an eye, the day's tumult had concluded. Zhou Yi exhaled a long breath laden with the aroma of market strife, casting his gaze towards a corner of the screen to assess the day's outcomes. A mere 1%. At first glance, it appeared trivial. Yet, within their cutthroat trading department, this single percentage held significant weight, especially in such a volatile market. Manager, your performance today was remarkably steady and impressive, a young subordinate remarked, brimming with relief. Any others? Zhou Yi's gaze remained fixed on the screen, his voice devoid of inflection. Don't even mention it. It's a disaster. Not only our department, but I've heard other departments also faced devastating losses, getting slaughtered by the market. The recent market had been erratic, akin to a frenzied monkey, oscillating wildly and exhausting traders. Stocks were inherently unpredictable. Even the sharpest minds, adorned with the halo of elite status and equipped with the most sophisticated models and comprehensive data analyses, would struggle to predict the next moment's direction. This realm merely reflected the rawest projections of human greed and fear, a collective irrational frenzy where logic and data could sometimes crumble under the weight of absolute irrationality. At this rate, it seemed unlikely that any department would meet its monthly targets this month. Zhou Yi rubbed his throbbing temples. Indeed, but his subordinate attempted to salvage some hope. Manager, we still have nearly a week left. Perhaps, just perhaps, we can make a last-minute push? Each trading department bore the burden of monthly performance assessments, typically fluctuating between 5 to 10% based on departmental and market conditions. Many outside observers mistakenly assumed that a department specializing in short-term trades aimed for staggering monthly returns of 50 or even 100%, perceiving these individuals as bloodthirsty gamblers who should be reaping the highest profits while dancing on the edge of the market's blade. However, the reality was quite the opposite. The trading department, particularly one as substantial as theirs in the realm of private equity, fundamentally adheres to a principle of safety. Stability takes precedence. Survival is the ultimate truth. Consequently, the department strictly prohibits any form of reckless or adventurous investment, instituting specific leverage restrictions and a stringent risk control system. This deeply ingrained caution often results in daily returns that hover around 0, 1, or even lower, which has become commonplace. As long as there are no losses, or minimal losses, it is deemed a victory. This is the unwavering rule of the trading department, a survival ethos etched into their very being. All right, let us do our best, Zhou Yi remarked, tapping the table to disrupt the somber atmosphere. Everyone, go grab a cup of coffee to invigorate yourselves. We'll reconvene in 5 minutes for a meeting to review our progress. Yes, manager. Zhou Yi also felt a parched sensation in his throat as he turned towards the break room, intending to pour himself a glass of water to settle his tumultuous thoughts. As he bent down to fill his glass, a shadow approached him silently, reminiscent of a ghost. Hey, Lao Zhou doing well, huh? A voice emerged, laced with an insidious tone, hinting at a subtle acidity. Isn't this lineup a tad too conspicuous? Without needing to turn around, Zhou Yi recognized the voice belonged to Ma Jun, a fellow who joined the company in the same year as he did and now served as the manager of the second trading department. Zhou Yi's brows knitted together instantly. What do you mean? Feigning ignorance? Ma Jun furtively glanced around to ensure they were not overheard and leaned in closer, lowering his voice as if fearing eavesdroppers. Playing coy, are we? My department's newcomers, thanks to you, are utterly exhausted today. The market is already tumultuous enough. They've been dashing all over the place, alleviating the burdens of your department's young master, haven't they? Oh, so it's about that, Zhou Yi thought, quickly understanding the situation. That young master personally placed there by the chairman. I heard you let him enjoy a leisurely day today, sitting comfortably all day long. Ma Jun continued, feigning surprise. I never thought you, Manager Zhou, who usually scorns such maneuvering, would begin to ponder the art of survival in the workplace. Paying homage to pave the way for the future? You think too much, Zhou Yi replied, his tone remaining indifferent, devoid of any discernible emotions. Of course I understand. After all, he is the chairman's personally appointed heir, and he has landed in your department. Anyone would tread carefully. Ma Jun wore a knowing expression, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. If you don't pay your respects now, what will happen if he becomes a senior executive above us one day? It'll be too late to seek favor then, right? Though the remark was unpleasant, it was not devoid of reality. The connections backing that young man felt akin to an invisible thorn, pricking the hearts of all who were aware of it, even if one wished to disregard it. Its presence continually reminded them of its existence, compelling caution and circumspection. Seeing Zhou Yi silent, Ma Jun assumed he had struck a nerve and pressed further, slyly inquiring. Have you had a chat with the young master? What is your relationship with him? Surely, there must be some familial ties, otherwise, how could he receive such treatment? That young man, Su Hao, had previously claimed that he had no connections to the chairman whatsoever. This thought flickered through Zhou Yi's mind momentarily. I don't know. Ma Jun scoffed, disbelief etched on his face. You're trying to keep it all to yourself, aren't you? Not very fair, Lao Zhou. What are you on about? Zhou Yi finally snapped, annoyance creeping into his voice. He looks like someone merely here to gild his resume. How long can he last in our small pond? Well, that's a point, Ma Jun mused, stroking his chin and his eyes darting. But, even if he is just gilding, shouldn't I at least go and get acquainted before he leaves? Look at you, Lao Zhou, working so hard. If I don't make some gesture, wouldn't that seem a bit out of place? Zhou Yi, uninterested in further entanglements, shook his head, carrying the glass of water he had just filled and walking straight out of the break room, leaving Ma Jun behind, deep in thought. His decision to let Su Hao remain comfortably seated was not a ploy for flattery, nor an attempt to align himself with any faction. Rather, it was a test. He wanted to ascertain the true capabilities of this individual, shrouded in enigmatic connections. Returning to his seat, Zhou Yi's fingers danced over the keyboard, pulling up Su Hao's simulated trading records for the day. His gaze fell upon the details of the holdings, causing his pupils to constrict slightly. Green Meadow? This company specializes in mineral development and the recycling of new energy batteries. In the current market climate, or rather, in recent times, this stock was absolutely a minefield to be avoided. The volatility was extreme, and the risks were high. Even seasoned veterans steered clear. Yet, this newcomer had plunged all simulated capital into it. Another full investment? Observing the glaring 100 holding ratio, Zhou Yi felt the muscles in his temple twitch involuntarily. Was this young man attempting to demonstrate his prowess through such reckless maneuvers? Was this a silent protest against Zhou Yi's assessment? Or was he simply a naive novice, clueless and lethargic, relying solely on luck? Sighing, Zhou Yi shook his head, a wave of powerlessness washing over him, tinged with self-mockery. He had harbored a sliver of hope that perhaps this newcomer was not an utter fool and possessed some undiscovered investment talent, especially given the backing from a higher authority. Yet, it became painfully evident that this was not the case. The newcomer was nothing more than an ordinary individual with no understanding of the basics. Having merely leveraged connections to gain entry, he lacked even the fundamental awareness of risk diversification, carelessly placing all his eggs in a basket that was clearly on the verge of tipping over. This careless and lackadaisical approach was indicative of a troubling attitude that ignited a flicker of anger within Zhou Yi, leaving him feeling a bit suffocated. However, he quickly suppressed this surge of frustration. Why should he be vexed by someone like this? Was it worth it? He shook his head in self-deprecation. After all, this individual was merely here to gild his resume, destined to leave soon, climbing the ranks through connections. There was no need for Zhou Yi to humble himself to curry favor, nor was it worthwhile to create a potential, albeit obscure, adversary over a trivial matter. So be it. Ignoring him would suffice. For Su Hao, today was perhaps the most awkward and tedious day since he joined the company. From the moment he stepped into the office, suffused with tension and the scent of money, until the evening market close, he felt as though he were a mere log, firmly anchored to his seat. Aside from a brief trip to the restroom, he hardly moved, especially after he followed a compelling instinct, a sensation akin to a current surging through his veins, prompting him to press the buy button for the stock named Green Meadow. In an instant, his meager virtual funds vanished completely, all wagered on a single stock. After completing this, he was left with nothing to do but stare blankly at the computer screen, feeling utterly out of place amidst the bustling, tense atmosphere surrounding him. Su Hao, how did trading go today? Came the cheerful voice of Li Huilin beside him. It was all right, Su Hao mumbled, feeling too embarrassed to admit he had gone all in again. Oh, let me have a look. Maybe it's best if you don't, he hesitated, a sense of dread creeping in. Li Huilin, however, was quick to catch sight of the glaring 100 holding ratio for Green Meadow on his screen, causing her to freeze in disbelief. Her eyes widened, as if struggling to comprehend what she was witnessing. Su Hao, She raised her voice suddenly, capturing the attention of several nearby colleagues. What on earth are you doing? This is utterly inappropriate. Suhao awkwardly chuckled and scratched the back of his head. Is it just inappropriate? Have you disregarded everything I previously told you? Investment. What is the most fundamental principle of investment? It is risk diversification. 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 I must emphasize this thrice. Li Huilin placed her hands on her hips, her expression turning serious, resembling a puffed-up pufferfish. Last time you bought in with all your funds, claiming it was a slip of the hand, which was somewhat understandable. But this time, you're going all in again, and you chose Green Meadows? My heavens. Tell me, why did you purchase this stock? Was it another slip of the hand? Suhao found himself at a loss for words, maintaining a polite yet awkward smile while scratching his head harder, attempting to alleviate the tension in the air. He could hardly confess that he had acted on an inexplicable intuition, for who would believe such a thing? He hastily shifted the topic. And what about you, Huilin? How were your earnings today? As expected, upon mentioning her achievements, Li Huilin's attention was instantly diverted. She promptly tucked away her sorrowful expression, straightened her back, placed her hands proudly on her hips, and tilted her chin slightly upward, her face radiating a delightful pride that seemed to beckon compliments. Hee. When I step in, success comes effortlessly. Let me tell you, my final rate of return today was an impressive 2. A solid 2. In this dreadful market, apart from myself, I doubt anyone else could manage such a profit. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and her pride was endearing rather than off-putting. Wow, that's incredible. Truly remarkable. Suhao exclaimed, unabashedly giving her 2 thumbs up, his tone exaggerated in admiration. Huilin, you're definitely going to pass the assessment this time. Ah. Oh wait. This isn't the time for that. She quickly reined in her smile, adopting a serious demeanor as she glared at Suhao. Listen carefully, Suhao. Next time. Absolutely. You must not invest all your money in a single stock again. Do you understand? You need to learn to diversify your investments, even in a poor market. You must not take such excessive risks. Do you remember? Yes. Huilin, I remember. I will absolutely not make that mistake again. Suhao nodded earnestly. As the two engaged in their lively banter, a voice tinged with displeasure and a hint of sternness cut through the air like a splash of cold water. Li Huilin. Suhao, are you both quite idle? Do you have time to jest and laugh? It was a senior trader passing by their workstation, presumably named Liang Haiyuan. Suhao recognized his stern face, which always seemed unapproachable. Ah, yes, my apologies. Li Huilin jumped, quickly apologizing, while Suhao also suppressed his smile. You should be preparing the meeting materials. Liang Haiyuan scoffed coldly, tossing out a final remark before leaving without a backward glance. Though he had only been there a few days, Suhao had already discerned a pattern. The office atmosphere was highly correlated with the day's stock market performance. When the market was thriving, smiles adorned everyone's faces. When it faltered, tempers flared, and anyone could become a target for ire. Don't take it to heart. Suhao, the market has plummeted today, Li Huilin whispered, noticing Suhao's dazed expression. I heard Liang Haiyuan suffered significant losses today, so naturally. He's in a foul mood. It's not just him. I doubt many in our department made money today. Most are likely at a loss. So it's understandable that everyone's faces are grim and tempers are short. Though she spoke truthfully, Suhao still felt it was unreasonable to unleash pent-up frustration and grievances on innocent bystanders simply due to one's own losses. However, upon reflection, he considered that perhaps this was simply the adult world, the so-called workplace, rife with inexplicable rules and unavoidable grievances. Nevertheless, in comparison, the atmosphere in their department seemed relatively mild. Li Huilin, sensing his apprehension, quickly added, You haven't seen other teams. That's where the real turmoil lies. I have a few friends who joined around the same time as I did, and they simply couldn't endure that level of pressure and scheming, ultimately resigning. Suhao paused, momentarily taken aback. He had always believed that their department, under the stern and commanding presence of Zhou Yi, was the most intense and oppressive atmosphere in the entire company. It turned out that their department was considered a haven. Chapter 8. How did he know in advance? During the department's routine meeting, Zhou Yi stood at the front, his expression inscrutable as he summarized the day's performance and the strategy for tomorrow. Although the overall market performed poorly today, resulting in losses for our department, compared to other departments, our risk management has been relatively sound. The losses today can be mitigated tomorrow. Furthermore, aside from routine operations, there are no special matters that require attention, correct? A trader replied, Yes, manager. The market showed an overall downward trend today. We primarily executed some hedging operations in key sectors as per our plan to manage risk exposure, with no other significant actions taken. Indeed, It seems this downward trend may persist for a while. We must remain vigilant and enforce strict risk control in the coming days. Understood. Everyone has worked hard. Let us finish early today. Wow, we're getting off early. How wonderful, Suhao exclaimed, filled with excitement as he hurried home to play his game. The president had even sent a text reminding him to be online on time today. Their essay saying, many intriguing events in this world often transpire while you are fast asleep. The reasoning behind it is simply that the earth is round. While you are snoring in the eastern hemisphere, monumental events may be unfolding in the western hemisphere. When you awaken the next day, bleary-eyed, and check your phone, you might find that on the other side of the world, in a different time zone, events are transpiring that could alter the global landscape. This time was no exception. The following day, in the early hours before dawn, the trading department was already ablaze with lights. Those who had sacrificed sleep to arrive at the company at the first light were gathered in the office, each wearing a grave expression. Some even had beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, and an air of anxiousness permeated the space, akin to a swarm of agitated wasps. Manager, have you seen the news? It's explosive. A young trader nearly burst through Zhou-E's office door, his face marked by shock and disbelief. I have seen it. Zhou-E's voice was unusually calm, almost unnaturally so. Yet, no one noticed his tightly clenched fists resting on his lap, knuckles whitening from the strain. Those bureaucrats in Indonesia, have they lost their minds? Making such a massive move without any prior warning or indication. An ambush like this. What on earth are they trying to achieve? Another trader could not contain his frustration, his tone brimming with disbelief and anger. Indeed, just last night, while the majority of the people in Xia country were deep in slumber, a piece of news capable of shaking the global industrial chain erupted like a thunderclap. No, perhaps it would be more accurate to say that it was not merely a thunderclap. For the financial market, especially for those of them battling on the front lines as traders, this was akin to a sudden, magnitude 8 earthquake. The Indonesian government has unexpectedly announced that, effective immediately, it will reduce the country's nickel ore supply by 30% and implement related export control measures. Indonesia is, after all, the largest nickel producer in the world, holding a pivotal position in the global nickel market. Recently, however, various factors, including the global economic situation, have led to a temporary oversupply of nickel, causing international nickel prices to plummet, and Indonesia is no exception. The market had anticipated that the Indonesian government might introduce some symbolic measures, such as minor production cuts or public statements, to stabilize market sentiment. However, no one expected such an unorthodox move. If they had merely cut production by 5%, it would have been understandable, but a drastic reduction of 30%? This is madness. Are they aware of the magnitude of the shock this will inflict on the market? Another trader echoed this sentiment, filled with frustration. At least they could have given some advance warning to allow the market time to react. They had been playing dead as if nothing would happen, and now they unleashed this surprise attack? What is going on? A 30% reduction in exports from the world's largest supplier. This figure signifies far more than just a market shock. It is akin to a depth charge dropped into a tranquil lake, capable of generating seismic waves throughout the global nickel-related industry and extending into broader energy and material sectors. This move starkly illustrates the Indonesian government's intolerable frustration with the current dismal state of the nickel market, leading them to employ the most extreme and aggressive measures to reverse the situation. The consequences of this decision are nearly instantaneous. A substantial gap in global nickel supply is imminent. Industries heavily reliant on nickel, particularly the battery sector, which had been shrouded in pessimism, may find themselves transformed by this sudden supply crisis. However, not all battery companies will benefit from this situation. Zhou Yi's calm voice cut through the discussions. The logic is straightforward. Companies lacking sufficient nickel reserves or raw material inventories will witness their costs soar like a rocket, ultimately being ruthlessly eliminated from the market, leaving them with nowhere to turn. His gaze swept over the anxious faces, continuing. Conversely, those who had prepared in advance, or merely stumbled upon surplus nickel reserves, will overnight transform from obscure entities to highly sought-after players, reaping immense profits. Yet, the truly critical issue, which has enveloped the trading floor in a palpable atmosphere of panic, is not merely about who stands to gain or lose. The real concern is that a significant portion, perhaps even the majority, of trading teams are convinced that battery-related stocks will continue to decline due to prior adverse conditions. In pursuit of profit, they had previously established substantial short positions. This, in fact, is the fundamental reason for the disarray among these typically composed elite traders. Should battery stocks surge following this news, those with hefty short positions will face catastrophic losses, escalating exponentially like an avalanche. This could be disastrous, sufficient to see some traders shown the door. Has the research department compiled a list of companies with nickel reserves? Zhou Yi asked gravely, emphasizing the urgency to identify potential beneficiaries. Not quite yet, manager. One of the liaison staff quickly responded. The research team likely just received the news and is frantically sifting through data. However, I did hear a rumor that the only company known to possess a significant nickel reserve in our country is just one. Only one. The moment those two words pierced Zhou Yi's ears, it was as if a blinding flash of lightning had cleaved through the fog in his mind. A company he had dismissed as inconsequential just yesterday now seared itself into his consciousness like a branding iron. His heart raced. Could it be? He found himself asking in a voice that barely masked his disbelief. Green? The subordinate paused, then his eyes lit up. Yes. Exactly. Manager, you are astute. It is Green. You've heard the news too? I heard the same thing. They say Green's stock price may hit the ceiling right at the market open. And it wouldn't be surprising if it continued to rise several times. Zhou Yi fell silent, standing there, his gaze unfocused, staring vacantly at the air before him. As if struck by a spell, frozen in place. The cacophony of voices and anxious breaths in the office seemed to fade away in that moment. Manager? A subordinate called out, puzzled by his lack of response. No answer. Zhou Yi's mind was consumed by a single name and the image of a figure he had labeled a foolish connection just yesterday. Su Hao. That young heir. Just yesterday. He had recklessly gambled all of his virtual operating funds and bought into Green. Zhou Yi felt as if his blood had turned to ice. Did he know this would happen? No wonder. A thought struck him like thunder in his mind. No wonder the young man had been so jubilant when he was told to leave work early yesterday afternoon. At the time, Zhou Yi had found that smile perplexing and even a little annoying. Now he understood. It was not a smile of someone happy to leave early. It was the smile of a victor. The Indonesian government's unexpected and seemingly irrational counterattack took even ordinary traders by surprise, let alone the world's top analytical agencies or intelligence departments. There were no whispers of this impending event in the market. Yet, Zhou Yi found it hard to believe. A colossal question mark pressing down on him. How did that connection, the very person who had been too lazy to diversify his investments, know ahead of time? Zhou Yi's scalp prickled with unease, a chill racing up his spine. Chapter 9. Is this kid connected everywhere? Should I seriously consider buying a car? For the first time, this thought surfaced in Su Hao's mind with gravity. Even he found it absurd that a newcomer without a first month's salary would entertain such an idea. But now he truly understood why the impeccably dressed traders in this building, whenever possible, preferred to commute by car. It was simply too early. The start time was absurdly early. How early? If one missed the first subway, tardiness was inevitable. Even if one managed to catch the first train against all odds. Arriving at the office often left only a few minutes to catch their breath, heart racing, sweat barely dried, before diving into work. The only silver lining is that the seasoned traders, the old hands, typically do not arrive at the office with the same fervor. For a novice like Su Hao, this means he can sometimes evade the scrutinizing gaze of his superiors. At least, that is how it usually is. However, today, an unusual and eerie aura permeated the atmosphere. As Su Hao stepped into the office, his stride instinctively faltered. A palpable tension enveloped him, crashing over him like an insurmountable wave, causing his breath to hitch slightly. As he surveyed the scene, he was taken aback to find the floor teeming with people, from the greenhorns like himself to the impeccably groomed, hawk-eyed veterans. And even the elusive team leaders who were rarely seen. Everyone seemed to have converged in the office with a singular purpose. Was the stock market opening earlier than usual today? A flurry of doubts swirled in his mind. Everyone was darting about like clockwork ants, their hurried footsteps, the clattering of keyboards and hushed, urgent conversations merging into a cacophony, saturating the air with an overwhelming sense of anxiety. It felt as if a silent battle was brewing. Though there were no shouts of conflict, the oppressive atmosphere suggested an impending storm. This was no ordinary workday. Su Hao, you're here? A somewhat breathless voice interjected. It was Li Huilin. Oh, Sister Huilin, I'm sorry. Am I late? He replied, his tone reflecting the nervousness of a newcomer, surprised by the early arrival of everyone. Li Huilin forced a smile that was hardly more pleasant than a grimace and waved her hand dismissively. Not at all. You're actually quite early. It's just that something significant happened last night, which has led to this commotion. Something significant? A chill ran down Su Hao's spine. What event could rattle the entire company to such an extent? Yes, Li Huilin nodded, her pace quickening as she explained. The Indonesian government suddenly dropped a bombshell. They announced a 30% reduction in domestic nickel production. Oh, Su Hao instinctively responded, though his mind felt foggy. Was this really such a monumental issue? To be frank, as a newcomer just a few days into the industry, he struggled to grasp the full ramifications of this news. Nevertheless, he knew that Li Huilin, who was always kind and helpful, often referred to as his savior in times of confusion, would patiently clarify matters for him. True to form, she took a deep breath, her words tumbling out faster. Just yesterday, we all thought the battery sector was in decline, and stock prices would likely drop in the short term, right? Short selling was the prevailing strategy. But with Indonesia's announcement, the entire narrative has flipped. She gestured emphatically, trying to convey the crux of the matter to Su Hao. Think about it. Companies holding substantial nickel inventories or closely tied to nickel mining have suddenly become highly sought after. Their stock prices are bound to soar. However, several teams established significant short positions in battery stocks yesterday, as you know. If those short positions are misaligned with the market's movement, the losses. She did not need to finish her thought. The terror in her eyes spoke volumes. Su Hao had indeed been diligently brushing up on stock market fundamentals, and some of the terminology was no longer alien to him. He understood that establishing short positions essentially meant betting against the stock price, a strategy employed by many institutions to hedge risks or speculate. Yet, the associated risks were akin to dancing on the edge of a precipice. If one misjudged the market's direction and bet on falling prices, only to witness an unexpected surge, theoretically, the losses could be boundless. The scene before him, with everyone arriving at the office before dawn, plunged into a near wartime urgency, was a stark representation of this perilous reality. They, or rather those unfortunate teams, had confidently bet against the battery stocks, only to be blindsided by Indonesia's Black Swan event. Now, everyone was like ants on a hot skillet, frantically checking positions, assessing risk exposure, and desperately seeking a glimmer of hope before the tempest engulfed them completely. What is most terrifying? Li Huilin's voice trembled slightly, betraying her reverence for the market's might. The most frightening part is that no one can predict how much any particular stock will rise or fall. The market is utterly chaotic. Her statement sent an inexplicable shiver down Su Hao's spine. Can human effort truly triumph over nature? Perhaps in the face of the unpredictable and capricious capital markets, such an assertion was but a hollow consolation. The stock market resembled an unpredictable ocean, where no amount of meticulous analysis or comprehensive risk planning could shield one from a storm that struck like a natural disaster. Human limitations were laid bare in such moments. Surely our team didn't engage much with battery stocks yesterday? Su Hao inquired. Upon hearing this, Li Huilin appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Our manager had a keen sense and felt something was off yesterday, advising us to tread carefully and withdraw in time. So, our losses should be minimal. The real tragedy lies with the other departments. They're likely in complete disarray right now. Su Hao silently marveled at Joey, the usually taciturn colleague with a muscular build, whose market intuition proved extraordinary. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly recalled something. Wait a minute. The stock I purchased in that simulated investment account yesterday was related to the battery sector, wasn't it? What will happen now? Li Huilin. Su Hao, what are you still doing there? Can't you see everyone is busy? Hurry up and organize that information. Move it. A gruff voice interrupted his contemplation, snapping him back to reality. It was another senior trader, impatiently urging him on. Ah yes, right away, Su Hao exclaimed, as Li Huilin, as if awakened from a dream, pulled him along. Never mind. He quickly dismissed the troubling thought. After all, it was merely a simulated investment, a figment of virtual numbers. It wasn't worth fretting over. At this moment, the priority was to remain inconspicuous, to diligently attend to the mundane yet crucial tasks at hand, and to steer clear of trouble amidst such tempestuous times. Meanwhile, in the manager's office of the trading department, the atmosphere was as heavy as lead. Zhou Yi, known for his iron-fisted, composed, and almost ruthless demeanor, was uncharacteristically furrowing his brow, his deep-set eyes fixed intently on the wildly fluctuating market display before him. His team members held their breath, not daring to make a sound. On the screen, a brutal scene unfolded, turned upside down by Indonesia's sudden and unforeseen policy shift. To an outsider, this may have seemed merely a report of reduced metal production from a distant nation, an overreaction. However, only those entrenched in the unique ecosystem of the stock market could truly fathom the terrifying destructive force lurking behind such an apparently nonsensical event. This market operates on a peculiar, even bizarre, logic of its own. Historically, companies have garnered attention simply due to their names resembling those of notable figures, leading to inexplicable surges in stock prices. Such occurrences, half-jokingly and half-somberly referred to by industry insiders as keyword investing or thematic speculation, reflect the unpredictable nature of this realm. In other mature countries, such phenomena are seldom witnessed, yet in the summer nation, they have become commonplace, almost an intrinsic part of the market's very DNA. The roots of this situation can be traced back to two primary factors: the exceptionally high participation rate of individual investors, which results in extreme market volatility driven by emotions, and the deeply entrenched culture of speculation surrounding thematic and concept stocks. Coupled with an ingrained and formidable herd mentality, such irrational sentiments can, in a remarkably short span, propel certain stock prices to astonishing heights, entirely divorced from their fundamentals. Currently, the most pressing issue lies precisely in this. How will this overwhelming and irrational collective sentiment, potent enough to distort the market itself, interpret and digest the Indonesian government's recent statement? What kind of frenzied reaction will the market produce? The prices are soaring. They continue to rise. Goodness, are we mad? This is bound for the heavens. The opening bell sounded like a fuse igniting a long-suppressed powder keg. Instantly, a cacophony of uncontrollable gasps, wails, and vulgar curses erupted in every corner of the hall, akin to boiling water. Just how high will these prices surge? Stop. Make it halt. Senior traders from several other teams had completely lost their composure, their faces flushed and veins bulging, as they raved frantically at their screens. In such moments, even those typically imposing managerial figures would refrain from provoking their ire. Watching the figures in their accounts plummet like a waterfall, the bright gold evaporating before their eyes. Who could maintain the facade of rationality and decorum, even though they operated the company's accounts? Each transaction's profit and loss was tightly intertwined with their personal performance and the year-end bonuses they regarded as lifelines. For these professionals, who viewed trading as a matter of life and death, the current sensation felt akin to being slowly and painfully dissected. Manager, nearly all battery-related stocks are soaring, and the momentum is fierce, reported a team member, fingers flying over the keyboard. Zhou Yi's voice was low and calm, a stark contrast to the surrounding frenzy. This is merely the first wave of emotional impact. Differentiation will soon emerge. Only those companies with substantial nickel resources will gain long-term, tangible benefits from this incident. Have we received the preliminary results of the loss assessment? Fortunately, the short positions we established yesterday were swiftly closed at the first opportunity, with losses contained within expected parameters. The subordinates seem to regain a modicum of composure. The main issue is that those short positions held by other teams are in dire straits. The short squeeze has fully erupted. The phrase short squeeze is, for traders, akin to the most terrifying nightmare. Its terrifying power renders many hesitant to even mention it, fearing the mere utterance might bring it to fruition. Moreover, it is not just our company. I just received news that several other large private equity firms are also heavily trapped in short positions. Another subordinate added, his expression equally grim. I've heard that various brokerage firms are continuously triggering margin calls. The entire market is in chaos. Zhou Yi nodded slightly, fully aware of the situation. A short squeeze is essentially a death spiral. Short sellers initially expect stock prices to decline, yet unexpectedly, prices surge. To prevent their losses from spiraling out of control, they are compelled to buy stocks in the market to cover their short positions. However, this forced buying further inflates the already rising stock prices, exacerbating losses for other short sellers and triggering more panic selling. This vicious cycle ultimately drives stock prices to utterly irrational heights. At this moment, numerous institutions that had established short positions on battery stocks, anticipating a decline, found themselves caught off guard by this Indonesian black swan. As prices soared against the tide, they were eager to cut their losses but found an overwhelming buying power in the market, leaving them unable to find sufficient sell orders to absorb. Their panic buying to cover positions inadvertently served as fuel for the price surge, causing their losses to snowball. The only silver lining, or rather, the sole factor that might slightly limit the disaster's unchecked spread, is the market's daily limit of a 10 fluctuation. However, this safeguard does not guarantee true peace of mind. In such an extreme scenario where everyone has lost their rationality and is frantically buying, a stock could become locked at the upper limit for consecutive days, with no sell orders forthcoming. For those holding short positions, this means they can only watch in despair as their losses grow exponentially, day after day, with no recourse. Currently, there is indeed a stock that is glaringly pinned to the upper limit, Green Beauty 10. After the opening, within a very brief period, this stock shot up like a rocket, locked at the 10 limit by a torrent of buying orders. The screen displayed astronomical buy orders, continuously piling up in a seemingly endless stream, creating a wall of buying pressure that was utterly despairing. Typically, during trading hours, Zhou Yi would immerse himself in the sea of numbers and the undulations of charts, impervious to external distractions. Yet today, he found himself unusually perturbed, struggling to concentrate fully. Hastily, after executing several necessary risk-hedging operations, he concluded most of the trading directives prematurely. After all, the market's funds were surging madly towards specific battery and resource sectors, causing liquidity in other areas to dwindle and trading volume to shrink. Apart from sitting idly and watching, there was little meaningful action to take. But how did that newcomer know in advance? A thought, like a ghost, uncontrollably flickered in his mind. Zhou Yi's gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced through the bustling crowd, involuntarily landing on the figure of Su Hao, who was still diligently running errands and copying documents in the outer area. Could it be that this fellow possesses such extraordinary connections? Has he managed to plant an insider within the Indonesian government? This is utterly absurd. If not, how could he have so precisely selected this stock, which nearly all market institutions dismissed, even while being completely unaware, and done so with near-manic full investment? His gaze remained locked on that figure, filled with scrutiny, inquiry, and even a subtle hint of intensity. Chapter 10. A once-in-a-century investment genius? Perhaps sensing the penetrating scrutiny, Su Hao in the distance seemed to notice, instinctively glancing this way. However, in an instant, he turned away like a startled rabbit, resuming his focus on the task at hand. Should I just go over and ask? The thought flashed through Zhou Yi's mind. No, he quickly dismissed that idea. Even if he asked, it would likely be in vain. This slippery character keeps his relationship with the lofty chairman shrouded in secrecy, never mentioning it. During the last stroke of brilliance with St. Zhongruan, when questioned, he merely attributed it to luck in 2 simple words. This fellow is clearly unwilling to share his investment secrets, even if it were merely a simulation. However, as Zhou Yi watched Su Hao deftly handle the menial tasks, printing documents, distributing reports, and even serving coffee, his meticulous movements exuded an earnestness that was striking. The stark contrast between the triviality of the tasks and Su Hao's fervent dedication stirred a deep curiosity and doubt within Zhou Yi, akin to stones cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples. Who exactly is Su Hao? Could it be that the chairman has secretly unearthed this talent and deliberately placed him in a subordinate position, preparing for a future revelation of his extraordinary capabilities? Yet, the utterly mundane and even pathetically meager resume he possessed seemed to contradict this notion. No, Zhou Yi's gaze sharpened, and he resolved in that moment. Since the other party was unwilling to be forthcoming, he was not one to pry unnecessarily or press for answers. Zhou Yi would not tolerate having a slacker, one who occupies a position without contributing within his team. However, he could not bear the thought of a prodigious talent being squandered in the trivialities of serving tea and photocopying documents. That would be a desecration of talent, a crime against the company. It appeared that he must take matters into his own hands, employing some means to extricate Su Hao from this quagmire. Despite the considerable time remaining until the afternoon trading close, Zhou Yi had already made his determination. He abruptly rose from his chair, his robust form radiating an undeniable presence as he strode purposefully in a specific direction. A loud thud echoed, jolting the hearts of those nearby. It was manager Zhou Yi, whose large hand seemed to have slammed the table as he departed. With a dark expression and an aura that could intimidate, he exited the office with purpose. His silhouette resembled that of someone ready to confront an adversary. Su Hao felt a twinge of concern, wondering if the manager's muscular build might inadvertently dismantle the poor desk. Wow. It seems the manager is quite upset, Li Huilin whispered nervously, patting her chest. In such tumultuous times, who could remain at ease? Su Hao offered a wry smile, then recalled something, quickly lowering his voice. Sister Huilin, you once taught me the survival techniques for situations like this. Have you remembered them? Share them with me. Li Huilin raised an eyebrow. First, never wear a foolish grin. Second, keep your shoulders drooped. Do not stand tall. Third, lower your head and act humble, avoiding eye contact. Right? Exactly. You are indeed a teachable student. Li Huilin nodded approvingly, remarking on his good memory, which made her guidance worthwhile. It is essential. I owe my progress today entirely to Sister Huilin's careful mentorship, he chuckled. Shoo. Li Huilin quickly placed her finger to her lips, signaling him to be quiet, while nervously glancing around. Keep your voice down. I said no laughing. Her anxious demeanor prompted Su Hao to instantly suppress his smile. The atmosphere in the company today was undeniably charged. Everyone resembled enraged bulls, ready to charge at any moment, their eyes reflecting traces of fury. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere hung in the air, filled with murmurs of curses and restless complaints. Su Hao touched his nose, feeling perplexed. Just before the manager left, It seemed he shot me a fierce glare. I haven't done anything wrong lately, have I? Perhaps, Li Huilin pondered for a moment, speculating. It might be because you have a naturally cheerful face? I should be cautious. Su Hao quickly tried to mask his expression, striving to appear more somber. Alas, those in positions of little power, struggling at the bottom of the food chain, could be scapegoats at any moment. In such a climate of mutual anxiety, the only way to survive was to keep a low profile. He prayed that this damned storm would pass swiftly, without leaving him bloodied. Sigh. How he longed to rise above and be promoted to a formal trader. Li Huilin sighed, then suddenly seemed to recall something, her eyes lighting up. Right. My simulation account. I need to check it. Li Huilin frantically accessed her simulated trading account. After just a glance, her expression fell sharply, her features contorting in anguish as if she had swallowed a fly. Oh no, she wailed. Today has been too hectic. I forgot to monitor my simulated account. And all my funds have plummeted along with the battery stocks. What a disaster. Observing her despondent demeanor, Su Hao felt a twinge of curiosity. He opened his own simulated account interface, eager to see his situation. A single glance at the striking chart and the adjacent figures made him gasp. Goodness. The vibrant red line, soaring almost off the screen, startled his heart, nearly causing him to cry out, and he instinctively covered his mouth with his hand. Hearing the commotion, Li Huilin noticed his shocked expression and assumed he too had suffered significant losses, quickly breaking free from her sorrow to pat his shoulder reassuringly. Su Hao, you suffered losses too? Don't be too upset. It's just a simulation account. Virtual money. Consider it tuition for practice. It's no big deal. Here, let me see how much you lost. Sister Huilin, perhaps you shouldn't look. Su Hao attempted to dissuade her, his expression somewhat awkward. No worries. What is there to hide? Li Huilin boldly leaned over. I want to laugh at you. Let me see. Wow. As her gaze focused on Su Hao's computer screen, and she recognized the stock name alongside the glaring 10, she emitted a shriek far more piercing than when she had discovered her own losses. Her eyes wide as if she had seen a monster. Wait a moment. It's a limit up? You bought Green Meadow, and it hit the limit up? I told you not to look. Su Hao replied helplessly, scratching his head. Li Huilin suddenly regarded him with the astonished eyes one might reserve for an alien, her tone imbued with disbelief. Su Hao, you must honestly tell me, are you the legendary investment genius that comes once in a century? It's not me. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. Before Su Hao could explain, Li Huilin abruptly covered her face with her hands, releasing a series of desperate wails. I can't believe that for so many days, I've been flaunting those trivial and superficial introductory concepts in front of such an investment genius. I've utterly embarrassed myself. No, Sister Huilin, truly not. Su Hao chuckled, attempting to argue. Everything you taught me has been immensely useful, invaluable wisdom. It has benefited me greatly. Woo. Li Huilin paid no heed, lost in her immense shame. You must have been mocking me internally, right? Surely thinking, what a pretender. I genuinely wasn't. Sister Huilin. No. Li Huilin suddenly lowered her hands, her gaze resolute as she declared an astonishing decision. From today onward, you, Su Hao, will protect me. I, Li Huilin, will follow you from now on. Oh dear. Sister Huilin, please spare me. Don't joke around. Su Hao was at a loss, repeatedly gesturing for mercy. Meanwhile, in the investment department director's office. Director Li, may I take a few moments of your time? Zhou Yi entered, his voice as steady as ever. Oh, Zhou Yi. Director Li Jian, buried under a pile of documents, looked up in surprise. The trading session isn't over yet. What brings you here at this hour? You are well aware of the current market conditions. Zhou Yi approached the opposite seat and sat down, pondering what he could do aside from merely staring blankly. All urgent matters had been attended to. Well, let's get to the point. What is it that requires such urgency? Zhou Yi wasted no time, directly stating his intention. Mr. Li, I would like to promote a newcomer from our department to a formal trader position. Li Jian, who was about to reach for a glass of water, paused at Zhou Yi's words, raising an eyebrow in surprise. I was just about to pour you a glass of water. You truly are direct. Suddenly proposing a promotion for a newcomer? I thought you were here because of that troublesome issue with the Indonesian nickel mine. Our department fared well, Zhou Yi replied calmly. We implemented risk control measures in advance, so the losses were minimal. Indeed, your department managed well, but those other fools are another story. Who knows how deep of a hole they've dug? Damn it. I'm going to be driven to the edge by these little brats. Li Jian's frustration surged again, as he rubbed his throbbing temples. I've told them countless times to exercise caution, yet they act like starving ghosts, fixated solely on petty profits. They're throwing away the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. Well, it's understandable, Zhou Yi interjected nonchalantly. At that time, The entire market perceived it as a good opportunity. All right. I know it's not entirely your fault. Li Jian waved his hand dismissively, seemingly eager to shift from this distressing topic. It's all the fault of those Indonesian bastards, stirring up trouble with their production cuts. Taking a breath, he redirected his attention to Zhou Yi, scrutinizing him with a penetrating gaze. So, you mentioned wanting to promote someone? Which newcomer in your department has the qualifications for that? I don't recall anyone. A young man who just joined, Zhou Yi replied. Just joined? Li Jian's gaze sharpened, leaning forward slightly. Wait a moment, you aren't referring to that prince they forced in, are you? Indeed, Mr. Li, Zhou Yi nodded calmly. Upon hearing this confirmation, Li Jian's expression turned oddly complex. He scrutinized Zhou Yi, who was known for his straightforwardness and disdain for flattery, a hint of disbelief and sarcasm lacing his tone. Zhou Yi, you really surprise me. What? Can't believe you've started to learn the art of timing, knowing when to attach yourself to a powerful figure? The sarcasm dripped heavily from his words. It was no wonder he thought this way, a newcomer with no achievements, who had barely been with the company for a week, suddenly being proposed for a position that required independent risk management and handling substantial funds? This was unprecedented in the hierarchical and meritocratic history of Fenghuan investment. Who would believe it wasn't an attempt to curry favor with the prince's backers? You misunderstand, Mr. Li. Yet, Zhou Yi remained as calm as a still pond in the face of Li Jian's pointed skepticism. I am advocating for his promotion not for that reason. Oh, then what is it? Is this prince truly a hidden gem, a once-in-a-century investment talent? Li Jian raised an eyebrow, his tone laden with skepticism. You disowned his potential, hence your eagerness to elevate him? Zhou Yi met Li Jian's gaze, affirmatively nodding. Yes. What nonsense is this? Li Jian questioned, doubting his own ears, as he rubbed them in disbelief. Yet, Zhou Yi seemed unfazed by his reaction, reiterating with a tone of factual assertion. I assert he possesses remarkable talent and intuition in investments. Li Jian was left utterly speechless, mouth agape, staring at Zhou Yi. He knew this subordinate well. Zhou Yi lacked even an ounce of humor, rigid as granite, always serious and unwavering. For him to speak with such conviction about this matter was astonishing. On what grounds do you make this judgment? Li Jian's voice turned serious involuntarily. This newcomer, Su Hao, has participated in 2 of our internal simulated investment assessments since joining, Zhou Yi replied, retrieving a printed document from his folder and handing it over. This is the report from those assessments. Li Jian took the document with skepticism, his gaze falling upon the paper. Upon a mere glance, his pupils constricted, revealing sheer disbelief. What? The continuously rising St. Zhongruan and this recent green beauty? Both of these major market movers were chosen by him, that newcomer? Indeed, Zhou Yi confirmed, though he insisted it was merely good fortune. But, Mr. Li, didn't you often say when you personally taught me that one success could be attributed to luck, but consistently hitting the right market-critical moments is no mere coincidence? There must be an underlying reason. Li Jian felt a headache coming on, massaging his temples as he slammed the report down on the table, asking sternly, Zhou Yi, this matter is serious. Are you prepared to take on this responsibility? What if it turns out you misjudged him, and he loses the company's money? Isn't he someone personally arranged by the chairman? Zhou Yi's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. If something goes wrong, I trust the chairman will personally address and resolve the issue, won't he? You cheeky little rascal. Li Jian was nearly choked by Zhou Yi's words. Yet, Zhou Yi appeared oblivious to Li Jian's expression, maintaining an innocent demeanor as if solely acting in the company's best interest, adding, moreover, I learned this from you. Didn't you teach me not to put all my eggs in one basket? My own investments will continue to follow your advice, only targeting low-risk, secure assets. The implication was clear. Even if Su Hao faltered, Zhou Yi's own portion of responsibility would remain stable and unproblematic. Responsibility? The chairman, who had arranged for the newcomer, would naturally bear the brunt of it. Li Jian observed Zhou Yi's serious expression, listening to his earnest yet nonsensical reasoning, attempting to shift blame without detection. Ultimately, he could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter at this obstinate, yet clever fellow. Get lost, he scolded. But it was as if he had tacitly approved Zhou Yi's proposition. Zhou Yi, as ever, remained steadfast, single-minded, yet when it mattered, he truly knew how to grasp the crux of the matter and leverage his strengths. Very well. Let us see what this prince he so highly regards can stir up in the tempestuous waters of the market. Chapter 11. What an international joke. Have you heard? Following this market trend, it seems several of our colleagues have lost their composure and submitted their resignation letters, disappearing entirely. In the office, whispers circulated with the latest gossip, and a subtle tension hung in the air. Huh, When has the market ever been devoid of such incidents? Another voice chimed in, revealing little emotion, as if entirely accustomed to the chaos. We analyze data to predict stock prices, that's true. But to be frank, only a deity could achieve perfect precision. If one becomes unsettled by such minor fluctuations and falters during trading, then it would indeed be wiser to withdraw early. Investment, at its core, is ultimately a fierce battle of will and determination. It has been remarked that the vast stock market is essentially a cauldron simmering with the duality of human greed and fear. At times, it erupts with a frenzied intensity, consuming all rationality. At other times, it engulfs one in a chilling panic that paralyzes courage. How many companies, mere shells with dismal financial reports, see their stock prices soar to unprecedented heights, while others, robust and stable, languish on the ground, seemingly lifeless, causing frustration to onlookers? All of this silently indicates that the fluctuations in stock prices are often driven not by the intrinsic strength of the companies themselves, but rather by emotions, aspirations, greed, and fear. The human heart is akin to a reed swaying in the wind, unpredictable, fragile, and capricious. In such a tumultuous and inscrutable arena, if one cannot maintain their composure, they are utterly unqualified to engage in securities trading. This is especially true for private equity traders, whose decisions every minute, every second, can determine life or death. A slight crack in their mental state can lead to irrevocable ruin. A single thought can elevate one to heaven or plunge them into hell, utterly beyond their control. In the office of the chairman, Huang Fengwan, the helm of Fenghuan Investment, glanced up at his subordinate who had just reported to him, his voice betraying no sign of emotion. Have the issues in the battery sector been resolved? Yes, the subordinate responded quickly, after some setbacks. We managed to limit our losses in time. The market did overreact to the sudden news, but once it was fully digested, the bubble burst rather swiftly. Of course, we still incurred some losses, but to mitigate them to this extent is indeed fortunate. Huang Fengwan's tone remained indifferent as his fingers unconsciously tapped rhythmically on the mahogany desk, producing a dull thud. Look at the American market. Now that's truly exhilarating. With fluctuations that know no bounds, no ceilings above and no floors below, that is the true meat grinder. Unlike our domestic counterparts who tread cautiously, the wolves of Wall Street play recklessly. Short selling is a commonplace occurrence. Their rules are far more wild. One misjudgment, one misstep, no matter how formidable you were before, can result in a swift downfall, leaving you with nothing but ashes. There are no daily limits to protect you. Winning and losing depends solely on skill, courage, and that elusive fortune. Huang Fengwan exhaled deeply, feeling as though his very bones were disintegrating. He slumped heavily into the luxurious, expensive chair, leaning back, his head resting against the chair's back, his gaze vacant as he stared at the stark, cold ceiling above. The harsh light stung his eyes. Fenghuan Investment, the vessel he had painstakingly crafted, was sailing forward at an unprecedented speed, charging towards the ranks of top private equity firms. The company was flourishing, gaining momentum rapidly, appearing to bask in unlimited glory. Yet, the more it thrived, the more intense his sense of trepidation became. Each step felt as if he were treading on a frozen lake in winter, the creaking sound of cracking ice echoing ominously beneath his feet. He understood that with the slightest miscalculation, a minuscule error could cause this seemingly solid ice to collapse instantaneously, dragging him and his vessel into the frigid abyss of irrevocable ruin. The stock market, this infernal realm, could easily be likened to a devilish game of roulette. The pyramid he had laboriously built could come crashing down in mere minutes, or even seconds, due to a moment of inattention, a slip of the hand, or a foolish decision, leaving behind nothing but ruins. Cursing under his breath, fatigue and an indescribable anxiety tinged his voice. He rubbed his throbbing temples, feeling as though swarms of bees were buzzing incessantly in his head. He decided he must play a couple of games soon, otherwise his mind would not find peace. Only in that virtual realm, where one could engage in unrestrained combat and seek vengeance, could his heavy, almost crushing anxieties and pressures be temporarily cast aside. This was the sole reason for his obsession with gaming, his rare outlet for relief. A brief respite, or rather, a fleeting escape. However, as his thoughts shifted, an image unexpectedly intruded upon his mind. He wondered about Su Hao, that troublesome young man, and how he was faring. Huang Fengwan instinctively furrowed his brow at the thought of him, a name that brought him some distress. To claim he wanted no special treatment would be self-deception. To completely relinquish control was utterly unrealistic. After all, this young man was someone he had personally advocated for, pushing through pressure to secure his position. Those astute individuals below, how could they not be aware? Consequently, he had specifically instructed his secretary to keep a close watch on Su Hao's situation, to report any unusual developments or circumstances at the first opportunity. Just then, there was a gentle knock at the office door. "Mr. Huang, may I come in?" It was his secretary's voice, always composed and unflustered. Huang Fengwen straightened his posture, cleared his throat, and gathered his thoughts. "Come in. What is it?" The secretary entered, holding a thin document, and stood by the desk. "Ah, it concerns Su Hao. You previously instructed us to monitor him closely, and if there were any, special situations, to report to you." Huang Fengwen felt an inexplicable jolt in his heart, a wave of ominous premonition washing over him. Yes, that is correct. What has that young man done? Several thoughts raced through his mind. Had he fought with a colleague? Or perhaps foolishly confronted his superior? That didn't seem likely. The young man appeared quite clever and adept, albeit a bit inexperienced. Besides, how much trouble could a newly hired assistant trader really cause? The secretary gently placed the document before him. Huang Fengwen skeptically took it, his eyes scanning the contents. Suddenly, his pupils dilated in shock, as if pricked by a needle. His brows knitted together tightly. "Wait a moment, what on earth is this?" His voice escalated with incredulity. "A formal trader? Su Hao? Promoted?" The contents of the document were utterly divorced from his earlier conjectures. The secretary maintained her professional composure, nodding slightly. "Yes, Mr. Huang. Recently, several traders have left the company. And to promptly fill the vacancies, the company has decided to promote a few outstanding newcomers. Mr. Su Hao is on the promotion list." Huang Fengwen could hardly contain his astonishment, nearly crumpling the document in his grasp. He shot up, his eyes blazing with fury. Have these imbeciles lost their minds? Or have they collectively gone mad? A fresh recruit, who might not even recognize a line chart, is being promoted to operate the company's funds in real-time trading? What a ridiculous jest. He was on the verge of slamming his fist on the table, demanding that the director of the trading department and that damn Zhou Yi be summoned to his office immediately for a reprimand. Yet, as his hand rose halfway, he abruptly halted in midair. No, something was amiss. He narrowed his eyes, the fire in them gradually giving way to a complex glimmer of realization. As his mind raced with unprecedented speed, the people below, they could not possibly be unaware that Su Hao was someone he had personally placed in the company. Particularly, the individual directly responsible for overseeing Su Hao, Zhou Yi, must be enduring quite a torment during this period. Each day, confronted with such an enigmatic figure, a towering presence shrouded in uncertainty, should he tread carefully, treating him with utmost reverence? Or perhaps feign ignorance, adhering strictly to business protocol? Should he discreetly extend some special attention, attempting to demonstrate his adeptness in navigating the complexities of the situation? Or should he turn a blind eye, to avoid drawing unwanted scrutiny upon himself? One can only imagine the worry weighing heavily upon him, nearly turning his hair gray, as he exhaustively concocts such an intricate, albeit seemingly absurd, strategy to gauge Su Hao's stance. As for the department director, who ultimately signed off on the promotion list, HM, he is likely pretending to be oblivious while inwardly cursing. Yet what choice does he have? After all, this individual was placed in the position by Huang. Huang Fengwen's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. If only they could come directly to me for guidance in their uncertainty. However, upon reflection, the image of a department director nervously approaching him, the big boss, to inquire, "Huang, what precisely does that connection you facilitated mean? How should we proceed?" is indeed a rather ludicrous and humiliating scenario, far from dignified. "Then, what do you suggest, Huang?" The secretary cautiously inquires, observing the fluctuations in his expression. Huang Fengwen waved his hand dismissively, the anger on his face dissipated, replaced by a playful demeanor. "Let it be, they can manage." The secretary was evidently taken aback. Are we truly allowing him to ascend to the position of a formal trader? Alas, there is no other option. Huang Fengwen reclined against his spacious chair, rubbing his temples. His hands clasped over his abdomen, his tone laced with resignation, yet tinged with inevitability. "Ultimately, this is my fault. I failed to communicate clearly and left matters ambiguous. It is only natural for those beneath me to misconstrue and create complications." He even harbored the notion that perhaps this was not entirely unfavorable. It could serve as an unintentional boon, perfectly timed. This opportunity would thrust Su Hao into the turbulent, treacherous waters of the market, allowing him to experience firsthand the scorching reality of investment. Let him receive a few hard slaps from reality. It may not be such a bad thing after all. After all, that lad knows nothing of investment. He is a complete novice. Did Zhou Yi really expect him to immediately shoulder the responsibilities and charge forth to generate extraordinary profits for the company? Nonsense. It was merely a show of goodwill to Huang Fengwen. Look, I have not treated your protege poorly. I have promoted him to a formal trader. How generous. Huang Fengwen perceived the underlying motives with clarity. Zhou Yi was well aware of the intricacies involved. He calmly informed his secretary that he would never risk entrusting substantial trading authority to Su Hao. It was likely a mere nominal position, with a token sum allocated for practice, merely a facade for appearances. Thus, the matter was settled. You continue to monitor the situation on his end and report any developments immediately. Yes, Huang. The secretary replied respectfully, quietly exiting and gently closing the door. The office once again fell into silence. A subtle, mischievous smile crept across Huang Fengwen's lips. He could almost envision Su Hao's stunned expression upon learning of his promotion to formal trader. A complete novice, barely able to decipher a line chart. Suddenly tasked with genuine trading responsibilities, how utterly bewildering. He would be flustered and disoriented, manipulating the vibrant screen in a chaotic frenzy, ultimately depleting his meager funds. At that moment, Su Hao would undoubtedly wear a woeful expression, feeling as though the sky had fallen, apologizing to the company and, more importantly, to the discerning president who had granted him this grand opportunity. When that moment arrives, he would make his entrance at the perfect juncture, like a sagacious elder brother. Possessing profound understanding, he would pat Su Hao's shoulder and solemnly declare, "Do not worry, young one. The path of growth always comes with tuition fees. This minor setback is inconsequential." What a splendid script. This is precisely the demeanor that the omnipotent, divine president should embody in Su Hao's eyes. Chapter 12. This is more absurd than a pig climbing a tree. The atmosphere in the trading department's office was somewhat peculiar. Zhou Yi sat at his workstation, seemingly engrossed in the ever-fluctuating data on his computer screen, yet his peripheral vision frequently darted towards the chairman's office on the top floor. Silence. An oppressive silence. Logically, the thunderous wrath from Huang should have descended by yesterday, or at the latest, this morning. Those responsible for this matter ought to have been summoned to the office and subjected to a stern reprimand by now. After all, Zhou Yi had directly promoted a newcomer, who had barely joined the company and had never engaged in actual trading, to the position of a formal trader. This was nothing short of ludicrous. There was no way Huang had not caught wind of the situation. Yet, from yesterday until now, there had been an eerie calm, as if a stone had sunk into the sea. Today was Saturday. However, for those in the financial sector, weekends, rest, such notions were non-existent. Even the relentlessly busy chairman remained steadfastly at his desk, working through the weekend. So who among these beleaguered subordinates dared to truly indulge and enjoy a weekend reprieve? Market analysis, report compilation, data collection, none of these tasks could be neglected. Working overtime on Saturdays was routine, a testament to professional dedication, as natural as breathing. But with no sign of any developments, Zhou Yi took a deep breath, feeling his heart race. He struggled to suppress his excitement and speculation, his gaze sharpening with intensity. The chairman was indeed aware. He had long recognized Su Hao's true nature. Surely, he understood that this young man was no ordinary individual. Just as Zhou Yi had boldly surmised, Su Hao was not a mere incompetent who had leveraged connections for entry. One was a prodigious talent of mysterious origins, while the other was the chairman who personally facilitated his entrance and turned a blind eye to this irregular promotion. There had to be some underlying connection between these two. Even if it was not a straightforward familial relationship, it must be something deeper, an undisclosed link that might involve astonishing secrets. A powerful bond permitting the chairman to condone such outrageous actions. The more Zhou Yi pondered, the more he found his deductions flawless. Even beginning to envision a dramatic tale of a genius trader in disguise, orchestrated by a discerning leader. At that moment, a subordinate leaned over, pointing to two new workstations being swiftly assembled by equipment department employees, and curiously asked, "Manager, are we hiring more people? Why are there suddenly 2 additional positions?" Zhou Yi quickly reined in his thoughts, not lifting his head, and replied in a feigned calm. "Didn't we lose a few traders recently? Those vacant positions need to be filled." The subordinate's eyes brightened with excitement. "Oh, it seems we might be getting new skilled personnel? How wonderful." Zhou Yi responded vaguely, indeed. He did not speak, nor did he intend to do so at this moment. Among the 2 newly appointed traders, one was the rookie Su Hao, whom they encountered daily and even directed to fetch tea. This matter could not be disclosed prematurely. A prudent approach was essential. What if the chairman merely had a delayed reflex or was concealing a grand strategy, only to later call and completely negate this situation? If he were to voice it now, wouldn't he be slapping his own face? Caution is the mother of safety. However, observing the current calmness, which could even be described as tacit approval, Zhou felt increasingly convinced. The chairman must have anticipated this outcome long ago. This might even be the very script he desired. Zhou sensed he had grasped a crucial clue, yet it felt as if he were peering through frosted glass, unable to see clearly. As Su Hao dragged his leaden legs out of the magnificent office building of Fanghuan Investment, it was already Saturday evening. The setting sun cast a warm glow on his face, but could not dispel the weariness deep within him. The air was infused with the distinctive scent of exhaust fumes and dust typical of the end-of-workday rush. He could not help but silently lament, damn. Working on a weekend is inhumane. Of course, the only consolation was that Saturday hours began at 9 in the morning and ended relatively early. Yet, such was the nature of the financial industry. After the tense and exhilarating trading hours, the weekend required him to calm down and organize, analyze, and review the week's data. This task was a requisite for all trading teams. There was no escaping it. But what was the point of complaining? Su Hao quickly adjusted his mindset, chuckling at himself. Besides, working on weekends does come with extra pay, doesn't it? He shook his head, attempting to dispel the fatigue that permeated his very being. He ought to be grateful for this job. Contentment was key. That said, the physical exhaustion was undeniably real. His sole thought was to hurry home, collapse onto that familiar bed exuding a faint scent of sunlight, and sleep until the end of time. I'm back. He pushed open the door to his home. The lights were off, and silence enveloped him. No one. He recalled that his parents typically stayed home on weekends. Had they gone out for a stroll again? Just as he pondered this, a crisp female voice suddenly came from the direction of the living room. Mom and Dad went to the supermarket. Su Hao jumped in surprise, turning towards the voice. He saw his beloved sister, Su Hui, sprawled across the soft sofa, engrossed in her phone. You startled me. You were lying there without a sound, Su Hao said, somewhat annoyed. Please, I waved at you when you came in. You just didn't see it, she retorted, not taking her eyes off the screen. By the way, what brings you back today? You usually don't come home on weekends. Ever since her graduation, his sister had rented a place of her own, claiming it was for the sake of independence and freedom, when in reality, she simply disliked their strict household. How would I know? She complained. It was Mom who kept calling, saying she missed me, insisting I return. Hey, you should visit Mom and Dad more often. They must miss you since you've been away for so long. Oh, so you're lecturing me now? She rolled her eyes. As if you're some paragon of filial piety. All you do is stay at home, play video games, and mooch off them, living like an unemployed bum. Just then, her voice faltered. She finally noticed something distinctly unusual about Su Hao. Her gaze locked onto his obviously new suit. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Why are you wearing a suit? Su Hao instinctively straightened his not-so-broad chest, trying to appear nonchalant, as if it were nothing of significance. What else? Just got off work. What? Mom didn't tell you? What? His sister sprang up from the sofa, her swift movement almost causing her cherished phone to fly from her hands. Her voice shot up an octave. Brother, you found a job. Su Hao nodded modestly, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. I'm no longer an unemployed bum. When did you get a job? Why didn't you tell me about such a big deal? Congratulations. Brother, you finally have a job. Her tone was filled with excitement and disbelief. Wait, something's off. As her excitement began to subside, she suddenly thought of something and looked at him suspiciously. You just got off work? It's Saturday. Oh my. Brother, they make employees work on weekends? That's just cruel. Sounds like one of those companies that exploit cheap labor. Stop talking nonsense. Su Hao immediately retorted, his expression serious. It's a really good company. Oh really? She raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. How good is it? Show me your business card. Did you underestimate me? Su Hao smiled confidently, retrieving his business card holder from his suit pocket and carefully extracting a card to hand over. Take a good look. Don't be shocked later. How impressive could this company be? Not like I'd be shocked, she scoffed, taking the card casually. But the next moment, her words were abruptly stifled, as if an invisible hand had seized her throat. Not a single word could escape her lips. Her eyes widened, round as two copper bells. The pupils dilated to an extreme. Her mouth gaped open, large enough to fit a chicken egg. The entire person seemed to be struck by a divine bolt of lightning. Instantly petrified, the embossed gold letters on the business card struck her like a force of nature. Fanghuan Investment, Trading Department, Su Hao. Fanghuan Investment? A piercing scream erupted from her throat, her voice sharp from overwhelming excitement, almost breaking. Brother, is this real or fake? You're not pulling a fast one on me, are you? Of course it's real. Do I look like someone who would deceive you with fake news? Su Hao was thoroughly amused by his sister's exaggerated reaction. No. How could you possibly work at Fanghuan Investment? That's just not scientifically possible. It's more absurd than a pig climbing a tree. Her reaction mirrored their mother's when she first saw that business card. It was uncanny. Su Hui examined the thin card meticulously, flipping it over and over, as if scrutinizing a counterfeit bill, searching for any flaw. Goodness, this is unbelievable, she murmured, still struggling to digest the reality. My brother, the one who only plays video games, somehow got into Fenghuan investment? He is now an employee at a top private equity firm. Watching his sister's astonished and delighted expression, filled with immense pride for him, Su Hao felt a warmth swell within him, as if a surge of energy coursed through his veins. All the fatigue from the weekend work seemed to evaporate in that instant, washed away by his sister's sparkling eyes and excited voice. It was all worth it. Every ounce of exhaustion and hardship he had endured was validated in that moment. Suddenly, my sister slapped her thigh, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This matter. It absolutely cannot be overlooked. It is too worthy of celebration. Su Hao instantly became alert, feeling an ominous premonition. You found such an incredible job. You must treat us. Let us celebrate. My sister placed her hands on her hips, adopting a stance that clearly conveyed. You want to get away without spending money today? No way. Su Hao's smile froze on his face. I haven't even received my first month's salary yet. So what? Do you think you can brush off finding such a good job without spending a dime? No chance. My sister stood firm, hands on her hips, clearly unwilling to budge. Su Hao let out a pained groan. Ultimately, under his sister's fierce gaze, he surrendered, calculating his meager savings with a heavy heart. After all, he had been saving every penny, intending to use it for in-game purchases. Forget it. Money can be earned again. The happiness of family is what matters most. All right. I'll treat. Finding a job deserves a celebration. Let us have a nice meal together as a family. Yay. Awesome. Long live my brother. My sister immediately cheered, her joy radiating like a jubilant little bird as she excitedly grabbed her phone and chattered away, calling their parents to share the good news. Su Hao leaned against the cold door frame, feeling a warm sensation fill his heart, a mix of emotions flooding over him. When was the last time their family had such a harmonious outing for a meal? He couldn't recall. It seemed that ever since he became engrossed in games, turning into a disappointment for his parents and a nuisance for his sister, that warm and lively family atmosphere had vanished. Yet now those fuzzy, warm-hued memories of laughter shared around a family table began to sharpen in his mind. He could almost smell the aroma of the restaurant's dishes, hear his parents' appreciative laughter, and feel his sister's cheerful chatter. How wonderful it was. His nose tinged with a bit of sadness, a warm current slowly flowed within him. He silently clenched his fists, his nails slightly digging into his palms from the pressure. Yes, he had to work even harder, to strive relentlessly, to protect this hard-won warmth, to ensure his family lives a better life, to often treat them to meals, until they could barely walk. Chapter 13, Promotion. If one were to inquire about who truly earns substantial wealth in the securities industry, most would likely immediately mention those lofty executives. However, that notion could not be more mistaken. A clear, melodious voice, as invigorating as a shot of vitality, broke through the morning's inherent dullness. It was Li Huijin, who was now patiently explaining the intricacies of this circle to Su Hao. When it comes to guaranteed salaries, executives indeed earn more, but in terms of astonishing performance bonuses, known as commissions, it is the traders who truly rake in the profits, earning significantly more than the executives. Sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting mottled shadows across the desk. Li Huijin's voice brimmed with a sense of sharing a secret. Thus, within each company, traders are categorized into levels. Levels? Yes, levels, Li Huijin nodded, just like in school, where students are ranked according to their grades, categorized into various tiers, right? It's the same principle in private equity firms. So that was how it was. Su Hao felt a sudden clarity wash over him. No wonder he always sensed that this group of traders seemed perpetually tense, as if they were each holding back a fierce drive, eager to outdo one another. The root of it lay in this internal ranking and fierce competition. Traders with lower ranks have access to smaller amounts of capital, and with less principal, even if their yield is impressive, their commissions remain limited, correct? Li Huijin's slender fingers gestured in the air. Conversely, those at the pinnacle, the top-tier traders, command astonishing amounts of capital. Even a small profit for them can yield commissions that pile up like a mountain. Each private equity firm might differ, but at the current firm, Fenghuan Investment, the minimum capital a trader could operate with is 1 million. 1 million, merely the minimum threshold. Li Huijin lowered her voice slightly, adding with an air of mystery. Therefore, top-performing traders often sign special contracts with the company. I've heard that in other large private equity firms, top traders can easily earn over 10 million annually. Wow, 10 million. Su Hao gasped in astonishment, the figure seeming to carry a tangible weight that left him somewhat dazed. That's just their annual salary? That's basic. I've heard that in the U.S. some earn over 100 million. Li Huijin appeared satisfied with Su Hao's reaction, a smile curving at the corners of her mouth. However, you must understand, the reason these individuals can earn so much is that they generate enormous profits for the company. What they receive in return is merely a fraction of that. Su Hao fell silent. It was no wonder so many top graduates from prestigious universities were eager to dive into this field. An annual salary in the hundreds of millions seemed too immense, almost surreal, like a tale from another realm, leaving him devoid of tangible sensation. The air seemed thick with a restless energy, tinged with the burnt scent of money. People often say that in this world, playing the stock market and engaging in real estate is the way to wealth. Previously, he hadn't quite understood, but now it began to make sense. Just sitting in front of a computer, moving a mouse, tapping a keyboard could unleash such staggering wealth. This world is indeed mad. He steadied himself and curiously asked, "So, what level is our team? We are in the same department? We should be ordinary level, I suppose." Li Huijin pondered. "I've heard it said that the higher the office floor, the higher the team's rank. You see, the derivatives trading department is located on the top few floors of this building, right? Although the specifics are hard to say, it is generally believed that the most lucrative traders are those dealing with derivatives. They earn that much. Yes, let me put it this way. The salary of someone over there in a month could surpass our annual salary. Isn't that impressive? Next in line are the quantitative trading teams that have been rising in recent years. I've heard they use artificial intelligence for algorithms and high-frequency trading, but I don't quite understand the specifics. The world of stocks is indeed complex, deep, and unfathomable." Su Hao mused. Yet it is precisely because of the overwhelming returns behind it that countless individuals flock to this arena of fame and fortune, willingly immersing themselves. Even knowing it is a brutal game, the foundation is composed of countless stepping stones, and only those standing at the pinnacle can truly indulge in the grand feast of wealth. This essence might not differ from what he experienced in games. While he was deep in thought, a steady voice interrupted his reverie. "Is everyone here? Let us start the meeting early today." It was Manager Zhou. "Yes." Everyone immediately responded. Manager Zhou gestured for everyone to enter the conference room. Su Hao followed the crowd inside, but his peripheral vision caught sight of two familiar figures entering as well. They were the trading assistants he had previously encountered while running errands. "Let me introduce." Manager Zhou stood at the front of the conference room, scanning the crowd. "These are the new trading assistants who have joined our team." He paused, explaining, "As you all know, there was a situation recently where a few senior traders left, leading the higher-ups to decide to disband a team. These individuals are transferred from that team. With him and Li Huijin, the trading assistants now numbered 4. Su Hao's mind stirred. With more people, did that mean he might have a slightly easier time? The manager, upon noticing a raised hand, acknowledged Liang Haiyuan's inquiry. Wasn't it mentioned that new official traders would be joining us today? He then shifted the conversation dramatically, revealing that the newcomers were not external recruits, but rather promotions from the existing trading assistants. A wave of astonishment swept through the conference room, as whispers of disbelief filled the air. Promoted from trading assistants? Su Hao felt a jolt of incredulity, a thought flashing through his mind. Could it be that he and Li Huilin were being recognized? Manager Zhou Yi's gaze settled on them, declaring, "From today onward, you two are promoted to official traders." "What?" Su Hao and Li Huilin gasped in unison, their minds momentarily blank, as if struck by a thunderbolt, frozen in place. "Official traders?" This was too sudden. "Wait, manager." Liang Haiyuan's sharp voice pierced the brief silence, filled with disbelief and anger. "What did you say? Promoting them directly? While Li Huilin has some experience. This is too rapid a promotion. And what about Su Hao? He has only just arrived. This is unprecedented in the entire company." His voice trembled with emotion, his gaze like a poisoned dagger cutting through Su Hao and Li Huilin. Although Liang Haiyuan's reaction was intense, Su Hao could empathize. He too was bewildered, struggling to grasp the situation. The more experienced traders likely shared his astonishment and confusion. There must be a reason for this decision. Zhou Yi maintained his composure, speaking steadily. "In the recent simulated investments, Su Hao achieved the highest return in our team. This is one of the reasons." "Manager, but that was merely a simulation." Liang Haiyuan countered vehemently, his voice rising. "Simulations and real trading are entirely different. Just because of a brief good performance in a simulation, they are given official status? This decision has been made. The rules are clear to everyone. In this industry, only the yield matters," Zhou Yi asserted, his tone firm and piercing. "Furthermore, the funds from the previous disbanded team are now under our management. Do you understand what this means? Our entire team's capital pool has expanded. But Liang Haiyuan attempted to argue further. Enough, Zhou Yi interrupted, his voice chilling, imbued with undeniable authority. I have stated that this decision is final. The atmosphere in the conference room felt as though it had solidified, a heavy pressure settling over all. No one dared to voice further objections. In the suffocating silence, Zhou Yi turned to Su Hao and Li Huilin, his tone softening slightly. Su Hao, Li Huilin, do you see the two newly arranged workstations over there? They instinctively followed his gaze. Those are prepared for you. Shortly, colleagues from the IT department will come to guide you on how to use the equipment and functions. Pay attention and learn diligently. Su Hao still felt as though he were dreaming. Could it be true that they had actually become official traders? In a daze. He could even hear his heartbeat thundering in his chest and the tingling sensation in his fingertips. Today, focus on familiarizing yourselves with the environment and understanding the operational processes. There is no need to rush into trading immediately, understood? Zhou Yi advised. Yes, they replied eagerly. All right, meeting adjourned, Zhou Yi waved his hand. From now on, we will manage the funds previously allocated to other teams. If you wish to increase profits, be fully alert. The meeting felt like a sudden storm, sweeping through the entire team. Currently, we have installed a total of 6 monitors for you. If you find them insufficient, you can always contact the IT department for additional installations. An IT technician stood beside Su Hao's new workstation, patiently explaining the seemingly complex array of equipment before him. The new desk and chair emanated a subtle scent of leather and wood, creating a delicate contrast to the cold electronic atmosphere surrounding them. The two in the center are the main displays, designated for running trading programs. You can place real-time charts and quote windows here for trading operations. The technician pointed to the large screens ahead. The left two are secondary screens, already configured for browsing news feeds and private equity research reports. The right two are for monitoring overall market trends and the fluctuations of various industries. Quite a setup, Su Hao mused, feeling overwhelmed by the array of screens encircling him. The intricate lines and numbers danced across the displays, casting a cool blue glow that illuminated his slightly bewildered face. Indeed, in trading, time is of the essence. Every second counts, the technician explained. The keyboard has also been specially designed. Numerous operations can be executed via shortcuts, allowing for swifter order placements. He indicated the F1 to F12 function keys above the keyboard. For instance, F1 is for buy orders, F2 is for sell orders, and others have corresponding settings. Clicking each one with the mouse is too slow and may lead to missed opportunities. Before you become familiar, I recommend keeping a shortcut reference chart nearby. On the desk lay a specialized numeric keypad, purportedly for quicker number entry, considering the potential order delays during peak trading volumes. We have also set up a dedicated high-speed fiber optic line for you. The technician continued. The display response time has been optimized to ensure it remains under 3 milliseconds. After all, a delay of even 1 millisecond could lead to drastically different outcomes. As Su Hao nodded, he felt beads of cold sweat forming on his back. Engaging in real trading with such advanced and costly equipment was a far cry from the simulated trading he had previously experienced. An invisible pressure, akin to a cold tide, began to envelop him. Lastly, we have implemented an error prevention alert system. If your order volume is unusually high, or if the quotes deviate significantly from normal ranges, the system will sound an alarm. Please pay attention to this. Okay, understood, Su Hao responded. At first, it may feel a bit chaotic, but you will adapt quickly. The technician concluded his introduction with a polite smile. I will take my leave now. Watching the 6 screens before him, Su Hao couldn't help but smile wryly. Just a while ago, he had never even used the standard dual monitor setup in gaming. Now, he had jumped straight to 6 screens. Moreover, he noticed that manager Zhou Yi's workstation boasted a staggering 9 screens. He couldn't fathom what was displayed across all those monitors. Su Hao. A hesitant voice called from beside him. Turning, he saw Li Huilin standing at her new workstation, her expression mirroring his own mixture of excitement, anxiety, and a hint of confusion. They exchanged glances, both sharing a bittersweet smile. Chapter 14. Did I offend the royal family? Just a few hours prior, Su Hao had anticipated that today would unfold like any other, with him bustling about the office like a spinning top. Who could have imagined that in an instant he would find himself seated before high-end equipment symbolizing seasoned prowess, with his identity undergoing a dramatic transformation? Don't be too nervous, Su Hao, Li Huilin urged, taking a deep breath to bolster both their spirits, though her voice quivered slightly. We can do this, just like we did with the simulated trading. We need to maintain that same mindset and perform the same operations. Su Hao observed her, unable to resist reminding her, Sister Huilin, Your leg seems to be shaking. Li Huilin lowered her head and indeed found her legs trembling uncontrollably, prompting her to hastily press them together, her face flushing even deeper. Su Hao, too, felt a wave of unease wash over him. He wondered if the chairman's guild leader in the game had become aware of his promotion to a formal trader. If so, would they be taken aback? Yet, it seemed calm on the surface. Perhaps the big shot was oblivious to the upheaval among the small ants below. Li Huilin, Su Hao. A sharp, icy voice intruded abruptly, akin to a needle scraping against glass. Liang Haiyuan had approached, hands tucked into his pockets, his face adorned with unabashed mockery and hostility. What are you two doing? Given the current state of the company, how can you still find reason to smile? His gaze swept over them, laden with scrutiny and disdain. Where's your sense? The manager has proposed your promotion, and you should have declined, claiming your abilities are insufficient to bear such responsibility. Yet you accepted so naively? His eyes, seemingly poisoned, revealed his extreme dissatisfaction. Other colleagues in the office cast furtive glances their way, the air thickening with tension. Let me be clear, I absolutely do not recognize either of you. Liang Haiyuan's voice rose, laced with a threatening undertone. If you two drag down the team's performance, ruining our results, I will not let you off the hook. Understand? You can still backtrack. Go find the manager and tell him you can't handle it. Demand he retracts your appointment. Su Hao frowned. He had sensed that Liang Haiyuan seemed to unjustly target Li Huilin, as if intent on unleashing his pent-up grievances upon her. Standing beside her, he naturally became collateral damage. He understood Liang Haiyuan's feelings. A newcomer rapidly ascending to his level would irk anyone, especially when it impacted real monetary gains and team performance bonuses. Such emotions were entirely normal on the cutthroat battlefield of trading. However, he also knew how much effort and sweat Li Huilin had invested to become a formal trader. During their time as trading assistants, she had never slacked off, always patiently guiding him through unfamiliar territory and eagerly tackling the dirty work. She was a person whose heart was as beautiful as her appearance. Yet now, Liang Haiyuan's cruel and venomous words trampled upon her hard work and dignity. This ignited a nameless fury within Su Hao. Liang Haiyuan. Su Hao inhaled deeply. Meeting Liang Haiyuan's frigid gaze, don't go too far. What did you say? Liang Haiyuan narrowed his eyes, seemingly taken aback that this newcomer dared to retort. The manager was quite clear earlier. Su Hao's voice, though low, resonated with clarity. In this circle, it is ultimately the returns that speak. Therefore, you need not worry. We will prove ourselves with our actual performances and will not become a burden on the team. Liang Haiyuan scoffed, as if he had heard the grandest joke, sizing up Su Hao with contempt. What audacity. Fine, I look forward to seeing how you plan to prove it. It's best for you to recognize your limitations and understand what it means to be overreaching. That would indeed be beneficial for you. With that, he huffed, turning back to his seat, leaving behind a hostile silhouette. Su Hao, why do you need to do this? Li Huilin looked at him with concern, her voice low. Sorry. Huilin Jia. Su Hao rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat helpless. I acted impulsively. I just can't stand how Liang Haiyuan always seems to target you. It's all right. Li Huilin forced a smile. Such things happen in the workplace. She then drooped her face, her voice tinged with a whimper. But this is bad. You've declared you'll prove yourself with results. What if I mess up? Su Hao chuckled at her pitiful expression, feeling his own tension dissipate. I believe in you, Huilin Jia, and I believe in myself. He recalled their success during simulated trading, his gaze becoming resolute once more. During our simulated investments, did we not perform splendidly? We just need to bring that strength to the table. We can do this. Let us go. Imitating Li Huilin's usual demeanor, he clenched his fist and made a gesture of encouragement. Li Huilin burst into laughter at his antics, the tension around them easing considerably. Su Hao took a deep breath and slowly settled into his brand new, expensive chair. The cold leather sent a jolt through him, sharpening his senses. During the simulation, those numbers were merely symbols on a screen, allowing him to place orders without psychological burdens. But now, he was about to operate with real money. The mere thought sent a chill racing up his spine to the crown of his head. Oh, I spoke too boldly earlier, he internally lamented. But it was too late. The die was cast. Having made such grand claims, he could only respond with tangible yields to any skepticism. Moreover, his lips curled slightly. He possessed a unique ability unknown to others. Let me see the initial allocated operating funds. He opened the trading software, his gaze landing on the account balance. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, a million? A million. Su Hao's pupils dilated in shock. He never imagined that on his first day, the company would grant him direct access to 1 million in trading authority. In his entire life, he had never even seen 1 million in cash, let alone touched it. Even in those notorious pay-to-win games, he had never encountered such a staggering amount. Hadn't Li Huilin mentioned that the minimum operating threshold for traders was 1 million? This was simply outrageous. How could they hand him 1 million in real currency on his very first day as a formal trader? Was the company out of its mind? Damn it. In the break room, Liang Haiyuan slammed a disposable cup onto the table, splashing some cold water. He gulped down the water in an attempt to quell the rising anger within him. What was the manager thinking? Allowing those two novices, especially Li Huilin, to become formal traders? If they ruined the investments and dragged down the entire team's performance, who would bear the losses? While individual performance bonuses were significant, the overall team performance bonus was no small matter. If those two fools caused everyone's year-end bonuses to shrink, he would not let them off the hook. Liang Haiyuan gritted his teeth, his eyes dark with malice. And that Su Hao, merely a newcomer, dared to confront him so openly in front of so many people. Such a lack of decorum and upbringing. Oh, Liang Haiyuan, a voice laced with mockery floated from the side. You seem quite irate today. Are you here to witness a spectacle? Get lost if you're just here to watch the show. Liang Haiyuan retorted, irritated. Don't be so aggressive. You might not know this, but a trader from the neighboring team wore a knowing expression. Know what? Liang Haiyuan frowned. The person glanced around to ensure no one was listening, then leaned closer to Liang Haiyuan, whispering, I heard that Su Hao is related to our chairman. What? What? Liang Haiyuan's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly crushing the cup in his hand. This news was typically privy only to those at the managerial level. I overheard a friend from the Human Resources Department speaking in hushed tones. The person shrugged and said, Now you understand, right? Why such an unusual appointment occurred. Liang Haiyuan felt as though his blood had frozen. Did I just reprimand someone of noble lineage? His voice became sharp and distorted with shock and fear. Surely they wouldn't hold a grudge over something so trivial? The other person was startled by his words and chuckled nervously. You didn't say anything too outrageous, did you? I hope they're not the type to bear a grudge. All right, I must take my leave. I need to return to my post. After saying this, the individual patted Liang Haiyuan's stiff shoulder and hurried out of the break room, leaving Liang Haiyuan standing alone, as if turned to stone, gazing vacantly into the void. His face drained of color. Liang Haiyuan? The market is about to open. Aren't you heading back? Liang Haiyuan? Someone called out to him, but he remained unresponsive, as though his soul had departed, leaving only an empty shell, standing there like a dried statue. Chapter 15. No loss, only gain. The dull toll of the opening bell resonated, akin to a stone cast into a deep pool, sending invisible ripples through the trading hall filled with numbers and anxiety. Manager Zhou Yi lifted his gaze to survey the dazzling array of monitors before him, where data was frantically rolling. This should have been the focal point of his attention, the battlefield where he strategized. However, his gaze, as if possessed by its own will, repeatedly drifted toward a figure in the corner. Su Hao. The name flitted through his mind, accompanied by a sense of inexplicable scrutiny and curiosity. To facilitate observation, Zhou Yi had even deliberately adjusted the angle of his workstation. Yet, oddly, since the opening bell had echoed throughout the floor, the newcomer, Su Hao, had scarcely done anything. Was he merely staring blankly at the screen? Zhou Yi furrowed his brow, as doubts crept into his mind like creeping vines. What investment secrets lay hidden within Su Hao? By what inscrutable means had he achieved such astonishing returns in the simulated market? More importantly, could such methods endure the relentless onslaught of the real market? The brutal combat of actual capital? Zhou Yi's gaze, imbued with intense curiosity and scrutiny, fixed unblinkingly on Su Hao's profile, akin to a searchlight. Yet, as seconds slipped by, the figure remained motionless, resembling a silent statue, starkly contrasting with the surrounding atmosphere of tension and commotion. Indeed, he seemed to be doing nothing at all. Meanwhile, Su Hao was inwardly lamenting his plight. What on earth is this? The monitors before him had multiplied from 1 in the simulation to a staggering 6. On the 6 screens, dense numbers and vividly colored curves twisted like living entities, weaving into a dizzying torrent of data. It was even more chaotic than when he had engaged in simulated investments, leaving him utterly bewildered. He needed to meticulously identify the correct option from this vast sea of stock codes, but how could one accomplish such a task? It was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. How strange, he mused, rubbing his chin, a sense of unfamiliar stagnation weighing on his heart. The last time he had begun browsing these stocks, that intuitive spark had surged forth almost instantaneously, as if he had opened his third eye. Yet this time, it was utterly different. There was no sign of it. His fingertips scrolled the mouse wheel, and the stock list on the screen flew by in a blur, like fleeting shadows. However, That prophetic intuition, the flash of insight, was conspicuously absent. Not a single indication emerged. Time slipped away in his dazed inaction. Like fine sand slipping through his fingers, impossible to grasp. When he finally regained his bearings, the electronic clock on the wall mercilessly flashed to 11 o'clock. Suhao, how's it going over there? A voice, tinged with fatigue and disappointment, called from behind. Suhao turned to see Li Huilin, the usually vibrant individual, now appearing somewhat pallid, as though she had just endured a defeat, dragging her feet toward his desk. Sister Huilin, aren't you supposed to stay at your post? Suhao asked, surprised. During trading hours, traders were typically prohibited from leaving their stations. Ah, don't mention it, Li Huilin sighed, her voice heavy with defeat, resembling a deflated balloon. This morning alone, I've already incurred a loss of 2, and the risk management team has forcibly halted my trading. What? Suhao was momentarily taken aback. Just a loss of 2. And they immediately stopped trading? That figure doesn't seem particularly large. Indeed, for our company, 2 is already a significant amount, Li Huilin replied with a bitter smile. A hint of self-deprecation in her tone. The eagle-eyed folks in the risk management department are monitoring every trader's account in real time. For novices like us, a loss of 2 can lead to a red flag, resulting in an immediate suspension of trading privileges. Only seasoned veterans can afford a slightly more lenient threshold, tolerating losses of up to 5. She paused, as if recalling something, her gaze drifting into the distance. Didn't Buffett once say, the first rule is to never lose money. The second rule is to never forget the first rule. This saying has become an ironclad maxim hanging over us, reiterated at every meeting. That's true. Zhou Yi emphasizes risk management at nearly every meeting. After all, they are not dealing with their own money, but the company's funds. To outsiders, it seems almost laughable. How can you short-term traders even discuss risk management? Yet, rules are rules. Here, even the most aggressive short-term actions must be conducted within the confines of acceptable, minimal risk exposure. It is a dance bound by shackles. The moment someone attempts to break free from those shackles and crosses that red line, the ever-present risk management department, the unseen monitors lurking behind the scenes, will strike down with the iron hammer of sanctions. The entire system is intricate and unforgiving. Ah, Li Huilin suddenly sighed deeply. I can talk a good game in theory. But when it comes to the real deal, I end up losing spectacularly, even having my trading privileges suspended. Am I truly useless, Suhao? I have been so cautious and focused on risk management, yet it still ends up like this. Not at all, Sister Huilin. Suhao quickly reassured her, his tone earnest. No one is perfect on their first day. It was a mistake today, but you'll surely recover tomorrow. Thank you, Suhao. Li Huilin managed a strained smile before curiously glancing at his screen. By the way, how about you? How are your earnings today? Oh. Suhao instinctively wanted to respond, but found himself momentarily speechless. Li Huilin's gaze fell upon his empty trading window, devoid of any holdings. Her clear eyes blinked in disbelief. Wait a moment, Suhao. She leaned in closer, her voice tinged with surprise. You haven't made a single trade since the market opened, have you? Suhao felt a bit embarrassed under her scrutinizing gaze, instinctively scratching the back of his head. Yes. However, to his astonishment, Li Huilin's reaction was not one of ridicule or confusion, but rather that of awe, as if she had just witnessed something remarkable. Wow. Her eyes lit up, her tone filled with admiration, her face suddenly radiating shock and reverence. Suhao, you truly are a master. Huh. Now it was Suhao's turn to be completely bewildered. What on earth was going on? Surely, you must have discerned that today's market is experiencing a downward trend, haven't you? Li Huilin, with an expression of understanding and admiration, began to explain to him. I have heard from those seasoned veterans that in such a significant bear market, the truly astute individuals do nothing at all. Remaining motionless like a mountain, not incurring losses is akin to making gains. Suhao opened his mouth, realizing that matters were unfolding in a direction he had not anticipated. Is it possible to turn this around? Nonetheless, sitting idly is not a viable solution. The crux of the issue lies in the feeling of survival, which at this moment feels as if it has sunk into the abyss, leaving no trace. This is the first time since he gained his abilities that he felt a vague sense of panic, beginning to doubt whether he had made an error at some point. It felt as though he had overlooked something crucial. An intense anxiety lingered in his mind. Intuition, of course, is vital, Li Huilin nodded and then, as if recalling something, suggested. However, in times of uncertainty, perhaps we should revisit the research report distributed during our morning meeting. The research report? Indeed. Did I not mention it to you before? In the stock market, trends are of utmost importance. One must clearly understand the prevailing market trends and where the hotspots lie. Our company's elite research department has meticulously compiled these insights into a report. By thoroughly digesting that information, we may not guarantee profits, but we can at least grasp the overarching direction, which is equivalent to achieving more than half of success. Her reminder jolted Su Hao awake. Right. Today, due to his unexpected promotion to a formal trader, his mind had been entirely consumed by that matter throughout the morning meeting. Nervousness, excitement, and a hint of trepidation intertwined, causing him to scarcely absorb a word spoken by Zhou Yi during the meeting. What sectors require our focus today? Which areas harbor potential risks that must be avoided? He had completely missed out on this crucial information. He felt akin to a soldier, unarmed, and without so much as glancing at a map, carelessly thrust into a brutal battlefield of relentless fire. Li Huilin let out a long breath, seemingly expelling some of her pent-up frustration. Well, now that I have vented, I should return. Alas, I hope I do not falter on my first day as a formal trader and end up demoted back to an assistant, she remarked half-jokingly. How could that be? Everyone has to start somewhere, Su Hao reassured her once more. In any case, I will take my leave now. Li Huilin waved her hand, stating that she needed to review today's operations and reflect on where she went wrong. Though I incurred losses, you must ensure that you turn a profit today, Su Hao. No, even if it is just to break even, that would suffice. Good luck. Good. Best of luck. Watching Li Huilin's despondent figure vanish behind the partition, Su Hao promptly redirected his attention, pulling up the morning report from earlier that day, and began to read it meticulously. The international oil prices fell, dragging down the U.S. stock market amidst expectations of Federal Reserve rate cuts and declining actual interest rates. The domestic stock market exhibited similar weakness, with foreign capital continuing to flow out. The information in the morning report was concise yet cold. Manager Zhou Yi seemed to have mentioned in the meeting that in such a market condition, rather than stubbornly resisting the trend, it would be wiser to capitalize on the downward trend by shorting to profit. Su Hao recalled a few keywords he had sporadically caught during the morning meeting. However, how should one go about shorting? His understanding of this concept was minimal. Li Huilin had mentioned that while shorting, one must also buy specific stocks to hedge against risk and minimize potential losses. To engage in such complexities, calculating ratios, and selecting suitable hedging targets, my current knowledge base is utterly insufficient. The terms risk management, short selling, and hedging seemed like an arcane language to him, who was still at a novice level in terms of professional knowledge in the stock market, fraught with unknown risks. What if a mistake in any step resulted in the loss of the company's funds? Perhaps I should stick to what I am best at. His reliance had always been singular, a firm belief in his intuition, as elusive as lightning, yet consistently reliable. Having quickly skimmed through the morning report, Su Hao minimized it. He then took a deep breath and once again turned his gaze to the densely packed stock list. Almost at the moment his fingertip grazed the first stock code. A familiar sensation, akin to a faint electric current, surged forth. It coursed through his nerve endings, transmitting instantly to the cerebral cortex. That thrilling feeling had returned. How odd that it had not manifested earlier. Could it be attributed to the recent reading of the morning report? Such a coincidence seemed almost eerie. Yet upon reflection, it appeared that every time he engaged in simulated investing, it was after meticulously reviewing related market analyses and data reports that this special sensation would subsequently arise. Moreover, the stocks that ultimately triggered his strong intuition and led to successful profits seemed intricately connected to the materials he had previously perused. Acquiring specific domain data could indeed awaken intuition within relevant spheres, so this is how it works. Today, he learned another lesson. Then, I shall buy in. Just as he was about to place an order, another principle reiterated by Zhou Yi and Li Huilin echoed in his mind. Do not put all your eggs in one basket. Diversify investments. Yes, diversification. This is also a crucial aspect of risk management. Only in this manner can one avoid the devastating blow of a failed singular investment, by employing different investment combinations to ensure the stability of overall returns. Even if one incurs a loss, the others can compensate. Diversification, Su Hao muttered to himself. However, to what extent should I diversify? He pondered for a moment, hesitating over the keyboard. Dividing into 3 should suffice, right? Chapter 16. If we're going to play, let's play big. Damn, today's market is absolutely insane. Damn it, the closing bell has rung. Let's go have a smoke, for heaven's sake. I'm suffocating. Ugh. This ridiculous regulation forbids smoking while monitoring the market. It's practically enforced quitting. Then go do futures upstairs. I hear those folks smoke all day long. Get lost. Futures are even scarier. My heart can't take it. I'd rather quit smoking. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the closing bell finally rang, and the trading floor, which had been stifled all day, erupted into a cacophony of crude complaints and curses. The air was thick with an amalgamation of agitation and exhaustion, reminiscent of burnt wires. Such a drastic unilateral downturn today was indeed a catastrophe for most traders. Even those who adhered to regulations by purchasing put options for hedging found it challenging to fully cover the losses incurred from such a steep decline. Many accounts had early triggered their stop-loss thresholds, resulting in forced liquidations, turning a day's worth of effort into naught. Even more disheartening was the current ambiguity of market direction. Such pronounced fluctuations would likely persist. However, amidst this bleak landscape, there sat one individual whose thoughts were entirely detached from the market's ups and downs. He was fidgeting, his face pale, eyes unfocused. Liang Haiyuan. I am truly losing my mind. How could I have? His heart raced with regret. In the corporate sphere, especially within the hierarchical and intricately woven structures of large companies, an unwritten ironclad rule prevails among all junior employees. Never provoke those with connections to power. Never touch those with deep-seated backgrounds. No matter how much you might detest them or feel they do not merit their positions, you must endure. For from the moment you entered the company, you stood at an entirely different starting line, with resources and connections that were poles apart. What is truly alarming is that once you find yourself in conflict with such a person, it becomes unbearable. Even if you wish to transition to another company, the likelihood is that you will face rejection. After all, no organization is willing to offend a significant institution that could potentially influence the entire industry for the sake of a troublesome individual, regardless of their exceptional professional capabilities. And he, Liang Haiyuan, has precisely committed this grave workplace taboo. Not long ago, he angered the seemingly innocuous yet profoundly influential royal relative, Su Hao. To put it rather crudely, he has undoubtedly stirred a hornet's nest. It's all over. No, wait. There is still hope. There remains a chance for redemption. Liang Haiyuan took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to regain composure and suppress the rising panic within him. With trembling fingers, he accessed his trading records. Today's yield 1. Not too shabby, all things considered. In the midst of a market that resembles a battlefield, a mere loss of 1 could be seen as commendable. Ironically, his relatively minor losses were due to the fact that he had spent the entire day preoccupied with thoughts on how to handle the troublesome Su Hao, inadvertently avoiding several significant downturns. Could this be considered a blessing in disguise? Clearing his throat, Liang Haiyuan adjusted his facial expression and donned what he believed to be his warmest, most amiable smile. Approaching Su Hao's desk with the demeanor of a seasoned employee offering guidance to a newcomer, Su Hao, who had been engrossed in his screen, seemed startled by his sudden enthusiasm, almost shrinking back imperceptibly, a flicker of caution flashing in his gaze. Su Hao, I may have been too brash earlier. Please don't take it to heart. Liang Haiyuan spoke with a hint of flattery, contrasting sharply with his previous demeanor. I sincerely apologize. You know how tough the market has been lately. Everyone is under immense pressure. I was a bit hasty due to performance pressures, and my emotions got the better of me. You understand, right? Yes, Su Hao replied hesitantly. I knew you would understand. Liang Haiyuan quickly capitalized on this, his smile growing ever more radiant. The moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed your kindness and approachability. We are now part of the same team, and we must support one another and foster a harmonious relationship, all right? Yes, all right, Su Hao nodded. By the way, Liang Haiyuan inquired seemingly nonchalantly, his tone laced with concern. Given the current chaotic market, you must have suffered some losses as well? He had heard that Li Huilin, who had a good rapport with Su Hao, was forced to liquidate her position today. Even with his connections, Su Hao would likely not escape the clutches of loss in such market conditions. Seizing this opportunity to offer some consolation and showcase his magnanimity, he aimed to mend the rift between them. Don't worry too much, a little loss is nothing. There will be plenty of opportunities to recover. I'm here for you. I'll earn more in the future to help you cover this. He patted Su Hao on the shoulder, feigning generosity. Besides, if you have any questions about trading, feel free to ask me anytime. Don't hesitate. After all, I've been navigating this market for several years, and I have some experience. As he spoke, his gaze darted, seemingly casually, towards Su Hao's trading screen. He braced himself for the sight of dismal green numbers. However, the next moment, his smile froze in place, and his eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth? Su Hao's trading window was not filled with the anticipated greens or negative numbers representing losses. Instead, it was ablaze with glaring red numbers indicating profit. 8. Liang Haiyuan's voice unexpectedly shot up, turning sharp and drawing the attention of several nearby colleagues who had not yet departed. Su Hao, is this your account? Are you sure you Haven team made a mistake? Yes, that's correct, Su Hao replied, seemingly puzzled by Liang's reaction, maintaining his slightly bashful demeanor. I got lucky. There was a surge right before the close, so I managed to avoid losses today. Avoid losses? Is that what we're calling it? This is a tremendous profit. Liang Haiyuan could scarcely believe his eyes. He oscillated his gaze between Su Hao's seemingly naive expression and the glaring red figures on the screen, as if to confirm he was not hallucinating. Moreover, he hadn't T-shorted stocks. He hadn't T-bought any put options. He had simply profited from purchasing stocks in such a plummeting market. What on earth? Wasn't he supposed to be a mere connection? Wasn't he a royal relative? Then how on earth did he achieve an 8 yield? Especially in a market where even seasoned traders were lamenting their losses. What kind of anomaly was this? At that moment, Liang Haiyuan felt his entire worldview shatter. 8%. Zhou Yi leaned back in his chair, his fingertips rhythmically tapping on the table, his gaze fixated on the distant figure of the young man. Today, among all the traders on this floor, it was unlikely anyone could match Su Hao's yield. The only regret was that the amount of capital he was currently managing was too small for this astounding yield to translate into a more impactful absolute figure. Yet this in no way diminished the terrifying potential behind it. Moreover, he had precisely identified 3 stocks that uniquely surged against the tide while the rest plummeted. And he had gone all in. This newcomer, Su Hao, once again left him feeling a sense of almost absurd astonishment. Under normal circumstances, in such a clearly downward market, a rational trader would either choose to remain in cash and observe or make minimal defensive purchases with risk hedging in mind. The primary strategy for profit should have been to utilize short-selling mechanisms in accordance with the prevailing trend. However, this individual completely disregarded these so-called market iron laws and rational choices, as if existing in an alternate dimension, stubbornly executing his own incomprehensible, almost contrarian investment logic. Manager Zhou, how has your day been? A middle-aged man in a neatly pressed suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, approached. It was Zhang Wei, the risk management department supervisor. He bore a formulaic smile, but his eyes concealed a hint of subtle inquiry. Ah, as if you didn't already know, Zhou Yi glanced at him with indifference. His tone flat. Isn't your risk management department privy to everything? Haha, just a customary greeting, Zhang Wei chuckled, deflecting. Zhou Yi's gaze returned to Su Hao, and Zhang Wei followed his line of sight, understanding immediately. I heard quite a few people were forcibly liquidated today? Zhou Yi inquired. Indeed, even Li Huilin, who just got promoted on your team, had her trading privileges suspended. Zhang Wei nodded, a trace of helplessness crossing his face. It seems today was her first day trading with official permissions. That must be quite a blow for her. Let us hope it doesn't leave a psychological scar. Such is the cruelty of the market. For the foreseeable future, we can expect more of this kind of volatility. Whether they can withstand it depends on their resilience. Zhou Yi's voice remained steady. So what brings you here today? Ah, it's about that newcomer who was recently suspended from trading, Zhang Wei replied, his expression growing serious. Your team has another newcomer, right? It appears he achieved quite remarkable returns today. Zhang Wei's tone was laden with complexity, imbued with both astonishment and profound skepticism. In such a bear market, to eschew short selling and the purchase of options for hedging, relying solely on stock purchases to yield profits, left me at a loss for words. Should I deem him audacious beyond reason, or question whether he possesses even the most rudimentary knowledge of stock market fundamentals? Is there a problem with that? Zhou Yi retorted, his tone remaining flat. Of course there is a problem. You see, risk management is the cornerstone and paramount principle governing the operations of all our private equity firms. Zhang Wei's voice rose slightly. According to our back-end monitoring data, his operations today were entirely devoid of any risk management. He recklessly poured funds into just 3 stocks. Merely 3. The principle of diversification is enshrined in textbooks and ingrained in the very essence of traders. A well-crafted trading strategy would typically allocate funds across several varied sectors. Even when pursuing event-driven trading opportunities like mergers, one would generally monitor and engage with 5 or more related stocks simultaneously. Yet, Su Hao only wagered on 3. Akin to a gambler placing all bets on a single spin of the roulette wheel. Ironically, he won. Manager Zhou, with all due respect, even if he won this time, isn't that merely a stroke of luck? Zhang Wei's brow furrowed. And from his blatant disregard for risk management, displaying behavior akin to an uninformed retail investor. Could it be that he lacks even the most basic investment knowledge? Really? Do you genuinely believe this is merely luck? A faint, enigmatic smile graced Zhou Yi's lips. Moreover, do you think someone devoid of foundational knowledge could ascend to the position of a formal trader after passing through layers of scrutiny and approval? Zhang Wei found himself momentarily at a loss for words. This young man's style was unmistakable. He preferred to concentrate all his chips on a few chosen points rather than cast a wide net. Zhou's voice held a subtle hint of amusement. He does not lack investment acumen. On the contrary, I assure you. He understands the concepts of diversification and risk management far better than you might imagine. His choice to proceed thus indicates an absolute, unwavering confidence in the stocks he selected. Beyond this, there exists no rational explanation for such reckless behavior. Were any other trader to act in this manner, even if fortune favored them this time, I would not hesitate to expel them from the team. Such disregard for discipline, bordering on self-destructive, represents an extreme irresponsibility towards company funds. This company is not a place governed by sentiment or rationale. However, one thing reigns supreme: returns. Cold, hard numbers serve as the sole criteria for judgment. You approached me to request a warning for that young man, hoping to temper his reckless approach, did you not? Zhou inquired. Ah, yes. While it is commendable for a young person to possess confidence, a fundamental awareness of risk management is imperative. This is a matter of principle. Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. Zhou waved his hand, interrupting him. However, even if his returns are impressive, this mode of operation. Zhang Wei began to argue. If you still do not grasp why I say this, ask your risk management department head upon your return. He will provide you with the answer. Zhang Wei stood dumbfounded, confusion written across his face. Yet, observing Zhou Yi's unyielding expression, he ultimately nodded and departed, burdened with doubts. Zhou Yi watched Zhang Wei's retreating figure, his gaze flickering. Su Hao. This young man had entirely disregarded the risk management principles revered by the company, dismissing even the most basic tenets of diversification in pursuit of pure profit. His audacity could stem from two possible sources. First, he may possess a unique analytical model or algorithm that eludes external comprehension. Second, and perhaps more crucially, he is backed by the upper echelons of the company. To him, a loss of 1 million might not constitute a significant setback. Such an untrammeled mindset is, in itself, a considerable advantage in trading. Ah, I see. Zhou Yi pulled up the fund allocation list of his team members, his finger gliding over it slowly. By convention, newly appointed formal traders are initially allocated 1 million renminbi for operations. Yet today, among the entire team, only the fledgling newcomer had achieved positive returns. After a brief silence, Zhou Yi's eyes sharpened with resolve. No longer hesitating, he rapidly tapped a few keys on the keyboard and adjusted the fund allocation ratios. Since you were so intent on playing, I shall provide you with a larger stage. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste? Commencing tomorrow, the operational funds allocated to Su Hao would no longer be 1 million, but rather 5 million. Chapter 17. The trading frequency is too low. The morning air bore a slight chill, and the office was sparsely populated. Ah, Su Hao, you're here. A voice rang out, deliberately infused with enthusiasm. It was Liang Haiyuan. His face, typically marked by a hint of detachment and impatience, was today adorned with an almost exaggerated smile, the fine lines on his forehead gathering in delight. Su Hao felt an almost imperceptible unease stir within him, a sensation he could not quite articulate. What on earth was going on with this person? Just recently, Liang Haiyuan had often greeted him or Li Huilin with a scowl and unkind words. Today a sudden, nearly ear-to-ear grin struck him as bizarre. Could it be he struck it rich on some stock yesterday? Feeling particularly buoyant, he speculated internally. Well, I've grown accustomed to arriving early, Su Hao replied succinctly, not wishing to linger on the matter. You've only just turned formal, and you've already formed a habit? Truly a diligent and industrious young man. Liang Haiyuan commenced his flattery. By the way, I heard your returns yesterday topped all departments. Thanks to you, our department's morale has significantly improved. It feels quite reassuring. Su Hao remained silent, declining to engage further. The overly eager glances and slightly exaggerated body language emanating from Liang Haiyuan only deepened his discomfort. He nodded quickly, nearly fleeing back to his workstation. This is simply intolerable, he murmured to himself, his gaze falling upon his newly organized desk. Once, his workspace had been merely a cramped corner with a solitary monitor, a pitiful sight. Now, 6 gleaming new LCD screens were arrayed in a fan shape, exuding a stark brilliance. Adjacent to them lay a multifunctional keyboard and other evidently professional equipment, rendering the entire area not only efficient but also imbued with a sense of technological sophistication. As the saying goes, a bird-esque gun is replaced with a cannon. Indeed, compared to the chaotic, disheveled workspaces of other traders, his was undoubtedly the most orderly and advanced. His fingertips brushed against the cool metallic casing, invoking a strange sense of unfamiliarity. Yet, with the market opening approaching, there seemed little to occupy his time. In the past, he had always trailed behind Li Huilin, busying himself with printing and distributing materials, meticulously preparing for meetings. Those days, though they felt like yesterday, had undeniably come to an end. The two new assistants assigned to the team had taken over the mundane tasks that once belonged to him. "Hey, Brother Hao. This is today's report from the research department," a somewhat inexperienced voice interjected, as one of the young assistants respectfully handed over a stack of documents. All right. Thank you." Su Hao accepted the papers, expressing his gratitude. Once upon a time, he was the one disseminating materials. In the present day, the roles have shifted, and he has become the recipient of information. While computers can access data, printed documents remain essential during meetings. On days filled with information, he used to spend nearly the entire day beside the buzzing photocopier, inhaling the acrid scent of toner. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt, knowing that these two assistants likely had more experience than he did. However, he quickly reminded himself that in a financial firm, particularly in a private equity company, performance speaks volumes, while qualifications are often secondary. It is said that monthly performance assessments are conducted here, and should one fail to meet a certain threshold, their contract would be terminated without mercy. It is indeed a ruthless environment. Someone with whom you shared laughter just yesterday might vanish from this office the very next day after a performance review, as if they had never existed. An invisible pressure seemed to permeate the atmosphere, leaving one's nerves taut. Su Hao arrives quite early indeed. At that moment, another familiar voice broke through, Li Huilin. "Oh, Huilin, you are here too?" Su Hao noted the dark circles under her eyes, clear markers of fatigue that rendered her appearance weary. "Oh, don't mention it. I was so worried last night that I hardly slept. I am officially a trader now, and performance evaluation has commenced." She managed a bitter smile, her voice heavy with exhaustion. "I truly fear that if my performance continues to decline, I might be let go." How could one not worry? It all made sense now. The trader's anxiety, their heightened sensitivity and irritability, stemmed from this very pressure of survival. However, Su Hao was relieved to hear that he had made a significant profit yesterday. "I've heard that while individual performance is crucial, a strong team performance can also add considerable value. You are practically our group's savior." "But it's just the first day," Su Hao replied calmly, remaining unruffled by the praise. By the way, Li Huilin seemed to recall something. Her curiosity piqued. "How many trades do you typically execute in a day?" Recalling yesterday's activities, he responded, "Not too many. Exactly 3, as I only executed 3 buy orders." "Wait, does that mean he hasn't sold yet?" He felt a slight heaviness in his heart. "I executed 150 trades yesterday." Li Huilin rubbed her aching wrist. "My fingers felt like they were going to snap, and my eyes were burning. I even incurred a loss due to a setup error." 150 trades? Su Hao was taken aback. That seems rather few, perhaps only slightly below average. Typically, senior traders operate several hundred times a day. Li Huilin chuckled at herself. "That's why you see everyone rushing back to their computers after the noon closing, too busy to eat lunch, preparing their trading plans according to predetermined strategies before the afternoon session begins." Su Hao was aware that traders typically executed a high volume of trades, but was astonished to learn that it averaged in the hundreds. Thus, when buying and selling highly liquid stocks, one must preemptively establish risk management. Li Huilin continued to impart her wisdom. For instance, when purchasing a certain stock, you should automatically allocate a portion of your funds to execute options or short-related futures, or buy inverse ETFs, employing this systematic approach to hedge against risks. Now it all made sense. No wonder, after every meeting, traders dashed back to their computers, typing frantically. He had often wondered why they seemed so hurried when the market hadn't even opened yet. They were, in fact, setting their buy-sell ratios and preparing their trades according to the latest investment strategies. "Did you not operate in this manner yesterday, Su Hao?" Li Huilin looked at him, her gaze inquisitive. "I only executed 3 trades yesterday," he answered truthfully. "What? Just 3? That is not a short-term trading style at all. No wonder I sensed during my simulation trading that your approach leaned towards swing trading." Li Huilin's eyes widened in surprise. "Your heart must be incredibly strong, truly steel-like. How could you hold on to a position without selling? Surely the stock price fluctuated dramatically?" The trading styles can broadly be categorized into 4 types. The first is high-frequency trading, which can involve thousands of trades in a day, primarily relying on automated program execution. Next is the short-term trading pursued by most here, aiming for rapid intraday profits. The third is value investing, which requires patience to hold for months or even years, focusing on long-term trends. Lastly, there is swing trading, which typically involves fewer than 10 trades a day. Su Hao internally countered that it is those engaging in short-term trading who truly require a heart of steel. While there are risk management systems in place, The relentless cycle of buying and selling at high intensity is daunting. Moreover, whether his intuition would remain effective in such ultra-short trades is an unknown. After all, his experience dictates that when a certain feeling arises, he buys immediately. There's no issue with that. But when to sell? That clear intuitive signal has yet to manifest. Perhaps this perspective arises from never having attempted short-term trading. He has always relied on instinct, mindlessly pressing the buy button, and that was the end of it. In this light, compared to the precision required in short-term trading, the holding and waiting strategy of swing trading may indeed suit him better and offer more stability. Today, there are no special meeting arrangements. Everyone should review research materials and devise strategies, said Zhou Yi, before turning to enter his office, leaving behind a silence. Oh no, no meeting today? Su Hao furrowed his brow. What he needed most was information and data, rather than laboriously poring over research reports. It would be far more effective for him to engage in discussions and exchange ideas with team members. Thus, it seemed he had only one person left to turn to, Huilin. What is the matter, Su Hao? Li Huilin looked up. There is no meeting today? Oh, that. Typically, when a downturn is anticipated, the manager opts for this approach, she explained, nodding in understanding. It means we must make our own judgments, whether to short and profit from the decline or remain inactive and observe for a day. The decision-making power has been handed over to us. So that is the reason. Shall we discuss the research materials ourselves? Su Hao tentatively suggested. Are you saying you? Li Huilin's expression transformed into one of surprise and gratitude. Are you worried about me? Concerned that my returns might not improve? Is that why you wish to help me? Su Hao fell silent once again. Chapter 18. I can't stop. Help? No. He was the one in need of assistance. His thoughts raced as he merely sought to leverage her experience and analysis to compensate for his lack of information sources. Sure, collaborating will certainly be more efficient. Li Huilin, clearly misunderstanding, grew animated. Let us take a look at the gold sector, which has undergone significant corrections. Now, with geopolitical risks and safe haven demand surging, coupled with technical adjustments in place, I suspect we should pay closer attention to the gold sector. Huilin, if I were to purchase gold stocks and, as you previously suggested, engage in shorting and hedging, how would I proceed? Please teach me. This is quite simple. After purchasing gold stocks, one merely needs to short gold futures or consider put options at the appropriate moment, calculating the right ratios. As she spoke, Li Huilin brought up the gold futures on the monitor and began to explain in detail to Su Hao. Instinctively, Su Hao reached for the mouse. However, just as his finger was about to click to switch to the options page, a surge of indescribable and intensely powerful sensation coursed through his fingertips, instantly permeating his entire being. Every pore seemed to tremble under this peculiar feeling. Su Hao? Li Huilin noticed his sudden rigidity. I intend to buy this gold futures. Su Hao pointed at the monitor and said, Oh dear, this is futures trading. It involves leverage. Li Huilin exclaimed again. Futures carry much greater risks than stocks. A stock may only drop 10 in a day, but futures could wipe out all your funds in a single day. I'll just buy a small amount. If I truly sense something amiss, I'll exit promptly, Su Hao replied calmly. Yet at that moment, an unprecedented intuition within him insisted, with overwhelming intensity, that he must enter the market. This is it. Li Huilin pondered for a moment, seemingly inspired by his resolve. Then shall I also try to buy a little? Look at the time. The market is about to open. Quickly, Su Hao, let us get back to our seats. All right, let us do our best today. With that, Su Hao swiftly returned to his workstation. While waiting for the market to open, he first checked his account balance. According to the plan, the stocks he purchased yesterday would automatically sell at the opening, and after deductions, the available funds should be. What is this? System error? His gaze froze. The available funds displayed in his account had inexplicably increased by a staggering 4 million, 5 million in total. He practically leaped from his chair and hurried towards Zhou Yi's office. This sudden windfall was unaccounted for, and any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Manager, it seems my trading program has encountered some issues. My available margin is. If it's about the principal, the figure is accurate, Zhou Yi interrupted. His tone calm, as if discussing the weather. What? Su Hao doubted his hearing. From today onward, you will be responsible for managing an investment of 5 million. Zhou Yi finally looked at him, his gaze sharp. That is settled. Now, return to your seat and focus. The market is about to open. What? From 1 million to 5 million overnight. Even if yesterday's returns were remarkable, this infusion is too extravagant. The market is really about to open. Despite his shock, reality left him little time to digest this news. The manager was right. Every second counted. Su Hao took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within. and hurried back to his seat, his eyes fixed on the screen, awaiting the opening signal. His attention immediately focused on the gold futures chart. Right. Li Huilin mentioned that for risk management, diversification is essential. That thought flickered through his mind. But there was no time to ponder that now. If a meticulous plan was to be laid out, it should have been completed before the market opened. At that moment, as his focus sharpened on the gold futures, that frenzied intuition within him ignited, making his limbs tremble ever so slightly. Click, click. His fingers, as if guided by an unseen force, began to press the buy button repeatedly, resolutely. He could not stop. If he didn't release this impulse, he feared he might explode. Even at the moment the market opened, the funds from yesterday's automatic sell-off, totaling over 1 million, were reinvested into the gold futures without hesitation. All in. As the last transaction was completed, the funds in his account were nearly depleted, and that taut feeling suddenly vanished, enveloping him in a unique, almost euphoric calm. Thus, today's work is complete, I suppose. He leaned back in his chair and exhaled gently. Just like yesterday. Buy in fully and wait to sell tomorrow. This task seemed less arduous than anticipated, almost delightful. However, this thought lasted barely 3 seconds. The peculiar sensation that had just subsided surged back within him without warning. Am I supposed to keep buying? But I've exhausted my funds. He felt a tightness in his chest. Yet, something was amiss. This time, the feeling did not indicate a desire to buy. As his mouse pointer hovered near the buy button, the agitation subsided. But when he tentatively moved the pointer toward the sell button, zing, a clear, electrifying sensation shot up from his fingertips to his arm. Is it telling me to sell? He understood in an instant. Li Huilin had mentioned, timing in trading is crucial. Buy low, sell high. This is the survival strategy for short-term trading. Tap, 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 tap. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Hao's fingers sprang into action, relentlessly clicking the sell button, disposing of all the shares he had just purchased. Phew. Watching the confirmation of his transaction on the screen, he exhaled a long breath. That was close. Had he waited even a moment longer, it could have been disastrous. Almost simultaneously with his completion of the sale, the line that had been attempting to break the previous high suddenly reversed, plummeting like a kite with a severed string, diving downwards toward the depths. Fortunately, he managed to escape before the crash. Profits realized. Now, it was time to explore other opportunities. He prepared to close the gold futures trading window and seek new targets. However, before his finger could press the X to close the window, alert, alert, the intense, domineering intuition blared in his mind like the highest level emergency alarm. What is happening? Am I to buy again? Just moments ago, the signal came from the sell button. Now, as his mouse pointer instinctively drifted back to the buy button, signal, a torrent of frantic signals surged forth, overwhelming him. Tap, 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 tap. His body was entirely commandeered by this intuition. His fingers, as if possessed, reacted reflexively, frantically clicking the buy button once more. Buy, buy, buy. This must be the end, right? No. A foolish delusion. Again. This time, mere seconds passed after he completed the purchase. That infernal signal, like a relentless parasite, once again directed him, boldly, towards the sell button. Within a few minutes, experiencing this electric shock-like intensity multiple times, Su Hao felt his temples pounding. Tap, 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 tap. Despite this, driven by the brazen, exhilarating signals, his fingers could not cease. Buy, sell, help. His consciousness, amidst the violent shocks and overloads, clung to the last vestiges of a feeble, nearly collapsing whimper. Chapter 19. Royal Relations, Do You Dare Move? Fanghuan Investment, like all private equity firms, places paramount importance on risk control, almost to the point of obsession. They pursue long-term stable returns, not fleeting, short-term profits. For everyone knows that attempting to get rich overnight in the securities market is akin to charging naked into a casino. The end of greed often culminates in devastating losses that can obliterate everything. Thus, Fanghuan Investments steadfastly adheres to the cold precision of mathematical models, placing bets only where risks are minimal and returns are most secure. Like a meticulous pump, it endeavors to extract profits steadily from the veins of the market. Consequently, when traders become overly zealous and begin to spiral into uncontrollable losses, the risk management supervisors, whose eyes are as sharp as a hawk's, will unhesitatingly hit the pause button, severing the chain of losses with swift, emotionless decisiveness. Today, once again, the atmosphere is rife with despair. Supervisor Zhang Wei rubbed his temples, as the office was enveloped in a low-pressure ambience infused with the scents of coffee, cigarettes, and despair. The protracted decline seemed to have no end. And while some adept traders could profit from short selling, that was ultimately a perilous dance on the edge of a knife, a test of vision and courage. After all, declines are not a straightforward descent. They oscillate between rebounds and further falls, and a moment's misjudgment can lead to tangible financial losses. Zhang Wei had just frozen several traders' accounts when the desk phone rang sharply, the screen flashing with Liang Haiyuan's name. "Zhang, you've halted my trading." The voice on the other end boomed like thunder. "Indeed," Zhang Wei replied in a flat tone, as if discussing the weather. "Liang Haiyuan, you've incurred a loss of 4. By the rules, I must suspend trading." "Nonsense. I've been trading short for years. Aren't we veterans allowed to endure a loss of 5? Can't you show some leniency?" Liang Haiyuan's voice was laced with impatience and disbelief. "The market is unfavorable today. Don't let your emotions take over." Zhang Wei's tone remained unperturbed, exuding a cold professionalism. "Let us call it a day. Stay calm. It's for everyone's good." You dare click." Zhang Wei hung up before the expletives could finish, considering even a single extra word a waste of time. But this was just the beginning. The traders whose trading privileges he had revoked began calling in rapid succession, their voices filled with despair. "Zhang Wei, can you give me another chance? Just one. Just grant me one more quota. I swear I can turn it around." One voice pleaded, tinged with desperation, like a gambler who had lost everything. "Old Zhang, help a brother out. If I don't make any returns today, I'll have to pack my bags and leave this month." This voice sounded even more desolate. Resorting to a sob story, Zhang Wei listened impassively, contemplating. These individuals were not unlike gamblers who had lost all their capital, yet sought to borrow money to recoup their losses. Of course, he could not entirely disregard their plight. The life of a trader, while seemingly glamorous, was akin to that of a freelancer. They signed personal contracts with the company and shared profits based on performance, which explained the occasional news of exorbitant salaries. However, what if there were no profits? Or worse, if losses occurred? Those losses would be deducted proportionately from future bonuses, or even lead to immediate dismissal. The cold rules offered no semblance of compassion. The financial industry was ruthlessly unforgiving. In risk management, it was even more unyielding and devoid of empathy. Perhaps a trader currently down by 3 could indeed turn the tide with more time, but the unforgiving statistics indicated that in the vast majority of cases, they would only incur further losses. Once their mindset was destabilized, their judgment blurred, leading to even graver mistakes, like sinking deeper into quicksand. Thus, every trader had a preset loss threshold. Once breached, the system would automatically alert, and the risk supervisor would manually confirm, halting trading, without room for negotiation. "Alas, I have no choice. It's part of my duty," Zhang Wei stated calmly, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he addressed the next alert. Should he fail to manage risks adequately and allow losses to escalate, the ultimate responsibility would be harshly imposed upon him through performance evaluations, enough to obliterate his career. Just then, as Zhang Wei routinely dealt with these pressing matters, he suddenly raised an eyebrow. His attention was captured by a flashing alert in the corner of his monitor. The red warning pulsating like a heart under duress, its level and frequency far exceeding the norm. His eyes widened in astonishment. What was this? The screen displayed an outrageous transaction. Someone had deployed a staggering 5 million yuan in capital. Furthermore, this individual had completely disregarded any risk management, recklessly plunging all their chips into a single futures product. Not only that, but this person was executing dizzying buy and sell orders in rapid succession, a flurry of activity. What the hell? Who is this lunatic? Zhang Wei exclaimed, his heart racing. Engaging in short-term trading? No problem. Many traders executed transactions every few seconds. It was their fundamental skill. However, to utilize one's entire capital of 100 without any diversification, solely betting on futures, while engaging in such high-frequency trading. This suicidal method was unprecedented in his career. It was akin to leaping off a cliff with one's head tied to their belt. Purely self-destructive. Wait a moment. This individual, Zhang Wei instinctively reached for the termination button, needing to act before this person squandered the 5 million yuan. However, when his gaze fell upon the name of the frantic trader, his movements abruptly halted, his fingertips hovering above the button. Su Hao? Was he the same person from before? Memories surged back. He was the newcomer who, with zero risk management and merely 3 stock investments, had inexplicably achieved astonishing returns. Zhang Wei had intended to issue a warning, but was thwarted by Zhou Yi from the trading department, who claimed it was unnecessary. Zhou Yi had even cryptically advised him to consult his superior, Manager Pan from the risk management department. Yet, in the ensuing busyness, he had forgotten. Unexpectedly, today, Zhang Wei stared at the wildly fluctuating numbers on the screen, glancing back at the name Su Hao, feeling a sense of unease. An instinct prevented him from pressing the stop button, causing a chill to run down his spine. He took a deep breath, stood up, and hurried to Manager Pan Sun's office. Manager, Zhang Wei's voice was somewhat hoarse. What is it? Pan Sun did not lift his gaze, fingers dancing across the keyboard. Someone has used their entire capital of about 5 million on a single gold futures high-frequency trade. Oh. Pan Sun paused momentarily. Today's gold trend seems quite favorable. As long as risk management is properly executed, it shouldn't be a major issue. The problem is, Zhang Wei interjected, lowering his voice, he has completely disregarded any risk management. 5 million in capital, all in one go, then all back out again, repeatedly. Before he could finish, Pan Sun abruptly raised his head, his face turning ashen. He slammed his hand on the desk and shouted, "Is he insane? Why are you even asking me? Hurry up and stop it. What are you waiting for? Have you lost your mind?" The flesh on his face trembled from agitation. "Yes, I was planning to do so," Zhang Wei said, steeling himself to continue, "but the operator is the new trader. Do you know him?" "What? A newcomer?" Pan Sun furrowed his brow. In a private equity firm, new faces came and went frequently. However, if the one executing such an earth-shattering operation was a newcomer, his previously twisted face, now as if doused with cold water, rapidly cooled down. The fury dissipated, replaced by a chilling seriousness. "Is that trader named Su Hao?" he asked in a low voice, his tone stripped of earlier anger. "Yes, it is him. Last time, it was him again, who made 3 transactions with zero risk control. I intended to offer a word of caution, but Zhou Yi from the trading department intercepted me, saying it was unnecessary." Zhang Wei quickly nodded and added that Zhou had mentioned if I was genuinely curious, I could directly inquire with you. Pan Sun's expression darkened ominously, fluctuating like a stormy sky, as if he were grappling with something bitter. Zhang Wei cautiously observed his superior's demeanor, feeling an increasingly ominous premonition. It was a mixture of exasperation, helplessness, and even a hint of trepidation. After a moment, Pan Sun finally spoke, his voice hoarse. "Leave him be." "What?" Zhang Wei was taken aback. "But that's 5 million. Are we just going to let him run wild?" "Yes." Pan Sun's tone was resolute, imbued with an undeniable weariness. "This is for the best for both you and me." "What kind of reasoning is that?" Zhang Wei was utterly bewildered. Under normal circumstances, this manager would have been furious, wishing to storm over and smash that person's computer. Pan Sun, observing Zhang Wei's confusion, lowered his voice, leaning in closer, and almost whispered, "That traitor is someone sent down from above." "Ah, could it be?" Zhang Wei's heart sank suddenly, a terrifying suspicion surfacing. "You are not mistaken." Pan Sun's gaze was sharp as a blade, filled with meaning that was all too clear. He is one of those. A connected individual. A princeling. Royalty. No wonder. No wonder Zhou Yi would say such things. Zhang Wei's mind cleared, but a chill crept over him. "I suspect that old fox Zhou Yi probably doesn't know how to handle it either, so he simply let it be." Pan Sun continued in a low tone, laced with helplessness and caution. "That a hot potato the trading department dares not touch. If our risk management department rashly intervenes and something goes awry, we'll all be finished. Do you understand what I mean? But what if he loses all the money? Will they hold us accountable for the negligence in risk management?" Zhang Wei was still anxious. The risk was too great. They could only pray that such a situation would not arise. Pan Sun sighed. "What else can we do? Are you going to stop his trades? Go ahead, you handle the aftermath. Can you bear the consequences?" "I cannot bear it," Zhang Wei admitted honestly. Not just as a mere supervisor, even Pan Sun, as a manager, likely could not shoulder it. "Then let us pretend we didn't see anything." Pan Sun patted his shoulder, his tone softening. "Xiao Zhang, you've worked diligently for so many years. Don't jeopardize your future over this matter. It's not worth it." The manager's words were like a cold shower, and Zhang Wei silently returned to his seat, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. His heart raced, as if it would leap from his throat. What if he had given in to impulse and pressed the stop button? He exhaled slowly, the mere thought of the consequences sending shivers down his spine, a wave of dread washing over him. Chapter 20. Outrageous to the extreme. Before long, a new worry surged within Zhang Wei. How much of that 5 million would this unexpected royal lose today? This was not stocks, it was futures, with leverage. If he truly lost everything and then turned around to blame the risk management team for not intervening in time, it would be catastrophic. They would all be unable to escape the fallout. It was indeed a dilemma. He tried to divert his gaze, telling himself not to focus on that hot potato. However, his peripheral vision kept drifting towards Su Hao's ever-blinking trading window, as if it possessed an invisible allure. As he watched, Zhang Wei rubbed his eyes. thinking he was experiencing hallucinations from tension. Did I missee? The numbers on the screen were entirely different from what he had anticipated. It was simply unfathomable. What on earth was happening with that yield rate? Zhang Wei's voice trembled. According to such a wildly reckless and chaotic operation, the account balance should have plummeted, resulting in glaring losses. Yet, Su Hao's funding curve not only remained stable, but instead surged against the odds. With each buy and sell, amid the heart-stopping frequency of transactions, Su Hao's account profits were steadily climbing. It was as if he were riding a rocket. At noon, Su Hao paused, not out of reluctance, but because his body could no longer withstand it. He let out a faint groan, more akin to a weary breath escaping through his teeth. His eyes stung and ached, nearly unable to open, feeling as heavy as if laden with lead. His brain felt like an overheated engine, buzzing and spinning, bringing waves of intense dull pain and dizziness, everything appearing blurred. It seemed this ability had its limits. A flash of realization crossed his mind. Today's experience was unprecedented. Continuously tapping into that mysterious perception, his fingers were nearly smashing the mouse, mechanically executing buy and sell orders, as if his bones might snap from the strain. The result was that his body had first protested against the unbearable burden. Today, he truly understood that the very ability he relied on for survival could also become overloaded. The prices continued to fluctuate. He vaguely sensed this, yet that clear intuition, which had once guided him, flickered out like a spent candle, extinguished completely. Perhaps he had pushed himself too hard today and needed to rest. Just staring at the dancing numbers on the screen made him feel a wave of nauseating vertigo. He resolved to close his eyes, sinking his body back into the chair, attempting to draw a moment of tranquility. What was the profit, anyway? He pondered dully. The previous operations had been driven by an almost instinctive impulse, as if possessed. As for whether he had gained or lost, or by how much, he simply lacked the energy to care. All he did was grasp the mouse and click furiously. He would check later. At that moment, he didn't even have the strength to look up at the screen. All he desired was rest. When a company expands to a certain scale, it often tends to stabilize. Ordinary tempests can hardly shake its foundation. However, a financial company is an exception. This industry perpetually walks the razor's edge. Without delving too far into the past, even today, the overseas giants, having magnitudes larger than Fonghuan investment, have frequently collapsed due to lapses in risk management, often making headlines in the news. To cushion such shocks, the domestic market has established a series of financial regulatory barriers. Yet this does not mean one can rest easy. The painful lessons of astronomical losses suffered by domestic financial companies due to risk control failures have occurred more than once in history. Events such as the Everbright Securities erroneous trade incident, the rapid surge in industrial bank stock price, the massive losses in China Aviation Oil's oil options, and other notorious financial turmoil, bloodstains still fresh. Some names have long been lost in the annals of history. In the office of the chairman, Huang Fengwen, the head of Fonghuan Investment, was buried in a mountain of documents. Ugh, endless reports. He muttered softly, his fingertips brushing over the dense text. The air was thick with the scent of paper and a faint whiff of cigar. He could certainly delegate these materials to a secretary or subordinate for summarization. But what if they overlooked a critical detail while filtering the information, leading him, the ultimate decision-maker, to make a grave misjudgment? Such a potentially fatal error was utterly intolerable. Therefore, regardless of how lengthy and tedious the documents were, Huang Fengwen insisted on reviewing them personally, reading every word. The Federal Reserve's interest rate meeting was approaching, and all contingency plans needed to be meticulously prepared. He rubbed his tired eyes. Alas, as the company expanded, it became increasingly busy. He stretched his stiff shoulders, feeling the need for a brief respite. At that moment, a thought suddenly struck him. What had become of that lad, Su Hao? Yesterday marked his first official day as a trader, and he must have been quite flustered, especially given the ongoing downward trend. He mused to himself that the young man was likely incurring losses. Typically, the initial capital allocated to a new trader is 1 million, and according to protocol, a loss of 2% would trigger risk control measures. Huang Fengwen calculated in his mind. After 2 days, Su Hao had probably lost around 40,000? Yes, 40,000. That amount could be considered tuition for a vivid lesson in social practice. After all, he was a member of the guild whom he admired. With that thought, he casually pulled up Su Hao's account information to see the specifics of his losses. What on earth? The figures displayed on the screen caused his pupils to constrict in shock. The total account balance far exceeded his expectations. How could it be 7 million? An initial capital of 1 million had transformed into 7 million, a seven-fold increase. Huang Fengwen quickly realized the others must have known that Su Hao was connected to him. The extra millions were clearly added surreptitiously, with the risk management department turning a blind eye and failing to enforce controls. Damn it, these scoundrels. A headache immediately ensued. Su Hao, that young man, was likely unaware of anything, operating like a puppet, following orders without question. How much would he end up losing? Had he known it would come to this? He should have summoned the relevant authorities for a thorough discussion earlier. Wait a moment. Huang Fengwen's brow furrowed as he focused intently on the trading details and noticed something amiss. Initial capital, 1 million. First day yield, 8%. Consequently, the trading department manager utilized his authority to inject an additional 4 million, raising the total operational limit to 5 million. Then came today's yield, 40%. Huang Fengwen gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had once been a formidable trader himself, although that was during a time when one had to engage in on-site trading at brokerage firms. Yet, whether in the past or present, it was exceedingly rare for a short-term trader to achieve a 40% return in a single day, especially in the domestic A-share market, where daily price fluctuations were generally capped around 10%. Even in the unrestricted U.S. stock market, traders rarely managed to generate a 40% profit in a single day through short-term operations, primarily due to the increasingly stringent risk control systems that do not permit such aggressive maneuvers. More importantly, a 40% return in a single day bordered on the divine. Yet, Su Hao, this naive youth whom he thought would require his guidance, had audaciously managed to achieve an outrageous figure of 40% through repeated operations in futures, all while utilizing the full 5 million in principal. The system must have malfunctioned. That was Huang Fengwen's immediate reaction. Only this explanation seemed plausible. Otherwise, how could it be possible? He promptly grabbed the phone and contacted the technical department. What? The system is functioning perfectly? Check again. Investigate thoroughly. However, no matter how many times the technical department confirmed, the result remained the same. There was no error in the system. That youngest member of his guild, always cheerful, kind-hearted, and diligent, who had been casually arranged to join the ranks because he expressed a desire to leave gaming for a job, had today created a trading record worthy of being inscribed in the annals of the company's history. Huang Fengwen stared blankly at the screen, speechless for a long while. His original script was for the young lad to experience the harsh realities of society and incur some minor losses. Then, as the guild leader, he would offer comforting words, demonstrating the care and grace of a senior. What was the outcome? On his second day of work, he shattered the company's record for daily profits? Merely a stroke of luck? No. Huang Fengwen's gaze swept across the dense array of trading records. This was not a matter that could be explained by luck. It was purely the result of countless precise high-low trades, meticulously accumulating profits. What astonished him further was that the young man had fortuitously ceased trading just before the noon close. After that moment, futures prices entered a prolonged period of narrow sideways movement, significantly increasing the difficulty of trading. He had foreseen this. Huang Fengwen's heart surged with tumultuous waves. He knew when the prices would rise and when they would fall. But could this be possible? Was this reality? Huang Fengwen stared blankly at the screen. And after a considerable time, he suddenly snapped back to reality, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. There was no time to waste. He swiftly seized the internal phone on his desk. Secretary Zhang, his voice regained its usual calm and authority. Immediately notify all relevant personnel connected to Su Hao to come to my office at once. Chapter 21, a magical realism drama. To speak of trading futures is akin to dancing on the edge of a volcano, thrilling yet perilous, where a moment's inattention could leave one utterly scorched. This endeavor inherently carries a tenfold leverage, allowing one to experience the adrenaline rush of a heart-pounding roller coaster. The market's volatility is exceedingly fierce, akin to an epileptic fit. Just yesterday, the crude oil contracts remained stable, yet today, with the sound of cannon fire from the Middle East, prices could soar dramatically. Tomorrow, a mere cough from the Federal Reserve could lead to plummeting values that even a mother wouldn't recognize. A saying circulates in the trading community: the futures market is the financial version of Russian roulette, where seasoned traders grasp technical analysis charts in one hand and clutch a margin call calculator in the other, their screens adorned with take profit and stop loss orders, leaving them desperate to secure their accounts with multiple safety nets. Yet even so, an unexpected black swan event in the dead of night can still topple them. You think you've hit rock bottom? The market can swiftly deliver a crushing blow, causing your account balance to evaporate faster than grease on a stovetop. Logically, someone like Zhou Yi, who had navigated the market for years, would have noticed the signs of stabilization in gold prices. As long as one maintained a light position, acted swiftly, and timed their entries and exits precisely, It was not difficult to earn some modest profits by taking calculated risks. However, on this day, Zhou Yi remained utterly still, making no trades whatsoever. It was not that he feared his skills had dulled, rendering him incapable of the swift maneuvers required. Rather, the true source of his trepidation, which led him to hold back, was that newcomer named Su Hao. From the moment the opening bell rang, this young man, seemingly invigorated, plunged headlong into the gold futures contracts with reckless abandon. His audacity sent Zhou Yi's heart racing, causing him to feel uneasy. What was this lad's strategy? Zhou Yi's mind was in turmoil as he grappled with the impossibility of it all. Just 30 seconds prior, he had cleared his positions, yet within a minute, Su Hao had re-entered the market with full force. Was he timing his trades with a stopwatch? What was the basis for his decisions? Did he possess some prophetic insight? Was it technical analysis? This notion, though impressive in theory, claimed to be the culmination of countless investment forefathers' wisdom, continuously refined over time. Traders like them indeed began with fundamental analysis as a foundation before diving into the vast ocean of technical analysis. In essence, the theory of technical analysis rests on the premise that market prices encapsulate all available information. Thus, they scrutinized the colorful, chaotic line charts, attempting to decipher the elusive market sentiment and public psychology, predicting whether the market would ascend to the heavens or plunge into the depths. Yet, those who had weathered the storms of the market knew better than to underestimate the dangers that lurked within. Technical analysis may sound impressive in theory, but if one truly believes it can flawlessly predict market prices, they are merely dreaming. If such a method were indeed so miraculous, why not employ a supercomputer to run the necessary algorithms? What purpose do the salaried traders serve? They ought to have been laid off long ago, returning home to tend to their children. Consequently, despite the confidence exuded by seasoned traders as they rush into the market, only a scant few emerge unscathed. The majority, after all, are merely ensnared by the chaotic charts, manipulated by human greed, fear, and a myriad of tumultuous emotions, ultimately exiting the arena in utter disgrace. A glance at the trading screens of other traders in the office reveals a sea of green, akin to a vast prairie, with not a single account in the red. The atmosphere is one of despair, a truly dismal sight. Yet, how to explain the enigma that is Su Hao? Zhou Yi felt as though his worldview was undergoing an unprecedented upheaval. For amidst this field of lamenting traders stood a solitary, towering money tree. Moreover, this individual was genuinely engaged in the endeavor. Astonishingly, he had plunged his entire capital of 5 million yuan into gold futures without a flicker of hesitation, a bold gamble akin to flipping the table in a game of chance. What was even more alarming was his penchant for ultra-short-term operations, executing trades at a dizzying pace measured in seconds. With reckless abandon, he appeared to execute these trades with a staggering consistency, scraping layer upon layer of profits, accumulating them rapidly without interruption. Zhou Yi watched in disbelief, rubbing his throbbing temples, feeling as though his mind might combust. This defied logic. This was utterly irrational. It was beyond the scope of his understanding of trading. Was he relying on technical analysis? Yet, the charts were as chaotic as a madman's scribbles. What could be gleaned from such a disarray? Or perhaps, he had mastered some arcane secret unknown to others? Regardless, the paramount, most envy-inducing reality was that Su Hao was indeed making money, and he was doing so at an almost grotesque, unfathomable speed, voraciously reaping from the market. Incredibly, the figure surged past 8. Zhou Yi's heart raced in sync with that number, and beads of sweat began to form in his palms. However, 8 was merely the prelude. Before long, the number soared like a wild stallion. It skyrocketed. 15, 20, 25. My goodness. Was this fellow a reincarnated money printer? Zhou Yi, though not actively trading, found his hands trembling uncontrollably, cold sweat nearly soaking his shirt. Had he been in Su Hao's position, he would have been elated to secure even a modest profit of 5 on such a high-risk future, celebrating the achievement. Who would dare be as reckless as Su Hao, dancing tirelessly on the edge of a knife? Moreover, who in their right mind would wager the company's entire 5 million yuan capital on such a volatile future? Repeatedly engaging in high-stakes trading? Wasn't he the sheer folly? Yet, Su Hao continued to profit, doubling down on his investments with reckless abandon. His fervor was akin to that of a gambler blinded by victory. No, rather, he seemed an unstoppable force, a deity of chance. Did he not fear a momentary lapse in judgment? That the hard-earned profits could vanish in an instant, return to the abyss? The line between extraordinary gain and catastrophic loss was perilously thin. Zhou Yi, lost in the whirlwind of his thoughts, nearly forgot to engage in his own trading. His mind a tangle of confusion. Should he rush over and earnestly advise him? Do rein it in. The outside world is fraught with peril. Perhaps it is time to take your profits and leave. But what justification could he offer? Suddenly, Zhou Yi became acutely aware of a disheartening truth. From the opening bell until now, several hours had passed, and Su Hao had not incurred a single loss. Not a single misstep. How could one possibly describe such a scene? No, it was beyond description. It transcended comprehension. Or more bluntly, it was as though he had witnessed a ghost in broad daylight. Zhou Yi had witnessed a spectacle that could potentially overturn his 20 years of experience in the field, a surrealistic display of market prowess. Time slipped away amid Zhou Yi's astonishment and self-doubt. When he finally regained his senses, the screen before Su Hao displayed a glaring number that seemed almost blindingly bright. 40. Good grief. Zhou Yi could no longer contain himself. The tumult of emotions roiling within him erupted like a volcano, and a phrase encapsulating his shock, envy, confusion, and even a hint of fear escaped his lips uncontrollably. He felt there were no words more succinct, more precise, to convey his complex feelings. In the world, there exist those reckless souls who, in their blind pursuit, may achieve mythic returns in the short term. Yet, such fortune cannot endure. Over time, the inevitable pull of the average will return all gains to their origin. However, here, within a well-regulated, legal private equity firm, purely through day trading and rapid transactions, a staggering 40 return had been achieved on such high-risk futures. Zhou Yi could swear to the heavens that, in all his years of experience and exposure to myriad characters, he had never encountered a creature like Su Hao. Everyone knows that futures trading is fraught with high leverage and volatility. With a stroke of luck and impeccable timing, one might indeed reap substantial rewards. Yet the risks are terrifying. For someone like Su Hao to wager the entirety of the company's 5 million yuan capital and trade with the fervor of a perpetual motion machine, ultimately achieving a 40 return. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? At last, it came to a halt. Just as the afternoon trading session commenced and Zhou Yi was still grappling with his existential crisis, Su Hao suddenly moved his mouse and, with a swift motion, liquidated all positions in his account. The action was executed with striking precision. He then nonchalantly closed the trading window. Following this, he reclined comfortably in a spacious armchair. Closing his eyes. Surely not. He was done already? Had he fallen asleep? This was inconceivable. Zhou Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the figure. The afternoon session had not yet concluded, and he had already thrown in the towel. He had assumed Su Hao would not be satisfied with such an astonishing 40, but would instead push the limits of human capability to strive for 50. It became clear. Shortly after Su Hao's departure, Zhou Yi instinctively glanced at the gold chart. He noted how the previously erratic line, resembling a seizure, began to stabilize. The amplitude of fluctuations visibly diminished, and the trend started to revert to a rational state. The once torrential trading volume began to rapidly decline as the market gradually entered a narrow consolidation phase. Su Hao had ceased trading precisely because of this. He had astutely sensed the subtle signal indicating the market's frenzy was drawing to a close. And without a hint of hesitation, he decisively chose to take his profits and retreat faster than a rabbit. His entry timing was impeccable. His exit timing was equally flawless. The audacity of his graceful withdrawal commanded deep respect. The entire execution process was as clean and efficient as a textbook. No, even more remarkable than a textbook. It was as if this fellow had opened his third eye, or perhaps he was the embodiment of a stock market deity. As this absurd thought flashed through Zhou Yi's mind, a notification popped up on the corporate OA system. Manager Zhou Yi, the chairman is looking for you. Please proceed to his office immediately. Zhou Yi's heart sank. There was still some time until the market closed in the afternoon. According to protocol, unless something monumental occurred, the chairman would not summon a trader to his office at this hour, especially not the manager of the trading department. Moreover, even if there were significant matters, typically, the department head would be approached first, so why would he bypass the hierarchy? There could only be one explanation. Indeed, it was undoubtedly about that young man, Su Hao. Chapter 22. A Cascade of Flattery. In the chairman's office, the atmosphere was nothing short of dazzling. The chairman, executive directors, various heads, directors, department managers, and deputy managers were all present. The room was filled to capacity with the company's prominent figures, nearly everyone accounted for except those on business trips. The air felt heavy with anticipation. Once all were assembled, Chairman Huang Fengwen strolled in leisurely, hands in pockets. He surveyed the room and frowned slightly. Why are there so many people here? His secretary quickly stepped forward to explain in a hushed tone. Chairman, you instructed that all personnel related to Su Hao should gather. Huang Fengwen shot a glance at the secretary and waved dismissively. All right, you may leave now. The secretary, relieved, bowed and hurried out. Huang Fengwen watched her retreating figure with a helpless shake of his head, muttering, "This girl is good in every aspect, yet a bit too straightforward." He then turned to the group of executives sitting upright with varied expressions and casually remarked, "No need to stand. Please take your seats. There are indeed a few more people than usual, but that's all right. I built this office spaciously for occasions like this." He knew that at least half of those present were bewildered, completely unaware of why they had been summoned with such urgency. Let us not beat around the bush. I'll get straight to the point. Huang Fengwen leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk. "Some time ago, I brought someone into the company. If you recall, today, I've gathered everyone here regarding that young man." A seemingly uninformed vice president paused, taken aback. "When did you bring someone into the company?" Huang Fengwen nodded. "It's understandable. Your ranks may have overlooked it." He turned his gaze to the two department heads present. "You should have some inkling, right?" The two directors summoned today were the head of the trading department and the head of risk management. They exchanged knowing glances, solemnly acknowledging the situation. "I know many of you are skeptical, thinking that young man is merely a beneficiary of connections and that you harbor disdain for him. This is quite normal." Huang Fengwen's tone was calm, yet authoritative. "However, just yesterday, someone had the audacity to allocate 5 million RMB in trading capital to a newcomer who had barely arrived. Who can explain this?" "What? Allocating 5 million to a newcomer? Are you joking? Even if he is someone you brought in, this is outrageous." The hot-tempered executive director Lu Zhuo leaped to his feet, his voice elevated. "Who did this? Are they out of their mind? Can he handle such responsibility?" "Lu, please calm down." Huang Fengwen raised a hand to signal for composure. "I'm not here to assign blame. I'm merely curious. Who will step forward?" Amidst the crowd, Zhou Yi took a deep breath, standing up and reluctantly admitting, "It was I, Chairman." "Oh, it's you, Zhou Yi, right?" Huang Fengwen regarded him, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. "I recall that our Su Hao is in your team, under your supervision." "Our Su Hao." Zhou Yi's heart sank again. Just hearing that affectionate term indicated that the chairman's relationship with Su Hao was likely far more intimate than he had imagined. This was not merely a connection. It was akin to familial ties. "Chairman," Zhou Yi steadied himself, responding with measured respect. "The reason for granting him such a substantial amount is that I perceive immense potential in him." "Potential?" Huang Fengwen raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with intrigue. "It's not merely because of my position as chairman, intending to curry favor or offering him special treatment, is it?" Nearby, Lu Zhuo seized the opportunity to interject with sarcasm. I suspect that is precisely the case." Zhou Yi shook his head. "Absolutely not. It is not just potential. He has already substantiated himself as an unequivocal genius with tangible results." Lu Zhuo scoffed, his disbelief evident. You speak as if it were a fact. With your embellishments, one might think he could generate a 5 return for the company daily. It is worth noting that in the realm of private traders, achieving a stable daily return of 5 is a rarity. A true superstar, revered wherever they go. However, Zhou Yi's next statement detonated like a bombshell, resonating throughout the silent office. "It is far more than that." Lu Zhuo's derision froze. "What?" Zhou Yi straightened his posture, articulating each word with gravity. On his first day of employment yesterday, his daily return rate was 8. And today, prior to this meeting, it has soared to a staggering 40. Lu Zhuo nearly choked, his shock morphing into disbelief and fury. "Are you playing games with us? 8 yesterday, 40 today? Does that even make sense? Do you think I've never traded before? Your team specializes in short-term trading, right? A daily short-term gain of 40? Are you trying to deceive me? Who would believe that?" Not only Lu Zhuo, but every executive present, previously unaware of the situation, mirrored his astonished and incredulous expressions. This figure had utterly transcended their understanding of the financial markets and human capabilities. It defied logic. "I understand that this is difficult to believe." Zhou Yi met their skeptical gazes, his expression serious, devoid of any hint of jest. "However, this is an indisputable fact. I have no reason to fabricate such a transparent lie in front of so many leaders." Lu Zhuo, infuriated, pointed at Zhou Yi and turned to Huang Fengwen. "Chairman, you must listen. This young man, he is..." Huang Fengwen interrupted him, calmly tossing out another bombshell. "It is indeed true." Lu Zhuo, "What?" Huang Fengwen confirmed again, his tone tinged with an incredulity that even he felt. "Today, that young man Su Hao has indeed achieved a return rate of 40. At this moment, the entire office erupted. The chairman himself had come down to endorse it. All the executives' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, their jaws almost hitting the floor. "How is this even possible? 40. In a single day? In short-term trading, Luge's voice began to tremble. According to Zhou, he seemed to have seized the opportunity presented by the extreme fluctuations in today's gold futures, executing trades repeatedly. Huang Fengwen explained that he too had just received the report and was equally astonished. Even in futures trading, that cannot be. Luge still could not accept it. This figure transcends mere luck. It is utterly impossible. That is precisely why I summoned all of you here. Huang Fengwen raised his hands in a gesture of resignation. Originally, I intended to have a private discussion with the relevant leaders from Su Hao's department, as well as those from the risk management side, to understand the situation. He disregarded the executives who were still engulfed in shock and chaos, whispering amongst themselves, and returned his gaze to Zhou. So, Zhou, are you implying that you are entirely convinced of his capabilities, rather than influenced by any other factors, to entrust such a substantial amount of funds to a newcomer who has only just joined us? Zhou nodded with composure and subtly replied, Indeed, Chairman. Moreover, I have heard that Su Hao and you are not related by blood. Huang Fengwen acknowledged this with a non-committal response. That is indeed the case. Yet, another scene flashed through his mind. A virtual realm that consumed his leisure hours, the gaming guild he had poured countless efforts into, with the motto of mutual love and family. Although outsiders might perceive this slogan as somewhat juvenile or awkward, he understood that real emotions and genuine bonds existed within the game, encapsulating a part of many lives. Su Hao was his most trusted and devoted guild member, with whom he had fought side by side for many years in that digital universe. Naturally, the camaraderie forged in online gaming would be lost on his impeccably dressed subordinates, and there was no need for elaboration. Thus, he shifted his tone and remarked lightly, However, in this day and age, must one have a blood relation to be considered family? Upon uttering these words, a peculiar silence enveloped the office. Executives exchanged glances, their eyes filled with the realization of just how close the chairman and Su Hao's relationship truly was. For the chairman to voice such sentiments indicated that Su Hao held a significant position in his esteem. Zhou immediately seized the opportunity, his tone earnest as he declared, Yes, Chairman. Therefore, I judge that even if you and Mr. Su share a personal connection, your decision to bring him on board was certainly not merely a matter of personal favor. You must have perceived extraordinary talent in him, correct? Su Hao's talent. Huang Fengwen momentarily lost himself in reflection. He had known Su Hao for several years. The young man had indeed demonstrated exceptional performance in the gaming realm. While he himself was a hands-off president, Su Hao managed a large guild of several hundred members with remarkable organization. He navigated complex interpersonal dynamics and resolved team conflicts, demonstrating a level of communication skills, team-building prowess, decision-making ability, and personal charisma that was indispensable in such a tumultuous and fluid virtual environment. Such qualities could not simply be learned, they were pure talent. Without this young man, his guild would likely have crumbled due to internal strife or poor management. Huang Fengwen returned to the present, nodding thoughtfully. Su Hao does possess certain remarkable qualities, although the decisive factor in his recruitment was indeed that bond of revolutionary friendship. I knew it. Zhou interjected, Your discerning eye for talent is renowned throughout the company. That is why I dared to take a bold gamble, trusting your judgment. The facts have proven that Su Hao indeed possesses astonishing talent in the investment field. Zhou continued, his expression reflecting the anticipation of a foreseen outcome, while also bestowing praise upon the chairman. However, the intensity of his talent has slightly exceeded my initial expectations. It appears that you, Chairman, identified this gem before other companies could discover it. Your vision remains sharp as ever. Other executives quickly joined in, showering praise upon the chairman. Huang Fengwen found himself slightly disoriented by this unexpected wave of flattery, almost beginning to believe that his decision to bring Su Hao on board was indeed a stroke of genius. Clearing his throat, Huang Fengwen steered the conversation back to the risk management director, who had been relatively silent. Old Pan, what is your perspective on this matter? Chairman, esteemed leaders. Pan Sun began, his expression grave as he stood. To be candid, from a risk management standpoint, I believe Su Hao's current approach is exceedingly, extremely, and dangerously reckless. His trading activities are in complete violation of our company's internal risk control regulations and trading principles. It is akin to an individual walking alone on a perilous tightrope over a cliff without any safety measures. He has entirely abandoned all risk controls, blindly charging forward. This is nothing short of gambling. I disagree with Director Pan's assessment. Zhou interjected immediately after Pan Sun finished speaking. All eyes shifted back to him. I believe Su Hao must have his own reasons and confidence for acting in this manner. Zhou asserted, meeting Pan Sun's gaze with conviction. I have closely observed his investment patterns and timing, and I am confident that he possesses a unique trading algorithm that we are currently unable to comprehend. Trading algorithm? Pan Sun furrowed his brow. What kind of algorithm? Is it quantifiable? Does it have a model? Can it be explained? With all due respect, Director Pan. Even if we were to summon Su Hao here and have him explain it to us for an entire day, Zhou Yi shook his head. I fear that none of us here, myself included, would truly grasp his algorithm. Of course, it defies logic. Lu Zhu could not resist chiming in, his tone dripping with sarcasm. It's pure luck, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Such happenstance cannot be attributed to any algorithm. Director Lu, please remember, he is someone who can earn 8 in a day and then make 40 through short trading the next. Zhou Yi turned to him, his gaze sharp. You yourself stated that this is certainly not something achievable through mere luck. If it is not luck, it must be strength. Lu Zhu found himself at a loss for words. Once again, silence fell over the office. The unique algorithm of Su Hao, a concept that no one could truly understand. Perhaps even Su Hao himself struggled to articulate, yet undeniably existed and yielded astonishing returns. It sounded almost mythical, akin to the invincible techniques in martial arts or the otherworldly realms found in fantasy. In any case, it was enigmatic yet alluring. Zhou Yi firmly maintained that this was a matter of skill, not chance, based on a set of algorithms beyond their comprehension. Huang Fengwen broke the silence, surveying the crowd. So everyone, what are your thoughts? They exchanged glances, their thoughts diverging. The chairman had personally brought in this connected individual, but instead of being a mere figurehead, this individual proved to be formidable, almost as if endowed with supernatural abilities. This situation posed quite a conundrum. Ultimately, it was the prudent Pan Sun who first spoke, offering a relatively cautious suggestion. Chairman, regardless of the circumstances, I still maintain that we need to observe for a while longer. After all, he has only just arrived 2 days ago, right? Furthermore, this Friday marks the end of our performance assessment period. Why not wait until then to see his final results? As expected from someone in risk management, you are always focused on risk avoidance. Huang Fengwen pressed on. But what if by Friday, the results remain remarkable? Pan Sun inhaled deeply, seemingly resolute. Then if he can sustain this momentum until Friday, I believe the company should immediately and unequivocally promote him to the next level. Utilize all available resources and explore every conceivable method to ensure his steadfast retention within the company. Traders are categorized into tiers. Above the formal trader lies the senior trader. And beyond that, the investment manager. Upon promotion, one not only gains preferential access to additional company resources, but also wields larger funds for more diversified and high-authority investment operations. More importantly, the proportion of performance-based compensation significantly increases. In simpler terms, the more profit you generate for the company, the more you reap for yourself. Huang Fengwen nodded, scanning the room. Is there anyone who opposes Pan Sun's proposal? A profound silence ensued. Who would dare to oppose the elevation of someone who can generate wealth for the company like a money-printing machine? Unless one had lost their mind or bore a grudge against wealth. Very well, then it's settled. Yet, Huang Fengwen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Initially, he had gone to great lengths to bring Su Hao into the company, merely to assign him a leisurely position to idly pass the time and prevent his withdrawal from the industry. It also served to repay the camaraderie forged during their shared struggles. Who would have imagined that within just 2 days, this young man would single-handedly turn the entire company upside down, becoming the center of attention? This script has veered off course. Feeling drowsy and with his mind buzzing from prolonged concentration, Su Hao merely sought to close his eyes for a brief respite from visual fatigue. Hoping to cool his nearly overheating brain, he simply wished to doze off for a moment. Su Hao, can you guess how much I made today? Where are you? Su Hao. A crisp, excited voice rang in his ears, accompanied by a gentle nudge on his shoulder. Startled, Su Hao abruptly opened his eyes. Still somewhat dazed, he recalled dozing off shortly after the market opened. What was intended to be a brief nap had transformed into a deep slumber. Seriously, Su Hao? You fell asleep just now. Li Huilin exclaimed incredulously. You actually slept from past 1 until now. Slept through the closing? In the office? At your workstation? Su Hao instantly became alert, a chill running up his spine. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. What kind of mental state was he in? Sleeping on the job? Caught in the act? If this were to get out, even writing a self-criticism would be a light consequence. He could very well face disciplinary action or worse, be asked to leave. How on earth did he fall asleep? Was it the excessive mental exertion that forced a shutdown? How could you fall asleep? When did you even start? Li Huilin's voice held a hint of reproach. Well, Su Hao stammered, unsure how to respond. I assure you, I worked exceptionally hard today. I monitored the market from opening to closing. After an entire day of labor, I managed to earn, a full 3. Before he could elaborate, Li Huilin excitedly began to report her own achievements. Thanks to your reminder to watch the gold futures this morning, I might not have dared to trade otherwise. And look at you. Su Hao felt utterly humiliated, wishing to sink into the ground. What a disgrace. However, it didn't matter, for in their line of work, the end results and returns were what truly mattered, right? Li Huilin shifted her tone, becoming magnanimous. As long as you can generate profit for the company, sleeping at work is of no consequence. Even if you lounged at home all day, the chairman would treat you like royalty. As she spoke, she habitually leaned in to examine Su Hao's computer screen, eager to see his trading results. Come, let me see how you perform today. If you merely slept without making any profit or even incurred losses, I shall have to give you a proper lecture. Suddenly, Li Huilin's expression froze as if she had been put on pause. She blinked, leaned in closer to scrutinize the glaring figure, tilting her head in confusion. Su Hao, did your trading software encounter a bug? 40? That's impossible. The system must be malfunctioning. However, Su Hao was acutely aware that the system was functioning correctly. Oh, so today's final profit is indeed 40, not bad. Thus, he replied in an almost indifferent tone, it should be fine. Not fine. Li Huilin's voice shot up, sharp enough to pierce the eardrums. Then, she became as still as a statue, eyes wide, mouth agape, maintaining her pose of peering at the screen, frozen in place. Huilin, are you all right? Su Hao asked, a hint of concern creeping in as he waved his hand before her eyes. No reaction, completely immobilized, like a statue gazing at the screen. It wasn't until Su Hao gently shook her shoulders that Li Huilin seemed to snap out of her trance, gasping for air as if awakening from a spell. Then, in a tone Su Hao had never heard before, one filled with reverence and even a hint of flattery and anxiety, she cautiously spoke. Su Hao, esteemed one. Oh, what? No, it's Su Hao, brother. You, please, remain seated. Don't move. As she spoke, Li Huilin flusteredly prepared to dash out. I'll fetch you a blanket to keep your legs warm, and brew you a cup of hot tea. No, I'll bring you the finest Longjing tea. Su Hao was utterly bewildered by her sudden change in demeanor. Huilin, why the sudden oh dear? How could I disturb your precious slumber? I've spoken too much nonsense. My sincerest apologies. Li Huilin lamented, visibly regretful. Wait, I just dozed off for a moment. Su Hao attempted to explain. Please hold on. I'll be right back. Oh, and I'll swing by the convenience store downstairs to grab some snacks. Li Huilin paid him no mind, rushing toward the elevator. What flavor of chips do you prefer? Dark chocolate or milk chocolate? Coffee or cola? Su Hao hadn't yet had the chance to decline. Li Huilin had already swept out of the office like a whirlwind, leaving him alone. Watching her hasty and somewhat clumsy retreat against the backdrop of the evening glow, appearing particularly disheveled. Chapter 24. Employee of the Month. The end of the month is a day when workers traditionally wear smiles of anticipation. After all, who doesn't eagerly await the moment their salary is deposited after a month of toil? For the traders at Huanqing Investment, this day is even more significant. It is their time to evaluate their achievements and collect their rewards. Theoretically, everyone should be in high spirits. Of course, the prospect of having to come to the office on a dreaded Saturday somewhat dampens that joy, leaving a tinge of dissatisfaction. However, the atmosphere today felt especially peculiar, as an unusual low pressure hung over the office. Hey, guys, any word on which department met the targets this month? Met the targets? What are you dreaming about? The market this month has been akin to freefall. To even achieve a positive return would be a blessing. I've heard that the vast majority of departments have suffered significant losses, all in the negative. As per tradition, the end of the month would see the announcement of performance rankings, revealing which team topped the charts and which trader earned the title of the month's star. The best performing team and individual would naturally receive substantial rewards from the company. If the entire team suffers catastrophic losses or fails to meet even the company's minimum monthly targets, being the top performer among the short-statured is utterly meaningless. The internal benchmark set by the company stipulates a monthly revenue of 5, with an aspirational target ranging from 5 to 15. However, the truth is that a team achieving 15 in a month is an exceedingly rare occurrence, unless one encounters an unprecedented bull market. Otherwise, this target is but a myth. Moreover, this month, the market trends have been characterized by tumultuous declines, making trading exceedingly challenging. Pessimistic conjectures have already circulated within the office. It seems impossible to find even a single department that can reach the 5-mark threshold. Have you heard? Even the once thriving options department has taken a significant hit this time. Those individuals, who typically approach work as if on a leisurely holiday, are now scrambling, working overtime daily. Why? Because the situation has become dire. One can only wonder how much they have lost. It is likely that no one anticipated the market to deteriorate to such an extent, exacerbated by the recent turmoil surrounding nickel mines. Perhaps this has granted them a first-hand experience of market risks. I mean, do we truly have the luxury to worry about others? Our own department is in a state of crisis. Frankly, I see no department capable of fulfilling their tasks. Thus, it appears that everyone has tacitly resigned to inaction. This month's accolade for the best trader will undoubtedly remain unclaimed. As for bonuses, one might as well forget about them. Wait, what is this? At that moment, a notification pinged on the company SOA, revealing an announcement for all staff. The title boldly proclaimed, "Announcement regarding the best performing team in the trading department this month." What? In such a disastrous market, someone actually managed to turn a profit? Did they truly meet their performance goals? Is this some kind of joke? A throng of traders, faces etched with disbelief, hurriedly flocked to their computers to open the glaring announcement. They were eager to discover which miraculous team had defied the odds in this hellish scenario. Upon closer inspection, it read, "Best Monthly Team, Trading Department 1. 1. Wait. ISNT that the department led by Zhou E. Incredible. How on earth did Zhou manage this? Usually so taciturn, he must have been quietly thriving. In the minds of many, Zhou E is perceived as an inconspicuous figure. He declines to attend departmental dinners, fearing it would affect his physique. Rarely does he speak, resembling a silent enigma. Who would have thought that while the rest of the department lamented, his team was quietly counting their profits? Not a whisper of their success had escaped. Hold on, gentlemen, do you think this might be related to that insider? A well-informed colleague suddenly lowered his voice. Which one? The princeling, of course. Wasn't he assigned to Zhou's department recently? Oh, you mean internal maneuvering? Resource allocation? Precisely. Even more audaciously. Zhou has indeed promoted that princeling to a formal trader. Talk about timely opportunism. As soon as this was mentioned, it was as if everyone had an epiphany. Realizing the truth. No wonder Zhou's department could stand out amidst such a disastrous market. This was not a testament to exceptional performance. This was merely a tailored accolade for the princeling. It served as a political award for Zhou E, who had cooperated eagerly in elevating the princeling. How straightforward. The title of this month's strongest trader should simply be awarded to the princeling as well. Let us just play the entire charade. Someone sarcastically remarked. Unbelievable, exclaimed another in shock. What? It turns out that what began as a jest had manifested into reality. The office erupted into chaos. Even if you are a princeling, even if the company wishes to elevate you, the optics of this are utterly appalling. It is crucial to understand that this announcement regarding the best team and best trader is visible on the company intranet, accessible to all employees. The intention was to establish a benchmark, to stimulate other traders' enthusiasm, to inspire them to charge into the market like a pack of wolves. But now, this is not motivation. This is akin to stabbing everyone in the back, a blatant provocation. This is excessive. Awarding their department as the best is one thing. However, the title of best trader is based on individual performance. How can this be justified? Is it to imply that the new princeling single-handedly outperformed us all? Absurd. This time, the company has truly crossed the line. Frustrated by this month's dismal performance, the department managers were seething. They exchanged glances that clearly conveyed a singular message. This is intolerable. We must address this matter. Indeed, representing our team, we, as leaders, must take a stand. Otherwise, will any future newcomer be allowed to operate in such a disorganized manner? This could spiral into a vicious cycle. The unspoken rule dictates that one should tread carefully around influential princelings or well-connected individuals. Yet these managers, having ascended to their positions with great effort, felt emboldened to unite and voice their grievances to higher-ups. Who should they approach? Naturally, their superior, Director Li Jian. Thus, a collective of disgruntled department managers marched toward the director's office. It seems everyone is quite free today. Why are you all gathered here as if at a market? Li Jian reclined in his expansive office chair, observing the congestion of department managers at the door with a bemused smile, clearly anticipating their arrival. Director Li, it is Saturday. One of the department managers awkwardly initiated. On a Saturday, you should all be at home. Why come to the office? My humble office is already cramped. Do you not feel uncomfortable all crowding in here? If you are at the company, you should promptly get to work. Look at your performance this month. Each of you is on the verge of losing your shirts, yet you still have the audacity to linger here? Li Jian did not hold back in his criticism. Well, it seems the boss's mood is less than pleasant. We cannot deny our poor performance. But have you seen that announcement on the internet? This is simply outrageous. A bold department manager could no longer contain himself. Outrageous? What is outrageous about it? Honestly, their performance is likely on par with ours. And that new princeling, having skyrocketed to a trader position, now recognized as the monthly best? This is incomprehensible, Director Lee. Li Jian understood their intentions all too well. They were seeking an avenue to express their dissatisfaction without directly confronting the chairman. They wanted him, as the director, to bear the brunt of their grievances. Oh, how things have changed. Li Jian's tone shifted, his gaze drifting off as he reminisced about the past. Back then, our office boasted a massive electronic screen that displayed real-time profits and losses, showcasing who earned the most and who suffered the greatest losses. That was exhilarating, filled with the spirit of competition. Don't you agree? Traditional private equity firms indeed operated in such a manner. However, times have changed, and so has the culture. Such real-time performance comparisons can easily destabilize a trader's mentality, leading to irrational decisions that ultimately jeopardize everyone involved. Director, why are you suddenly bringing this up? The department managers were somewhat bewildered. My intention is clear. If that thing were still around, you wouldn't have needed to block my doorway today. Li Jian diverted his gaze and refocused on the faces of the crowd, to spare my precious time and save you from further embarrassment. Before they could register his words, Li Jian snatched a stack of documents from the table and slammed them onto the coffee table before them. I knew you lot would come running, green with envy. Here, I had prepared this for you long ago. Chapter 25. Oh, it's payday. The department managers picked up the documents with skepticism, flipping through them rapidly. Their expressions transformed from confusion to shock, and finally to a state of utter disbelief. The figures displayed on the documents revealed an astonishing yield rate. Mr. Lee, even if you were to manipulate these figures, could you at least put in some effort? This is simply outrageous. Just 5 days? 5 days to earn this much. This is too blatant to be credible. Who would believe it? These individuals, seasoned professionals, suddenly began to speak nonsensically. No wonder. The data was indeed so absurd it challenged belief. Hey, I say, you lot, Li Jian snapped, slapping the table, fabricating trading volumes and yield rates? That's economic crime. It leads directly to imprisonment. Am I insane enough to engage in such activities? So, are you implying that what's written here is indeed true? Not 5 days. In just 5 days, an 80 yield? Is that even scientifically feasible? That's a substantial sum of 5 million yuan, transformed into 9 million in the span of a mere 5 trading days. This is faster than any money printing machine. Moreover, this was not achieved through long-term holdings or value investing. Every cent of profit, from the first day to the 5th, was earned through rapid trades, snatched directly from the market. Indeed, it sounds quite unreasonable, doesn't it? Li Jian sighed, his eyes reflecting a complex mixture of emotions. To be honest, I am still somewhat incredulous. After years of navigating this industry, I have encountered countless characters, yet I have never seen anything like this. If even Li Jian expresses such sentiments, then this yield rate appears to be an undeniable fact. The department managers were utterly flabbergasted. But, isn't he the heir apparent? Isn't he connected? I can't precisely ascertain his relationship with the chairman. Li Jian shook his head. But I can confirm one thing. The chairman brought him on board due to his evident capabilities. This is beyond question. Li Jian vividly recalled the day when several top executives attended an internal meeting where the chairman himself stated that newcomer possesses genuine talent. This was a statement directly from the chairman's lips. Well, considering our chairman's character, he does not seem like someone who would casually appoint a connected person. But, even with exceptional ability, how on earth did he achieve an 80 yield in just 5 days? And all through short-term trades. How is that different from having a divine foresight into the future? What's even more unsettling is that, even if you could momentarily glimpse a few seconds into the future, that may not suffice for ultra-short-term trading that operates on such tight margins. By the time you anticipate the future, react, and place an order, the opportunity would have evaporated, and the price would have soared to unknown heights. All right, now, do we have any objections? Li Jian waved his hand dismissively, as though swatting away flies. What is our company's motto? Speak based on ability and earn through merit. Even if this individual is the heir apparent, he has rightfully earned his remuneration through hard skills. This is only just. The department managers fell silent, resembling mute individuals who had just swallowed a bitter pill, too intimidated to utter another word. Therefore, Li Jian added meaningfully, moving forward, regardless of what transpires. I hope you all can maintain your composure and refrain from any further outbursts. What more could possibly happen? One of them keenly caught the keyword. You'll find out next week. All right, enough chatter. Get back to work. Li Jian wore an expression that hinted at untold secrets. Look at the newcomer. With bonuses rolling in. Are you, the department managers, merely going to stand by and watch, drinking in the cold wind? A group of bewildered department managers was thus hurriedly ushered out of the director's office, standing in the corridor, exchanging blank stares, their minds still in a state of disarray. Just then, one of the managers seemed to recall something and muttered to himself. I remember the company's policy states that traders can apply to be transferred to other departments, right? In an instant, all the department managers exchanged glances, their eyes mirroring the same realization as earlier, filled with mutual understanding and a newfound objective. The next moment, it was unclear who took the lead, but everyone bolted towards the trading department, as if they had heard the starting gun fired. What a joke. There's a goose that lays golden eggs, and it's right downstairs in that department. If we don't act now, when will we? Typically, Saturdays are the statutory rest days for workers. However, for these unfortunate souls in trading, the term weekend often feels like a beautiful myth. It's not that the company forces them to work overtime. Rather, the data that needs to be organized on Saturdays and the preparations for the upcoming week are simply overwhelming. If one doesn't put in the effort on Saturday, they can expect a rough week ahead. Thus, reporting to work on weekends has become an unspoken industry norm, understood by all. But today, Su Hao experienced special treatment. Su Hao, you are truly incredible. Our department's savior. A living bodhisattva. Indeed. Brother Su Hao, tomorrow you can rest easy at home. We'll handle the data organization. Just lie at home counting your money. Right. Su Hao, don't bother coming in on Saturday. Rest well at home. We'll package the organized materials and send them to you later. The veteran employees in the department were practically ready to bow down to him before leaving work yesterday. They all scrambled to take on every minor task, insisting that he must stay home today to recuperate, strictly forbidding him from stepping foot in the office. The reason? It all stemmed from Su Hao's unexpected emergence, which dramatically lifted their department's performance from the depths of despair. Now, not only had they avoided a scolding from their superiors, but they also had a chance at the month-end performance bonus. Therefore, if Su Hao were to head to the office now, the treatment he would receive would be akin to that of a victorious general returning home, enjoying the status of a team hero. Ding! At that moment, his phone buzzed. Su Hao picked it up and saw a notification from the banking app. Deposit notification. Fanghuan Investment Company has transferred to your account. Oh, it's payday. Su Hao marveled at how these finance folks are indeed diligent to the core. Not only do they work on Saturdays, but they also manage to ensure that salaries are processed promptly over the weekend. Efficiency at its finest. With a thrill akin to that of opening a lottery ticket, he opened the banking app. Then Su Hao froze, his entire being stiffening as though struck on the back of the head with a brick, stars flashing before his eyes. He widened his eyes, staring at the string of numbers on the screen as if he no longer recognized Arabic numerals. Wait, what on earth is this? Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s. Millions, 1 million. Renminbi. This figure felt as though it was beyond the value of even the rarest of items in a game, let alone actual currency. And yet, here it lay, starkly displayed in his bank account balance, pushing his sense of reality to the brink of collapse. He had indeed heard previously that upon being promoted to a formal trader, he would be entitled to a share of the profits he generated, calculated at a certain percentage. Coupled with the fact that this month he had remarkably turned the tide, elevating the team's performance to an astonishing level, he harbored a hopeful anticipation of receiving a substantial sum. However, the amount of 1 million was simply overwhelming. He had never encountered such a sum in his lifetime. Su Hao felt his hands trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. Suddenly, a ringing interrupted his daze. It was not a text notification, but a direct phone call. Startled, he nearly dropped his phone. Who on earth could it be? He was taken aback. Was it the chairman? He hurriedly answered the call, his voice tinged with tremor and flattery. Mr. Huang. Ah, no. Brother Huang. Dear brother. On the other end, he heard the familiar voice of Mr. Huang, laced with a hint of amusement. Ah, Su Hao, have you received your salary? Yes, I have. But isn't there an error in the system? This figure seems utterly absurd. Su Hao stammered, struggling to articulate his disbelief. The profits you've generated this month are what is truly absurd, Mr. Huang chuckled lightly. The initial profit-sharing ratio for a formal trader is 20, and considering you've also been awarded the title of monthly best trader, there are additional bonuses, plus departmental rewards. All told, it should amount to just over 1 million. Su Hao finally comprehended why so many were eager to join the trading profession. The speed at which money was made was akin to having a cheat code. All right, Let us set this aside for now. Mr. Huang's tone lightened again. Shall we grab a meal together sometime? I have some matters I'd like to discuss with you. Chapter 26. How about trying your hand at being a team leader? A well-known saying in the industry goes, working in the domestic market has its ceiling. How many times have I told you? Don't stubbornly cling to this dismal domestic market. If you must pursue it, aim for the U.S. stock market. Now that is the vast ocean of stars. A voice from a workstation, filled with impatience, echoed this sentiment. Forget it. The fees, taxes, and trading costs will eat into your profits. You'd be better off floundering in the A-shares mud pit. At least you know how to swim in it. Another colleague doused his enthusiasm with cold water. Fine. Stay in this broken pool for the rest of your life. Cling to your stagnant fate, never breaking through that 4,000 point barrier, remaining a mere waste of potential. Look at the U.S. market. When it rises, there's no limit. The sky's the only boundary. Oh, but when it falls, there are no limits either. You could find yourself plummeting straight to the floor without stopping in the basement. Then why not short sell? Just double down. Oceanfront villas await, my friend. Oh please. As if it were that easy. If it were, you'd be financially free by now. By the way, what's the yield of your overseas department this month? Enlighten me. The once buoyant colleague suddenly faltered, his confidence waning. As the company expanded, diverse departments naturally emerged. Fanghuan Investment was no exception. It was a vast enterprise with various factions. Thus, even within the same company, individuals from different departments seemed to inhabit different worlds, each pursuing their own agendas without interference. Some clung to A-shares, others battled overseas, while some specialized in bonds, and yet others were ensnared in the intricate world of options trading. Alas, if only I had a better grasp on selling points. If that order had been executed flawlessly, our department could have celebrated with a pool party for our year-end bonus. A sigh of regret filled a corner of the office, echoing the lament of missed opportunities. As the saying goes, buying is a matter of skill, while selling is an art form, often tinged with a hint of mysticism. In any market, capturing the perfect moment to sell is a formidable challenge. If one were to identify the department most adept at slacking off and the least diligent in clocking in, it would likely be the options department, especially the team responsible for sell-side strategies. Their daily tasks, in essence, lacked technical complexity and resembled the operation of a large lottery ticket outlet. They offered an array of options contracts daily, waiting for hopeful gamblers yearning for overnight riches. And what then? In 99 of cases, these lottery tickets would ultimately turn to waste paper, with the premiums securely lining the pockets of the private equity firm. They merely needed to sit back, sip tea, monitor the market, and await their earnings, a veritable embodiment of effortless success. However, life is rife with unpredictability. There are always those buts. Occasionally, and extremely rarely, an unexpected windfall akin to a black swan event would descend upon them. It was as if the lottery outlet had struck gold, winning the grand prize. And one would have to begrudgingly return previous earnings, even the principal with interest, to the lucky winner. Speaking of which, did any department profit during this market cycle? In the break room, someone curiously lowered their voice to inquire. Yes, just one. Over there, the trading department. An informed individual pointed in a certain direction. Huh, their department? Didn't they just lose their shirts recently? Times change. I heard they recently achieved an epic victory, raking in profits that are astonishing. How much did they actually earn to warrant such astonishment? At that moment, a team manager conspiratorially leaned in, lowering their voice as if sharing a monumental secret. According to reliable internal sources, 60%. Come off it. Is that a joke? 60% in a month? Do you think this is a game with cheats? Skepticism rippled through the crowd. Not just that. I've heard it's over 60, possibly even 80%. Apparently, it was a solo effort by someone. Another voice chimed in, more exaggerated than the last. Here we go again. The tales keep getting wilder. Use your brains. Does that sound logical? No wonder, then. I heard that the trading department is forming a new team, especially to cater to him. This only deepened the mystery. In a bear market, many traders were overwhelmed by pressure, unable to endure, choosing to exit quietly. At such a time, one would be grateful if the company did not downsize or lay off employees. Yet they were inexplicably expanding and forming a new team? What could be the rationale behind this? Was the leader of the new team decided? Who could it be? Curiosity buzzed among them, since they were in the same city. Su Hao occasionally shared a meal with the person he referred to as his elder brother. Each time they met, they had a tacitly agreed-upon spot, a bustling street barbecue joint. Su Hao had initially thought to treat him to some fine French or Japanese cuisine, allowing him to experience a taste of the high society. Huang Fengwen, skillfully grilling skewers, grinned as he teased. Hey, Su Hao, you should know my preferences by now. Su Hao chuckled. Barbecue with cold beer is your soul's true love. Everything else is just fluff, right? Huh, you truly understand me. Huang Fengwen seemed delighted, raising his glass in a toast. Logically, as the head of Fenghuan Investment with a fortune exceeding 100 million, he should frequent high-end restaurants where the average cost per person starts in the 4 digits, Michelin, French cuisine, and bespoke Japanese delicacies befitting his status. Yet, curiously, Huang's tastes were refreshingly down-to-earth, embracing the hearty, rustic charm of indulging in copious amounts of meat and drink. By the way, is that lad A Chong not coming tomorrow night for the guild event? After a few rounds of drinks, Huang Fengwen shifted the conversation back to familiar territory. If he doesn't show up, our team will be left without a healer. 2 less DPS is manageable. But without a healer, it's a guaranteed wipe. Rest assured, brother, even if I have to drag him to the computer myself, he'll be there. Su Hao promised with a firm pat on his chest. But one cannot entirely blame that lad, his elder sighed. The game developers seem to be perpetually nerfing support characters, treating healing classes like stepchildren, who wouldn't feel like giving up, whenever the two of them gathered. The tone of their conversation invariably revolved around gaming. They could meander from server maintenance discussions to previews of new versions, from dungeon strategies to guild gossip. Su Hao found this dynamic refreshing. When dining with elders or superiors, he was all too familiar with the typical inquiries about future plans and career aspirations, peppered with unsolicited life philosophies and success anecdotes that made his ears almost calloused from repetition. However, being with Brother Huang was different. They never broached those burdensome realities. Focusing solely on gaming, lighthearted and carefree, devoid of pressure, this atmosphere was delightful. Perhaps it was this overly relaxed ambience that made it difficult for him to reconcile the easygoing Huang, clad in a casual t-shirt and fluent in gaming terminology, with his identity as the chairman of a vast financial empire. Ahem, Huang Fengwen suddenly cleared his throat, his playful demeanor sobering slightly. I almost forgot about the main topic. We've been so engrossed in gaming that time has slipped away. Su Hao felt a flicker of anticipation, knowing that the inevitable discussion was about to unfold. Sitting across from him was not merely the guild leader with whom he battled in a virtual realm, but also the chairman of Fenghuan Investment, a colossal financial powerhouse. How? The chairman paused, taking a moment to finish his beer before setting down the glass. His tone turned serious, and his gaze sharpened. Do you possess a unique investment strategy? Su Hao's heart skipped a beat. His investment strategy? Naturally, he had one, though he doubted anyone would believe it if he explained. Well, sort of, he replied vaguely, thinking to himself. It's all based on instinct, purely reckless speculation. So far, it had yielded outrageous results. Indeed, the chairman nodded knowingly, as if he had anticipated this. I won't pry into the specifics of your remarkable returns, as I doubt I'd comprehend them. Not just me, but anyone would likely be baffled. It seems plausible that your approach is an esoteric algorithm only you can grasp. After all, your short-term trading returns are extraordinarily implausible, far beyond mere luck. Su Hao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Of course, if he told others that his trading was entirely instinctual, who would believe him? They might as well have him committed to an asylum. I have always valued competence, the chairman continued. Over the years, I have turned away many due to their lack of capability, regardless of alumni connections or familial ties. The only exception I have ever made is for you. Really? Su Hao was taken aback. Absolutely. Primarily, it's because you've managed our guild with such finesse. The chairman smiled, his tone softening. Especially when those old codgers meddled unnecessarily. You quietly resolved matters without complaint. That impresses me. Su Hao recognized that without Brother Huang, he would likely still be staring at a computer screen, futilely sifting through job listings, fretting over an uncertain future, let alone discovering that he possessed an extraordinary, almost supernatural talent. That's why I often enjoy barbecuing, drinking beer, and chatting about games with you. Indeed, it's truly delightful. By the way, have you passed your professional qualification exam? I have. Thankfully, it wasn't too difficult. That is wonderful. You know, the growth of our company can largely be attributed to this principle. As long as you have the ability, I will provide the resources and support you wholeheartedly. And now, the chairman abruptly shifted the conversation, dropping a significant bombshell. How? Would you be interested in taking on the role of team leader? Su Hao nearly dropped his freshly filled beer glass in shock. What? His eyes widened in disbelief, questioning his own hearing. I just mentioned that capable individuals deserve substantial support. The chairman's tone was firm, imbued with an undeniable authority. Su Hao, slightly dazed, raised his glass and took a hefty gulp of ice-cold beer, attempting to steady his bewildered mind. Although he lacked work experience, He understood that for a newcomer to ascend to the role of team leader was a leap akin to traveling from Earth to the moon. Wait, does that mean I would be leading a team? He cautiously confirmed, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Of course. You often take on the role of raid leader in our guild, leading teams through challenges. It's essentially the same, just in a different context. The chairman waved dismissively. I don't think leading a team in a game is quite comparable, Suhao responded, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Hey, what do you know? The chairman's eyes widened. Leading a raid is far more challenging than being a team leader. If you can guide dozens through dungeons, why would you fear managing a trading team? Team leader? Me? Suhao instinctively thought of his burly, commanding boss, Manager Zhou. Compared to that muscular figure, he felt like a frail novice. In general, once you reach the level of department manager, you are considered part of the upper echelon of the company. The chairman began to paint a picture of the future, his voice laced with temptation. Currently, formal traders earn a 20 commission, right? As a department manager. That jumps to 30. And that's not all. He emphasized, the capital you can control will also increase exponentially. Suhao's heart began to race uncontrollably, and he struggled to swallow. How much of an increase? The chairman extended 5 fingers, casually proclaiming a staggering figure, 50 million. Suhao felt as though he had been struck by lightning. 50 million. That was a tenfold increase. His current accessible capital was only 500,000. Of course, you won't be solely responsible for all of it. As a leader, you'll need a few team members, the chairman clarified. Your team members should at least be formal traders as well. You will also need to allocate some of the funds, similar to how Zhou operates. But even so, you should still have around 30 million at your disposal. 30 million. Just hearing that number sent chills down his spine and made his palms sweat. Moreover, the bonuses at the department manager level were even higher. If the entire team's performance exceeds expectations, you could also receive an additional 8 team bonus. Typically, a trading team's daily target return hovers between 0, 1 and 1. Given that, achieving a consistent return of over 8 in a month is not overly ambitious. In that case, wouldn't his monthly income be a stable 1 million or more? Goodness, it turns out that Manager Zhou has been earning such a fortune all along. Suhao suddenly realized that this seemingly stern department manager must already be immensely wealthy. The world of finance, indeed, is beyond the imagination of mere mortals like them. The speed at which one can accumulate wealth is akin to a printing press. But can I truly succeed? Faced with such overwhelming temptation, Suhao remained surprisingly composed and uncertain, asking, I have only recently joined and possess no significant credentials. How could I possibly compare to those seasoned department managers? Just look at Li Huilin from their department. Her resume is dazzling, an esteemed master's degree in finance from a prestigious university, with various certificates adorning her walls. Credentials? Do they hold any real weight here? Ultimately, one must rely on performance to speak volumes. And you, my boy, have already proven your mettle. The chairman scoffed. Of course, there may be some murmurs from below, but so what? If they are dissatisfied, let them earn 80 back themselves. Otherwise, they should keep their opinions to themselves. To put it plainly, in this harsh and pragmatic realm, performance is paramount, and profitability reigns supreme. Everything else is mere illusion. So what will it be? Will you accept this opportunity? Give me a straightforward answer. The chairman's gaze was piercing. Suhao took a deep breath, meeting the chairman's unwavering stare, and managed a wry smile. Allow me a moment to ponder. Well, the pressure will undoubtedly be immense. The higher the position, the greater the responsibility. Yet, the chairman shifted his tone, infused with encouragement. This is an unprecedented opportunity for promotion, a chance to ascend to great heights. Weigh it carefully. To be honest, the thought of presiding over morning meetings each day in a tailored suit, orchestrating strategies, and issuing commands like Manager Zhou, he felt beyond his current capabilities. However, upon reflection, did his accomplishments stem from a profound understanding of the securities industry? No, rather it was that inexplicable, maddening instinct. Given that, what is there to fear? I am uncertain if I can excel. Suhao lifted his head, his gaze resolute. But I am willing to give it a try. Oh, ha ha ha. Excellent. Now that's the spirit I admire. The chairman erupted in hearty laughter, clearly pleased. Come, let us celebrate your promotion. Manager Suhao? Amir in turn, having recently transitioned to a formal trader, now directly elevated to department manager. The sound of Manager Suhao resonated in his ears, igniting an inexplicable thrill and excitement within him. Very well, Chairman. Suhao raised his glass, clinking it robustly with the chairman's. After a night of revelry with his brother, indulging in drinks and lively conversation until the early hours, he had collapsed into bed, only to awaken languidly at noon the next day. The remnants of a hangover buzzed in his head as he yawned, and emerged from his bedroom. "Oh, you're here again today?" He was surprised to see his sister, Su Hui, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. "Well, of course. This is my home. Why wouldn't I come?" Su Hui finally looked up, giving him a disapproving glance before appraising him. "You look terrible. You were out drinking again, weren't you? Company dinner? Did you really pick up on that? Was it that obvious?" Su Hao ruffled his disheveled hair. "Which respectable company holds dinners on weekends? That's not how you exploit employees. Your company's quite the oddity." Su Hui began her typical tirade against the evils of capitalism, lamenting how even weekends were not spared from work. Su Hao mused whether revealing that it was not a company dinner but rather a casual gathering with gaming guild executives would make her think he had completely lost his mind. "By the way, I'm here for something important." Su Hui set her phone down, her expression turning serious. Last week, you treated me to dinner. And since you've just started working, I feel bad making you pay. So today, I'm treating you." She patted her small bag. "Oh, and let me buy you a decent suit as a celebration for landing a job. When our parents return tonight, we can go out for a nice meal and then shop for clothes." There's no need to go to such lengths." Su Hao felt a bit embarrassed. "Enough with the pleasantries." Su Hui waved her hand, cutting him off. "Remember when I first started working? And you used your hard-earned money to buy me a pair of leather shoes? I still wear them. That was ages ago." Su Hao was surprised his sister still remembered, and that she had kept those shoes. A warm feeling surged within him. "You really don't need to spend money on me. You're renting a place and your expenses are already high. Don't worry." Su Hui puffed up her chest, wearing a proud expression. "I just got my paycheck on Friday, plus a bonus. I'm practically a small fortune now. Don't underestimate me." Seeing her confidence brought Su Hao an inexplicable sense of comfort. In years past, she had been a little girl who cried at the drop of a hat, always trailing behind him. "Also, brother, while Fanghuan Investment is a large company, you're still a newcomer, so your salary can't be that high." Su Hui suddenly shifted into a serious life mentor mode. "Given that, you should start planning for the future. Although you work at a private equity firm, I assume you're doing menial tasks, right? Regardless, it's time to start saving money for the rainy days. Should I help you find suitable investment products?" Is that really necessary?" "Of course it is. And now that you have a proper job, you should also consider marriage." Su Hui looked at him with a knowing expression, launching into a lengthy explanation. "How can you not save money? For ordinary office workers like us, working hard for a lifetime, reaching $1 million is a cause for celebration." As his sister enthusiastically explained the intricacies of saving for $1 million, detailing various low-risk investment products and their pros and cons, Su Hao listened quietly, nodding occasionally, though his expression was a mix of amusement and discomfort. He had begun to deeply understand how arduous it was for the average worker to save $1 million. "So, brother, what is your monthly salary now?" Su Hui finally asked the pivotal question, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "I want to tailor a perfect saving plan based on your income." "Well, Su Hao felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, his expression shifting dramatically. How could he explain to his sister, who was tirelessly striving to save $1 million and eagerly wanting to plan his future, that his very first month's salary was already $1 million? That was truly a troubling dilemma. Chapter 28. Has he become a team leader? The weekend had barely passed when the team leaders of Fanghuan Investment's trading department were nearly bursting with impatience, frantically searching for one name: Su Hao. Where on earth is that fellow Su Hao? It is important to note that he is not just a favored associate of the chairman, but also a veritable financial wizard capable of exponentially increasing the team's profitability. Yet, Su Hao had not set foot in the office all weekend. Well, of course, after achieving such astonishing profitability, did they expect him to come in on the weekend? That would be utter madness. Within the office, hushed voices exchanged words, tinged with an air of jealousy. "Isn't it the same for us? The top performer always gets the weekend off. It's an unwritten rule." This was an unspoken tradition, or rather, an unbreakable law within this circle. Credentials? In this battleground driven by the pursuit of wealth, what does that triviality matter? Only profit, naked, unyielding profit, is the sole measure of all things. Whether you are a fledgling newcomer or a seasoned veteran, or even a team leader who commands respect, in the face of figures that translate into real monetary gain, all are rendered equal. Come Monday, I shall seize the moment. Fortune favors the swift. I must outpace the other ravenous wolves and be the first to claim what is rightfully mine. The team leaders of the trading department are all calculating their strategies. Their gaze is akin to famished wolves fixated on succulent prey. They are ready to employ every ounce of their eloquence to woo this formidable deity of wealth, who possesses both influence and prowess, into their fold. What a jest! Achieving an astonishing 80 return in just 5 trading days? Is this even human? This is the very embodiment of a stock trading deity. If only we could bring such a prodigy into our team. Our performance metrics for the foreseeable future would be worry-free. It would be akin to counting money while reclining. Yet, just as they were eagerly anticipating Monday and preparing to showcase their talents, a thunderous piece of news struck through the internal system without warning, leaving everyone in a daze. Su Hao had been appointed as the team leader. The recent nickel mining tempest had led to the collapse and dissolution of an entire team, and the company was indeed set to establish a new team to fill the void. However, who could have anticipated that the captain of this new team would be none other than the newcomer, Su Hao, who had only recently joined? After a brief silence, the office erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Wow, the chairman is truly pulling out all the stops, resolutely determined to elevate him. This is met with expressions of awe. Of course, he was already a force to be reckoned with, and now he has substantiated his worth with tangible returns. It's as if he is bulldozing forward. Who can possibly stand in his way? This admiration is tinged with envy. Damn it. I specifically woke up early today, anticipating the chance to intercept and recruit talent. And now he has become a leader? This frustration is palpable. As if he ever had any interest in you. This is merciless mockery. The team leaders click their tongues, their faces etched with regret akin to that of a duck that has flown the coop. However, upon reflection, this appointment seems so reasonable that it is difficult to find fault. Who stands behind him? The chairman. What does he hold in his hands? The most impressive and explosive short-term trading profit record in the history of Fenghuan investment, and it was achieved by a newcomer. In a company that extols ability and is solely profit-driven, to not swiftly promote such a talent, who possesses both backing and the ability to generate wealth, would be a grave oversight. A higher position means greater authority, the ability to mobilize more resources, and thus, the potential to earn greater profits. This logic is simple, yet brutally honest. Manager. Oh, Liang Haiyuan has arrived? Zhou Yi lifted his head. Liang Haiyuan wore a look of evident confusion, mixed with a hint of barely concealed frustration, clutching the freshly printed personnel transfer order. What on earth was this unexpected personnel change that had occurred this morning? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh? You've been transferred to that newly established team? Liang Haiyuan's mood was akin to a bottle of mixed flavors spilled. The moment he stepped into the company this morning, a transfer order had been slapped onto his face. A new team is fine, but the crux of the matter lies in the fact that the head of this new team is actually Su Hao, with whom he had previously encountered some friction. Although he had since endeavored to smooth things over, having Su Hao as his superior was a bitter pill to swallow. He struggled to maintain a facade of calmness. Cautiously probing, well, I've also heard some rumors. It is said that Su Hao is a favored individual, correct? Handpicked by the chairman himself. Oh, is that all you've heard? Zhou Yi queried with intrigue. Aside from the favored individual label, haven't you caught wind of anything else? Liang Haiyuan was increasingly perplexed. If you don't know, then never mind. Zhou Yi waved a hand dismissively, shifting the conversation. Actually, it's quite good. Over there. At least for the short term, you needn't worry about performance pressure. It's a good thing. Liang Haiyuan was well aware that their department had just been awarded the monthly best team. Not only that, but Su Hao himself had also secured the title of the best trader of the month. Because of this, rumors within the company regarding the chairman's forced performance enhancement for favored individuals had begun to quietly spread. And now, at this critical juncture, he had been transferred to work under that newcomer. Could it be that Zhou Yi believes the company will tilt resources and lavishly support that new team? Which is why he said he wouldn't need to worry about performance. Sure, receiving more performance bonuses is indeed a good thing. But the thought of a seasoned trader like himself having to serve under a favored newcomer who had only been on the job for a little over 2 weeks, catering to a potentially ignorant yet authoritative young individual, sent shivers down Liang Haiyuan's spine. How could he endure that sense of humiliation and the looming potential for vexation? It seems that many still believe that this favored individual has merely skimmed the surface of success due to connections. Zhou Yi, as if reading his thoughts or perhaps merely musing aloud, spoke in a low voice. TSK, what General Li said before was absolutely spot on. Perhaps we should consider reinstating the real-time performance leaderboard in the trading hall, injecting a touch of retro romance to awaken some people. Liang Haiyuan's pupils contracted slightly. Zhou Yi seemed oblivious to his reaction and continued. Do you think our company is such a bottomless pit? To be awarded the best. It is undoubtedly because he has genuinely contributed the most profit throughout the department. Cold hard cash. Do you understand? This assertion struck Liang Haiyuan like a hammer, leaving him breathless for a moment, incredulously retorting, are you suggesting that Su Hao truly earned the title of best trader through his own merit? Absolutely. Zhou Yi affirmed with conviction. then looked at him with an expression that suggested he could be taught. So, when you go over there, lower your posture and observe and learn more. Remember, in our line of work, it has never been about years of service or seniority. Ultimately, it is profit that speaks. Seniority pales in comparison to wealth. This is the ultimate truth of this merciless world. Liang Haiyuan stood in a daze, watching Zhou Yi pat his back before turning to leave, his mind in a whirl. He instinctively tilted his head. Could Su Hao truly possess such remarkable investment acumen? The answer to this question, it seems, can only be determined when he personally visits the newly established 7th team to verify with his own eyes. Chapter 29. A gift of dumbbells for the Great One? Su Hao never envisioned that one day he would feel even more anxious than on his very first day at work. The tips of his fingers even trembled slightly, uncontrollably. No longer merely a trading assistant or a formal trader, but the team leader, an authentic manager wielding considerable resources and the authority of life and death over team members. He mocked himself internally. Once upon a time, leading a small guild in a game and directing dozens of individuals through dungeons felt daunting enough. And now I have become the head of an independent trading team in a large private equity firm? The leap is almost surreal. There are several facilities that only employees at the managerial level are permitted to use. You may enter directly with your newly issued work card. The HR staff explained formulaically while handing over the pristine card. Ah, okay. Su Hao accepted the card, feeling its coolness against his palm. Moreover, the colleagues from the equipment support team should have already rearranged the trading equipment in your personal office. Due to the addition of some specialized devices, they may need to provide you with another operational briefing. He glanced down at the work card in his hand. The white card bore his photograph alongside a newly minted title. Fenghuan Investment, Trading Division 7, Manager Su Hao. Congratulations, Manager Su Hao. A professional smile graced the face of the HR staff. The title of Manager Su Hao fell upon him with a formality he had never experienced before, causing a subtle tremor to ripple through his body, as if a faint electric current had coursed down his spine. Thank you, he replied somewhat awkwardly. Striving to steady his voice, he hung the brand new work card around his neck, its weight resting heavily on his chest, imparting an odd sense of reality. Just as he was about to turn to leave the HR department, Manager Su Hao, an exuberant voice called from behind. Su Hao turned to see Wang Wenbin, the HR director who had been observing him from a corner, now approaching with a broad smile. Oh dear, we're a bit late in greeting you, aren't we? Haha. Wang Wenbin was exceedingly warm, extending his hand. I am Wang Wenbin, the head of the HR department. Hello. Su Hao shook his hand promptly. Do you know who advocated for your placement in the trading department against all odds? Wang Wenbin leaned in slightly, lowering his voice with an air of conspiratorial mystery. I don't know. Su Hao replied honestly. Haha, that would be me. I recognized early on that you were no ordinary individual. It was merely a matter of time before this day arrived. Wang Wenbin patted his chest with pride. To be frank, this day came slightly sooner than I expected. But, in any case, we ought to grow closer from here on out, shall we? Yes. Faced with this unexpected recognition, Su Hao could only nod in agreement. Wang Wenbin even personally escorted him to the elevator, his attentiveness leaving Su Hao feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Upon exiting the elevator, he took a deep breath, calming his slightly tumultuous emotions, and finally arrived at the entrance of the trading department. He exhaled a long sigh. Trading Division 7, Department Manager Su Hao starting today? This is his new identity, his battlefield. As soon as he stepped into the department area, he collided with a familiar figure. It was Zhou Yi, the head of Trading Division 1, where he had previously worked. They both halted simultaneously, their gazes briefly crossing in the air. Zhou Yi's expressionless face, akin to a chiseled stone, seemed to twitch minutely. Then, the corners of his mouth subtly turned upwards, perhaps a smile. He approached, lifted his muscular arm, and gave Su Hao's shoulder a light pat before brushing past him. The entire exchange occurred without a single word. Yet, curiously, Su Hao discerned a form of acknowledgement from that simple gesture and nearly imperceptible smile, a silent affirmation from his former superior. This feeling was subtle, yet instilled a warm surge in his heart. Reflecting on Zhou Yi, he appeared cold and hard, like a stone in a latrine. However, upon deeper contemplation, it was he who had withstood the pressure in their previous team and granted Su Hao the greatest opportunities to prove himself. Indeed, it could be said that Zhou Yi's initial trust and opportunities were crucial to his current position. I ought to find a chance to express my gratitude with a gift. Su Hao mused. Perhaps a set of large weights would be fitting for his muscular frame? He dismissed such thoughts and turned his gaze toward the end of the corridor, where the plaque of the 7th Division hung in an independent area. There lay his office, a space exclusively reserved for team managers. He pushed open the door. Inside, A familiar figure awaited him. It was the IT colleague who had previously come to install and debug the equipment. Manager Su, you've arrived. I've been waiting for you. The IT colleague approached with a sincere smile. Hello, it's good to see you again. Su Hao returned the smile. Indeed, haha. I didn't expect to see you again so soon, and you've already become a team manager. The colleague scratched his head, his tone filled with amazement. To be honest, I've never seen anyone rise through the ranks as swiftly as you have since I joined the company. That's impressive. Congratulations. Su Hao's gaze drifted past him to the newly upgraded equipment in the room. His mouth involuntarily fell open. No way. Was that 9 monitors instead of 6? The 9 monitors formed an arc around the enormous desk, resembling the core of an information cocoon. The basic operations are similar to what I explained last time. The IT colleague began. The additional 3 monitors are specifically for the team leader to monitor team members' investment trends and profit situations in real time. Su Hao nodded in understanding. No wonder there had been 9 monitors on Zhou Yi's desk as well. Oh, by the way, when I checked your old equipment last time, I noticed your mouse's left button was nearly worn out, on the verge of failing. The IT colleague recalled, picking up a new mouse from the corner of the desk. Considering your penchant for short-term trading, where click frequency is undoubtedly high, I took the liberty of replacing it with a brand new, high-performance mouse for you. He paused, adopting a tone of gentle advising. I understand that timing is crucial during trading, but do take care not to apply too much force when clicking. It could easily strain your wrist. Of course, if this new mouse doesn't suit you, or if you wear it out again, feel free to reach out to me, and I'll ensure a replacement is delivered promptly. After all, for us traders, time is money, and our equipment must not falter. Su Hao couldn't help but chuckle at this. No wonder he had felt the mouse was becoming less responsive. It was on the brink of being worn out by his excessive clicking. Remembering those frenzied moments when he had entered a state of mania, frantically issuing commands to the left button of the mouse, he thought, well, breaking it seems quite reasonable. All right, the equipment is all set up. You may commence work at your discretion. The IT colleague swiftly tidied up his tools. I won't disturb you any longer. Should you have any questions, don't hesitate to call us. After seeing off the IT colleague, the door to the office gently closed behind him. Finally, Su Hao was alone, ensconced in this brand new territory that belonged solely to him. The exhilaration of becoming a team manager was not as intense as he had imagined. Instead, it was replaced by a deeper anxiety, a pressure stemming from responsibility, and a sense of bewilderment, a slight feeling of being at a loss regarding what the first step should be. He surveyed his surroundings. The 9 massive screens loomed like silent behemoths, watching over him. Before the market opened, he needed to thoroughly analyze the materials provided by the research department and then summon his team members for a brief meeting to establish today's fundamental strategy. Right. He hadn't yet formally greeted his team members. He rubbed his temples, realizing the multitude of tasks ahead. Surely, the members of the department who had just received their transfer orders under his command must also be grappling with their own confusion and disarray at this moment. Before his formal appointment, he had already acquired an early list of the new team members. A cursory glance revealed that most names were unfamiliar. However, amidst the sea of unknowns, one name stood out, Liang Haiyuan, along with another that felt strangely familiar. Just then, a gentle knock echoed from the office door. Manager Su, may I come in? A clear, melodious voice, tinged with a hint of excitement, floated in. It was indeed the name he had just contemplated. Ah, please enter. Su Hao responded promptly. The door swung open, revealing a familiar face adorned with a radiant smile, Li Huiying. Manager Su Hao, good morning, she chimed, stepping in with a lively gait, her tone brimming with energy. Hearing her address him so formally made Su Hao feel slightly uneasy. Being called by such a title by Huiying felt rather strange. Li Huiying stifled a light laugh. Hee, I find it a bit unusual too. However, Manager Su, it does have a nice ring to it. He quickly waved his hand. It's all right, Huiying, you can still call me Hao like before. Oh no, that can't be. You are now the leader of our team, guiding us through uncharted waters. Li Huiying shook her head, her expression turning earnest. We must adhere to the rules. I am genuinely happy for you. Truly, congratulations. You absolutely deserve this with your capabilities. Her eyes sparkled with sincerity, and her tone was heartfelt. Seeing that Li Huiying had also been transferred to his team, Su Hao felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Having such a skilled and amiable colleague by his side was akin to a timely blessing. What was even more remarkable was that a former subordinate had suddenly transformed into his superior, a situation that could breed jealousy or imbalance in many. Yet, this angelic Huiying seemed inherently immune to such negative emotions. By the way, this is the research material for this morning. Li Huiying handed over a document. I've highlighted the key sections for you. If you're pressed for time, Those marked parts should give you a solid grasp of what we need to discuss in today's meeting. Su Hao accepted the document, feeling its weight. No wonder she was wheeing. It was evident that she, too, was flustered by the personnel changes this morning, yet had meticulously prepared ahead of time. Her professionalism and thoughtfulness filled him with gratitude. You take your time, I'll prepare for a bit. See you at the meeting, Manager Su. Li Huyen playfully elongated her last words, winking mischievously as she skipped out of the office. Watching her retreating figure disappear behind the door, a smile involuntarily crept across Su Hao's lips. Prepare for the meeting. Yes, focus on the meeting. He took a deep breath, redirecting his attention to the documents on the table and the 9 screens before him. This was no longer the time to casually toss papers around as he had when he was an assistant. He was the team manager now. He had to lead this meeting. Chapter 30. Short Selling the Market. Currently, the market landscape shows that nearly all hot money is surging into the A shares. In the conference room, senior trader Liang Haiyuan initiated the proceedings of this inaugural meeting of the newly formed team. Seated around the elongated conference table were the core members of the newly established 7th team. Besides Su Hao, the newly appointed team manager, were senior trader Liang Haiyuan, 3 formal traders, and a trading assistant. Precisely 6 individuals, no more, no less. Liang Haiyuan had evidently prepared thoroughly. He projected several charts onto the screen. Analyzing in a calm tone, Manager, you are likely aware that the A shares have been persistently sluggish, but the management has now unleashed a flurry of policies. The central bank has announced a 0.5 reserve requirement ratio cut, releasing approximately 1 trillion yuan in long-term liquidity. They have also introduced tools such as securities, funds, insurance company swaps, and special reloans for stock buybacks, injecting 800 billion yuan in liquidity to support the stock market. The charts on the screen depicted a steeply ascending curve. Strikingly impactful, Liang Haiyuan continued. Currently, the market exhibits a momentum for recovery from overselling. The combination of favorable policies and low valuations is driving a short-term valuation recovery. A shares have surpassed a daily transaction volume of 1 trillion yuan, with Hong Kong stocks exceeding 410 billion Hong Kong dollars during the same period, indicating an accelerated influx of domestic and foreign capital. My recommendation is that we should swiftly establish positions to capitalize on this surge. Liang Haiyuan's tone was tinged with urgency. With such significant favorable factors, a continued rise in the market is a foregone conclusion. If it boosts economic recovery, we should also pay attention to the steel and other basic materials sectors. Related sectors could be considered for short-term trades, entering and exiting quickly, as there should be promising opportunities. Other team members chimed in with their views, engaged in a lively discussion, all converging on a single focal point. Seize the moment and build positions while the policies release unexpected benefits. The earlier one enters, the greater the rewards. Delay, and one might miss out entirely. Su Hao listened intently, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the table. Thankfully, he had previously taken the time to study relevant materials. He mused. Indeed, not only this time but in prior research reports, it had been repeatedly emphasized that there was a resonance among policy, liquidity, valuation recovery, and foreign capital inflow. An abundance of data pointed in the same direction, although some negative voices emerged sporadically, warning of risks. The prevailing expert opinion was that with the intensive rollout of policies, a bull market feast awaited the Chinese stock market. Look, it's not just our internal research department. External investment experts and analysts are overwhelmingly optimistic. Liang Haiyuan's excitement was palpable, with some even proclaiming that the index would soon soar to 4,000 points. And reaching 6,000 points in the future was entirely possible. Indeed, the market was permeated with an almost fervent optimism. Some perspectives even suggested that the driving force of the global economy would no longer originate from the traditional U.S. market, but rather from the vast and boundless potential of the Chinese market. In such a scenario, the most prudent and astute approach would be to ride the wave. Isn't that the very purpose of the research department? To identify the current strongest trends and inform everyone to ride the wave together? Yet, Su Hao furrowed his brow slightly, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Why did it seem like something was amiss? Perhaps it was because this choice felt too correct, too obvious, like an answer staring him in the face. It robbed him of the excitement of capturing prey. He steadied his thoughts, preparing to make a decision. As the team manager, he needed to issue clear directives. All right, then he cleared his throat, ready to deliver his first strategic instruction when his gaze inadvertently drifted across a scattered pile of documents on the conference table. Among them, one file he had previously skimmed over and disregarded suddenly magnetized his attention. The title of that document boldly printed in black, red, analysis of current negative factors affecting A-shares. This document did not merely express a bearish outlook on A-shares. It resembled a risk alert, or perhaps a routine reference material provided by the research department to appear comprehensive and objective. Thus, Su Hao had initially only glanced at it and set it aside. However, at this moment, he felt as if an invisible force was guiding him, compelling him to reach out and retrieve that thin document once more. The slightly coarse texture of the paper transmitted through his fingertips. His gaze fell upon several varieties listed in the document. Buy put options on the CSI 300 index futures. Buy put options on the SSE 50 index futures. Buy put options on the CSI 500 index futures. Without exception, these were all derivatives intended to hedge against the risk of a decline in A-shares. In the current fervent market environment, purchasing these was perceived as a fool's errand, a trap that would inevitably lead to losses, thus rendering them remarkably inexpensive. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have dismissed such trivial references without a second thought. However, at that moment, as his fingertips brushed against the paper and his gaze fixated on those product names, an indescribable and intensely powerful shiver coursed through him, surging from his tailbone to the crown of his head like an electric current that had been building for eons. It enveloped him instantly. The sensation was so vivid, so overwhelming. It was so intense that the knuckles gripping the paper turned pale from the exertion, so potent that every hair on his body stood on end. A chilling yet exhilarating foreboding erupted in his heart like a tidal wave. Manager Su? Li Huilan's voice rang clear, laced with just the right amount of promptness, akin to a precise needle that punctured Su Hao's reverie and drew him back to the reality of the conference room. He blinked, refocusing his gaze. During his tenure at the company, Su Hao had come to thoroughly understand the nuances of his peculiar talent. This so-called intuition was not some fanciful sixth sense, nor was it an unfounded guess. Rather, it resembled a highly customized information processing apparatus. It required ample relevant data as nourishment. Only then would the mysterious black box system in his brain operate at high speed, analyzing, organizing, and synthesizing, ultimately delivering a distilled conclusion to his consciousness in an extraordinarily lucid manner. It was a preemptive warning system rooted in vast data, yet presented through instinctive intuition. At this moment, his warning system was flashing red lights frantically, the alarm nearly echoing in his mind, conveying the most straightforward and irrefutable message: short fiercely. So the manager suggests that our prior consensus, which anticipated a rise in A-shares, is now poised for a downturn, a complete reversal? Li Huilan inquired cautiously, her tone tinged with disbelief. The other members also cast incredulous glances, their expressions a medley of shock. Given the current significant positive news, could it truly be that a steep decline is imminent? Indeed, manager, our research department's report is quite optimistic, predicting at least a rise to 4,000 points. Another member interjected, appearing more assertive. Is it not too premature to assert that it will fall? Wouldn't missing out result in substantial losses? Su Hao's mind was as clear as a mirror, logically deducing these individuals' analyses were indeed impeccable. To be candid, even Su Hao, who might be considered somewhat inexperienced in financial knowledge and practical experience, had to concede that the current A-shares resembled a veritable money tree, seemingly capable of yielding riches effortlessly. It felt as if merely by closing one's eyes and investing all available funds, one could effortlessly bask in the euphoric experience of counting money without effort. Liang Haiyuan could no longer restrain himself, his expression complex as he tentatively posed the question that instantly froze the air in the conference room. Manager, you don't truly believe A-shares will fall, do you? In an instant, all gazes in the conference room converged upon Su Hao, akin to a dozen high-powered searchlights illuminating his face. Their eyes brimmed with disbelief, conveying thoughts such as surely not. I've invested my savings. Faced with a group of subordinates on the verge of collective panic, Su Hao exhibited an extraordinary calmness that belied his experience. He did not even raise his gaze, but simply uttered a single word in a tone that stated an objective fact rather than expressing a subjective opinion. Yes. Chapter 31. Whether fortune or misfortune, one must embrace it. That single word was akin to a deep water bomb dropped into what appeared to be a tranquil lake. The conference room erupted with gasps of disbelief. Is the manager truly contemplating shorting A-shares? Currently, the stock market's buoyancy was primarily driven by robust regulatory policies and intervention, resulting in a nationwide frenzy of stock trading. From retirees to salaried workers, nearly everyone was eagerly preparing to dive into the market, creating a pervasive atmosphere of irrational enthusiasm throughout society. To support this narrative, national funds began actively intervening, artificially inflating the stock prices of several state-owned enterprises, thereby instilling a sense of security among retail investors and fostering the illusion of robust governmental support for the stock market. This left the assembled individuals in the conference room incredulous. Manager, to be frank, even if we were to forcefully seek negative reasons, we currently see no clear triggering factors. Indeed, a formal trader named Lu Bo immediately added, the only possibility would be a sudden shift in government stance, but aren't they continuously releasing favorable policies? Moreover, major media outlets and public discourse were overwhelmingly optimistic about the market's future, were they not? Indeed, the research department's report conveyed such sentiments. Those elite graduates from prestigious universities, equipped with ample experience, shared this perspective. It was likely that professionals in the financial industry, along with retail investors eagerly diving into the market with their pensions and grocery money, held similar beliefs. Yet for Su Hao, when had he ever played by the rules? Since the very first day he entered this field, his survival and success had never relied on rational analysis or model simulations. The only thing he trusted, and the only approach that had consistently proven effective through cold, hard results, was that wild intuition within him that occasionally surged forth, utterly disregarding logic. Every significant victory in the past, every bewildering yet ultimately correct decision made at critical moments, had depended not on his intellect, but on that damnable, inexplicable yet unfailingly accurate intuition. Enough. Su Hao interrupted the fervent discussion among his team members. I have my own considerations. Let us devise a comprehensive investment plan based on the most extreme premise, that the stock market will crash tomorrow. The room fell silent, expressions frozen in terror. Manager, are you serious? You truly intend to short? This is entirely counter to the prevailing trend. Yes, Su Hao nodded calmly. Currently, our primary options for shorting the market are index futures and options, correct? Let us formulate a detailed investment and hedging strategy. His thoughts were clear. If a significant decline were to occur, how could they maximize their chances of seizing this lucrative opportunity? Then what about today's trading? Someone hesitantly asked. Su Hao waved his hand decisively. We will discuss that once the new investment plan is ready. There's no rush. For today, we shall focus on preparations. The inaugural meeting of the trading department concluded in an atmosphere that could only be described as astonishing, leaving all members feeling as though their worldviews had been profoundly shaken. As soon as the door to the conference room closed, the individuals who had been striving to maintain professional expressions could no longer contain themselves. Most shook their heads and sighed, their faces resembling those who had just emerged from a gathering led by a doomsday cult, fervently preaching the imminent apocalypse. I truly do not understand. Our newly appointed manager Su, how does his mind truly operate? In this current market, where everyone is fervently bullish, he surprisingly instructs us to short the market. Am I losing my sanity, or is he? Am I the only one who finds this utterly absurd? Liang Haiyuan, a senior trader with years of experience in the company, clearly caught off guard, was the first to voice his discontent, his face etched with despair. Beside him, Lu Bo, wearing glasses and appearing quite genteel, nodded vigorously, much like a chick pecking at grains. Indeed, this is outrageous. I dare wager that at this very moment, there exists no other private equity manager in the country bold enough to publicly predict a significant market downturn. At that moment, a somewhat sharp yet protective voice interrupted, filled with evident dissatisfaction. Liang Haiyuan, Lu Bo, are you two speaking ill of the manager behind his back? It was Li Huilin. She had evidently positioned herself as a staunch supporter of Su Hao, her brows furrowed and eyes wide with indignation. Now, Huilin, there's no need to be so agitated. Liang Haiyuan stammered, slightly intimidated by her fierce demeanor, quickly gesturing to clarify. We are not disparaging him. We are engaging in a rational discussion, right? Let us be honest. Can you truly say that the manager's decision is not peculiar? Indeed, it is quite strange, extraordinarily so, she conceded, yet her tone remained resolute. However, I choose to trust the manager. What? Liang Haiyuan and Lu Bo exclaimed in unison, their eyes nearly bulging. Though my time with the manager has not been extensive, you must understand, she continued, emphasizing her words, from my observations, he has never faltered in his investment decisions, not once. Furthermore, consider this, a newcomer, having recently joined the company, with no notable prior experience, yet he has ascended to the managerial position at lightning speed. Do you truly believe this is mere luck or a result of his connections? As some might claim, there must be a reason behind this. There is undoubtedly something exceptional about him that we are unaware of. Perhaps he is a rare investment prodigy. A prodigy indeed, Liang Haiyuan nearly retorted, leaning towards an alternative explanation. that he was merely an outsider parachuted into the position. However, realizing the weight and potential repercussions of his words, especially with the manager's informants present, he quickly swallowed the latter part of his thought, adjusting his tone to a more subdued pitch. Ahem. Enough of this speculation. It's pointless to chase shadows. Since the manager has issued his orders, we must comply. Let us not dawdle. We should gather the necessary information swiftly. I shall step out for a smoke to collect my thoughts. With that, Liang Haiyuan hurriedly departed the stifling office, his steps brisk as he made his way to the smoking room. Nicotine, perhaps, was the last and most affordable refuge for a middle-aged man. He trembled slightly as he lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, attempting to numb his fraying nerves with the acrid smoke and dispel the turmoil within. Yes, the stock market does not experience perpetual ascents. Where there are rises, there will inevitably be falls. This is an unassailable truth. But how long until that eventuality? Who truly knows? It could be tomorrow, next year, or even 3 to 5 years hence. They are a trading department within a private equity firm, reliant on rapid transactions to capture short-term fluctuations and profit from price differentials. Here, holding onto a stock for more than a week is considered a long-term investment. Their evaluations occur monthly, determining whether one enjoys the fruits of success or faces the harsh winds of misfortune, potentially jeopardizing one's position. Now, to gamble on an uncertain downturn that may not materialize for an indeterminate length of time, and to bet against the prevailing market trend, this is nothing short of a cruel jest. It is a gamble with their careers and livelihoods. What if this bull market endures for a year and a half before ultimately declining? By then, they would have been repeatedly smacked down by the market for their contrarian shorts, losing everything. Even if they were to eventually be correct and the market did crash, they would have long since been ousted, left to watch others swoop in and seize the bloodied, scandalously cheap assets, while they themselves would be unable to partake even in the leftovers. This is undeniably one of the most tragic fates in the financial market, to be right in one's analysis, yet perish in the interminable darkness before dawn. With a heavy exhale, Liang Haiyuan released a dense cloud of smoke, his gaze filled with melancholy and struggle, reminiscent of a gambler who has lost everything. The smoking room was eerily empty. He was alone. It made sense, as the market had just opened, and this was the most frenzied and fierce time for trading. Colleagues from other trading departments were likely buzzing with adrenaline, glued to their screens, eyes alight with greed, fingers flying as they scrambled to seize profits. Damn it! While others are eagerly printing money, collecting gold, and indulging in the lavish feast of a bull market, Liang Haiyuan found himself like a wandering ghost, bitterly contemplating the philosophical question of whether he would be unemployed tomorrow, without even a warm soup to sip. What kind of predicament is this? Should I take the plunge and submit a request to transfer departments? This enticing thought crept back into his mind like the whisper of a devil. But in just a second, he forcefully extinguished it. Flee. How easy it sounds. Think about it. This is someone who has parachuted directly into a managerial role. What does that imply? It means he has connections that could crack walnuts. Perhaps he is merely a privileged scion experiencing life, or even the illegitimate child of the chairman. In any case, he undoubtedly belongs to a realm far beyond that of ordinary workers, mere mortals like Liang Haiyuan, who have no right to even gaze up at such heights. To offend someone with such formidable connections? What hope remains for survival in this company? Forget about promotions and raises. Simply avoiding retribution would be a blessing, let alone not being kicked out entirely. The entire industry might even blacklist you. What on earth am I to do? Liang Haiyuan took another drag of his cigarette, feeling as though his hairline was receding another half millimeter. If we were to follow through with his plan and deplete our department's capital, would we not be disbanded on the spot? Would I not also face ruin? I have dependents, a mortgage weighing heavily upon me. Is this truly fair? A myriad of grim futures paraded through his mind like a revolving lantern, spiraling him into deeper despair and frustration. Ultimately, he forcefully extinguished the cigarette butt in the ashtray, producing a soft hissing sound, as if he had snuffed out the last flicker of resistance within his heart. He let out a long sigh, resigned to his fate. Damn it. What else can I do? They are the big shots. Whatever they say goes. Whether it is fortune or misfortune, we must face it, even as a subordinate. I still have to finish today's shift. Resigned, he pondered what else he could do. After all, the other party was an enigmatic figure with unfathomable connections, while he was merely a mortal struggling in the mundane world. The arm, after all, cannot outmuscle the thigh. Chapter 32. To hell with risk management. Just as he extinguished the second cigarette, still slightly dazed, Lu Bo approached him briskly, holding a document. His expression conveyed a complex mixture of uncertainty and obligation. As if to say, I don't know if this is reliable, But the manager has ordered it, so what can I do? Haiyuan. The research department has compiled the detailed analysis materials as per the manager's request. Oh, so soon? Liang Haiyuan was somewhat taken aback as he reached out to take the document. Yes, I heard the manager personally called to urge them. The research department wouldn't dare to delay, Lu Bo explained in a hushed tone. Liang Haiyuan quickly flipped through the document. Initially curious to see which oblivious analyst had the audacity to draft such a bearish scenario. However, upon closer inspection, his heart sank to the depths. What the hell? This is hardly a comprehensive analysis report. It was merely a few pages. The content was painfully thin, filled with vague phrases like possibilities exist, not ruled out, and may face. The conclusions were equally ambiguous, avoiding critical points, clearly a product of the research department trying to fulfill their duty while shirking responsibility. It was a hastily cobbled-together document intended for internal reference, with a disclaimer that absolved them of any consequences. Could it be that the manager truly made that earth-shattering decision to go against the world based on these flimsy pages? This terrifying thought coiled around his spine like a cold serpent, chilling him to the bone. He felt as though he had boarded a leaky vessel, with a captain who was likely a madman with a false map. He vigorously shook his head, attempting to dispel this absurd and terrifying notion. All right, I understand, he said, forcing a calm facade as he addressed Lu Bo. Please give me the document. I will personally deliver it to the manager. Sure. Holding the thin, ominous-feeling document, Liang Haiyuan took a deep breath, akin to a condemned man approaching the gallows, and knocked once more on the manager's office door. Upon entering, the office maintained its tranquil isolation. Suhao was focused on the computer screen, occasionally tapping a few keys, exuding an air of composure, seemingly unaffected by the surging stock market that had traders on edge. This scene, no matter how one looked at it, exuded an inexplicable strangeness. Manager, I have brought the materials compiled by the research department. Liang Haiyuan respectfully handed over the document. Oh, thank you. Just place it here. Suhao accepted the document without diverting his gaze from the screen, flipping through it casually before taking up a pen, diligently marking what appeared to him as waste paper. As if selecting something, Liang Haiyuan stood beside him, watching the manager make marks on what he deemed nonsensical, a sense of discomfort growing within him, akin to a stone pressing on his chest, threatening to burst forth. He felt compelled, even obligated, to make one last stand, even knowing it to be futile, even at the risk of inciting the ire of this enigmatic superior. Manager, are we truly committing to this direction? Won't we reconsider? Suhao, who had been engrossed in marking the report, finally paused, slowly lifting his head to meet Liang Haiyuan's gaze, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Liang Haiyuan. Suhao began slowly, his voice soft yet distinctly clear. While we are a team with a collective strategy, ultimately, each trader is responsible for their own trading outcomes. The company evaluates each individual's performance, does it not? He shifted his tone, remaining calm. Therefore, if you are absolutely convinced that your judgment is the correct one, you are entirely free to act according to your own discretion. I respect your professional judgment and personal choices. This statement sounded remarkably democratic, enlightened, and considerate of subordinates. Did it not? Yet, having navigated the corporate landscape for years, Liang Haiyuan could discern the underlying subtext. I am the leader of this team. If you doubt my judgment and choose to operate independently, just wait and see what I do to you. Suhao handed the marked document back to Liang Haiyuan. Take this document and distribute it to the team members. They may invest in the selections I have marked. If they believe they have better options or discover more suitable opportunities, they are free to decide for themselves. Be flexible. I shall not impose my will. Yes, manager. Liang Haiyuan mechanically accepted the seemingly weighty document, sensing the threat veiled in the manager's words, his hands trembling slightly. He nodded, turning to escape the suffocating pressure of the office that felt as if it were closing in on him. Oh, by the way, just as Liang Haiyuan reached for the doorknob, Suhao called out to him again, his tone still calm, but carrying an unsettling weight. This investment strategy is my decision. Therefore, regardless of the outcome, I will bear all responsibility. Yes, this time, Liang Haiyuan's heart felt as if it had been gripped by an invisible hand, and he fled the manager's office in a near panic. Back at his desk, he relayed the manager's directives verbatim to the other department members, who appeared as skittish as startled birds. Then, he slumped into his chair, feeling as if his spine had been removed, his mind buzzing with the echo of Suhao's words and the disquieting power they contained. He stared blankly at the computer screen, which displayed a trading software interface, showcasing the market index and various ETF funds. On the left, the market index surged dramatically. On the right, numerous funds were being fervently pursued by investors. With active buying and vibrant trading, evidently the mainstream choice in the market, the favored destination for astute capital. Investing in them would likely secure solid performance this month, perhaps even yield substantial profits. If I had truly acted on my own judgment and gone long, even if I were right and the manager wrong. He has powerful connections and would suffer no consequences for losses. Meanwhile, I, the insubordinate rebel, would likely be the first to be made an example of. Facing a humiliating downfall. The more Liang Haiyuan contemplated this, the more alarmed he became, cold sweat breaking out again on his back. In a private equity firm, especially in their high-pressure trading department, it was not uncommon for internal disagreements over investment strategies to arise, even leading to open opposition against the manager. According to protocol, the manager could not force department members to buy or sell anything, as they were independent traders bound by their own agreements with the company. In theory, they could operate independently, but at the cost of strained relationships, each relying on their own capabilities to succeed. But is the individual before me truly a typical manager who can be assessed by common standards? Here is a newcomer, scarcely seasoned, who has swiftly ascended to a position of significant power throughout the company, from the boardroom to every department. Not a single voice has dared to openly question or express dissent. What does this signify? It suggests that this person possesses such formidable backing that they can entirely disregard the established rules. Such strength allows them to act with impunity. To offend them is scarcely different from directly antagonizing the chairman of the company himself. Damn it! Liang Haiyuan clenched his teeth. The last flicker of hesitation in his gaze overtaken by a fervor that grew increasingly resolute. He was all in. Hadn't the manager declared? If mistakes were made, he would take responsibility. He would bear the burden. That nonchalant assurance radiated confidence and conviction, as if proclaiming to the world, I have someone backing me. Someone to cushion the fall. Even if I were to squander the entire department's funds, I could afford it. This department will not dissolve. My position as manager is as steadfast as a mountain. You, my underlings, follow me, and even if losses occur, you shall not starve. What a robust pillar of support this must be. What an unyielding backing. What formidable connections allow one to utter such words in the ever-shifting, brutally competitive financial market. To not seize this opportunity would be a disservice to my own ambition for advancement and job security. Click, click. Liang Haiyuan's fingers danced across the mouse, executing commands with precision and urgency, embodying a resolve akin to that of a desperate gamble. Short the index futures. Place the order. Stocks across various sectors, short with margin. Place the order. Deep out of the money put options, ordered according to the proportions delineated by that enigmatic manager. He executed Su Hao's meticulously crafted plan with unwavering diligence, channeling the department's available funds into assets that stood in stark contrast to the prevailing market trends. In that moment, it felt as though he was not merely engaging in a high-stakes financial gamble with uncertain prospects, but rather fulfilling a sacred decree that could not be contravened. Just then, system alert, dear Liang Haiyuan. It has been detected that your current investment department's risk exposure has severely deviated from market benchmarks and has triggered the department's highest risk control threshold. Please adjust your positions immediately to manage risk. Repeat, please adjust your positions immediately to manage risk. The infernal automated alert system from the risk management department blared at the appointed hour, flashing glaring, blood-red warning text across the screen. Of course, what he was doing was akin to swimming upstream, recklessly hurling vast sums of real money into what everyone deemed a bottomless pit. If the risk control system did not issue a warning, that would indeed be a miracle. If such actions did not trigger an alert, the high-salaried personnel in the risk control department might as well pack up and return home to their children. Liang Haiyuan's hand trembled ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly, at the sudden yet anticipated warning. His heart tightened. Yet, it was merely for an instant. He fixed his gaze on the incessantly flashing red warning text. A twisted smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, tinged with self-mockery and a hint of reckless defiance. Risk management? He muttered under his breath, then, with a fierce intensity audible only to himself, completed the thought. To hell with risk management. My greatest risk now is failing to cling to the manager's leg. With that, he maneuvered the mouse, aimed at the irritating warning window's upper right corner, and with a decisive click, silenced it. Chapter 33 Deep Out of the Money Put Options. The aroma of hot coffee, tinged with a subtle bitterness, quietly permeated the air. Risk Supervisor Zhang Wei leaned back in his chair, savoring a long-awaited, almost stolen moment of leisure. Though the trading department remained tumultuous, the risk management office was steeped in an unusual tranquility. Just days prior, the atmosphere had been entirely different. resembling a tightly wound machine, every individual taut with nerves, too busy to even pause. This was due to the market's erratic fluctuations, akin to a seizure. The frenzied traders, once blinded by greed, attempted reckless gambles that transcended the boundaries of acceptable risk. Zhang Wei and his team were compelled to act as the most vigilant sentinels, ready to strike with an iron fist at a moment's notice. Trading prohibited, warning messages, constant monitoring. Each moment felt like walking on thin ice. But today, all that was unnecessary, for nearly every trader had descended like sharks sensing blood, flocking en masse into the thriving, vibrant stock market. As the stock market soared, with many stocks frequently hitting their upper limits, the risk management department naturally found itself with little to do. Thus, Zhang Wei was able to leisurely savor the remnants of his coffee, at least until just before that moment. Supervisor, a somewhat hesitant voice emerged from behind, shattering the office's tranquility regarding the newly established 7th Department. The 7th Department? Zhang Wei's brow twitched ever so slightly. A name and a vague impression flashed through his mind. Oh, that place. The one helmed by Su Hao, who had mysteriously descended from above and was informally referred to as the prince within the company. What is it? He turned his chair, his tone measured, yet a premonition stirred within him. Their trading records appear quite irregular, exceedingly irregular. The subordinate's voice betrayed an unmistakable confusion and unease. Irregular? Zhang Wei's brow furrowed, momentarily pausing his motion of setting down his coffee cup, a hint of impatience creeping into his tone. Humph, let me guess. The same old routine, throwing all funds like madmen into a single stock, engaging in reckless gambling? He had witnessed such foolishness numerous times. No, supervisor. It is not that simple. The subordinate quickly refuted, his voice lowered further. Growing increasingly grave, they are channeling substantial funds into assets that are currently entirely overlooked by the market, even to the point of being avoided at all costs. I fear the risks are too great. I have already sent a warning message according to protocol, yet they seem to be completely disregarding our alerts. Zhang Wei instinctively inhaled, sensing the air grow heavy. His brow knitted tightly as he spoke in a low voice. Wait, pull up the detailed data. I need to see. Su Hao. The name seemed to carry an invisible weight, causing Zhang Wei's heart to sink slightly. This man's background was unfathomable, and his methods were decidedly unorthodox. Not only Zhang Wei, but even the adept leader of their risk management department would not dare to cross him lightly. Rumor had it that within this hierarchically rigid corporation, only the lofty chairman could truly impose any restraint or governance over him. It was precisely due to this elusive relationship and background that Zhang Wei had previously chosen to turn a blind eye to the new manager's more outrageous actions, unwilling to provoke trouble. However, when he beheld the trading data his subordinate had retrieved, displaying the clear flow of funds and position listings on the screen, Zhang Wei could scarcely believe his eyes. What in the world is this? He nearly shouted in disbelief, his eyes fixated on the screen, his pupils constricting in an instant. The glaring green loss figures on the screen were like icy needles, pricking at his eyelids with relentless intensity. Trading Department 7. The Trading Department 7, led by Su Hao, has taken investment actions that starkly contrast with the mainstream trends fervently embraced by the market. Their approach is a complete 180-degree reversal. Just days into his managerial role, while still acclimatizing to his seat, he initiates such audacious and astonishing maneuvers? Zhang Wei's mind is in turmoil, filled with uncertainty. Could it be that this young man is about to lose his sanity once again? Shorting stock index futures and executing large-scale margin short sales. He even purchased a substantial volume of deep out-of-the-money put options. Zhang Wei's voice trembles with shock, every word painfully squeezed from between clenched teeth. Indeed, supervisor. The subordinate's incredulous voice reflects the gravity of the situation. As you are aware, the stock market is currently experiencing an unprecedented super bull market, with everyone scrambling to seize the opportunity and make a fortune in this unstoppable tide. Yet, the Trading Department 7 has chosen to move in the completely opposite direction. Zhang Wei is acutely aware of the prevailing market trends, more than anyone else. It is not just the aggressive traders charging ahead. Those who manage risks must also, like the keenest of hounds, accurately sniff out and firmly grasp the current market dynamics. Only then can they make the most precise judgments at critical moments, knowing when to decisively intervene to halt potentially runaway trades, and when to remain passive and allow them to develop freely, while others avoid risk at all costs. Fearing even the slightest contamination, they are, in stark contrast, pouring vast sums of money into the market with reckless abandon. A flash of insight strikes Zhang Wei like lightning. All doubts connect in an instant. He suddenly comprehends. Su Hao, this audacious individual. All his actions point toward a chilling possibility. He is betting against the seemingly invulnerable. Flourishing stock market, anticipating an imminent crash. Has he lost his mind? He must be completely insane. This thought echoes like thunder in Zhang Wei's mind, causing him to involuntarily exclaim in disbelief. What a jest! Open any financial newspaper or financial news website, and one is inundated with optimistic forecasts and splendid visions for the future of the stock market. Countless experts and analysts confidently assert that the market index could at least double, if not more. In this atmosphere of nationwide frenzy, not a single bearish warning can be found, not even a hint. This is the sole guiding beacon of the moment, the golden rule that everyone must adhere to. Could it be that his rapid ascent to manager has led him to feel pressured to prove his worth, resulting in a flawed judgment? Or is he simply an unabashed egomaniac, completely lost in his unrealistic fantasies, making this utterly foolish and suicidal decision? Zhang Wei's thoughts race with alarming speed. Indeed, such a remarkable promotion likely comes with unimaginable pressure. Perhaps this compels him to deliver extraordinary, even shocking results to silence any dissent. Or more likely, this is merely a self-indulgent soliloquy, a catastrophic misjudgment that could drag the entire team, along with its substantial funds, into the abyss. Supervisor, what shall we do now? The subordinate's voice pulls Zhang Wei back from his chaotic thoughts, laden with urgency and anxiety. Should we immediately exercise our authority to rescind all their trading orders and forcibly halt their operations? The risk management department possesses far greater authority within the company than the outside world might imagine. Their decisions can even supersede those of certain department heads. If they deem a trade to carry uncontrollable risk, no matter how high the opposing party's position, should the risk management department intervene forcefully, the trade cannot proceed. However, this rule becomes murky and may even become entirely ineffective when faced with certain individuals. When the target requiring intervention is Su Hao, a figure to whom even the department director must tread carefully, and who may well have direct access to the upper echelons of the company, the situation shifts entirely. Zhang Wei falls into silence. The office is filled only with the hum of computer fans and the distant clamor of other departments. He instinctively raises his eyes, casting a glance at his nominal superior, Director Pan Sun, who, known for his tact, is now bowed over, pretending to be engrossed in the screen. Sensing Zhang Wei's gaze, Director Pan's attention momentarily falters before he awkwardly averts his eyes. A barely audible sigh escapes Zhang Wei's lips. Finally, he waves his hand, his voice tinged with a weariness and resignation he himself does not fully recognize. Let it be. What? Supervisor. The subordinate's eyes widen in astonishment. But what if? What if that money, it's 50 million. What if it all gets wiped out? Right now, the account of Trading Department 7 stands out as a glaring shade of red amidst the company. Xiao Wu, Zhang Wei's voice is dry, as if each word demands immense effort. In this company, sometimes, no, often, one must pretend not to see what is plainly visible. One must feign ignorance of what is heard. Do not ask what should remain unasked. Do not intervene where intervention is unwarranted. His gaze seems to pierce through his subordinate, reaching toward a far more distant realm, his tone imbued with a harsh sense of reality. Now is that moment. He never anticipated uttering such words one day, words filled with compromise and helplessness, which could even be deemed cowardly. Yet, what can be done? Reality is as it is. Even the formidable risk management department, wielding the power of life and death, has zones it cannot touch, paths it must circumvent. Yet, once again, the chilling figure of 50 million flashes in Zhang Wei's mind. This wager is excessively vast, is it not? An involuntary shiver of dread courses through him. A newly established team, brimming with potential, appears poised to disintegrate before it even has a chance to make a ripple. Chapter 34, The Devil's Whispers. In the office, an unusual, almost stagnant silence hangs in the air. This peculiarity even intrigues Su Hao, who has just officially taken his position as manager of Trading Department 7. It is indeed his first experience of such tranquility. Leaning back in his chair, he surveys the empty office space with calmness, reflecting on how different it is from his memories. In his recollection, as soon as the bell heralding the market's opening rang, the entire area transformed into a battlefield filled with smoke and cacophony, brimming with tension and fervor. He vividly recalls his days as a naive newcomer, bustling like a busy bee amidst that chaos, delivering mountains of documents, steaming coffee, and energy-boosting snacks to the frenzied veterans with bloodshot eyes. Those days, now fondly remembered, imparted lessons that could never be gleaned from textbooks. Yet now, as he gazes around, the trading department is eerily silent. resembling more of a mundane administrative office than a fast-paced trading floor. It appears that everyone has plunged their funds into the fiery stock market and settled in to hold their positions, no longer engaging in any extraneous maneuvers. Suhao understands this implicitly. At times, when the market exhibits a clear and persistent trend, traders may choose to suppress their impulse for frequent trading, opting to hold their positions for several days or even longer, especially in a market like the present, where an irrational and frenzied atmosphere of rapid short-term surges prevails. The tranquil ambience of the office was suddenly interrupted by two crisp knocks on the door. "Come in." The door gently opened, and Li Huilin entered, carrying a tray adorned with a steaming cup of coffee and a small plate of exquisitely crafted cookies, her face illuminated by a perfectly poised professional smile. "Manager, I brought you something to invigorate you. I noticed you haven't taken a break. Please enjoy while you work. There's no need for such trouble, Huilin." "Oh, it's no bother at all, manager. After all, none of us have pressing matters at hand." Li Huilin lightly placed the tray on the corner of Su Hao's spacious desk. Her tone still cheerful, yet Su Hao perceptibly detected a fleeting, subtle tension deep within her gaze. "Ah, by the way, manager, these cookies are something I tried making myself last night. Please give them a taste." "Is that so? Thank you. Then enjoy, manager. I won't disturb you further." Li Huilin appeared somewhat uncomfortable, quickly bowing her head before hastily exiting the office. The door closed gently behind her. Su Hao lifted the coffee cup but did not drink. Instead, he quietly observed the rising steam. He could distinctly sense that just moments ago, Li Huilin had been cautiously and discreetly gauging his reaction, attempting to decipher something from his expression, his eyes, and even the minutiae of his movements. Not just her. At that very moment, in the eerily quiet office, every member of the trading department, whether pretending to work diligently or engaged in hushed conversations, had a part of their attention, whether overt or subtle, focused on their new manager. It was no surprise they reacted this way. After all, merely 2 days prior, he, Su Hao, had led the newly formed trading department with an almost autocratic resolve, committing a staggering 50 million in capital entirely to a bearish position in the stock market. Short selling. A full-scale short. Meanwhile, all other trading teams within the company held bullish positions without exception. They remained inert, as if seated atop a mountain of gold, relishing the rapidly accumulating profits. Only the trading department experienced the relentless flashing of glaring green numbers on their account interface, signifying losses. Although his team members feigned calm, none dared to publicly question his decisions, nor did they allow even a hint of discontent to surface. However, as he occupied this seat of power and responsibility, he could discern their concealed emotions, those flickers of hesitation, confusion, and even a tinge of fear lurking beneath their veneer of respect and submission. Their eyes silently echoed the same question. "Manager, is it too late to cut losses and chase that seemingly endless upward train?" Yet, at that moment, the clarity and intensity of his feelings were undeniable. Su Hao furrowed his brow, recalling the moment before he made his decision. A jolt of electric urgency coursed through him, compelling him to disregard all rational analysis and push against the tide of dissent with sheer instinct. To this day, that soul-shaking tremor still lingers faintly within him, like a ghost haunting his senses. Moreover, when selecting the final investment targets from the mountain of data presented by the analysts in the research department, he did so with purpose, choosing only those that could reignite that intense feeling within him. Any option that elicited even the slightest hesitation or ambiguity was discarded without a second thought. Yet, reality was a frigid bucket of ice water splashed upon him. The stock market not only failed to exhibit any signs of rupture as he had anticipated, but it surged with fervor, escalating beyond bounds as if fueled by a stimulant. A sense of unease began to creep into Su Hao, despite his extraordinary composure and fortitude. After all, stripping away the aura of privilege, he was still merely human. What if the market didn't plummet imminently, but instead remained resilient for another 6 months, or even longer? What then? Various negative and uncertain thoughts began to flood his mind like a relentless tide. Was he truly mistaken? Should he immediately cut losses before they became irretrievable? This tempting notion flickered in his mind, causing Su Hao's gaze to sharpen. He shook his head vigorously, crushing the seeds of doubt that threatened to unravel everything. No, this was not right. He forcibly suppressed the devilish temptation whispering in his ear and straightened his back. Indeed, thrust into the position of manager, the scale of funds under his control had surged exponentially. The immense pressure that accompanied this shift had subtly influenced his state of mind. However, he must not forget. He, Su Hao, had risen from obscurity to his current position not due to connections or luck, but through this unique and unparalleled intuition. Therefore, he must not waver. No matter how dire the reality appeared, no matter how many doubted him, he must trust in his own ability and carry that trust through to the end, even if it led to ruin. With a decisive snap, as if to rally his spirit, Su Hao reached for the cookie crafted by Li Huilan's hands. Biting into it without hesitation, the action was imbued with vigor. The next moment, an indescribable explosion of flavors, a mixture of burnt undertones and peculiar tastes, erupted in his mouth. The cookie crumbled like coarse gravel, even gritty against his teeth. Su Hao's chewing momentarily faltered, his face maintaining an expression of calm. Yet a trace of bewilderment flickered in his eyes. Sister Huilan, it seems you are somewhat lacking in the profound art of baking. Chapter 35. The avalanche has begun. Damn. It appears this cursed habit of smoking is truly intractable. Recently, Liang Haiyuan has noticeably increased his smoking frequency. He stands in the outdoor smoking area beneath the company building, skillfully lighting what is probably his umpteenth cigarette of the day, inhaling deeply and savoring the acrid smoke as it violently fills his lungs, bringing a fleeting, almost masochistic sense of numbness. Normally, the moment the bell of the stock exchange tolls, he would spring into action like a wound-up machine, fully immersed in the rapidly shifting game of numbers, so tense that he would hardly notice his thirst, let alone have the leisure to step out for a smoke. Yet now, it seems time is the one thing he has in abundance. Why are there so many people today? Liang Haiyuan is somewhat surprised to find the smoking area, usually rather deserted at this hour, brimming with individuals. Moreover, without exception, these are fellow traders who ought to be on the front lines of the market, battling fiercely. Yet what strikes him most is not the crowd itself, but the atmosphere. In the past, this cramped space was always filled with low murmurs of curses born from failed trades, frustrated sighs, and a palpable silence thick with pressure. But today, amidst the swirling smoke, it is uncharacteristically alive with laughter and cheerful chatter, exuberant discussions, and even unabashed bursts of triumphant laughter. It feels as though a celebration has commenced ahead of schedule. Oh, is that you, Liang Haiyuan? Out here to unwind as well. It seems the market is treating you well today, nothing to fret about. Huh? Haha. A somewhat familiar voice calls out, and Liang Haiyuan looks up to see several old colleagues from his previous department, their faces aglow as they congregate, puffing clouds of smoke together. Indeed, with the current market conditions, who has anything to worry about? Another chimes in, with an unmistakable tone of boastfulness. We mostly bought leading stocks from various industries a few days ago, and have simply let them sit, watching our accounts swell by the day. I've heard that some of the bolder and more connected teams have even received special approval to heavily invest in index futures. The profits are staggering, and those guys in the options department next door are also raking it in, already discussing where to pop champagne at the end of the month. Liang Haiyuan remains silent, not engaging in their banter. He stands at the periphery of the crowd, mechanically inhaling his cigarette, one after another. The flickering ember of his cigarette mirrors his turbulent emotions. The curling white smoke obscures the jubilant faces around him, momentarily shielding him from the jarring, ostentatious conversations. By the way, Liang Haiyuan, how is your team faring? At last, someone seems to remember him in the corner and casually inquires. How's our team? Do you really need to ask? Before Liang Haiyuan can respond, another interjects with a half-joking, half-mocking tone. What is the market like now? It's like a dragon dance, a firestorm. Money is everywhere. It feels like if you close your eyes and click the mouse randomly, cash will just flow into your account. There's no possibility of losing money at all. Exactly. That description is spot on. It's like giving away money. Anyone losing money now might as well be waiting for the national football team to make it to the World Cup. Laughter erupts unabashedly. They are all caught up in this unprecedented capital jubilation, struggling to contain their excitement. It is no wonder. Liang Haiyuan crushes the cigarette, but forcefully in the ashtray, feeling a wave of indescribable bitterness and heaviness wash over him. Indeed, it is a seemingly endless feast of money-making. A fool could profit in these times. Just look at these people, who usually appear so busy they might as well grow extra limbs, even timing their bathroom breaks. Yet now, they are leisurely gathered here, smoking, chatting, and boasting, revealing just how extraordinary this market rally truly is. Liang Haiyuan, are you not heading back to the office? Someone asks casually as they prepare to leave. Yes. You all go ahead. I'll stay for a bit longer, Liang Haiyuan replies with a somewhat stiff wave of his hand. All right then, we'll head up first. The crowd gradually disperses, and the smoking area soon returns to a semblance of its usual quiet, with only the smoke lingering in the air. Alone, Liang Haiyuan sits on the cold bench, somewhat dazed. His mood is akin to the overcast sky above, stained gray by industrial pollution, filled with oppression and confusion. No matter how he analyzes, observes, or tries to convince himself, the stock market's current frenzied ascent shows no signs of abating. Just the earlier, unusually festive atmosphere in the smoking area speaks volumes. That space, once rife with curses and howls of despair born from misjudgments and operational errors, now buzzes with joy and laughter. Each face is unabashedly filled with fervent anticipation for the substantial performance bonuses expected this month. When the bonuses are distributed, will the members of his team merely watch enviously as others count their money, silently nursing their wounds? This thought gnaws at his heart like a venomous snake. With a heavy, oppressive sigh, Liang Haiyuan finally rises. Enough. Overthinking is futile. I must return to the office. Work must be done. Although he is uncertain of what he might accomplish upon returning to the dismal 7th department, perhaps he can only stare blankly at the screen. However, as Liang Haiyuan drags his heavy feet and pushes open the door to the department office, the scene before him causes him to pause in shock. Instantly, he is jolted. The anticipated gloom and silence do not greet him. Instead, chaos reigns. Utter chaos. The spacious office is filled with people, whether from his 7th department or traders from adjacent teams, all racing frantically between their desks and the aisles, as if their seats were on fire. Each face is etched with fear and despair. The sounds of keyboards and mice clicking together resonate like a torrential storm. A cacophony of incoherent screams, furious shouts, and wails tinged with sobs rise and fall. The scene is so chaotic that one might think they had just experienced a catastrophic earthquake. What is going on? What on earth has happened? Liang Haiyuan feels his heart leap into his throat as he grabs a young employee from his team who stumbles past him, urgently asking, "Haiyuan, where have you been?" The young man, usually quite sharp, now appears as pale as a ghost, his lips trembling, struggling to articulate his fear-laden words. "Not Shaoli. Just tell me. What is happening?" Everyone looks as if they've lost their minds. Is the sky falling? Liang Haiyuan sees his other team members, equally ashen-faced, their eyes vacant as if they have suffered some catastrophic blow. His unease amplifies exponentially. Just moments ago, just a few minutes prior, the employee known as Xiao Li seemed to muster every ounce of strength to barely utter a few words. His voice trembling. The Securities Regulatory Commission has suddenly issued an announcement. They declare a comprehensive restriction on margin trading. What? These two words struck Liang Haiyuan like two thunderclaps from the heavens, leaving his mind momentarily blank. He stood frozen in place, as if spellbound, the very blood within him seeming to congeal at that instant. A restriction on margin trading. What could this possibly signify? It signified that the authorities were personally intervening, aiming to curtail the overheated stock market by severing the primary artery of capital flow, margin trading, commonly known as borrowing money to invest in stocks. No wonder everyone had gone completely mad. Shaoli was on the verge of collapse. You must know, right now, astronomical sums of money are flooding into the stock market, and the vast majority of that is borrowed through margin trading, leveraging funds by several multiples. Indeed, the stock market's rapid ascent in such a brief period can largely be attributed to this policy, implemented by the authorities to stimulate the economy. In essence, it allows investors to use a small portion of their own funds as collateral to borrow several times that amount from brokers for stock trading. For instance, with an initial capital of 100,000 during the most frenzied times, one could borrow up to 10 times that, amassing a total of 1,000,000 to invest in the market. This immense leverage, akin to a performance-enhancing drug, had drawn countless investors, eager for overnight wealth, into the stock market like moths to a flame. However, the official stance had suddenly shifted. They had abruptly tightened the previously unrestricted flow of capital, declaring strict limitations, if not an outright ban, on new margin trading. Consequently, the wildly driven market, reliant on exorbitant leveraged funds, would inevitably face catastrophic repercussions. It could plummet, akin to an avalanche. Investors who had previously borrowed heavily to purchase stocks would see their positions forcibly liquidated as soon as prices dipped below a predetermined threshold, triggering the broker's margin call mechanisms. Their stocks would be sold off at lightning speed, regardless of cost, to recover borrowed funds. Such forced sell-offs would exacerbate the market's panic-driven decline, and ordinary investors, who had merely held stocks with their own funds, would succumb to sheer terror upon witnessing this apocalyptic spectacle. In their frantic desire to escape the impending collapse, they would sell off their holdings at any price, desperate to flee the crumbling market. Thus, sell orders. More sell orders. They surged forth like a tsunami. Buy orders? There were none to be found. An extreme and terrifying vicious cycle had formed. Like the first domino falling, It triggered an irrevocable chain reaction. The avalanche had begun. Chapter 36. This guy is not human, these treacherous scoundrels. Just days ago, they were urging everyone on television and in newspapers to rush into the stock market. In another corner of the office, someone was screaming in a frenzy, their voice filled with rage at the betrayal. How could this happen? How could they suddenly stab us in the back without warning? Damn it. This is truly insidious and shameless. Run. Sell as fast as you can. Whatever you can sell, just do it. If you wait any longer, your positions will be utterly decimated. Just minutes earlier, those who had been laughing and chatting in the smoking area, brimming with confidence about the hefty bonuses they would receive this month, were now plunged into primal terror and despair. The entire trading department had devolved into a living hell, filled with desperate screams, frantic keystrokes, and the silent sound of wealth disintegrating in an instant. Everyone was racing to cut losses and escape this sudden catastrophe. However, the market was inundated with sell orders, cascading like a torrential flood, dense and layered. There was not a single buyer in sight. As the entire private equity firm descended into apocalyptic chaos and panic, only one team stood eerily detached, as if at the epicenter of this raging storm, calmly observing the sudden fireworks display of disaster. If one were to be precise, they were not truly calm. Rather, they were jolted by another kind of immense shock, entirely different in nature. Could it be true that the stock market had collapsed just like that? A formal trader stared blankly at the screen, displaying a steeply declining graph representing the entire stock market's crash, mumbling in disbelief. How could the manager possibly have known in advance? Another usually astute trading assistant, equally incredulous, trembled uncontrollably, caught in a whirlwind of shock bordering on panic. Amidst this turmoil, Liang Haiyuan was the first to regain a semblance of reason. His heart was pounding like a war drum within his chest. His blood seemed to surge uncontrollably through his veins, boiling with fervor. Overwhelming excitement and disbelief surged through his nerves like a volcanic eruption. What are we all doing just standing here? He suddenly leaped from his seat, shouting with all his might. His voice, strained with extreme emotion, rang out. Now is not the time to dawdle. Quickly, everyone, check our previous short positions. Confirm our current profits. Huh. Oh, yes. Yes. Brother Haiyuan. His commanding shout jolted the team members awake, like robots activated by a switch. Scrambling to their computer screens, Liang Haiyuan stumbled back to his seat, his fingers trembling with excitement as he attempted to access the trading interface he had almost dared not view. Just moments before he had stepped out for a smoke, the interface had displayed a disheartening array of deep red numbers indicating significant losses. But now, in just a few fleeting minutes, the entire screen was ablaze with glaring crimson, like flames consuming all. Every figure was soaring upward, skyrocketing at a pace more rapid and terrifying than a rocket launch. How could this be possible? This was nothing short of a miracle. Liang Haiyuan felt his breath catch in his throat at that moment. He gripped the mouse tightly, his usually nimble hand trembling like a leaf caught in a tempest, nearly failing to execute even the simplest of clicks. Such an unfathomable, divine reversal. This new manager of their trading department, Su Hao. How on earth had he managed this? How had he foreseen it all? At this moment, Liang Haiyuan could assert with absolute certainty that, within the entire financial hub of the Summer Kingdom, no, even across the globe, there was likely only one individual capable of anticipating, with such precision and at the most opportune moment, that the seemingly unassailable stock market would plummet in such a catastrophic manner. The remarkably young manager Su Hao of their trading department. Even if there were a few others in the world blessed with the gift of foresight, who among them possessed the audacity, the resolve, the sheer madness to defy the prevailing bullish sentiment, to endure the skepticism and ridicule of all, and to stake such a staggering bet with real money? This was no trivial matter, no mere hundreds of thousands or millions in tentative investments. This was a colossal 50 million, an astronomical figure capable of rendering any medium-sized company bankrupt in an instant. Liang Haiyuan suddenly lifted his head, his gaze magnetically drawn through the thin glass partition of the office, fixated on the young figure seated calmly and resolutely in his independent office. Amidst the chaos and panic engulfing the entire department and company, Manager Su Hao, Liang Haiyuan felt his throat dry, as parched as the Sahara Desert. He struggled to swallow, the sound echoing audibly in the tense atmosphere. In that breathtaking, earth-shattering moment, he finally comprehended the profound significance of the words spoken by his former manager, Zhou Yi, who had once solemnly patted his shoulder before his reassignment, advising him to set aside his pride and learn from Su Hao, for it would yield immense benefits for his future. Su Hao was not merely the so-called favored child of fortune, parachuted in through mysterious connections or nepotism, as the rumors suggested. No, he was simply operating on an entirely different plane than those of them, who were toiling at the grassroots level, relying solely on experience and hard work. His meteoric rise, so astonishingly swift that it defied the company's promotion protocols, and the seemingly illogical yet permissive treatment he received from the upper management. All the doubts and puzzles that had previously vexed Liang Haiyuan dissipated like snow under the sun in the face of this brutal and shocking reality. Everything made sense now. In Liang Haiyuan's mind, one thought remained, indelibly etched into the depths of his being, imbued with an awe that stemmed from the core of his soul. This individual, the one seated calmly in the office, was not merely human. He was a living embodiment of the trading deity, cloaked in human guise. Chapter 37. The Triumph of Contrarian Victory. Alarm. The sharp, urgent sound of alarms engulfed the entire risk control department. Zhang Wei, the risk control supervisor, felt a chill surge from his tailbone to the crown of his head, cold sweat instantly saturating the back of his shirt. In his years of experience, he had never witnessed such a scene. Every screen in sight was devoured by a heart-stopping green, a harbinger of collapse and disaster, radiating an apocalyptic glow. In an instant, his usually agile mind crashed, coalescing into a singular thought, coarse, heavy, and despairing. Damn, it's over. Just minutes ago, the department had basked in a serene atmosphere, leisurely enjoying coffee and afternoon tea, for the market was stable, with no risks warranting their attention. Who could have anticipated the storm that would arise? Without warning, the Securities Regulatory Commission had dropped a bombshell, releasing new regulatory policies. The news struck like a bucket of ice water into a boiling pot of oil. The market exploded. Sell-offs. A frenzy of selling. A torrent of sell orders surged forth like a floodgate unleashed, sweeping everything in its path. Boss, what do we do? Zhang Wei's legs trembled as he stumbled towards Pan Sun, his voice quivering uncontrollably. Yet, upon seeing Pan Sun's equally pale and distraught face, Zhang Wei's heart sank into an abyss. What can we do? Pan Sun's lips quivered, his voice hoarse and filled with the despair of helplessness. What can we in risk management do now? Should we rush to cut the server's network cable? Or call to halt trading at the exchange? Is this something we can control? He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, quickly notify everyone. Let the traders handle it themselves. Those who need to cut losses must do so. Those who need to liquidate must act. He who hesitates is lost. If we delay, we'll lose even our underpants. Though his words were somewhat coarse, they were not without reason. This was a sudden financial tsunami, an act of fate. The current situation had far surpassed the limits of their risk management capabilities. Could they possibly block the deluge with mere flesh and blood? As for how to salvage even a fraction of the losses amid this chaos, that was a matter for the traders, who battled with real money on the front lines. To ponder, all they could do was hope for the best and pray it wouldn't lead to the worst possible outcome. Pan Sun finally slumped into his chair, murmuring, his gaze unfocused on the stark, white lights of the ceiling. In the face of a market crash akin to a natural disaster, any human struggle or effort seemed utterly futile. Those of them in risk control could only watch in despair, feeling small and helpless, like prisoners awaiting their final judgment. Zhang Wei, dazed and bewildered, trudged back to his workstation, his steps heavy as though laden with lead, feeling as though his very backbone had been stripped away. He felt a surge of frustration that made him want to vomit blood. Damn it, the last nickel incident had already thrown the entire department into chaos, nearly costing them their year-end bonuses. He had thought that was the worst of it, but compared to the current scene, that previous matter seemed trivial. Mere raindrops in a storm. And all the talk of bonus feasts and year-end dividends was complete nonsense. In light of the impending crisis, this month, no, next month, or even for several months to come, the entire department must tighten its belt and prepare for a collective struggle for survival. Just as Zhang Wei was descending into despair, contemplating the nutritional value of the bitter wind, his peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of a vibrant hue amidst the desolate green sea of despair displayed on the monitoring screen. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. He was drawn to an extremely striking and glaring color, a fiery red flame, erupting amidst the dismal green, as if it could consume all icy despair. No, this was not an ordinary red. This was the light of hope, the beacon of victory against the odds. While everyone else believed the market would soar to great heights, fervently shouting for bold investment, others, like frightened birds, cried out to sell, sell, sell. There was but one team, initially oblivious to the impending doom, now standing as a lone prophet amidst the drunken revelry. And that individual was not merely a talker. He had taken decisive action. He brandished a staggering 50 million in cash, like the most audacious and cold-hearted gambler. resolutely placing a hefty bet on a short position amidst a bullish frenzy. This madman, this ruthless individual, a name thundered in his mind. Su Hao. It was that man who single-handedly confronted the surging market tide. The legendary Trading Department 7, along with their prodigious manager, Su Hao. Meanwhile, in the eye of the storm, Su Hao found himself momentarily entranced by the screen before him, his expression inscrutable, revealing neither joy nor anger. The green numbers cascaded down like a waterfall, the line graph plummeting like a sheer cliff, depicting a harrowing financial disaster. Yet, his gaze remained profound and undisturbed, as if the unfolding events were merely scripted destiny. However, before the regulatory announcement from the Securities Regulatory Commission struck like a bolt from the blue, his heart was not as steadfast as it appeared. To be candid, he too had hesitated, wavered like a reed in the wind, torn between perseverance and surrender, as an internal battle raged within him, twisting him into knots. The thunderous announcement fell like a judgment hammer from the heavens, unyieldingly crashing down upon the seemingly unbreakable line graph. And then, there was no further descent. The line shattered, plunging down in utter chaos. Outside, it seemed the world had erupted in turmoil. He could distinctly hear the cacophony of chaos beyond his office door, footsteps in disarray, like a stampede of startled beasts, suppressed gasps, cries tinged with desperation, and the sounds of items being overturned merging into a frenzied symphony. Those once impeccably dressed elites revealed their primal fear and madness, staging a vivid rehearsal for the apocalypse. He had never witnessed such a scene since joining Fenghuan Investment. Manager. The tranquility was short-lived as the office door swung open with a crash. His employees rushed in like soldiers returning from battle, their eyes wide with astonishment, breathless. Their expressions a mix of shock, elation, and a hint of dreamlike incredulity. Their gazes were somewhat dazed, as if they had collectively indulged in some intoxicating substance. Manager. How did you know? One of them stammered, his voice trembling, looking at Su Hao as if he were a prophet descended from myth. Incredible. You are a genius. How did you do it? Another speculated. Do you have inside information from the Securities Regulatory Commission? Su Hao nearly choked on his words. Inside information? What a ludicrous notion. He had merely been a slacker, with no connections to any bigwigs at the commission. Clearing his throat, he decided to maintain an air of mystery, waving his hand dismissively, and calmly stated, it said that when even the most unlikely participants start rushing into the stock market, it signals the impending burst of a bubble. This phrase, gleaned from his casual readings of investment literature, sounded sufficiently profound to impress. The underlying logic was simple. When a market becomes so overheated that even the least likely groups are drawn in, it indicates that irrational exuberance has peaked, and a collapse is imminent. Yet, while he articulated this, the bewilderment among his team persisted. They exchanged skeptical glances, still grappling with the improbability of his assertion. This is too mystical. Silence. The senior member, Liang Haiyuan, stepped forward. Experienced and astute, he immediately commanded authority. Is this the time to ponder such matters? The manager's foresight transcends our mundane understanding. Focus and heed his guidance. With Liang's stature in the company, his words instilled some semblance of calm, prompting the agitated group to quiet down. Manager, please instruct us. What should our next steps be? Liang Haiyuan turned to Su Hao, his tone imbued with deep respect and fervent anticipation. Should we maintain our positions and await greater rewards, or should we liquidate some to secure our gains? Su Hao, in response, silently moved the mouse, the white cursor hovering over the red button representing a sale. With a mere flick of his hand, he could convert the astronomical unrealized profits into tangible cash. The office fell into a hushed silence, all eyes fixated on his hand gripping the mouse, breaths held in anticipation. Yet, seconds ticked by, and within Su Hao, there was an eerie stillness, a profound calm, devoid of even the faintest ripple of emotion. That instinctive drive to act at a critical juncture seemed to lie dormant at that moment. Was the timing not right? He furrowed his brow, deciding to wait a few more minutes. Time passed agonizingly slowly, the office steeped in an oppressive quiet, broken only by the low hum of computer fans. Manager? Finally, someone could no longer contain themselves, speaking cautiously. Shoo! Liang Haiyuan shot a glare at the speaker, hissing, the manager is in deep thought. Do not disturb him. My apologies. The individual quickly retreated. Minutes dragged on, suffocatingly silent. That peculiar sensation still yielded no feedback, no warning of danger, no impulse to cash out. Was it possible that the information was insufficient to trigger that decisive moment? Su Hao pondered, reflecting on the sometimes frustrating reliance on intuition in trading. He raised his head, scanning the eager faces of his team, suddenly inquiring, Liang Haiyuan, what do you think? How will the market trend from here? Will it rebound? Difficult. I fear it's unlikely. Liang Haiyuan shook his head resolutely without a moment's hesitation, proclaiming, the actions taken by the Securities Regulatory Commission this time are excessively harsh and utterly unexpected. It is akin to a suicidal assault. Just a few days ago, the official media was vigorously promoting a commitment to an active securities policy, inciting optimism among investors and luring retail investors to rush into the market. And what was the outcome? A sudden betrayal. This has utterly shattered market confidence. The ensuing panic will have far-reaching effects, and I estimate it will take a considerable time to recover. Indeed, that makes sense, Su Hao nodded thoughtfully. Manager, the short positions we hold in stock index futures have now recouped our losses. Lu Bo, responsible for monitoring the trades, could not contain his excitement. His voice tinged with barely suppressed exhilaration. However, the premium for the put options has nearly doubled. Incredible. That's a full 100 profit. Manager, should we close out this options position? It would be wise to secure our gains. Put options, in essence, involve paying a sum to acquire the right to sell a certain asset at a predetermined price at a specific future date. Their prices fluctuate dramatically as the expiration date approaches, influenced by changes in market volatility and the asset's price movements. Furthermore, one can transfer this right to another party, profiting from the price differential. The most thrilling aspect is that while ordinary stocks or futures may have price limits, options theoretically have no upper limit to their price increase. Doubling. In extreme market conditions, that could merely be an appetizer. Now, the put options they held, which had seemed worthless mere days ago, had skyrocketed in value within just a few hours, akin to a rocket launch. The prospect of substantial profit loomed before them, and the atmosphere grew tense as everyone held their breath, gazing intently at Su Hao, awaiting his final decision. Upon hearing this, Su Hao directed his gaze once more to the rapidly fluctuating trading interface, scrutinizing it meticulously. The frenzied numbers, glaring reds and greens, and the cacophony of the market enveloped him. Yet, his instinct, the mysterious intuition that had guided him through countless precise judgments, remained as tranquil as a still pond, unwavering and undisturbed. There were no signals to be found. Taking a deep breath, his eyes sharpened with a clarity akin to a razor's edge, and he uttered 4 words, imbued with an undeniable decisiveness that resonated in the tension-filled office. Hold on to them. As the meeting concluded, the members of Trading Department 7 emerged from the office like victorious soldiers, heads held high. However, upon stepping into the expansive trading hall, they were taken aback by the eerie silence that enveloped them, instinctively halting their steps. It was unnaturally quiet. The entire hall lay in a deathly stillness. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. This was utterly abnormal. Just moments before they had entered the manager's office, chaos reigned here. People were running frantically, shouting, and smashing things, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a hellish battleground. Yet now, all those sounds and movements had vanished. Looking around, the once animated colleagues, who had been bouncing about like doomsday fanatics, now resembled defeated roosters. Or perhaps more fittingly, they appeared as lifeless shells, drained of spirit, their eyes vacant, faces ashen, slumped at their desks, as if a collective soul had been extracted from them. An air of profound despair and silence permeated the hall. The members of Trading Department 7 exchanged glances, each reflecting a complex emotion that was difficult to articulate. Earlier that very morning, their own state mirrored that of these individuals. Perhaps even worse, clouded with anxiety and uncertainty, ready to leap from the ledge. Now, it seemed as though an invisible hand had shifted the gears of fate, turning 2 paths that might have been perilously close into starkly divergent trajectories. On one side lay the revelry and triumph of Trading Department 7. On the other, the lamentations of all others. Observing the despondent state of their fellow traders, juxtaposed with the soaring figures in their accounts representing immense profits, the members of Trading Department 7 felt an indescribable awkwardness and subtle embarrassment. Should they celebrate their victory with exuberant laughter, or feign sympathy and offer a few comforting words? The sensation was maddeningly delicate. They were at a loss for whether to cry or to laugh. They feared that a single slip into laughter might provoke an attack from those who had suffered losses. Haiyuan, do you think our put options can continue to yield profits? One individual cautiously broke the strange silence, his voice low. We may need to wait a bit longer. Let the dust settle, Liang Haiyuan replied, his tone equally subdued. This is akin to a tsunami following an earthquake. The major tremor of the stock market crash has already occurred. But the truly devastating shockwaves, the repercussions across other markets, are just beginning. Indeed, a tsunami. In the tumultuous sea of the financial market, Such a magnitude of black swan events is most chilling and destructive, often not the brief tremor of the earthquake itself, but the relentless, overwhelming aftershocks that can engulf all in their path. They are about to come roaring in. The other short positions they had established were perfectly positioned in anticipation of this impending tsunami. Alas, what a pity, one lamented, a hint of greed in his tone. If only we could have purchased more put options back then. Had we secured additional funds, our returns could have multiplied several times over. Enough with the greed, my friend. At that time, the market offered a finite amount of put options related to the stock market, whether they were index options or over-the-counter options. We had already scoured every nook and cranny, leaving nothing behind. Liang Haiyuan chuckled as he patted his shoulder. What more could you desire? Although the options market may appear varied and abundant, acquiring specific options with precise expiration dates and strike prices in bulk is quite limited, and liquidity can pose a significant challenge. It is certain that during those frenzied 3 days, all put options related to the stock market that met their criteria were effectively secured by Su House Trading Department 7. They left no stone unturned. By the way, our manager is incredibly impressive. Do you remember? We bought those put options 3 days ago. Just 3 days ago. I couldn't help but sneak a look at the historical data, and guess what? The timing of our purchase was impeccable. It was right at the historical lowest point before the options prices plummeted. Absolutely the bottom. Had we bought even a day later, the prices would have already risen significantly. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, their expressions resonating with the shared sentiment. It seemed that the days spent in what felt like purgatory, enveloped in anxiety and torment as they awaited the market's turn, were ultimately worthwhile. Yet, upon reflection, a shiver ran down their spines. How had they managed to achieve this? It was as if one had opened the eyes of heaven, or perhaps attained the perspective of the divine. How could one be so astutely precise as to establish a position exactly at the nadir of prices, merely 3 days prior to a market collapse? The margin of error was scarcely a matter of hours. Liang Haiyuan inhaled deeply, genuinely marveling. Our manager must have long possessed that discerning eye. Accurately perceiving where the lowest point lay, he executed his strategy with remarkable decisiveness. This is the essence of mastery, a realm we can scarcely hope to emulate. Yet, does this truly align with logic? Or do some still find it utterly incomprehensible? Can such feats genuinely be elucidated through technical analysis alone? Is it conceivable that such conclusions can be drawn purely from technical evaluations and model extrapolations? I believe there is undoubtedly an element of intuition at play. A truly formidable investment instinct must be underpinned by a vast reservoir of data analysis, rigorous logical reasoning, and a profound comprehension of market dynamics. Would you not agree? Liang Haiyuan patiently articulated. Though he himself found the situation nearly unfathomable, such a level of operation cannot simply arise from capricious thinking. You all engage in investments. Do you not grasp this fundamental principle? Indeed, we understand, yet it is precisely because we comprehend that we find this matter so outrageous. It is utterly preposterous. From the extraordinary timing of capturing the lowest point to the astonishing foresight of predicting a market downturn, culminating in the audacity to wager 50 million cash. Exhibiting the unwavering calm of the most composed hunter, possessing a heart and courage as formidable as a monstrous titan. This astonishing amalgamation of factors, can this truly be the work of an ordinary human being? Chapter 39. Heroes emerge in turbulent times. Thus, I have long asserted. Amidst the fervent excitement of the crowd, Li Huilin exclaimed triumphantly, following our manager is undoubtedly the right choice. You all were skeptical at first. Ah, Huilin. I have always been particularly curious. Liang Haiyuan's eyes sparkled, his face adorned with a gossiping smile. What was our manager like in the past? Even back then, did he possess such an extraordinary investment instinct? Of course. Otherwise, how could he have ascended to the position of manager with such meteoric speed? Li Huilin's pride intensified. Wow. I am equally intrigued. Sister Huilin, do enlighten us. The others immediately gathered around her like eager fledglings, each one with ears perked and eyes gleaming with admiration. Hee. Speaking of our manager, he is indeed remarkable. Where should I begin? Li Huilin, basking in the attention of the crowd, relished the moment. Feigning mystery with a smile that tantalized their curiosity before she slowly began, let me recount his first experience with simulated trading. At that time, he was merely a novice who had just joined the firm, yet he suddenly placed an audacious bet on a stock called St. Zhongruan. Everyone thought he had lost his mind. As Li Huilin animatedly recounted Su Hao's past heroic exploits, members of the trading department listened enraptured, their eyes wide with admiration, sparkling with the glimmer of adoration. As the ancients proclaimed, Heroes emerge in tumultuous times. Perhaps, in this volatile realm of finance, fraught with peril and the constant threat of ruin, Su Hao truly embodies the great hero who will lead them toward financial freedom. Simultaneously, in the office of the chairman of Fenghuan Investment, Huang Fengwen rubbed the back of his neck, feeling the throbbing veins at his temples, his blood pressure rising uncontrollably. Damn it, my right eyelid has been twitching since this morning. It feels as though someone is plotting against me. Indeed. His fears were confirmed with a colossal piece of bad news. Are you certain? There were no hints beforehand? No signs of impending policy changes? Huang Fengwen furrowed his brow, his tone icy, like the Siberian chill, causing the secretary to tremble. We deployed numerous intelligence networks and cultivated countless informants, spending substantial resources. Was it all for naught? Yes, Chairman. We have verified it repeatedly. There were absolutely no indications, the secretary replied, his head bowed, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Moreover, based on some indirect information we've received, it appears that the regulatory body made this decision quite impulsively and unexpectedly. This is highly anomalous. It defies all logic. If they had been planning this significant regulatory policy for weeks, or even days, there is no way our intelligence capabilities would have failed to catch a whisper of it. Yet, there was nothing. This could only imply that either the regulatory body had executed an impeccable confidentiality protocol, or they too had realized the market bubble had inflated to an alarming degree, fearing that without intervention, it would spiral out of control, leading to an irretrievable systemic collapse. Thus, they resolved to act decisively, opting for a swift, albeit painful, remedy. Even if this was a spur-of-the-moment decision, surely some hints would have leaked? Wait, could it be that our channels of information have faltered? Huang Fengwen irritably tapped his fingers on the expensive mahogany desk, producing a dull thud. Or perhaps, while we remain oblivious, other financial firms have already received the word and prepared accordingly. Have you heard any whispers? In the realm of finance, especially for firms like theirs at the pinnacle of the private equity hierarchy, being well-informed is paramount. Each firm possesses its own clandestinely constructed intelligence networks, intricately woven and immensely powerful, permeating every corner of the industry. Based on the urgent information we currently possess, many smaller private equity firms that leveraged heavily on this singular upward trend have already faced liquidation. The secretary reported, his voice somewhat hoarse. Other, slightly larger peers have also suffered grievously, likely lamenting their losses in their offices. Upon hearing of the misfortunes of his competitors, Huang Fengwen felt a slight sense of balance restored. Well, that is to be expected. Even our Fenghuan Investment, reputed for its unparalleled intelligence channels, is left in the dark. Where could they possibly have obtained advance information? Indeed, Chairman, theoretically, that is accurate. However, the secretary hesitated, seemingly weighing his words, before ultimately deciding to report honestly. Currently, there is a rather peculiar rumor circulating quietly within select circles of the market. A peculiar rumor? What kind of rumor? Huang Fengwen's eyelids twitched violently, a sense of foreboding rising within him. It is said that just 3 days before this significant downturn, a mysterious institution began frantically purchasing in the market. They bought a substantial amount of put options, specifically, options related to the stock indices. They reportedly did not concern themselves with expiration dates, disregarding costs, acquiring as many as they could find, nearly sweeping the entire market clean. What? Huang Fengwen sprang from his chair, his eyes wide as saucers, his body leaning forward in shock, an overwhelming wave of disbelief and fury crashing over him. 3 days ago? Wasn't that when the market was at its most frenzied, surging wildly, as everyone rushed in like they were on a high? How could anyone act contrarily at such a moment? Purchasing put options without regard for cost? Yes, Chairman. Given the scale and tactics of the transactions, it is highly likely that an institution is behind it. However, the specific identity remains undisclosed, as the other party's operations are exceedingly clandestine, and thus far, no clarity has been achieved. It is utterly bizarre. It is profoundly abnormal. It is, quite frankly, enigmatic. At the peak of a bull market, when market sentiment is at its zenith and everyone seems to be effortlessly accumulating wealth, how could someone, akin to a prodigal child disdainful of riches, unleash tens of millions in hard cash to recklessly acquire what appeared to be mere scraps of paper, worthless put options? This can only signify one thing, a revelation that sends chills down Huang Fengwen's spine. Those scoundrels must have been privy to information long before anyone else. Huang Fengwen almost spat the words through clenched teeth, his gaze instantly freezing and razor-sharp, brimming with menace. Unless they had prior knowledge of a market-altering secret, such an audacious, precise, and contrary maneuver would be utterly impossible. Absolutely impossible. Are you certain? Confirm it to me unequivocally once more. Huang Fengwen fixed his steely gaze upon the Secretary General, his voice low and ominous. Truly, there has been no information leaked. Yes, Chairman, I have thoroughly confirmed through the highest channels. Absolutely none. The Secretary General trembled at his tone, but mustered the courage to respond, based on all the information sources available to us. The regulatory decision was indeed made on the same day and immediately announced. Even many within their ranks were unaware until the last minute. Then how do we explain those scoundrels sweeping up worthless options en masse? Huang Fengwen felt as though his intellect had been insulted and challenged like never before, nearly losing control of his fury. Could they have foreseen this? Or perhaps they consulted a shaman or a feng shui master to predict a market crash. This is truly beyond logic. The Secretary General was equally baffled, cold sweat soaking his collar. Someone, or some clandestine force, must have obtained this earth-shattering information through unknown channels. Otherwise, it is inexplicable. Such a masterful, textbook-perfect bottom-fishing strategy. Remember this. In this realm, in this ruthless capital market, intelligence is the lifeblood. It is everything. At Fenghuan Investment, our information network must be unparalleled. Huang Fengwen struck the table with a resounding thud, the sound laced with barely perceptible tremors. A mixture of sheer rage and a hint of fear. This is the foundation of our supremacy in the industry. It is our core competitive advantage. Yet now, we find ourselves lagging behind in the most crucial intelligence battle. The Secretary General fell silent, not daring to draw a breath. Huang Fengwen's sensitivity, even bordering on agitation, stemmed from deeply rooted reasons. This marks the first time since Fenghuan Investment ascended to the apex of the private equity sector that they have been outpaced in such a significant event capable of reshaping the market landscape. Although everyone publicly espouses value investing, long-term holdings, and the prohibition of insider trading, who in this circle is oblivious to the truth? To survive in the merciless capital market and thrive as apex predators, what is essential? It is information. It is intelligence that is one step ahead, whose news arrives faster, more accurately, and more centrally. Dig deep. At any cost, we must unearth this lurking rat. Huang Fengwen's eyes glinted coldly, akin to a serpent poised to strike. I shall see who dares to challenge me, Huang Fengwen, to meddle with the interests of Fenghuan Investment. Yes, Chairman, I will act immediately. The Secretary General, feeling as though he had received a pardon, promptly exited. Alone in the office, Huang Fengwen slowly returned to his chair, wearily massaging his temples. The stock market has plummeted. While this development was sudden, it remains a facet of market risk, though painful. It falls within the realm of foreseeable risks. The losses are certainly significant, but Fenghuan Investment is substantial enough, having previously engaged in risk hedging and management, to withstand the blow. However, what is more terrifying than losing money? It is the fear of being surpassed, manipulated like a puppet, while remaining blissfully ignorant, especially when defeated on the battlefield of information. Huang Fengwen, a titan in the financial market accustomed to tumultuous tides, for the first time in many years, felt a chilling sensation creeping up his spine, akin to a serpent stealthily slithering towards his consciousness. Beneath this seemingly tranquil surface, it appears a tempest is brewing. Chapter 40, Financial Lottery Options. It must be said that this is one of the most exhilarating and heart-pounding games in the financial market, if not the most. In essence, options trading involves the right to buy or sell a specific asset at a predetermined price at a designated future time. Sounds convoluted? In the jargon of seasoned veterans in the securities industry, it is aptly termed a financial lottery. Indeed, a lottery. The exchange standardizes these rights, packaging them to be listed like stocks. Typically, financial institutions, the so-called market makers, sell these lottery tickets, while investors dreaming of overnight wealth pay a premium, purchasing the hope of hitting the jackpot. This lottery has another characteristic. Before expiration, one can sell it to another party at any time. As for the price, it is entirely dictated by market sentiment, fluctuating wildly based on the madness of the market and the heartbeat of its participants. Of course, like any lottery, most options meet a common fate. The vast majority, upon reaching their expiration date, become nothing more than worthless scraps of paper, too rigid even for rudimentary use. However, occasionally, Judgment Day arrives with startling abruptness. Goodness, how many times has it multiplied now? In an office within another skyscraper in whose city, a voice pierced the air, tinged with desperation, almost shattering the atmosphere. The individual fixated on the screen, where a vibrant red line shot upwards, trembling as if in vibrational mode. Just a moment ago, it was 9, now it has soared to 10 times. Boss, a full 10 times. 10 times? My heavens. Does that mean we must immediately add margin? Are we facing a margin call? The institution's head felt as though his heart might leap from his throat, his complexion ashen. Yes, boss. The exchange just called, urgently demanding we prepare additional margin immediately, or else. The words hung unspoken, yet the catastrophic consequences were understood by all present. For those who purchased options, whether the price soars to the summit of Mount Everest or plummets into the Mariana Trench, it matters little. At worst, they can sell their tickets, or more simply, discard them upon expiration, losing only the premium they initially paid. If they lose it all, they move on to the next. But the question arises, who will lament their misfortune? Who will face irrevocable ruin? It is the very market makers who initially sold the options. The initial sellers, whether they be public funds, private equity firms, or proprietary trading desks of securities companies, must first deposit a margin with the exchange to demonstrate their capability to absorb potential losses before they can sell options. The standard requirement is to deposit a margin equivalent to 5 to 20 times the nominal value of the contracts. The peril arises when the price of the sold options surges uncontrollably, far exceeding the coverage provided by their margin. An alert for a margin call is triggered, akin to a death warrant, compelling them to make up the difference within a specified time frame. Failure to do so results in the exchange having no mercy. The system will initiate forced liquidation procedures. Forced liquidation? Absolutely unacceptable. It is a fate to be avoided at all costs. The CEO, in a fit of rage, rants in the office, veins bulging in his neck, spitting words at his subordinates. Forced liquidation is a nightmare beyond nightmares. Regardless of how formidable the fund or institution was before, once faced with forced liquidation, trading is immediately suspended. The short positions are systematically liquidated at the current market price, which has skyrocketed to a despairing level, leaving no trace of the losses, enough to severely wound any institution or even lead to bankruptcy. Never mind the rest. Quickly, close all the previously sold options contracts at a loss. Even if it means taking a hit, we must liquidate everything. The CEO frantically directs, his voice hoarse. But, sir, do we even have enough funds to cover the margin call? Someone trembles, asking. I have already reported the financial situation to the board. I instructed them to arrange funds at all costs to salvage the situation. Time is of the essence. We must act swiftly. The board has also mandated that we liquidate all sold options before prices skyrocket, regardless of the price. Hurry. Initially, when the stock market plummeted, the main panic was concentrated in the equity market. Although the derivatives market was affected, it remained relatively calm, with some even adopting a spectator's mindset. Who could have anticipated that this financial tsunami would arrive so suddenly? One moment it seemed like a distant storm, and the next, a colossal wave crashed right at their doorstep, engulfing the entire market in a sea of panic. Now, these institutions trapped in the turmoil are akin to a household suddenly inundated with water, desperately trying to scoop it out with a basin. Yet the water level only continues to rise. What the hell is going on? The order book shows a mountain of buy orders for liquidation. Yet not a single seller is willing to act. How much do these greedy bastards want to earn before they relent? The CEO, observing the long list of buy orders and the empty sell orders on the trading screen, trembles with rage, slamming his fist on the table. It has already multiplied tenfold. A full tenfold profit. Yet the mysterious buyer, akin to a specter, has hoarded nearly all the circulating options contracts, clutching them tightly as if they were a treasure, refusing to part with even a single one. As a result, the already scarce supply in the market is completely locked, allowing prices to soar uncontrollably. At this rate, forget tenfold, 20-fold, 30-fold, or even 100-fold is not out of the question. Who is this ruthless individual? Which blind fool is orchestrating this scheme against us? Intent on driving us to our ruin? The CEO's voice is filled with impotent rage and an unmistakable hint of fear. At Fenghuan Investment, in the chairman's office, last month's performance was dismal, and this month shows no promise either. Alas, it seems we are cursed with ill fortune, unable to find a moment of peace. Huang Fengwen, the chairman of Fenghuan Investment, rubs his aching temples, his face etched with exhaustion and dismay. The executive director, Lu Zhua, quickly interjects, attempting to ease the tension. Chairman Huang, we must not be so pessimistic. Our risk management this time has been quite effective. The losses have been kept relatively small. What good is excellent risk control if we ultimately still incur losses? How many loss reports have I received today from various departments? Huang Fengwen's mood is evidently poor, and he retorts sharply. Lu Zhua chuckles awkwardly, reluctant to argue. However, if you look at the dire situation faced by other private equity firms, some companies are reportedly on the brink of bankruptcy. Compared to them, we are indeed fortunate. The market, after all, has its bull and bear phases. It is an undeniable truth. Yet, the problem is that sometimes when a bear market strikes, it feels as though the sky is falling, arriving too swiftly and too terrifyingly, which can be most disastrous. Fortunately, this time it has not escalated to the level of a global financial crisis akin to Lehman Brothers. Otherwise, we would be left to fend for ourselves. Huang Fengwen expresses his lingering anxiety. Chairman Huang, compared to the subprime mortgage crisis of 2008, this current turbulence is nothing more than a light drizzle. Lu Zhuo muses, seemingly transported back to that dark year. Back then, options had also seen a surge of over 100 times. Countless small companies and institutions simply could not withstand it and shut their doors for good. Recalling the global subprime mortgage crisis of 2008 still sends shivers down Lu Zhuo's spine, his back drenched in cold sweat. Our company was also overwhelmed by margin calls. It was only through the directors mortgaging their properties that we managed to secure emergency funds from the bank and barely weather the storm. It is precisely because of that indelible lesson that Fenghuan Investment has since adopted a particularly cautious approach towards high-risk derivatives like options. They redesigned the entire risk control system, with the core principle being, it is better to earn less than to place oneself in a position where one could be swept away by a single wave of market volatility. Should we encounter similar extreme conditions again, at least we can contain losses within a bearable range. However, Huang Fengwen ponders thoughtfully. This recent market movement must also be a devastating blow to those option sellers. Indeed, Lu Zhuo nods, a subtle, peculiar smile appearing on his face. I have heard that many funds and brokerages are now in a frenzy, desperately looking for ways to liquidate. But they cannot find any counterparties. Oh, what do you mean? Is it because the prices are too high? Huang Fengwen inquires casually. The price surge is indeed a certainty. But the most critical issue lies elsewhere. Lu Zhuo lowers his voice, leaning in slightly, exuding an air of mystery. Those mysterious buyers who cleared the market of nearly all circulating options contracts before the plunge are refusing to sell. Refusing to sell? Yes. They are holding on tightly, unwilling to release even a single contract. Occasionally, a minuscule sell order trickles into the market. But it is so insignificant that it is akin to squeezing toothpaste, merely a drop in the bucket, possibly even a deliberate tactic to bait the shorts. Lu Zhuo's tone carries a hint of excitement. The true holders of large positions have remained hidden in the shadows. No one knows who they are. Now, countless institutions are on the brink of losing their minds, frantically trying to uncover who possesses these lethal contracts. This is intriguing. If that is the case, there must undoubtedly be insider information at play. Huang Fengwen's interest is piqued, his weariness seemingly dissipating. To have cleared the market of all available contracts in advance, and then to hold on to them so tenaciously, this is truly ruthless. The sellers are undoubtedly experiencing a torturous wait, witnessing prices soar as if propelled by a rocket, each day setting new records of their losses. Lu Zhuo's voice carried a hint of schadenfreude. The agony of wanting to liquidate and save oneself, but finding no counterpart, is simply unbearable. It feels as though their very blood is being drained. Huang Fengwen listened, yet sensed something amiss. He cast a suspicious glance at Lu Zhuo, who had been sporting a subtle smile since earlier, an expression tinged with both glee and a touch of pride. How could he still smile when the company's overall performance was under pressure due to this market turmoil? Old Lu, Huang Fengwen finally could no longer hold back. Frowning as he asked, "What have you been secretly amused about since a moment ago? Is there good news you haven't shared?" Lu Zhuo's grin widened, taking on an air of mystery. "Hey, Director Huang, have you ever wondered who the enigmatic buyer is? The one causing such chaos in the market that countless short-selling firms are losing sleep over? The one who seems to possess nearly all the long positions and options? Of course we wouldn't know. You understand how perilous it is to expose one's positions in our line of work, don't you?" Huang Fengwen replied, rolling his eyes. "If someone were to focus their attention on you and collaborate to take you down, wouldn't that be akin to waiting for a targeted strike? Therefore, who holds what positions remains the industry's most guarded secret. Indeed, in the ruthless arena of finance, concealing one's true intentions and positions is a fundamental rule for survival. Once one's trump card is discerned by adversaries, especially in such extreme market conditions, calamity can swiftly ensue. Hence, the specifics of who holds what positions at what time are the most critical secrets. By the way, have you heard about our newly established Trading Department 7? Lu Zhuo inquired, his amusement growing, akin to a weasel that has pilfered a chicken. You probably haven't seen their performance report yet, have you? Trading Department 7? Now that you mention it, I was just concerned. Su Hao, after just being promoted to department manager, must be facing significant losses in this unfortunate market. What a pity, Huang Fengwen said, his brow furrowing with worry and regret. Alas, it's unavoidable. In this market environment, misfortune befalls anyone who encounters it. Huang Fengwen began to contemplate how to console the young man once this storm passed. After all, this was a calamity beyond his control. He must not let this setback discourage him. Youth holds the promise of a long future ahead. Wait a moment. Huang Fengwen suddenly felt a spark ignite in his mind as he continued speaking. Lu Zhue's expression of schadenfreude, his gleeful anticipation, and his mention of Su Hao, the mysterious buyer who had driven all the shorts to madness, instigated an incredulous thought to take root in his mind. Why are you bringing up Su Hao? Huang Fengwen's voice trembled as disbelief flooded his thoughts. Lu Zhue's smile broadened, revealing a gleaming set of teeth, the radiance of his grin almost blinding. The elusive buyer everyone outside is scrambling to identify. The one holding nearly all the options contracts that could spell doom for the shorts. He is none other than our very own Su Hao, the manager of Trading Department 7. What on earth? Are you referring to that batch of contracts? Huang Fengwen felt as though an invisible hand had gripped his heart, causing it to momentarily cease its beat. He abruptly stood, his voice altered by shock. Exactly. Lu Zhu nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement and pride. It is indeed the phantom that the entire industry is currently hunting for. The long position that has incited such ire among all the shorts. Good heavens. Huang Fengwen was utterly stunned, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside, his mind rendered blank, as though struck by a bolt of lightning. Frozen in disbelief. Meanwhile, Su Hao sat before a matrix of 9 monitors, akin to a tactical formation, displaying a plethora of intricate charts and rapidly fluctuating numbers, reflecting his youthful yet remarkably composed visage. His gaze traversed the vibrant graphs and data streams, his right hand maneuvering the mouse, the cursor hovering aimlessly near the glaring red cell button, hesitating to make its descent. From the options he had precisely acquired before the plunge to the subsequent strategic allocation of short positions across various sectors, his account interface now shimmered with profits, as if immersed in a grand display of financial fireworks. Among these, the most substantial gains, both astonishing and dazzling, undoubtedly stemmed from that batch of options contracts, akin to a hot potato yet brimming with potential fortune. In truth, his fingers itched to act. Rationality urged him that with a mere click, he could liquidate all positions, transforming those astronomical profits from mere figures into tangible wealth in his bank account, allowing him to revel in this newfound opulence, counting riches until his hands cramped. Just envisioning those cascading numbers was enough to quicken anyone's pulse and stir their blood. Yet he resisted. That inexplicable, almost electric sensation, that profound intuition signaling that the opportune moment had yet to arrive, held him back. Thus, since the market storm ignited by the stock market crash began, he had remained like a meditative monk, day after day, at his desk, fixated upon the screen. Most of the time, he merely observed the wildly fluctuating numbers. Apart from occasionally shifting the mouse or adjusting his posture, he engaged in no superfluous actions. He was simply immersed in silence and anticipation, consuming the time that drove countless others to the brink of madness. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was gently rapped upon. Ah, come in. As the door opened, Li Huilin peeked in. A slight twitch of Su Hao's eye was triggered by the sight of Li Huilin, who was holding a plate containing several cookies. Manager, I see you've been staring at the screen for quite some time. You must be exhausted. Have a snack. Take a break. Replenish your energy. Li Huilin smiled as she entered, gently placing the plate on the expansive desk, perhaps detecting the fleeting, subtle rigidity in Su Hao's expression. Li Huilin placed her hands on her hips. Don't worry, manager. I assure you, this time I didn't team make them. I bought them from the cafe downstairs. Can you please stop looking at me with that life or death expression every time I bring food? Ha ha ha, no, not at all. Su Hao quickly laughed, attempting to mask his instinctive reaction to the terror of Li Huilin's culinary experiments. The devastating blow his taste buds had suffered before was a memory that lingered painfully. Then, Li Huilin cautiously broached the subject. Manager, shall we continue to hold our positions for now? Should we leave the trades untouched? Su Hao understood the sentiments of his team members. They were likely nearing the brink of insanity from the immense, unrealized gains reflected on their accounts. As traders, who among them did not yearn to trade hundreds of times a day, reveling in the adrenaline rush and the exhilarating tension of high-frequency market engagements, chasing the thrill of risk, looking around at the other trading departments in the company, which were all frantically engaging in short-term trades, attempting to recoup previous losses amidst the volatile market, He couldn't help but wonder about the fate of his own trading department 7. He is truly an anomaly amidst the realm of investment. Ever since Su Hao commanded them to remain still, the entire team has collectively adopted a state of lethargy. They do nothing but stare blankly at their computer screens, resembling retired officials who have settled into a life of ease. Watching the numbers in their accounts swell like balloons, time slips away in agonizing anticipation. This sensation is both blissful and torturous. I have previously stated that trading is a realm of freedom. If any among you believes that now is the optimal moment to sell, feel free to act independently. There is no need to consult me. Su Hao's tone remained calm, devoid of any turbulence. After all, given our current costs and the market prices, selling at any time would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. However, I personally believe it is better to hold on for now. Li Huijin shook her head, a contemplative expression gracing her features. It appears that thus far, no measures have been introduced to restore market confidence, and the atmosphere of panic remains palpable. Thanks to their inaction, our profits continue to rise. Su Hao nodded slightly. The reason his almost metaphysical intuition had yet to signal a definitive moment to sell likely stems from this very situation. The anchor that would truly quell the tempest sweeping through the market, the crucial factor capable of providing clarity, seems to remain elusive. Rest assured, when that moment arrives, I will notify everyone immediately. Wonderful. We shall heed your instructions, manager. Li Huijin's face lit up with joy, as if she had received the most reliable assurance. And she promptly exited with a spring in her step. Sipping the warm coffee and indulging in the rare delight of a delectable cookie helped to dispel the fatigue accumulated from days of waiting, slightly invigorating Su Hao's spirits. He once again directed his gaze to the screen, his right hand instinctively hovering the mouse pointer over the enticing crimson sell button. Just then, his fingertips trembled. An indescribable, vivid surge of energy shot from the tip of his fingers, coursing through his arm like lightning, striking his spine, and landing squarely in his mind. It was a sensation beyond articulation, an enigmatic intuition. It was the most acute, instinctual capture of the market's pulse, buried deep within his soul. Here it comes. Now is the moment. Chapter 42. Liquidation of all holdings. The atmosphere in the trading department was peculiar, seemingly tranquil, yet rife with undercurrents. Sister Huijin, what did the manager say? Should we continue holding? A young trader approached Li Huijin as she exited the manager's office, whispering, Yes. It appears the manager intends to maintain our positions. Sigh, indeed, with this upward momentum, it may very well continue. The traders in the 7th department were all on edge, their hearts racing like a rabbit caught in a snare, unable to find peace. Although the air conditioning was set to a chilling temperature, many of their palms were slick with perspiration. A few even found their fingers trembling on the mouse, shaking as if afflicted by Parkinson's. The excitement was overwhelming. Their account profits had reached an unprecedented peak since they entered the profession. The long string of zeros trailing behind was beyond what they had ever dared to dream. The figures were staggering, eliciting both exhilaration and trepidation. But the dilemma was clear. Paper profits do not equate to real gains. It was only by selling their positions and locking in those profits into tangible currency that they could truly claim their earnings. Thus, they were caught in a whirlwind of excitement and agony. It felt as though two entities were at war within them, a little devil urging, sell, hurry and sell. If you don't, the cooked duck will fly away. Secure your gains. While a little angel implored, steady, don't be reckless. Listen to the manager. If he hasn't spoken, it's surely isn't the right moment. This dichotomy of emotions finally kept them from succumbing to the overwhelming urge to trade. When will the manager finally allow us to sell? This uncertainty is torturous. Someone could not help but murmur. Who knows? We mere mortals cannot fathom the thoughts of the divine, replied veteran employee Liang Haiyuan. As he spoke, he leisurely sipped his coffee, his expression exuding the calm and detachment of a seasoned veteran. We should simply follow instructions, without fretting over unnecessary matters. The others regarded Liang Haiyuan with the same curiosity reserved for rare creatures. Not long ago, when Su Hao first became a formal employee, he had exuded an unmistakable disdain for him. He had even provoked Su Hao and Li Huijin during a heated argument. Yet, curiously enough, Liang Haiyuan's attitude had performed a complete turnaround. He had transformed into Su Hao's most ardent supporter. His reverence was so profound that it seemed he was on the verge of inscribing the words "brilliant strategist" across his forehead. The speed of this transformation left them all astonished. It is often said that while the timing for buying is easily grasped, the timing for selling is the most elusive. Surely, the manager is waiting for the perfect moment, as it pertains to our department's performance. Li Huijin attempted to soothe the group's anxious spirits with logical analysis. Indeed, given the current technical indicators and market sentiment, there seem to be no clear signs of a bottoming out in the near term. Holding for a while longer may yield even greater returns. Another trader, focused on technical analysis, concurred. Yet, if indicators were truly reliable, the market would not be rife with those who had lost everything. The recent downturn served as a prime example. Not long ago, numerous experts and institutions, buoyed by seemingly flawless technical indicators and macro data, confidently proclaimed that the market would surge another 300 points, with optimism soaring. What was the outcome? An unexpected regulatory policy came crashing down without warning, shattering the bubble into a million pieces. Those who were slow to react found themselves buried atop high hills, with no recourse for lamentation. Thus, it is prudent to exercise patience. From our perspective, it is not yet the optimal moment to sell. I understand the rationale, but this is unbearably tedious. In my entire life, I have never experienced such a languid job. Every day is filled with nothing but phone scrolling and snacks, occasionally glancing at the market to discover yet another significant profit. This ISNT trading, it's akin to living the life of a retired bureaucrat. One individual began to complain in a somewhat self-indulgent manner, his tone suffused with a sense of incredulity. Hey, be grateful you. Liang Haiyuan set down his coffee cup and shot him a glance. This fortunate life of counting money while reclining is merely temporary. When the manager finally issues orders, you'll have your hands full. Just as they were gathered together, engaged in idle chatter, and the atmosphere grew increasingly languid, the door to the manager's office, previously closed, was suddenly flung open with a force that was nearly violent. Bang! The door crashed against the wall with a deafening thud. Everyone in the office jumped at the unexpected noise, turning in unison to gaze at the entrance. There stood their manager, Su Hao. At this moment, he was a stark contrast to his usual self, mild-mannered, serene, and at times, a touch languid. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, seemingly radiating a palpable chill. He resembled a sword drawn from its sheath, exuding an air of resolute decisiveness that sent shivers down the spine. Manager, Li Huilin instinctively rose, intimidated by his current presence. Her voice trembling, Su Hao's eyes darted like lightning, scanning the room with a tone of unwavering authority as he commanded, "Do it now." Everyone paused, momentarily stunned, unable to grasp the urgency. Sell off all our positions, all options, liquidate everything, leave nothing behind. The office fell into a hushed silence for a brief second, only to erupt like boiling oil meeting ice. This was the directive they had eagerly anticipated, rehearsed in dreams countless times. No, it was akin to a divine revelation. Yet, amidst the mortals, a few minds faltered, questioning the divine at a critical juncture. Manager, now, but the account is still profiting tremendously. A young trader couldn't help but raise his hand, confusion and reluctance etched on his face. Yes, manager, just a few more minutes, we could surely gain more. Another chimed in, clearly dazed by the prospect of their current substantial profits. Silence. Before Su Hao could respond, a thunderous rebuke shattered the air, silencing the dissenters. It was Liang Haiyuan, who moments ago had been leisurely sipping coffee. He sprang from his chair, eyes wide with fury, pointing at the two naysayers, and roared. When did it become your place to voice your opinions? You were given brains to follow orders. Do as the manager says. Understood? Do you deserve to have your own thoughts at this crucial moment? His outburst shook the hesitant traders back to their senses. Indeed, could 100 irrelevant data points or 1,000 expert analyses compare to their first-hand experiences of Manager Su's near-miraculous operations and judgments? Whom to trust? The answer was evident. It was Manager Su. Right. Understood. We will sell immediately. The once lethargic office transformed into a hive of activity, akin to a bomb detonating. The sound of keyboards clattering erupted like a tempest, frantic mouse clicks merging into a cacophony, punctuated by breaths quickening with anxiety or excitement, replacing the prior idle chatter and silence. Each individual transformed into a clockwork machine of war, eyes gleaming with fervor, executing the manager's simple yet earth-shattering command with unparalleled speed. Sell, liquidate, at all costs, realize every profit in this moment. The battle commenced with ferocity at this instant. Oh, not even a moment to catch a breath. The financial market lay in ruins after the tsunami, a scene of desolation. Those fortunate enough to survive the storm found no time to lick their wounds. Merely hanging on was a small victory. Reclaiming past glories? A distant dream. Everything would have to start anew. What else could be done? Get moving, seize short-term opportunities. At the very least, there should be some income. Otherwise, they would truly face dire straits next month. Indeed, last month they had nearly lost everything due to the disastrous nickel trades, and now, facing this calamity was truly unfortunate. As the ancients said, we are all wanderers in this world. Why must we have met before? Witnessing others suffer alongside them, or even worse, provided a morbid comfort to the beleaguered traders. In this collective lament, they struggled to maintain their last shred of psychological balance. What of Department 7? Any news? Still nothing? The trading volume remained at zero, as if frozen, utterly still. The entire department was silent, as if devoid of life. Meanwhile, other departments were frantic, knowing that even in a bear market, they had to push through. Even if it was just a small gain, they had to act. Why? For next month's performance bonuses. Traders thrived on performance. Without it, they faced starvation. Thus, each became a vision of desperation, trading windows flickering rapidly, the sound of keyboards a relentless storm. Yet, amidst this turmoil, Department 7 was a different realm entirely. The sun shone brightly, time appeared calm, as if they were on a golden island, leisurely enjoying the sea breeze and cold drinks, while others floundered in turmoil. This scene was a jarring disconnect that provoked envy. Chapter 43. Thank you, manager, for taking us higher. How long did this fellow intend to hold on to his short positions? Interdepartmental communication was strictly monitored, the specifics of who earned what was bought, and the positions held were closely guarded secrets. However, the risk management department had a god's eye view of all traders' operations. Monitoring was their duty. Thus, they were acutely aware of the trump cards held by Department 7. Good heavens, it had been over a week, and they had yet to close their positions. Remarkable endurance. If it were me, I would be frantic after a mere doubling of losses, having long since liquidated and fled. A young risk control officer exclaimed, his tone laced with envy. That's why he's in that position, while you're just drooling over the screens, a colleague retorted. Manager Sue is extraordinary. When everyone else was bullish, he boldly took a contrarian short position. Now that's audacity. Indeed, the risk management department's primary focus had shifted to Department 7. From Sue Howe's audacious shorting to the market's rapid decline, many had lost everything, yet he remained steadfast, refusing to close his positions. Honestly, the spectators in the risk management department were more anxious than those in Department 7, their hearts racing with every fleeting moment. Oh my, this is more thrilling than a horror movie, one exclaimed. But surely he won't sell in the short term, right? Look at the market. It's like a deflated balloon, showing no signs of recovery. He probably intends to squeeze out the last drop. Originally tasked with supervising traders to prevent excessive actions, the risk managers had become fixated, their eyes glued to Department 7's trading window. They were more engrossed than parents awaiting their child's exam results. Are we not working anymore? The frustrated supervisor Zhang Wei barked, shaking the dust from the keyboards. Have you not noticed how the other department traders are frantically losing their minds? If we don't stop the losses, we'll be left with nothing. We need to keep an eye on them and ensure they don't misstep. Meanwhile, Department 7 appears utterly still. They should continue their tasks. Shut down the windows for Department 7. The atmosphere in the office was heavy with reluctance as the staff prepared to close the solitary window of their beloved office drama, tears welling in their eyes. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the silence. What is happening? Zhang Wei inquired, slightly irritated. The trading department is active. It's moving, came the excited response. What is moving? The 7th department. They are offloading. Everything is being thrown out. With astonishing agility that belied his corpulence, Zhang Wei dashed back to his seat. The long-awaited spectacle was finally commencing, and every second was precious. The once quiet trading room erupted into a cacophony of keyboard clatter and mouse clicks, as if a dormant war machine had awakened. The manager, Su Hao, had issued a sudden order: clear out everything. This directive tightened the nerves of everyone present, who promptly immersed themselves in intense operations. Of course, they were seasoned professionals, not greenhorns blindly dumping their entire short positions onto the market. Such foolishness could lead to self-inflicted losses. Their approach was meticulous. They fragmented their substantial positions into numerous smaller orders, releasing them in batches with careful rhythm, ensuring maximum profit without inciting panic. However, was the manager's strategy truly infallible? A young trader, while swiftly executing commands, leaned towards a colleague and whispered, looking at the market trends, if we hold on for just one more day, prices might drop significantly. Isn't it a bit premature to close out now? The colleague nodded in agreement. Confusion and regret etched across their faces. Yet, the manager's command was resolute. Clear everything out. There was no half measure, no waiting for a rebound. It was an unequivocal order to leave nothing behind. The market was clearly still declining, and the value of their short positions was rising. Wasn't it a pity to pull back now? Just as such thoughts began to surface, Liang Haiyuan's chilling gaze swept across the room. What did I say before? Liang Haiyuan spoke slowly, his voice low yet filled with authority. Does the manager's decision warrant your questioning? Execute the order. But look at this chart. It's still dropping. It doesn't seem poised for a reversal, protested the young trader, unable to suppress his urge to argue as he watched potential profits slip away. And can you achieve the same returns as the manager? Can you? Liang Haiyuan raised an eyebrow in challenge. When the entire world is bullish, he alone dares to swim against the tide and short the market. Can you replicate such audacity? The young trader deflated immediately. In the eyes of these mere mortals, Manager Su Hao was not just an ordinary person. He was a deity, a prodigy, a living money-printing machine. In contrast, a typical individual would have crumbled under the immense psychological pressure of the declining market, fleeing in panic long before reaching this point. To be candid, I do not always grasp the manager's judgments, Liang Haiyuan admitted, pausing thoughtfully. But his perspective exists on a dimension far beyond ours. While we can only see 1 meter ahead, he may be gazing beyond the stratosphere. The legendary investment tycoon possesses a razor-sharp vision, capable of piercing through the fog of charts to foresee future trends. Nonetheless, in this industry, everyone harbors an unspoken rule, regardless of the grandiose claims made by those titans about vision, perspective, and value investing. Much of it ultimately hinges on luck. But did the manager's operations appear to rely on chance? Someone whispered softly. This was precisely the unsettling aspect. Every decision made by Manager Su Hao seemed far removed from the impulsive gambles of a casual bettor. It felt like a strike of precision, rooted in some enigmatic algorithm or future insight that mere mortals could not comprehend. It was as if he had unlocked a cheat code, foreseeing the correct answers ahead of time. Finally, a sigh of relief escaped. Having held on to their short positions for so long had felt like a roller coaster ride, threatening to induce cardiac distress. Indeed, someone exclaimed, in my entire life, I have never seen such profits. And in just a week, another trader marveled at the astronomical figures in their accounts, excitement coloring their cheeks. In the cutthroat world of trading, achieving an average monthly return of 5 is considered remarkable. A stable daily return of 1 earns one the title of ace trader, striding with confidence. Yet now, the numbers on the screen had transformed from an initial capital of 50 million into an amount that could only be described as miraculous. Let us compile the data. I will personally report to the manager, Liang Haiyuan declared with enthusiasm. Yes, as he accepted the meticulously prepared reports from his trembling colleagues, he glided towards the manager's office, buoyed by a sense of elation. Reporting had never felt so gratifying before. Upon seeing Liang Haiyuan approach with the data report, Su Hao noted the broad smile that illuminated his colleague's face, a stark contrast to his usual serious demeanor. Has he always been this cheerful? Su Hao pondered silently. As Liang Haiyuan began his report, he expressed a hint of faux regret regarding the bond trading. You know, the returns from bond lending typically follow the market trend, yielding no extraordinary profits. However, his tone shifted dramatically, filled with fervor. The futures we shorted and the put options we purchased have absolutely exploded. It was an explosive success. The put options they had acquired had skyrocketed to an astonishing 20-fold at their peak. In a swift and decisive move, they had cleared out every single one without leaving a trace behind. It was no exaggeration to say that the bulk of their profits had been extracted from those options. After consolidating all the returns from futures, bond lending, and options, the final tally reached a staggering 2.5 billion. Manager, Liang Haiyuan's voice trembled with disbelief, as if he had just uttered a mythical figure. In all my years of trading, I've only encountered a 30 profit once, which felt like a significant achievement at the time. But this 500 return? I have never witnessed anything this outrageous. Su Hao himself was taken aback. When the company's chairman approved the 5 million capital investment, his modest goal had simply been to avoid losses. If they could break even, that would be a victory. If they were fortunate enough to double their investment, it would be a cause for celebration. Now, they had quintupled their initial amount, from 50 million to 2.5 billion. The feeling was akin to purchasing a lottery ticket with the hope of winning $5, only to discover they had hit the jackpot of 50 million. It was utterly surreal. Thank you for your hard work. Su Hao steadied himself and nodded at Liang Haiyuan. Oh, please do not say such things. I am merely a messenger, dutifully typing away at your behest. Liang Haiyuan was taken aback, bending lower as he expressed, the true strategist, tirelessly orchestrating everything, is you. It is I who should be thanking you. Thank you, manager, for guiding us to success. If you have any further instructions, do not hesitate to call upon me. Liang Haiyuan nodded and bowed, his face radiating the blissful glow of one who knows that following a powerful leader brings rewards. and he exited contentedly. Only Su Hao remained in the office, gazing somewhat bewilderedly at the daunting string of zeros displayed on his computer screen. Engaging in transactions with a capital of 50 million was already a surreal experience, and now that sum had snowballed to an astonishing 2.5 billion. According to company policy, it seemed that managers were entitled to 30% of the profits as bonuses, and if performance soared to the top of the company, there were whispers of an additional grand reward. Goodness, how much would that amount to? He pondered, feeling his mind momentarily stall. The unexpected million that had appeared in his salary account last month still felt surreal, as if it were a mere glitch in the banking system. Now, a sum far exceeding that, one capable of allowing him to recline and indulge in life's pleasures, beckoned to him eagerly. Who could withstand such temptation? Yet, was it truly the right moment to act? Should he have held on just a little longer? Indeed, human greed knows no bounds. Having just reaped a bountiful harvest, he found himself contemplating whether enduring a bit more might yield even greater rewards. After all, just by observing those technical indicators and market sentiments, it hardly seemed like the optimal time to sell. Although he had been diligently utilizing every spare moment to enhance his financial knowledge and professional acumen, even his rudimentary understanding suggested that the market still had room for further decline, and his put options might yet rise in value. He abruptly shook his head, forcefully suppressing the thought that perhaps waiting a little longer would have been wise, and with a decisive click, he turned off the monitor. The die was cast, the rice was cooked, and the money was secured. One must not be overly greedy. It's best to know when to stop. Contentment brings happiness. No more idle thoughts. He had already amassed a fortune. Chapter 44. I've been left with nothing but my undergarments. In stark and tragic contrast to the jubilant atmosphere that permeated the trading office, the options departments of various private equity firms were currently engulfed in a catastrophic crisis. Gasping for breath. Among them, those unfortunate souls who had previously sold large quantities of put options were trembling the most, akin to individuals in the throes of severe Parkinson's. Their teeth chattering uncontrollably. Surely there won't be any sell orders today? Someone whimpered in a voice barely above a whisper, filled with a desperate plea. Are you insane? Sell now? Have you lost your mind? A colleague retorted sharply. Look at the option prices. They are skyrocketing every day. That bastard controlling our fate wouldn't sell now unless he were completely deranged. Who the hell is responsible for holding all those damned put options? Someone howled in hysteria. Their eyes bloodshot. Blood? It had long dried up. Now, what flowed was a yellow bile and the blackened essence of their despair. To them, the mysterious figure wielding a vast array of put options seemed to be playing a cruel game of cat and mouse, relishing their agonizing wails amid the ruins of the stock market, deriving pleasure from the power to dictate the fate of others. The longer the situation dragged on, the more the market plummeted, and consequently, the more valuable his options became. This simple truth was apparent even to a 3-year-old. Did he possess any reason to halt his actions now? Absolutely none. Despair, thick as black ink, silently spread throughout the department. Everyone had succumbed to hopelessness, preparing to ascend to the rooftop. Oh well, nothing to do but wait for death. I'll step out for a smoke to ease my nerves, one trader, appearing utterly devoid of hope, rose to seek solace in nicotine. Just then, it's happening. A trader who had been intently watching the market suddenly exclaimed, his voice cracking. What? Stop your wailing. There's a sell order. A sell order has come through. That mysterious figure is offloading. Hurry, seize it. Buy without regard for the cost. Quickly. Those who had just been slumped over their desks, leaning back in their chairs, or cornered in despair, suddenly sprang to life at these words. Like electric shocks coursing through them, they leaped from their seats, lunging for their keyboards and mice. Their eyes widened, fingers moving like phantoms as they frantically hammered the buy key, the mouse clicking in a furious frenzy, as if they were pouring every ounce of strength into their actions. The seller, however, was cunning, not foolishly dumping everything at once. Instead, he controlled the pace, gradually releasing shares as if squeezing toothpaste, carefully managing the price. This only heightened the tension among the buyers, their hearts racing as they dared not breathe, fearing that a moment's hesitation or a network glitch might let those precious shares slip away to rival institutions, also in a frenzy to acquire them. After a chaotic scramble akin to a world war, the dust finally began to settle. How did we fare? Have we closed our positions? How much did we manage to close? The department head inquired, his voice trembling. Most of it has been closed, thank goodness. A trader responsible for operations slumped into his chair, gasping for breath, his face pale and glistening with cold sweat. Though the price was absurdly high, at least we managed to close our positions. A group of traders, as if they had just returned from the brink of death, collapsed at their desks, gasping for air. The atmosphere thick with the scent of sweat and the exhaustion that follows despair. Although repurchasing those put options at such exorbitant prices meant they had incurred staggering losses. Perhaps their bonuses for the year, next year's budget, and some jobs might still be salvaged. However, at least they had avoided a more catastrophic outcome, complete liquidation, which could have triggered a chain reaction, leading to a collective exodus and headlines reading, XX financial institution goes bankrupt. The sensation was akin to the final second before execution, when the executioner's blade was raised, only to suddenly receive a decree of clemency. The mysterious figure who had tormented them, robbing them of sleep, had inexplicably shown mercy at the last moment, loosening the noose that had tightened around their necks. But why did he choose to sell now? As the tension receded like a receding tide, a massive, glowing question mark slowly emerged above their heads. Indeed, it was exceedingly strange. He could have earned even more by holding still. Look, even if his selling caused a slight dip in prices, the overall trend was still upward. It was as if money was falling from the sky, growing larger as it descended, and he had kicked it away. This action defied logic, human nature, and common sense. Had he lost his mind? Who could say? Perhaps he was in urgent need of funds for some grand purchase, an aircraft carrier, an airplane, or a private island. Someone speculated. Could there be some insider information we are unaware of? Another suggested a more plausible, yet chilling possibility, just as he had precisely timed his buying before the market crash. Might he have foreseen something once again? What news could there be? Regulatory bodies had shown no signs of activity. The stock market was still in free fall, wasn't it? Whatever the case. Damn it, I can't be bothered to think. No amount of pondering could unravel this mystery. Let us be grateful that it has concluded as it has. Let him stew for a few more days, and we shall truly find ourselves queuing on the rooftop. These past few days, fixated on that measly sell order, I have nearly popped my eyes out. I have consumed several bottles of eye drops. Indeed, let it be. Do not delve deeper, for contentment brings joy, and at least we are still alive. Should it plunge further, I can scarcely fathom what horrors, more terrifying than descending into hell, may unfold. All right, we have all toiled diligently. The head of the department forced a semblance of cheerfulness. Clapping his hands, let us be grateful, we have salvaged our lives. Come, let us truly step out for a smoke to ease our nerves. However, fate seemed disinclined to grant them even a moment's respite. Just as the unfortunate supervisor's words trailed off, eager to indulge in a calming puff, a trader, who had been intently monitoring the news terminal, suddenly emitted a scream more frantic than when the sell order was first discovered. The manager, interrupted in his post-ritual, turned with palpable impatience, his face etched with irritation, questioning what now could possibly be amiss. What new mischief is afoot? Could it be yet another capricious move from the regulatory authorities? Yes, the trader shouted with all his might. Huh. The manager's eyes widened in disbelief as he dashed to the nearest monitor, with others swiftly gathering around. On the financial news channel, a solemn-faced female anchor was delivering breaking news in a tone that suggested she was witnessing history. The Securities Regulatory Commission has just announced that, to maintain market stability, as of today, major shareholders holding over 5 enlisted companies are prohibited from reducing their holdings in the secondary market. All related sell transactions by major shareholders will be suspended. Furthermore, it has been reported that a national investment fund has confirmed its entry to stabilize the market. Simultaneously, the People's Bank has announced a rate cut, prohibiting major shareholders from selling. Good heavens! These lunatics! The manager gasped in shock. Such a draconian measure, tantamount to severing the lifeline, coupled with interest rate cuts and the intervention of state funds, reveals an unmistakable intent. The regulatory authorities, after the market's relentless plummet, on the brink of collapse, have finally ceased their pretense of inaction, stepping in to restore order, forcefully attempting to rescue the market. Consequently, the precarious stock market, akin to a free fall, is bound to witness a vigorous, perhaps even retaliatory, rebound. But herein lies the dilemma. The put options they had just purchased at a high price. Does this imply that their entry point was precisely at the summit of Mount Everest? The manager's voice quivered with a hint of despair. Alas, it seems so. The trader nodded with great difficulty, his expression more mournful than tears could convey. Less than 10 minutes after the news broke, the prices of the put options they had recklessly acquired plummeted like a kite severed from its string, halved and halved again. Moreover, judging by the trend, they were destined to plunge deeper into the abyss. How low could they go? Who could tell? They might very well become worthless scraps of paper. Just a few more minutes, someone muttered, their gaze vacant. If only that mysterious figure had waited a few more minutes. Allowing the news to break before making a move, They could have acquired these hot potatoes at a far cheaper price, perhaps even close to that of worthless paper. In fact, they might not have needed to purchase them at all, for by that time, these options would be utterly valueless. A deathly silence enveloped the office. Everyone stood frozen, as if turned to stone by some enchantment. After a considerable time, "Who is it?" the manager inquired, his voice laced with deep-seated terror and confusion. At this juncture, the question was no longer one of mere curiosity. Damn it! Who is the wretched soul behind this? He slammed his fist onto the table, erupting in a fit of rage. Who has left me utterly destitute? Who is this bastard? Chapter 45. Rubbing financial knowledge into the ground. Huang Fengwen vividly remembers the day Su Hao first joined the gaming guild. That scene is as fresh as if it had transpired yesterday. "Hello, everyone. My profession is warrior. My skills are impeccable. I can tank. Please call me Ahao." His sunlit introduction radiated a youthful exuberance. Huang Fengwen recalls that their average age was akin to that of elderly gentlemen basking in the twilight of their years, a guild steeped in lethargy. The sudden entrance of such a vibrant youth felt akin to dropping a depth charge into a still pond. The guild channel erupted with excitement. The old-timers clamored in jubilation, celebrating the arrival of new blood, almost ready to beat drums in festivity. This lad was not only youthful, but also remarkably adept at socializing. With a charming demeanor and nimble fingers, he possessed an innate ability to enliven any atmosphere, akin to a little sunbeam, serving as the very heart of their social gatherings. Even more impressively, his gaming skills were undeniably solid. His tanking was both stable and stylish. Observing this, Huang Fengwen thought, what a gem. He promptly decided to bestow upon Su Hao the heavy mantle of leading the main guild team. To be honest, it was a considerable burden, akin to carrying a heavy backpack, yet he entrusted it to Su Hao without hesitation. In the realm of gaming, leading a team through dungeons is not merely about clearing times or loot drops. The real challenge lies in navigating the intricate web of interpersonal relationships. Picture this, a main team comprising dozens of individuals from all walks of life, men and women, young and old, with varying temperaments, personalities, and skill levels. The leader must act as a finely tuned balance, tirelessly working to harmonize the team's composition and capabilities, akin to a tactical maestro, meticulously assigning positions and tasks to each member, while also embodying the fervor of a commander, passionately directing the flow of the operation. But that is not all. The leader must also contend with endless complaints from members, disputes over loot distribution, fluctuations in personal emotions, and even trivial internal conflicts. The leader must be as nurturing as a caregiver, ever ready to mediate and ensure that the majority are satisfied. This leadership role is undeniably a thankless endeavor, comparable to that of a neighborhood committee member mixed with half the responsibilities of a psychologist. Anyone who takes it on risks mental exhaustion. Yet, remarkably, Su Hao found his stage in this chaotic mess that others dreaded. He led the team, never boasting about speed records or first kills, but rather focused entirely on ensuring everyone had fun and felt comfortable. His core objective? To cultivate an atmosphere of unparalleled harmony within the team. Even when mistakes were made that led to a wipe, members could jest and tease each other, brushing off the incident and continuing without animosity. He sought to create an experience filled with laughter from start to finish, making dungeon runs feel as leisurely and enjoyable as a tea party or a stroll in the park. Since he took the reins, the guild experienced a complete turnaround. Previously, disputes erupted every few days, with disagreements over loot distribution leading to rifts among core members, and they had even shared meals to bid farewell on multiple occasions. But ever since Su Hao arrived, such discord had vanished entirely. Peace reigned. At that time, Huang Fengwen was overwhelmed by the struggles of workplace conflict and interpersonal relationships in reality. He sought refuge in gaming, only to find himself ensnared in a web of rivalry and troublesome affairs, leaping from one pit into an even larger one. He pondered whether it was time to uninstall the game altogether. Just as he stood on the precipice of abandoning the game, Su Hao appeared. This lad burst forth like a ray of light, pulling him back from the brink of despair and rekindling his joy for gaming. Yet, Huang Fengwen later discerned a deeper truth. Perhaps it wasn't the game itself that captivated him, but rather the camaraderie and vibrant atmosphere of the guild, enriched by Su Hao's presence. Thus, Huang Fengwen held a genuine fondness for this young man, to the extent that upon hearing Su Hao intended to bid farewell to gaming in pursuit of employment, his heart sank to the depths of despair. The alarm bells rang in his mind, drowning out all subsequent words, leaving him with a singular thought. He must be retained, regardless of academic qualifications or work experience. He needed to secure him within the company. Huang Fengwen's intentions were refreshingly straightforward. Even if this young man turned out to be inept and merely a pretty face, he could accept that. Worst case, he could keep him as a lucky charm. This was indeed his plan, until he was confronted with an unfathomable data report. Huang Fengwen gaped at the document in his hands, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. The report revealed the astonishing performance of the 7th Trading Department of Fengwan Investment, a team that had achieved an unprecedented return on investment that defied the odds. He couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief, struggling to comprehend. Next to him, Vice Chairman Lin Fan wore an equally astonished expression and leaned closer to whisper, "This is utterly outrageous. Who could possibly manage to multiply 50 million in mere days? Such a claim would be dismissed as madness. To be fair, the notion of doubling 50 million, even with a few years to spare, is akin to scaling the heights of Mount Olympus. Yet, Su Hao managed it in just 1 week, 5 times the original amount, totaling 2.5 billion. Such a feat was unheard of in the storied, yet relatively brief history of Fengwan investment. It seemed to mock the very laws of physics and financial acumen. Chairman Huang, from which obscure corner of the earth did you unearth this prodigy? Lin Fan's curiosity was palpable, laced with a hint of gossip. I looked at his resume. There's no mention of financial experience or even relevant internships. It clearly states unemployed youth. How did you spot this gem? Clearing his throat, Huang Fengwen felt a rare flush creep across his face. He couldn't possibly divulge the truth. Oh, I met this young man through gaming. I felt pity for him as he contemplated leaving the game for work. On a whim, I opened a backdoor for him. Such honesty would surely tarnish his esteemed reputation as a discerning chairman. Thus, he quickly adopted a mysterious demeanor, waving his hand dismissively. In this world, there exists a thing called fate. Some matters are meant to be felt, not articulated. How enigmatic. Lin Fan noted, suddenly intrigued by Huang Fengwen's cryptic air, imagining 1,000 untold secrets behind Su Hao's background. Perhaps he hailed from a prominent family, sent to gain experience in the world? It seemed Huang had gone to great lengths to recruit such a remarkable talent. However, shouldn't we find a way to learn from Manager Su's investment strategies? It feels like alchemy, turning stone into gold. Learn? Do you think he would be willing to teach? Huang Fengwen scoffed, as if hearing a poor joke. Even if he were inclined to share, do you truly believe our simple minds could grasp his brilliance? In truth, Huang Fengwen had been curious as well. He had secretly analyzed Su Hao's trading records, attempting to decipher the extraordinary algorithms that allowed this young man to buy low and sell high with uncanny precision. Yet, after hours of scrutinizing the data, he found himself utterly bewildered. What were the principles behind his buying and selling? There seemed to be no logic whatsoever. To an outsider, his methods would appear as though the novice was haphazardly flailing about. Yet, against all odds, every transaction yielded a substantial profit. Indeed, every single venture was a resounding success. Huang Fengwen's teeth clenched in disbelief, a mix of incredulity and begrudging admiration creeping into his voice. Isn't it infuriating? This is no mere replication of theory. It transcends technique and knowledge. This is pure instinct. It is a form of sorcery. Such an unparalleled investment methodology could only be comprehended and executed by one individual. Lin Fan instinctively loosened his tie, feeling a sense of suffocation as if the very air in the office had thinned. It seems quite a lot of remarkable events have transpired in the company during my absence abroad. Well then, let's discuss your end. Huang Fengwen shifted the topic. What is the situation in Europe? Any developments regarding Greece? Have we gained any advantages? Oh, don't get me started. The entire European market is on edge, fixated on Greece as if guarding against thieves. With the repayment deadline fast approaching, those Greeks show no signs of gathering the necessary funds. Everyone is on high alert. Surely they wouldn't dare default? Huang Fengwen furrowed his brow. A national default is no trifling matter. Should that occur, it would be catastrophic. They wouldn't make such a reckless choice, after all. They are not the iron-willed Russian behavior. From what I've gathered, the risks are substantial, and the situation is delicate, but all parties are striving for a resolution. They should be able to avert disaster. Huang Fengwen sighed in relief. That is a relief. The domestic financial climate is already fraught with tension. If Greece were to declare a sovereign debt default, it would be akin to tossing sodium into boiling sulfuric acid, a recipe for disaster. By the way, Chairman Huang, Lin Fan suddenly remembered something, his eyes lighting up with barely concealed envy. Su Hao's performance bonus this month must be astronomical. According to company policy, that would be at least several million based on 30% of the profits, right? An amount that an ordinary worker could never hope to earn in a lifetime. Lin Fan, do you think keeping Su Hao in a mere departmental manager position is somewhat beneath his capabilities? Undoubtedly, he should not be confined to such a position. It is akin to a true dragon stranded in a shallow pond. Although his ascent through the ranks was already meteoric, whispers of discontent circulated within the company. Nevertheless, just look at his extraordinary achievements. To keep him as a mere manager would be nothing short of absurd. Indeed, that is a valid point, Huang Fengwen pondered seriously. The next step above a team manager would be a director or department head, yet every position in each department was already filled, leaving no vacancies. Why not take this opportunity to establish a dedicated department for him? In Chapter 46, Endless Flattery. The office of the Trading Division 7 is filled with members whose faces radiate the relief of having survived a calamity, alongside an unmistakable joy. Emma, reflecting on it now, feels a shudder of fear. A young trader thumped his chest, still shaken. It was fortunate that the manager acted decisively and with remarkable speed, urging us to liquidate our positions and flee. Otherwise, we would undoubtedly have suffered immense losses. Not quite, another somewhat pedantic trader murmured quietly. The current options prices still afford us a profit of about 3 times our cost. Brother, when we fled, our positions were worth a staggering 20 times. 20 times. The first trader immediately countered, emphasizing the outcome. A reduction from 20 times to 3. Is that not a catastrophic loss? To outsiders, this group of impeccably dressed individuals might appear to be engaged in a tense and strategic investment meeting. In reality, they were simply indulging in casual chatter, idly passing time, and boasting. Since they had precisely followed Su Hao's instructions to miraculously liquidate all their positions near the market's peak before the crash, they now held substantial cash. Fully in a spectator's role, their days were filled with idle talk, doing nothing at all. I mentioned this previously. Su Hao observed his visibly restless and over-energized team members, smiling faintly. If anyone feels a twinge of restlessness and desires to venture into the market for a quick profit, you may do so at any time. Do not concern yourselves with me. The risks and rewards are yours alone. No. Immediately, someone shook their head vigorously, clinging firmly to the manager's leg. I shall remain obediently here. Me too. Another chimed in quickly. Manager, you have worked so hard to help us earn this money. It is all hard-earned. How could I dare to recklessly gamble? If I incur losses, how could I face you? I'm itching to climb to the rooftop. Indeed, besides, according to our industry norms, once we have exceeded our monthly performance targets, the remaining time should be used to lock our accounts and commence a period of paid leisure. Certainly, in the fiercely competitive trading department of Fenghuan Investment, once a team achieves its monthly or even quarterly profit goals ahead of schedule, they essentially enter leisure time. They can simply clock in at the office, symbolically check the market, or even choose to remain at home, lounging about. It is entirely up to them. This is considered an unspoken special reward for exemplary teams. Of course, if someone is ambitious and believes in their own capabilities, they may theoretically continue trading. However, typically, after securing substantial profits, the likelihood of incurring losses by engaging in further reckless trading greatly outweighs the chance of continued gains. Thus, the vast majority of experienced teams opt to take their winnings and preserve their victories. In truth, I have not felt particularly compelled to make transactions lately, which is why I have remained inactive. Su Hao leaned back in his comfortable office chair, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the desk, silently contemplating. Why has the urge and inspiration to trade diminished? He vaguely sensed that it might be related to the scale of capital he could currently deploy. 5 billion. That is indeed a rather substantial figure. When he initially managed only 5 million, buying and selling stocks involved minimal market impact, as long as he avoided particularly illiquid and low market cap stocks. The smaller the vessel, the easier it is to steer. Operations were flexible and fluid. Yet now, with 5 billion at his disposal, could he still engage in the nimble short-term trades or high-frequency trading of yore? What a preposterous notion. With his current capital, any single buy or sell order he placed would undoubtedly create significant ripples in the market, positioning him as a major player or market maker in the eyes of others. Wishing to remain low profile? Absolutely impossible. Imagine the scene. 5 billion in capital, frantically buying and selling in split seconds. He could hardly bear to witness such a spectacle. Not to mention whether there are sufficient counterparties in the market to accommodate his colossal buy or sell orders instantly. Just the sheer force of those transactions would be enough to upheave the stock prices, making it nearly impossible for him to execute trades at his desired price points. The likely outcome would be that he would ruin the prices himself, incurring exorbitant transaction costs, rendering any potential profit elusive, or worse, leading to losses. Then the manager. One trader looked at Su Hao, tentatively asked, "Might we also take an early vacation and rest a bit?" "Oh, really, manager? Is that possible?" Upon hearing this, the other's eyes instantly lit up, akin to a pack of eager huskies spotting a bone, brimming with anticipation. Yes, I know, after following my strategies during this period. Your hearts must be quite frazzled, yes? Su Hao regarded their eager expressions, finding it somewhat amusing, and nodded. Your nerves have been under constant strain. You all deserve a proper break to rejuvenate. Please, go back and restore your energies. Wow. The office erupted into a fervent round of applause and cheers, nearly shaking the roof off. It seemed this group, merely sitting at their desks, had indeed been pent up, letting them take the hard-earned fortune they had amassed into the tumultuous and perilous market. They feared that a misstep could lead to squandering their gains entirely. Thus, they could only suppress their inner restlessness, staring wide-eyed, feeling the itch of anticipation. Just then, Su Hao thought, I, too, have not indulged in gaming for quite a while. A smile of expectation tugged at his lips. Since becoming the department manager, he had been like a tightly wound top, whether on weekdays or weekends. His days were spent either monitoring market trends or analyzing various data reports, particularly during the time leading up to the stock market's dramatic downturn, when he worked tirelessly, fearing he might miss any slight indication of a shift. The pressure was overwhelming. He hadn't even had time to engage with his favorite games. If he didn't return to play soon, the equipment in the Guild's storage might start to gather dust. This was the perfect opportunity for a technical adjustment, a chance to rest and catch up on all the gaming he had neglected. Daily quests, team dungeons, and new events. He must dive back in. At that moment, the usually quietly Huilan from the team hesitantly raised her hand and spoke softly. It seems we haven't had a team meal since our establishment. All right. You mention it, and it's true. Ever since you became our manager, it feels like we've been in a Hollywood blockbuster, filled with suspense and twists. With no time to think about dining together, everyone exchanged glances, their eyes becoming subtly animated, quickly completing an efficient internal communication through mere looks, reaching a consensus. Finally, all eyes, like searchlights, turned in unison toward Su Hao, filled with anticipation. Su Hao felt a stirring in his heart, immediately grasping their intent. He recalled something and reached into his wallet. Ah, found it. Here it is. What is that, manager? Someone curiously craned their neck. Su Hao revealed a somewhat triumphant smile, shaking a card that gleamed with a faint black luster. My salary card. He winked. Tonight, it's on me. Swipe away. Go wild. Some say the ultimate form of dining out emphasizes high-end ingredients, elegant ambience, and an abundance of style. Yet, in Su Hao's eyes, such matters are merely extravagant flourishes. What could possibly compare to sitting before a barbecue stall shrouded in smoke, listening to the crackling of charcoal and the sizzling of skewers on the grill? Indulging in skewers generously sprinkled with cumin, and savoring a cold beer? Come, dear friends. Here's to our illustrious past in the Trading Department 7 and to an even more splendid future. Cheers. Hold on. Merely clinking glasses seems rather dull. Liang Haiyuan's face flushed with excitement as he swiftly raised his glass, a hint of flattery gracing his expression. Manager, forgive my boldness, but may I offer a toast? Of course, please do, Su Hao replied, smiling and gesturing for him to proceed. Liang Haiyuan immediately perked up, clearing his throat as he stood. His demeanor suggested he was not merely toasting but delivering an inaugural speech. Our illustrious and charismatic manager Su. His voice boomed, filled with fervor. The wisest decision I have ever made in my life was undoubtedly joining our esteemed Trading Department 7 and having the opportunity to follow your lead. As the saying goes, different mindsets yield different realms. This phrase is tailor-made for you, our manager. Your vision is as vast as the ocean, allowing us, your subordinates, to glimpse what true trading is. Hence, I propose a toast to our magnificent manager Su. May he continue to uplift, guide, and inspire us. Su Hao felt his eyelids twitch, goosebumps rising on his skin. Others swiftly intervened, attempting to halt Liang Haiyuan's unending stream of praise. All right, Haiyuan, that's enough. Coughing. Liang Haiyuan seemed to realize he had gone overboard and quickly toned it down. Yet, his enthusiasm remained unabated as he raised his glass, shouting hoarsely, in summary, all words can be distilled into one. To have a manager who acknowledges us as subordinates is a blessing from our ancestors. We are fortunate indeed. Come, to our great, invincible manager Su. Cheers. Yay. Cheers. The collective response erupted, the sound of clinking glasses ringing out, the atmosphere soaring to a crescendo. Chapter 47. A thrilling game. As the drinks circulated and the dishes were savored, the conversation inevitably turned back to work. I overheard others from different departments discussing the situation in Greece. What will ultimately transpire? Could it really lead to a significant crisis? Hey you, Liang Haiyuan interrupted, his brow furrowed. in such a sacred and joyous gathering. Why bring up work? How disheartening. Free drinks as punishment. Well, aside from stocks and the financial market, do we have any other common topics? The earlier speaker chuckled. And honestly, isn't discussing money the most thrilling and exciting conversation? That seems to be a valid point, Liang Haiyuan conceded, acknowledging that money indeed captivates interest. I could talk about games, which dungeon drops the best loot, how to defeat a certain boss, or which class excels in PvP, Su Hao silently mused. However, looking around the table at the well-dressed individuals, he doubted they would share his passion for virtual worlds or grinding for gear until dawn. Indeed, the realm of financial elites eluded his understanding. Rest assured, Liang Haiyuan waved dismissively, regarding Greece, no matter how chaotic it becomes. I don't foresee them defaulting on their debts. The consequences would be too severe for the entire Eurozone. True, the implications are immense. No one can shoulder that responsibility. Another chimed in. Let us not be too definitive, another voice interjected. Do you not remember when the Russian bear surprised everyone by defaulting on its sovereign debt, causing a worldwide uproar? Greece. Su Hao's mind involuntarily recalled the information he had seen in the internal reports. The Greek government owed approximately 16 billion euros to the International Monetary Fund, with repayment deadlines looming ever closer. Yet, they appeared utterly devoid of solutions. Their economic status seemingly lifeless. This was Greece's third plea for aid, and their recovery remained painfully sluggish, with an ever-growing debt issue resembling a ticking time bomb. What if, just what if, Li Huilin quietly proposed a disquieting hypothesis, they truly decided to abandon all pretense and declare default? That would be utterly catastrophic, Liang Haiyuan quickly clarified, his tone grave. Declaring sovereign default would effectively expel them from the Eurozone, leading to significant upheaval in Europe's political landscape and economic order, escalating geopolitical tensions and potentially igniting military conflicts. As Su Hao listened absent-mindedly to the discourse, he lowered his gaze, his fingers swiftly scrolling through various analytical articles on the Greek debt crisis. Sensational headlines and viewpoints flooded his view. Experts warning of a drastic decline in Greece's defense capabilities should they default, exacerbating military tensions with Turkey. Predictions of intensified internal conflicts within Europe, and even worst-case scenarios of localized wars. Yet, most analyses deemed these outcomes as extreme projections and unlikely events. The prevailing sentiment in the market, or rather the widespread expectation among institutions, remained that Greece would likely strike a new agreement with the EU and IMF at the 11th hour, securing fresh bailout funds to avert default. After all, no one wished to witness the collapse of such a colossal entity as the Eurozone, potentially triggering a global financial tsunami. Ugh, how annoying. Liang Haiyuan suddenly slammed the table, interrupting the increasingly grave discussion. We've come out to enjoy a meal, to relax, and yet we're back to work talk. The enjoyment of our drinks is fading. Let us discuss something more uplifting. Surely our bonuses are secure, thanks to our manager, Liang Haiyuan exclaimed, envisioning what they might do with their bonuses, buying houses, cars, or perhaps traveling the world. Someone's face lit up, as if already anticipating the notification of their bonus, recalling the exhilarating feeling after their recent successful liquidation. A surge of excitement that kept them awake at night. However, the bonuses haven't actually been dispersed yet, and the official settlement date is still far off. A more pragmatic voice interjected. What's to worry? The manager has assured us that our funds are secure and untouched, Liang Haiyuan waved dismissively, which means our remarkable performance is already locked in. The bonuses are as good as ours. As they eagerly envisioned the life-changing bonuses, the atmosphere reignited with fervor and excitement. Yet, Su Hao remained somewhat distracted, his fingers continuing their unconscious dance across his phone screen. Manager? Li Huilin, seated beside him, noticed his distraction and gently inquired. What have you been so focused on your phone for? Is there an urgent matter at home? Taking a deep breath, Su Hao slowly turned off his phone screen. It was not due to any affairs at home, but rather from the moment he commenced his earnest perusal of analyses concerning the Greek debt crisis. An exceedingly familiar sensation surged within him, sending shivers down his spine, causing the fine hairs on his body to stand on end, and accelerating the flow of his blood, akin to a faint electric current racing up his spine. This feeling was all too recognizable. It mirrored the intense premonitions he had experienced during previous trading ventures. He hesitated for a few seconds, as an inner conflict unfolded, a tumultuous battle between reason and a more primordial impulse. Ultimately, he lifted his gaze, sweeping it across his team members who remained ensconced in joy and fantasy, and slowly spoke. His voice, though soft, instantly quelled the din within the private room. How about we enter the market tomorrow and give it a try? Huh? What is that? In an instant, the smiles on everyone's faces froze, replaced by utter shock and disbelief. Manager, didn't you just say we should keep our funds idle for now and take a break? Liang Haiyuan was the first to react, stammering his inquiry. Yes, I did say that. Su Hao nodded, licking his parched lips, his eyes shimmering with an unusual, almost fervent light. Indeed, one would expect to seize the moment and securely pocket the astonishing profits already within their grasp, which would make anyone envious for a lifetime. Then, they could take a long vacation and savor life. That would be the safest, most prudent, and logical choice. Thus, as Liang Haiyuan mentioned, that astronomical bonus would be within their secure grasp. However, he could not contain himself. Even while knowing that opening boxes, drawing cards, and acquiring equipment were all games of chance, fraught with pitfalls and often leading to losses, he still found himself irresistibly drawn to press that damned button time and again, chasing the exhilarating rush that quickened his heartbeat and surged his adrenaline. This feeling now seemed even more intense than acquiring extraordinary equipment. It was more thrilling, more intoxicating. Damn it, was he inherently an irredeemable gambler, a slave to dopamine? Su Hao chastised himself vehemently in his mind. He flashed a smile that made every team member's heart skip a beat and sent chills down their spines, a smile that bore a hint of madness, a touch of excitement, and an overwhelming confidence. Shall we indulge in a thrilling venture? As the words left his lips, the pupils of every team member underwent a violent tremor. Their eyes bulged wide, as if they had just heard something from another dimension, their jaws nearly dropping into the sizzling hot grill before them. A thrilling venture? With that too. 5 billion yuan. Chapter 48. Tango on the edge of a cliff. What's going on with you guys? Is last night's intoxication still lingering? In the office, Liang Haiyuan surveyed the room, noticing his traders sporting dark circles under their eyes. Looking dejected and drained, as if frostbitten, he could not help but inquire. The atmosphere was so tense it felt palpable. Come on, brother Haiyuan. Who had the heart to drink last night? A young trader lamented, his voice weak. Another trader's face was etched with grievance. You have no idea. Just thinking about it makes my hands tremble like I have Parkinson's. I couldn't close my eyes all night. Liang Haiyuan understood perfectly. What could have unnerved these normally audacious fellows into such a state, if not the heavy bombshell dropped by their manager, Su Hao, during last night's dinner? That fellow had calmly declared, I want to invest a full 2.5 billion. Let us play short-term. 2.5 billion. That was followed by a staggering 8 zeros. Not some trivial amount, but real money. To play short-term. Who could withstand such a heart-stopping proposition? Alas, it's my fault for speaking too freely. Someone lamented, regretting having mentioned the Greek crisis. Oh, come on. Even if we hadn't brought it up, with our manager's temperament, would he have let this opportunity slip? He probably had it all calculated out already. Wait, are you serious? Is our manager really going to risk 2.5 billion for short-term trading? The initially complaining young trader could not restrain himself. Honestly, Haven we exceeded our performance targets for this month, this quarter, and even the entire year by hundreds of times. Shouldn't this be the perfect time for a collective vacation, lounging around counting money? Why push ourselves so hard? This sentiment struck a chord with everyone present. According to the norms, once the trading department met its performance targets, barring an unprecedented bull market, traders would have long since rolled up their mats and returned home to enjoy life. Who would still be toiling away in the office? It was rumored that traders were all gamblers clad in suits. This was not unfounded, as adventure coursed through their veins. Yet, what outsiders did not realize was that these individuals were astute. Before achieving their performance goals, they charged into the market like valiant warriors, cutting down everything in their path. But once the targets were met, they would swiftly switch to a mode of leisure, transforming into vacation enthusiasts at peace with life. After all, who would risk their hard-earned money on a whim? Our manager is cut from a different cloth, isn't he? Someone murmured. I believe he possesses the legendary heart of a beast. His heart is forged from titanium. Beastly heart, my foot. I doubt he even has a fear module installed in his settings. Indeed, we're not talking about 25 million, but 2.5 billion. A staggering 250 million. This figure was so immense that ordinary individuals could hardly fathom it, let alone visualize what such a sum would look like when piled together. Moreover, the danger was that such a hefty sum, if handled even slightly aggressively or with any flamboyance, would attract the immediate scrutiny of the exchange's real-time monitoring system, triggering alarms. Subsequently, reports would have to be submitted to the Securities Regulatory Commission, awaiting an invitation for a chat. This was akin to dancing the tango on the edge of a cliff. A minor misstep could easily cross an invisible regulatory red line. leading to a charge of market manipulation and a swift descent into incarceration. Yet, despite all this, their manager, Su Hao, had calmly announced yesterday that he intended to utilize that 250 million yuan to indulge. Just imagine, who could keep their hands steady? Who could maintain their composure? By the way, where's the manager? He should be here soon. He is always punctual. Just as the words left his lips, the office door swung open. Good morning, everyone. Su Hao, their audacious manager who never failed to astonish, entered with a relaxed gait, his face aglow with vitality, devoid of any trace of fatigue. Clearly, after last night's gathering, he had returned home to enjoy a deep and uninterrupted slumber. This stood in stark contrast to the group of anxious, sleepless souls in the office, trembling at the thought of losing that too. 5 billion, their eyes shadowed with fatigue. The inner dialogue among the crowd surged. Goodness. This guy is truly a monster. Isn't? Could he possibly be an alien in human guise, here to experience life on Earth? Confirming their suspicions, they realized that they could not afford to provoke someone so extraordinary. Mere mortals could hardly comprehend such an inhuman mental framework and psychological resilience. In the conference room, Su Hao stood before the whiteboard, exuding an air of calm confidence. Though the daily trading volume of the A shares hovered around 1 trillion, the 2.5 billion was still strikingly conspicuous if not handled with care. His voice resonated steadily, clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. After a brief pause, he casually inscribed a few figures on the whiteboard. If we consider small-cap stocks, such as ST Zhongruan, the daily trading volume barely reaches 1 or 2 billion. If we were to directly inject our 2.5 billion, it is easy to imagine the consequences. The stock price would likely soar, and soon enough, an inquiry letter from the exchange would follow. Typically, if a single account's trading volume for a particular stock exceeds 5 to 10% of the total, it triggers heightened scrutiny from the exchange. This could escalate to the regulatory commission, and should the situation be deemed severe. He did not finish his thought. Yet all present, being industry insiders, grasped the underlying implication: allegations of price manipulation. Such a charge is grave indeed. Consequently, most private equity firms allocate the majority of their funds into relatively controllable assets such as bonds, foreign exchange, or even invest directly in overseas markets. Once the capital in the domestic market reaches a certain threshold, various unseen restrictions inevitably follow. Su Hao lifted his gaze, surveying the group. What if we were to disperse our funds and execute multiple smaller purchases, entering the market in smaller increments? Theoretically feasible. Liang Haiyuan replied with a furrowed brow. However, even if we split the funds into hundreds or thousands of orders, as long as they originate from our unified account system, they will still be flagged by the exchange's back-end as a focus of attention. No matter how well disguised, to them, it would unmistakably suggest substantial involvement, easily classified as concerted action. Generally, trading teams have a maximum operational fund of around 50 million. To suddenly plunge 2.5 billion into the market is several times beyond their usual capacity. Such a magnitude is bound to attract attention, akin to a firefly in the night, blindingly conspicuous. Thus, there exists an unwritten rule in the industry. Any collusion among teams to manipulate the rise or fall of a stock is absolutely forbidden. Should evidence of such collusion be uncovered, an investigation from the regulatory commission would swiftly ensue, leading to penalties, warnings, or even the revocation of licenses, with responsible individuals facing imprisonment. For this reason, many private equity firms deliberately distribute funds across different teams, even within the same department, allowing them to operate independently based on their own judgments. This practice, euphemistically termed internal competition, is essentially a tactic to evade the suspicion of concerted action, necessitating a thorough distribution of risk. At that moment, Su Hao seemed to recall something and turned to Lu Bo, who was in charge of information liaison. Has the research department released the report I requested last night regarding the latest analysis of the Greek debt crisis? It's here. Manager. Lu Bo hastily rummaged through a pile of documents and handed over the report. The research department's conclusion is, Greece will ultimately avoid default. They have synthesized insights from major international investment banks and rating agencies, and there is a general consensus that the likelihood of the Greek government evading default stands at an impressive 97. Su Hao, expressionless, perused the report before raising his gaze, scanning the faces of those seated around the conference table. What do you all think? We, of course, believe default is impossible. Indeed, manager, for a sovereign nation to declare bankruptcy is utterly ludicrous, unless the Greek leaders have lost their minds. Exactly, with a 97 probability. It's practically a sure bet that Greece will endure. The group echoed in agreement, as their collective wisdom and experience dictated that a modern sovereign state, particularly one within the European Union, publicly declaring debt default was an unfathomable notion, utterly insane. However, Liang Haiyuan cautiously, with a hint of trepidation, directed his gaze towards Su Hao. Manager, do you mean to imply that you do not trust this 97? Do you believe Greece is doomed to default? At this question, all eyes abruptly fixed upon Su Hao's face. The intense, ominous feeling he had experienced upon reading a sharply worded news report the previous day lingered in his mind. Nevertheless, caution is paramount, especially in a battlefield where sums exceed 100 million. It is prudent to reconfirm. Let me see, Su Hao murmured, lowering his head to scrutinize the report from the research department. The report also analyzed, albeit hypothetically, the repercussions for the global market, particularly the domestic market, should Greece indeed declare default. Overall, the domestic economic scale and its external dependencies are not directly lethal in relation to Europe. Even if Greece were to implode, the immediate impact might not surpass that of prior stock market downturns. The true concern lies within the financial sector. The domino effect. Should the European financial market experience significant turmoil due to Greece's default, panic would spread like a contagion. Stocks within the financial sector would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the impact. Moreover, if the fear of a global economic recession permeates, consumer sentiment would plummet, leading to declines in retail and manufacturing stocks. Conversely, might there be sectors that could benefit? The report indeed addressed this. Certainly, where there is risk, opportunity also exists. If Greece's default leads to a substantial devaluation of the euro, it would be a tremendous boon for domestic export-oriented enterprises. Their products would gain a competitive edge in international markets. The report highlighted several key industries poised to benefit: machinery manufacturing, textiles and light industrial goods, electronics, and home appliances. Su Hao's gaze gradually traversed the list of potentially advantageous stocks outlined in the report. His finger instinctively lifted, the thumb of his right hand, which had inspired him through countless transactions, lightly, almost imperceptibly, traced the stock codes on the paper. Suddenly, an unmistakable sensation, akin to static electricity, surged through his fingertips. Manager? Liang Haiyuan, seated closest, was startled by this subtle gesture, casting a puzzled glance at him. Yet Su Hao remained as if immobilized, his finger poised on the paper, his expression sharpening. This sensation was all too familiar. Each time it arose, it signified the activation of his intuition, and this time, the mild tingling sensation pointed towards one singular outcome. The event that countless economists, analysts, and investment banking elites had confidently deemed a mere 3 probability, almost negligible, utterly impossible, was indeed the impending Greek debt default. It was truly imminent. Those beleaguered Greek politicians appeared to be cornered, resolutely intent on committing an act that would etch itself into history, an audacious folly of monumental proportions. Su Hao gradually lifted his head, meeting the gazes of a dozen individuals in the conference room, each reflecting a blend of confusion, anxiety, and anticipation. His tone unervingly calm, yet imbued with unassailable certainty. I believe that the 3 probability is the only veritable truth. What? 3. Do you truly believe Greece will collapse? Several traders, their nerves frayed, gasped in disbelief, feeling an icy chill creep up their spines. Su Hao solemnly nodded. Absolutely. In an instant, the conference room erupted with exclamations akin to those of encountering a ghost. Strange, Su Hao interjected, pointing at the report. Why does this document fail to mention any hedging tools, such as options, that could be utilized for shorting? Lu Bo wore a look of resignation and helplessness, raising his hands. Well, manager, do you not recall? The last significant downturn left the market utterly spooked. He did not finish his sentence. Yet his meaning was abundantly clear. During the last tumultuous market upheaval, the major brokerages and funds that had issued put options were mercilessly slaughtered by Su Hao, resulting in a veritable river of blood. According to internal whispers, their masterful maneuvering had forcibly extracted nearly 20-fold profits from the hands of some unfortunate souls, akin to a soul-sucking act. Anyone in the position of that victimized fool would undoubtedly be infuriated to the point of vomiting blood. In the short term, who would dare to open such a perilous exposure, which could easily amount to a gift of money to others? He sighed and continued. It was not merely derivative products. Even those ETFs tracking major European stock indices had practically vanished from the market. The recent plummet had instilled a pervasive sense of dread among global risk assets, causing market risk appetite to plummet to freezing levels. Such high-risk products were simply unsellable. Upon realizing they could not be sold, issuers opted to delist and liquidate them to avoid holding on to them. Su Hao frowned slightly. There was indeed a substantial sum, 250 million, which sounded daunting. However, the number of betting tables available was exceedingly limited. The domestic market was constrained, and the derivatives market had been spooked into closure. It seemed they would have to plunge into the broader and deeper ocean. As his thoughts raced, a decision quickly formed, and he inquired, the foreign exchange market. That must be large enough, right? It should easily accommodate our 250 million order, shouldn't it? The foreign exchange market. What an extraordinary concept. The crown jewel of the global financial market, with a staggering daily trading volume reaching an astonishing $60 trillion. Note, that is dollars. When converted to renminbi, it approaches 400 trillion, followed by a long string of dizzying zeros. It is undoubtedly the largest and most liquid behemoth within the global financial landscape. There is no comparison. In such an oceanic market, our 250 million renminbi would, to put it bluntly, create scarcely more than a ripple. It would be like a mere drizzle. Manager, theoretically that is correct. The capacity of the foreign exchange market is certainly not an issue. However, the problem is, manager, our department does not possess the direct operational authority for foreign exchange trading according to regulations. Lu Bo's face betrayed his difficulty. There was a dedicated foreign exchange trading department within the company, and they were the experts. This matter required cross-departmental coordination, and it would necessitate approval from the head of the trading department, possibly even further authorization from higher management. The process could be quite cumbersome. If the leadership gives a nod of approval, we can proceed? Su Hao pressed further. It should be feasible. After all, there have been precedents in special circumstances. Lu Bo confirmed. For instance, in the event of significant international incidents, when there is a genuine business need, the higher-ups might make exceptions and temporarily authorize us to execute some necessary foreign exchange or overseas stock trades. However, the approval process is quite stringent. Su Hao nodded, fully understanding. It appeared that relying on subordinates for communication would be futile. The efficiency was too low. He would have to personally approach the trading department as top boss, the reputedly rule-abiding Director Li Jian, for an open and forthright discussion. Are we abandoning the domestic market in the meantime? Someone asked. We can't just wait idly until we obtain permission from the foreign exchange side, can we? We must continue our operations here domestically, Su Hao replied, shaking his head. Then manager, should we consider reducing the amount slightly for safety's sake? Liang Haiyuan suggested with evident concern. Let me ask, Su Hao interrupted, his tone calm. Even if we are monitored by the exchange, would that necessarily lead to penalties? Well, that is not absolute. As long as we don't engage in the kind of manipulation seen in past cases, such as drastically increasing trading volume right before close, or dumping over 10% of volume into a single stock, we would generally just be under close observation, Liang Haiyuan answered honestly. But the issue is, 250 million, even if dispersed, still comes from the same account, and they will certainly take notice. Su Hao nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He picked up a pen and returned to scrutinizing the stock list from the research department. He intended to filter out potential targets for rise and fall based on the premise of a Greek default. He gently pointed the pen at the first name. Something felt amiss. The tip remained unperturbed. Pass. This one has potential. The signal was strong. As the pen descended, a slight tremor coursed through him again. Check. Thus, he proceeded, following the analyses in the research department's report under the scenario of a Greek default. Blending it with his enigmatic intuition, he planned to short the stocks anticipated to decline and go long on those expected to rise. Manager, how do you intend to allocate the funds? This was the real nail-biting question. How to distribute 250 million across these various stocks, maximizing profit while also avoiding crossing regulatory lines and evading the ire of the commission was a delicate balance. Even seasoned veterans like Liang Haiyuan felt uncertain about this. Wait a moment. Su Hao gazed at the list, and a bold thought suddenly struck him. Can this special ability be utilized to calculate amounts? With a mindset of experimentation, Su Hao jotted down an enormous figure next to the selected St. Zhongruan. No response. Too much? Have it. Still no response. Fine, let us have it again. He wrote down an amount half of the previous one. Whoosh. A surge of electricity, even more intense than when he had first touched the stock code, shot up through the pen tip. It worked. Was this the safe and effective threshold? The so-called ideal amount? Purchase St. Zhongruan at this figure, Su Hao declared, pointing at the number. That is a lot. Lu Bo's eyes nearly bulged out. Manager, that amount will definitely attract attention from the exchange. Hey. The manager has his own judgment. You don't have the right to question it. Liang Haiyuan interjected promptly, shooting him a glare. Still, can you provide a more precise figure that guarantees we won't trigger alarms while making a fortune? I'm sorry, manager, Lubo instantly wilted. Please, continue. Lubo expressed with respect. Following that, Su Hao resembled a mystic drawing talismans. Next to each selected stock, he continuously wrote down figures, feeling, adjusting, and feeling again. How much here, how much there. He would frown at times, and at others, he would appear deep in thought. Although it took some time to find the perfect amount for each stock, the entire office was silent, all eyes fixed on him, hardly daring to breathe. Su Hao was acutely aware that, in their eyes, his current actions were likely akin to a street fortune teller making bold predictions, purely guesswork. All right, once the market opens, we will buy according to this list immediately. He set down the pen, sliding the paper filled with stock codes and mysterious figures toward Liang Haiyuan. I'm off to discuss some matters with Director Li. As for when to sell, I will notify you once all buying operations are complete. Understood, Manager. Liang Haiyuan solemnly accepted the paper, feeling the sweat bead in his palms. Su Hao nodded and turned towards Director Li's office. This was his first one-on-one meeting with this superior. As soon as Su Hao left, the trading department's office erupted into chaos. Everyone rushed to surround Liang Haiyuan, their heads craned and eyes glued to the A4 paper filled with what appeared to be arcane symbols. What on earth was written on that sheet? A series of seemingly unrelated stock codes, accompanied by an array of numbers of varying sizes and illogical amounts, each with multiple tiny dots beneath them. Brother Haiyuan, does this resemble some sort of cryptic formula? Indeed, the patterns elude comprehension. How were these numbers even calculated? Is this the fabled algorithm that only managers can decipher? The one that guarantees profit? Precisely. To the public, this sheet undoubtedly records manager Su Hao's extraordinary investment secrets. It is a quantitative revelation, a priceless treasure. The issue is, no matter how wide-eyed they become or how fervently they ponder, they cannot discern the underlying logic or the monumental secrets encapsulated within this collection of digits. Alas, I would wager this is some astonishingly sophisticated mathematical model. Yet, it appears as if the manager merely jotted down a few figures and whimsically added or subtracted them. Someone muttered softly, "What nonsense. Do you mean to suggest that Liang Haiyuan believes our manager casually determines transactions worth billions, as if playing a guessing game? Engage that walnut-sized brain of yours. That cannot be. This formula undoubtedly contains the mysteries of the universe. The wisdom of our manager is beyond the grasp of mere mortals." The individual quickly changed their tune. A shared understanding passed among them, eyes gleaming with awe and excitement. Brother Haiyuan, shall we discreetly make a copy? This may be our sole opportunity to witness the source code of the manager's investment secrets. A splendid idea. We must replicate it. Yes, indeed. We should treasure it as a family heirloom. I must take it home for thorough study. Perhaps one day, enlightenment will dawn upon me. In that moment, it felt as though they had unearthed a long-lost treasure map, carefully circulating it, photographing it, nearly bowing in reverence. However, after a brief frenzy, the cold reality brought them back down to earth. Ahem, speaking of which, the amounts on this order do seem a bit precarious, someone remarked anxiously. Setting aside the chilling prediction of Greece's inevitable default, the specified purchase amount on this order exudes an aura of danger, as if testing the regulatory red line recklessly. Moreover, the manager mentioned utilizing these positions for ultra-short-term trading. This tightrope walk resembles dancing on the edge of a blade. One misstep, and not only would they fail to profit, but they might also lose what they had previously gained and find themselves embroiled in trouble with the Securities Regulatory Commission. What else can be done at this point? We are like grasshoppers tethered to the same string as the manager. Liang Haiyuan took a deep breath, striving to stabilize the morale. His gaze sweeping across the crowd as he solemnly declared, "United we rise, divided we fall. If we perish together. If we thrive together." Of course, the sentiment rang true. In an instant, the wavering hearts of the crowd were once again entwined in unity. Remember, our sole task now is to trust the manager, to achieve eternal life. Liang Haiyuan asserted with conviction, his voice not loud, yet imbued with an unassailable strength. "I reiterate, abandon self. Trust the manager. Execute the orders." Yes. The crowd responded in unison, their eyes alight with a near-religious fervor. Enough. No more crowding. Everyone to your stations. Prepare for action. Indeed, when the heart sways like tumultuous waves, only unwavering faith can conquer fear and propel one forward. Chapter 51. Is this world insane? In the trading department, the director's office. Director Li Jian's recent days have been rather tumultuous. The previous stock market crash has thrown the entire department into disarray, leaving him feeling as though his hairline has receded 3 centimeters. Who is it? He rubbed his temples, not lifting his head as he inquired of his secretary. Report to Director Li. It is Manager Su Hao from Trading Department 7. Li Jian abruptly raised his head. Su Hao? This name has become synonymous with notoriety within Fenghuan Investment. A rising star, without question. He is the one who, amidst the widespread lament of losses, managed to turn a principal of 50 million into 5 billion through contrarian operations. A prodigy. A marvel. Not to mention, he is the chairman's favored heir. Parachuted in with immense trust from the upper echelons, radiating a protagonist's aura. Quickly, please let him in. Li Jian stumbled over his words, hastily adjusting his tie and sitting up straight. How odd. Despite his lower rank, why does he feel an involuntary nervousness? Li Jian understood that this was not merely due to the strength of Su Hao's backing. More importantly, it was his extraordinary ability to generate profits. In the financial realm, those who can earn money are revered. Profitability grants the greatest authority. This is an unwavering truth. Good morning, Director Li. I apologize for intruding so early. Su Hao entered, offering a polite greeting, his demeanor neither overly submissive nor arrogant. Ahem, Li Jian cleared his throat, striving to project an air of authority, though he felt somewhat lacking in confidence. No need to apologize. Manager Su's presence is always welcome. Please, have a seat. Would you like something to drink? No. Thank you, Director Li. The market is about to open, and I must return promptly. Let us keep it brief. Su Hao got straight to the point. Li Jian thought to himself, splendid. Being around this young man is immensely stressful. The sooner he speaks and leaves, the better. What is it? Speak. It is this. Our department intends to fully utilize the 25 million. What? All in? Li Jian's eyes nearly bulged. His voice shot up an octave, nearly cracking. Indeed. Su Hao nodded, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. However, considering the constraints of the domestic stock market, we feel somewhat restrained. So we plan to temporarily shift our focus to the foreign exchange market. This requires your approval. Upon hearing this, Li Jian calmed slightly. 25 million is indeed somewhat constricted domestically, and the risks are high. Venturing into the vast ocean of foreign exchange is reasonable. But why Forex? You, with your performance, should be able to coast this month without issue, yet you still want to stir the pot? Idleness is also a form of idleness. Su Hao scratched his head, flashing a harmless smile. And I plan to make some moves with the euro. The euro? Wait, Li Jian's nerves instantly tightened. Is this related to Greece's situation? Yes. Su Hao nodded. Hence I wish to request a foreign exchange trading account for our department. I plan to short the euro. Short the euro? Li Jian gasped, feeling a chill race down his neck. To short the euro is to bet that it will decline? But with global economic turmoil, funds are seeking refuge. And the euro has been rising against the dollar, hasn't it? To go short now, unless an incredibly absurd yet terrifying thought flashed through Li Jian's mind. You don't mean to suggest? His voice trembled slightly. Are you anticipating Greece to default? Yes. Su Hao's response was delivered with casual indifference, yet it detonated like a bomb, nearly leaving Li Jian breathless, on the verge of collapsing. He fixed his gaze on Su Hao, attempting to discern any hint of doubt or uncertainty. Yet, there was none. Those eyes were filled only with certainty and confidence, as if he had already witnessed the fall of the Greek flag. But Greece defaulting? A sovereign nation within the Eurozone can simply renege on its debts? What kind of international farce is this? Li Jian felt as though his worldview had been profoundly shaken. You intend to engage in short-term trading with the 25 million in Forex? Li Jian pressed on, unwilling to concede, hoping for a denial, his voice growing hoarse. Yes. Su Hao's response was succinct and decisive. Li Jian felt as though he had been dealt another staggering blow. The second wave of dizziness washed over him, his neck now completely chilled. This is undoubtedly madness. Utterly insane. He screamed internally. In a typical scenario, had any subordinate dared to propose such an outlandish plan, he would have swiftly delivered a sharp reprimand, followed by an irate demand to exit his office and cease their nonsensical behavior. However, the individual before him was Su Hao, the prodigy who, amid widespread skepticism, accurately forecasted a significant market downturn and reaped astronomical profits. Could this man's insights truly be mere ravings, or had he glimpsed something beyond the comprehension of others? Li Jian found himself ensnared in a tumultuous internal conflict. Rationality urged him to dismiss the notion as sheer folly, yet Su Hao's past accomplishments, reminiscent of a player with cheat codes, compelled him to reconsider. After a prolonged silence, he reluctantly uttered a few words, nearly forcing them through clenched teeth. Establishing a Forex trading account will require some time. I will do my utmost to expedite the process and facilitate your access. Very well. I shall await your update. Thank you, Mr. Li, Su Hao replied politely. bowing slightly before departing the office, leaving Li Jian in solitude. Li Jian watched Su Hao's seemingly unremarkable, somewhat nonchalant figure retreat. His mind engulfed in a haze of confusion, pondering his own identity, location, and the sanity of the world around him. After a spell, he slumped into his chair, gazing at the ceiling, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, murmuring to himself, "How on earth am I to report this to my superiors? Should I say, report to the leadership, we have a once-in-a-lifetime lunatic in our department, intending to gamble billions in the forex market for thrills? He must be mad. And I shall join him in this madness. Is this even something that can be approved? I'm anxiously awaiting a response." The mere thought of such a scenario led Li Jian to believe his career might be nearing an untimely demise. Chapter 52. The most striking scene of idleness. In gratitude to Sir Pai Yu, the Blue God, and the Phantom of the East and West for their generous 5-star reviews and support. Today, Mr. Huang, there's a special situation to report. A special situation? Huang Fengwen understood immediately. The use of the term special situation by his secretary was almost certainly related to the individual named Su Hao. Since returning with his immense fortune, this young man had been anything but idle. Rubbing his temples, Huang Fengwen spoke with a hint of weary foreboding. "Go ahead. What earth-shattering news do we have this time?" "Manager Su wishes to open a forex trading account." "What on earth?" Huang Fengwen nearly leaped from his chair. "Forex? Where has this young man's mind wandered off to now? What could be his intention in opening a forex account?" Huang Fengwen was the chairman of Fenghuan Investment, a seasoned veteran in the financial arena with decades of experience. In the blink of an eye, his mind raced through various scenarios. The forex market was the largest financial arena in the world, deep enough to accommodate aircraft carriers, with Su Hao's staggering sum of $2.5 billion. If he were to dive into the relatively shallow domestic market, he could create substantial waves. One misstep could attract the scrutiny of regulatory authorities. Even top-tier private equity firms trembled at the thought of facing the regulatory commission, let alone a junior manager like Su Hao. "Ah, I see now. He finds the domestic market too shallow and seeks to plunge into the vast ocean." Huang Fengwen chuckled at the absurdity. This young man has turned 50 million into $2.5 billion. That achievement alone is enough to boast for a lifetime. He could simply pocket the money, buy an island, bask in the sun, or lounge about counting his riches. Who would dare question him? Yet, it seemed he could not remain still, restless as a child with ADHD. Huang Fengwen recalled Su Hao's days as a guild leader in gaming, where he was equally fervent, leading, managing, and dedicating himself entirely to his responsibilities. Each time he took a brief hiatus from the game, the guild chat would erupt with confusion, a chorus of discontent echoing through the virtual halls. Now, in the realm of finance, that same restless spirit remained unchanged. But did he intend to engage in long-term strategies or short-term speculation? Huang Fengwen pondered, stroking his chin. The forex market attracted vast sums of money, often serving as a long-term safe haven or a value opportunity for many. Yet, short-term trading was also prevalent. The forex market was a 24-hour global casino, unlike the stock market that closed its doors at day's end. Fenghuan Investment had its own forex trading department, with traders working around the clock, tirelessly monitoring the markets. Unfortunately, the market's volatility was often akin to an elderly gentleman's leisurely stroll, rarely fluctuating more than 1% in a day. To profit significantly in this environment? That was a daunting challenge, akin to scaling the heavens, unless one employed leverage. However, the thought of leveraging $2.5 billion was a sight too beautiful for Huang Fengwen to bear. What on earth did this young man intend to do? Never mind, Huang Fengwen resolved. If he wished to stir the pot, let him do so. How long would it take to establish the account? Report to Mr. Huang. The process is quite cumbersome. But with utmost urgency, we can hasten the matter. Very well, ensure he receives the fastest service possible. Special arrangements must be made. It must be completed within 2 days. Also, gather the core executives for an emergency meeting. I have an announcement to make. Understood. The secretary acknowledged, departing promptly. Huang Fengwen leaned back in his chair, his gaze contemplative. Su Hao was akin to a high-octane sports car barreling forward, while the constraints of reality constantly erected obstacles before him. As his steadfast support, it was imperative that they didn't allow their star player to stumble at the starting line. All barriers must be removed, the path cleared, allowing him to pursue his ambitions unfettered. It seemed the time had come to assemble the most formidable, highest caliber, and most empowered royal guard in the history of Fenghuan Investment, entirely devoted to Su Hao. "Ah, manager, you're back? Did you finish your discussion with Mr. Li?" "That was quick." Lubo greeted Su Hao warmly. Su Hao nodded, a faint smile gracing his features. "Yes, the communication was quite smooth. Mr. Lee assured me he would expedite the opening of our Forex account. By the way, have all the positions you were instructed to purchase been executed? Absolutely, manager. Rest assured, Liang Haiyuan executed your directives flawlessly, entering the market in fractions to minimize disturbance. Excellent work. Now, let us remain on standby and await the signal. As Su Hao returned to his glass-walled office, a symbol of his stature, the atmosphere in the adjacent trading departments was electric, keyboards clattering and mice clicking furiously as buying and selling unfolded like a battlefield. Yet, his peculiar department stood apart, embodying the most striking scene of leisure on the entire floor. Everyone calmly seated, gazing at the tranquil screens, expressions serene and bewildered. Chapter 53. An arrow struck unexpectedly in the knee. Greece, with its time difference, was approximately 5 hours ahead. As Su Hao contemplated this, he realized it was still early morning there. The roosters had yet to crow. Even if the Greeks decided to tear up their agreements and publicly declare their refusal to repay their debts, one must wait until the promised repayment day for confirmation. For now, there are still a few days of grace. Could it be that we have taken our positions too early? A thought flickered through his mind. What if, just what if, his predictions were flawed and Greece ultimately backed down, avoiding disaster? That would be quite the predicament. No. He immediately dismissed that notion. He must not frighten himself. His instincts had been validated through countless market experiences, and they had never failed him. Though occasionally his mindset might waver, it was only human. After all, he was not an emotionless AI. Compared to his former self, who was easily startled, he was now as steady as a rock. So, does that mean we must simply wait here, staring blankly for several days before the outcome reveals itself? He guessed it was possible that Greece might resort to stalling tactics, pleading for an extension on the repayment date. In that case, they would be left with nothing to do but gaze at the screen in silence. Since they had time to kill, why not read a book? Resolute, he retrieved a long-anticipated investment classic from his drawer. A tome heralded as the Bible of investing, The Intelligent Investor. The author, Benjamin Graham, is revered as the father of value investing. The book's core tenets are few. Reiterating, look beyond appearances to discern essence. Focus on a company's intrinsic value. Do not be deceived by the erratic prices in the market. Fixate on the value itself. Notably, the author emphasized in bold, never allow short-term market fluctuations to dictate your actions. Short-term trading? That is speculation. It is gambling. It is a misguided path. In simpler terms, it meant, those who chase fleeting gains daily will find no favorable outcome. Su Hao rubbed his nose, feeling as though he had been struck unexpectedly. He understood the principles laid out in the book. They were logically sound and rigorously argued, embodying the political correctness of the investment realm. Recognizing a company's value, holding it long-term, becoming a friend of time, and reaping the rewards. This was a philosophy even the legendary Warren Buffett wholeheartedly endorsed. Yet, the challenge lay in the fact that this theory seemed ill-suited for the domestic stock market. A good company does not necessarily equate to a good stock price, while inferior companies might soar due to various speculative concepts. The market was steeped in a culture of instant gratification where everyone sought quick profits. There was a prevailing atmosphere of drink today, forget tomorrow's flood. While value investing is commendable, Su Hao grimaced at the thought of waiting 5, 10, or even several decades for a so-called value correction while clinging to a single stock. He shook his head. Just the thought of it was excruciating. It would require immense patience and a life devoid of excitement. He doubted he could ever undertake such a task. Not to mention, their trading department, which thrived on short-term maneuvers, was inherently incompatible with value investing. Everyone was a quick-draw artist who would engage in a drawn-out battle. Before he knew it, time slipped by swiftly as he read. Glancing at the clock, he realized the market was about to close. Why not take the team out for a meal? Although the midday break during trading hours was precious and required extensive analysis and assessments, their circumstances were unique. They were simply bored. Deciding to proceed, he stood up to leave the office, instinctively casting one last glance at the real-time data of the stocks in their current portfolio. Logically, Greece should still be sound asleep, and nothing unexpected could occur at this hour. There could be no signals. Yet, one should always be cautious. Suddenly, a powerful, jarring alert surged through him, akin to a high-voltage current striking his heart, flooding his mind without warning. It jolted his hand, nearly causing him to fling the mouse like a grenade. What on earth? What is happening at this moment? How could there be a signal? Su Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't that group in Greece supposed to be dreaming of transforming into warriors defending Athena? Had they collectively wandered into a trance to stir trouble? The atmosphere in the office was unusually tense. The air felt almost frozen, chilling to the bone. It wasn't the air conditioning set too low. but rather an almost soul-freezing tension permeating the atmosphere, suffocating everyone and causing cold sweat to bead on their backs. To be frank, that was 2.5 billion renminbi. If converted to cash, it could crush a person if stacked. If this amount were tossed into the market, even a minor fluctuation would be catastrophic. For instance, a mere drop of 1 would mean an evaporated 2.5 million, 2.5 million, that could sustain the majority of diligent traders for several years. Yet here, a single misclick or a moment of hesitation could lead to complete obliteration. I say everyone. Lu Bo's voice trembled with anxiety, his face pale as he whispered, "What if? And I mean what if we misjudged the market direction and inadvertently lost 10? What then?" Silence. Liang Haiyuan whispered sharply, his brow furrowed in concern. "Do not frighten yourself. Do not disrupt the morale. The manager is still here." "Yes, I apologize. I was just too anxious and spoke carelessly." Lu Bo quickly retracted, shrinking back. "What do I always emphasize? In our line of work, mindset is paramount. One's heart must be as solid as steel. Remain unflinching even when faced with looming disaster. Do you understand?" Liang Haiyuan attempted to rally the group, though his palms were sweating as well. But under such circumstances, another trader interjected with a grimace. "Let us be honest, even if Buffett were sitting here, I bet he'd be uneasy too." "Exactly. Just days ago, we had closed our positions and celebrated as if we had won a great battle. Now, waking up to a fully loaded cannon, we find ourselves thrust back into the chaos of war. Who can handle such a disparity?" When the tension became unbearable, they turned to observe their manager. Li Huilin gestured toward the glass-walled office. In unison, everyone directed their gaze to the glass wall, resembling a flock of trained quails. There sat their manager, Su Hao, as calm as ever, engrossed in a book. Moreover, judging by the cover, it was an investment book. Chapter 54. Truly an extraordinary talent. My goodness. The psychological resilience of our manager is akin to reinforced concrete. A true leader indeed. At such a critical moment, he remains absorbed in reading? Is he not the least bit concerned? Haven't we heard the saying? Those who are more accomplished than you work even harder. With his stature and level, he is still seeking knowledge. If it were me, I wouldn't even be able to read. My hands and feet would be trembling uncontrollably. This is the hallmark of true leadership. Just imagine if our leader were as jittery as us. We would be in disarray. As they whispered among themselves, they couldn't help but admire their manager's composure. Just then, without warning, boom. The public trading area outside erupted in chaos. Other trading departments were thrown into disarray. Like a depth charge detonating. What is happening? Oh my goodness. Are you serious? Those Greek lunatics. Are they really going through with it? Screams, curses, and incredulous gasps echoed through the air. What was happening? Had something monumental transpired? Members of Su Hao's department immediately perked up, their hearts racing. Indeed, within moments, an explosive announcement spread like wildfire throughout the trading department. It was not the Greek government, but the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, that had just issued an urgent statement. As the repayment deadline loomed closer, it seemed the IMF had reached the conclusion that Greece's predicament was beyond salvaging. In a gesture of humanitarianism, they offered a lifeline, suggesting a possible extension of the repayment period for the Greek government. And what was the response? The Greek government's reply was nothing short of audacious, sending shockwaves around the globe. They outright rejected the offer. The underlying message was crystal clear: an extension? Not needed. We simply lack the funds and have no intention of repaying. What now? This was truly explosive. Greece, a sovereign default, openly reneging on debts. Insanity. These Greeks had completely lost their minds. At that moment, the entire financial market ignited. All eyes instinctively turned towards the glass office, filled with disbelief and fervent admiration. Once again, the predictions of their manager had proven accurate. No, this was no mere forecast. It was akin to prophecy, a divine revelation. As everyone remained engulfed in shock and chaos, a voice emerged, calm yet almost chilling, imbued with an ineffable charm. There stood Su Hao at the office door, his expression stoic, save for a glimmer in his eyes that sparkled like stars in the night, exuding the intensity of a cheetah poised to pounce. A slight smile curved his lips as he proclaimed, "Everyone, brace yourselves. It's time to reap the rewards." Within the exchange, there existed a market regulation department. The purpose of this department was straightforward: to serve as both guardian and surveillance for the domestic stock market. They monitored those who flouted regulations, ensuring fairness, justice, and transparency. They formed the first line of defense, conducting routine oversight and filtering out anomalous trades. Occasionally, when faced with particularly troublesome or suspicious entities, the exchange would escalate matters to higher authorities for further assistance. This superior body was the Market Regulation Division of the Securities Regulatory Commission. This division wielded considerable power, effectively addressing any market grievances with stringent measures, instilling fear among the various stakeholders within the market. Unfortunately, within the realm of domestic finance, there were always those who sought to exploit loopholes and manipulate the system. The regulatory framework had to evolve to be more robust than a steel fortress, prioritizing the prevention of even a single transgression, even if it meant wrongfully penalizing the innocent. Thus, compared to other nations, the domestic financial regulatory system gained a reputation for its severity, resembling a pressure cooker. This approach had the advantage of significantly reducing the losses incurred by investors. But the downside was that it stifled the vitality of the stock market, rendering it stagnant, unable to fall or rise. "Director, we have just received a request for assistance from the exchange," reported a young investigator to his superior. "Which company is involved this time?" asked Fong Jun, the director of the Market Regulation Division, without lifting his gaze from the monitoring screen. "Once again, it's Fong Huan Investment." Fong Jun finally raised his head, furrowing his brow. Why them again? Fong Huan Investment had become a focal point for their department ever since the last incident that had sent shockwaves through the financial markets. In that calamity, nearly every institution suffered losses, while Fong Huan Investment appeared to defy the odds, accurately predicting market movements and reaping substantial profits. Despite suspicions of insider trading, they maintained that their actions were based on publicly available information. Without evidence, the matter was ultimately left unresolved. One might have expected that after such a lucrative venture, Fong Huan Investment would lay low for a while. Yet, merely a few days of calm had passed before these audacious individuals emerged once more to stir the pot. With $2.5 billion in funds, they wisely diversified their investments rather than putting all their eggs in one basket. Fong Jun examined the dense stream of data on the screen. "Indeed, Director, though they have diversified, the amounts allocated to each target are still substantial," his subordinate added. "Oh, this method is quite impressive," Fong Jun mused. No wonder the exchange is anxious enough to request assistance. However, he scrutinized the data. While Fong Huan Investment's operations involve considerable sums, their tactics are remarkably cunning. The quantities they are purchasing sit at an exceptionally delicate threshold. If one were to claim they were in violation, it would not reach the point of triggering mandatory intervention. Conversely, if deemed compliant, the sheer volume of funds involved creates an undeniable commotion. Fong Jun was astounded. The way these individuals navigated the rules was nothing short of extraordinary. Each order's amount and timing seemed meticulously calculated, precisely towing the regulatory line without ever crossing it. Truly, they were a remarkable breed. Fong Jun couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Who was the mastermind behind Fong Huan Investment? Their understanding of our regulations and boundaries surpassed even that of seasoned insiders. Their level of control and rhythm was such that even those with decades of experience in this field would struggle to match their finesse.